In her previous life, the esteemed daughter of the general's residence, Zhou Shujin, fell irretrievably in love with Gu Yuanzhou. To secure her marriage to him, she requested the emperor's blessing, achieving her heart's desire to enter the marquisate. However, little did she know that this decision would ruin her entire life. In an effort to masquerade as a refined lady, she concealed her martial prowess and devoted herself entirely to her husband, only to realize that he never truly cared for her. On the day of childbirth, tragedy struck as she met a sorrowful end, with her maid, Byron, sacrificing herself in a desperate bid to save her. In this new life, Zhou Shujin is determined to avoid Gu Yuanzhou at all costs. Yet, to her astonishment, he does not adhere to the expected norms. Their paths cross repeatedly, culminating in her inevitable return to the marquisate. With this reality in mind, she resolves to seek vengeance against those who wronged her. If she does not turn the marquisate upside down, she would feel unworthy of her second chance at life. Surprisingly, Gu Yuanzhou appears to indulge her every whim, even when she mocks his mother, responding merely with a smile and a request for her not to take his mother's life. Is it time to test the limits of his patience? Chapter 1: Childbirth. In the 21st year of Chongguang, at the Marquis of Chongning's residence, a beautiful young woman lay upon the bed, racked with pain. Around her, maids and midwives hurriedly brought in water and supplies. "Madam, push. The child's head is already visible," the midwife urged anxiously. Suddenly, a piercing voice rang out from outside. "Cui Tinger, how dare you, lowly maid? Do you have any idea who I am? Miss Cui, please be magnanimous. The madam is in labor, a critical moment of life and death. You cannot enter," Byron implored, aware of the ill intentions behind Miss Cui's entrance. "Humph, she is unworthy of giving birth to such a wretched child. Step aside." Without hesitation, Cui Tinger shoved Byron aside and attempted to enter. In a frantic effort, Byron clung to her leg, refusing to let go. In a struggle, Byron held on tenaciously, but Cui Tinger soon yelled for assistance. "Are you all dead? Get her off me." Her maid and other attendants rushed forward, and within moments, they pried Byron away. Byron was thrown outside, desperately trying to re-enter, but was blocked by the others. With no obstacles remaining, Cui Tinger burst into the inner chamber and beheld the nearly lifeless woman on the bed, a smile creeping onto her face. "Why hasn't this little wretch been born yet? It matters not. Whether born or unborn, it will still meet its demise. Ha ha ha." Her derisive laughter sent shivers down the spines of those present, but they dared not speak against her due to her status. Zhou Shujin chose to ignore her, focusing on steadying her breath, determined to deliver the child. Only once the child was born could she attend to other matters. "Madam, push a little harder. The child is almost here," the midwife said, her focus solely on ensuring a safe delivery. Zhou Shujin nodded, closing her eyes to summon her strength. She felt a rush of warmth surge forth. "Wah!" The sound of a baby's cry filled the room. "Madam, it's a boy," the midwife exclaimed joyfully, cradling the newborn. Zhou Shujin managed to smile before losing consciousness. "Madam," the young maid gasped, but quickly fell silent under Cui Tinger's fierce glare. She glanced at the child in the midwife's arms and signaled her companion to take the baby. The maids present could only watch helplessly as the child was taken away. When Zhou Shujin awoke, Byron was by her side, rushing to help her sit up. "Madam," Byron called out, unable to suppress her tears. Understanding something terrible had transpired, Zhou Shujin inquired, "What happened? Where is my child?" "Bring him to me," Byron replied. "The child, the young master, was taken by Miss Cui." "What? On what grounds did she take my child? Who permitted this? Help me up. I must confront her." Zhou Shujin, consumed by fury, sat up, and Byron, realizing she could not dissuade her, hurriedly assisted her in getting dressed and donning a cloak before supporting her out. Though her health was frail after childbirth, she could not neglect her child in the hands of her adversary. As they exited the room, the maids rushed over to dissuade her. "Madam, you have just given birth. Your body is still weak. Where do you intend to go? Just give us your orders and we will handle it." Zhou Shujin retorted. "Humph. You all stood idly by while my child was taken. What do I have to rely on you for? Step aside." Ignoring their protests, she strode forth with Byron in tow. The onlookers exchanged glances, aware that the madam had never been held in high regard within the residence, especially compared to the formidable Cui Tinger, who had the backing of the old matriarch. As they made their way to Cui Yan Pavilion, Zhou Shujin suddenly recalled something and asked Byron, "Where is the Marquis?" Byron replied, "Madam, the Marquis has not returned to the residence." Indeed, rumors circulated about whether this child was his, and naturally, he would not be present to support her during childbirth. Realizing this, Zhou Shujin felt like a mere jest. "Never mind him. I must find my child first," Zhou Shujin declared. Byron nodded in agreement, hastening to follow Zhou Shujin toward Chui Yen Pavilion. However, upon arrival, they were informed that Miss Chui had gone to visit the old matriarch. Zhou Shujin could not afford to wait. They hurried to the Tian Pavilion where the matriarch resided. Upon reaching the entrance, they were blocked by a group of people who informed them that the matriarch had ordered that the madam was not permitted to enter. "What nonsense! How dare a servant block my path? Get out of my way!" The servant, taken aback by the normally docile madam's sudden assertiveness, hesitated. Yet, she was still a person of little consequence in the eyes of the Marquis and the matriarch, and thus felt no fear. "Oh, madam, what has stirred your spirit today? However, the matriarch has spoken. You should return to your quarters." "Preposterous! I demand to see my son. Whoever dares obstruct me shall face my wrath." Zhou Shujin had never expressed her anger before. Despite holding the title of Marquis' wife, no one truly regarded her as such. Consequently, no one feared her. "Madam, allow us to escort you back to rest. You have just given birth and need to recuperate," one servant suggested, summoning a few others to forcibly remove Zhou Shujin and Byron. However, as they approached, Zhou Shujin swiftly retaliated, striking them down. The onlookers were stunned. The madam had skills after all? Hearing the commotion, those within the house could no longer remain seated and emerged, led by Zhou Shujin's mother-in-law, the old matriarch Gu, followed by several concubines of the late Marquis, with Chui Tinger trailing behind. "What insolence! Do you think this place is your playground, you shameless harlot?" The old matriarch held a string of prayer beads, and to the uninformed, she might appear to be a benevolent figure. "As long as Chui Tinger returns my son to me, I will leave immediately," Zhou Shujin declared. Typically respectful towards them, her directness today took the old matriarch and the concubines by surprise. "What nonsense are you spouting? When have I taken your son?" Chui Tinger thought that if she simply denied it, Zhou Shujin would have no recourse, as none present favored her. "Dare to deny your actions? Many witnessed the scene in my courtyard, and you still wish to feign innocence?" Zhou Shujin insisted. "I said I did not. Thus it is not true. How can you trust the words of those in your courtyard?"
Chui Tinger retorted.
"Miss Chui, I saw the old woman Wang from your side. Take the young master away. I swear to heaven that if I lie, may I be struck by lightning." Byron could not tolerate her blatant lies. The child had indeed been taken by them, and yet Chui Tinger sought to deny it. Even if Tinger took the child, she merely sought to cleanse the Ho residence of its impurities. This abomination should never have been born, Lady Gu remarked disdainfully. Hearing her son referred to as an abomination caused Zhou Shujin's eyes to redden. No one witnessed her approach, but it was as though a gust of wind had swept her to Chui Tinger, where she held a hairpin to the latter's neck. Zhou Shujin declared fiercely, "Return my son to me, or I shall take your life." Chapter 2. Gu Yuanzhou. No one anticipated the sudden turn of events, leaving them all stunned. "You dare to rebel and contemplate murder?" Lady Gu was the first to react, shouting at Zhou Shujin. "I will repeat myself. Hand over my son." The hairpin pressed more firmly, drawing blood, and Chui Tinger panicked, realizing that Zhou Shujin was indeed prepared to kill her.
Aunt,
She has lost her mind. Quickly give her the child. She truly will kill me." As soon as Chui Tinger finished speaking, several individuals entered, and upon hearing a servant announce the arrival of the Marquis, her face brightened, thinking that Zhou Shujin's arrogance would soon be quelled. Lady Gu sighed in relief, believing Zhou Shujin feared her son Gu Yuanzhou, and would thus comply. "What is happening here?" Upon entering the courtyard and witnessing the chaos, Gu Yuanzhou frowned, observing Zhou Shujin's pale countenance, disheveled hair, and the weapon she wielded against another. Lady Gu exclaimed, "Zhou, look at your good wife. She dares to commit murder. And she claims to be a lady of high birth, yet possesses martial skills." Gu Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow, surprised that Zhou Shujin had martial prowess, wondering if she had been concealing it from him all along. As he approached her step by step, Zhou Shujin momentarily lost her composure under his piercing gaze, but quickly regained her senses, realizing he would not defend her. She could not count on him. Gu Yuanzhou inquired, "What do you intend to do? Murder?" Zhou Shujin replied, "There is no need for the Marquis to concern himself. If she returns my son, I shall naturally release her."
So?
He glanced at her abdomen, noting it appeared considerably smaller. Had she given birth without informing him? Zhou, that abomination is not to be acknowledged by our Hou residents, Lady Gu interjected at the opportune moment, to which Gu Yuanzhou displayed no reaction. Gu Yuanzhou asked, "Where's the child?"
Zhou?
Lady Gu cast a disapproving look at her esteemed son. "I shall inquire once more. Where is the child?" Noticing his tone had escalated, Lady Gu understood he was displeased and reluctantly waved for someone to fetch the child. Listening to their exchange, Zhou Shujin felt a sense of relief, knowing the child would soon be brought to her. "Now, may I release her?" She addressed Gu Yuanzhou, who simply received her gaze before responding. "Once the child is in my possession, I shall indeed release her." Did this imply she no longer trusted him? Gu Yuanzhou furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of discomfort. She had always been close to him, seemingly delighted by his every word, unlike her current demeanor of distrust. Before long, a servant appeared carrying the child, and Bai Ran hurriedly seized the infant. Zhou Shujin felt a weight lift from her heart upon seeing the child in Bai Ran's arms. Releasing Cui Tinger, Zhou Shujin walked towards Bai Ran, passing by Gu Yuanzhou without a glance. Observing her labored steps, Gu Yuanzhou raised his hand momentarily before clenching it into a fist. Though he did not fully comprehend, he was aware that a woman who had just given birth should not be on her feet. Was she all right? As she reached Bai Ran's side, they had yet to exit the courtyard when Lady Gu's voice rang out. "Do not leave. You and your servant have caused a commotion in my courtyard, and to simply walk away would be to disregard me entirely." Gu Yuanzhou perceived his mother's discomfort and sought to ease her burden. "Mother, she has just given birth. Let her return to rest, and we can address matters later." Lady Gu retorted, "No. Regardless, the child is not of our Hou residents. Someone apprehend them. If she does not learn to be filial to me, she will face consequences." "Mother," Gu Yuanzhou began. "You need not concern yourself with matters of the inner court," Lady Gu interrupted.
Ha!
"Mother, did you ever truly regard me as a daughter-in-law?" Zhou Shujin scoffed as the servants encircled her. Lady Gu exclaimed, "You." Zhou Shujin continued, "Oh, perhaps in the early days of my marriage, when I utilized my dowry to support the Hou residents, you called me a good wife. Yet now, having restored your family's fortunes, you seem to have forgotten. Without me, your residents would have perished long ago." "Preposterous. Do not speak such nonsense," Lady Gu exclaimed. "These matters are inconsequential. Let us regard it as my youthful folly, spending money to learn a lesson." Zhou Shujin had come to a realization. Forcing matters would yield no sweetness. Regardless of her affection for Gu Yuanzhou, his heart lay elsewhere. All her efforts were in vain. "Marquis, after 3 years of marriage, I have at least revived your Hou residence. Whether through merit or hardship, let us part ways." As she uttered the final words, Zhou Shujin felt a pang in her heart, yet she understood that for the sake of herself and her son, she must live on. "What did you say?" Gu Yuanzhou grasped her wrist, his voice gritting through clenched teeth. Zhou Shujin replied, "Marquis, I have long sought your affection, playing a role I am ill-suited for these past 3 years. It has been exhausting. Henceforth, I wish to live a simpler life." "How dare you? You, a woman who has strayed from her duty, have shamed my son and birthed an abomination, yet you desire to part ways? I tell you this, it shall be a divorce, not a separation," Lady Gu asserted. "Mother, I will handle this matter myself. Do not interfere," Gu Yuanzhou retorted, his voice rising with rare anger as he turned to Zhou Shujin. "You are quite audacious to cause such a ruckus in the Hou residence and still dare to propose a separation. Do you truly believe I am without temper?" Witnessing his fury, the onlookers were startled, yet Zhou Shujin remained indifferent, no longer wishing to hear his words. Chapter 3. A death sentence. Why must you be so furious, my lord? If you wish to part ways, a divorce would suffice. I care not. As long as I can leave this place. After all, there is no one left at home. My family and father have perished in battle. And it will not affect the fates of others' marriages, whether I stay or go. Gu Yuanzhou, do you truly despise this place so much? Zhou Shujin, indeed. I loathe everything about it, with great intensity. Gu Yuanzhou, visibly infuriated, fixed his gaze upon her for a moment before calling for the guards.
Muhan.
Yes, my lord. Take the lady back. No one is to allow her to leave without my command. Understood. Mo Han complied, but as he approached Zhou Shujin, she forcefully pushed him aside. Grabbing Bai Ran, she attempted to flee. Knowing that the mask of civility had been torn asunder, she had to escape with her child. Madam. In a moment of distraction, Zhou Shujin rushed out, prompting Emo Han to pursue her, with Gu Yuanzhou hastily following suit. To his surprise, Zhou Shujin demonstrated considerable skill, besting the guards along the way. Bai Ran, observing her mistress nearing her limit, was alarmed. She had just given birth and was in a weakened state. Such exertion could be perilous. Noticing blood staining the hem of Zhou Shujin's dress, panic set in. "Miss, we cannot escape today. Let us devise another plan. You must not exert yourself further. You are bleeding." Upon hearing Bai Ran's words and glancing at the blood beneath her, Zhou Shujin shook her head. "Bai Ran, if we do not make an attempt today, we may never have another chance. We must fight for our freedom. Fear not. Once we are outside, I shall find you a suitable match and ensure your splendid wedding." "Miss, but if this continues, I fear for your life. Hurry and hold the child close. Stick by my side." Gu Yuanzhou, catching sight of the blood on her, felt a rush of alarm and commanded Emo Han and the others to halt. "My lord." As he approached, Zhou Shujin remained vigilant, positioning Bai Ran behind her as she addressed him. "Let us go." Gu Yuanzhou replied. "Where do you think you can go? The Gu residence is devoid of any assistance for you. That is of no concern to you. Anywhere is better than remaining here. How can it not concern me? You declared that the child is mine. He is the young master of the Marquis. Where do you intend to take him? You do not wish to acknowledge him. Do you? That matters not. He requires none of your recognition. I will care for him well. If you desire a child, many would be eager to bear one for you." Zhou Shujin. Gu Yuanzhou unconsciously raised his voice, then noticed that the blood seemed to flow anew, dripping onto the ground. In a state of agitation, he stepped closer. "Let us not discuss this now. We must return for the physician to examine you. You are losing blood." As he approached, Zhou Shujin swiftly withdrew a hairpin from her hair and pressed it against his neck. "I shall say this once more. Let us go." Her words were directed at the guards surrounding them. Emo Han, witnessing the situation, could only signal for them to disperse. "Zhou Shujin, do not act recklessly. How will you survive outside the Marquis? Will I truly fare better within your walls? Are you unaware of the life I endure? Ultimately, it is you who does not care for me, allowing others to trample upon me. I possess the title of lady, yet live worse than a servant. I once loved you, so I overlooked this. Now I have come to realize that if others do not value me, I must learn to value myself. Enough of this idle talk. Let us out, or I shall not hesitate." To his astonishment, she was resolved to harm him. Emo Han stood in shock, having always known of her affections for Gu Yuanzhou. Today, she had truly taken matters into her own hands, indicating her desperate desire to escape. A group of women rushed in, taken aback by the scene, shocked that Zhou Shujin had dared to take Gu Yuanzhou hostage. "You shameless wretch! Have you no sense of virtue? How dare you hold your husband captive? Release him at once!" The old matriarch of the Gu family shouted in exasperation. Zhou Shujin felt her strength waning, and Gu Yuanzhou, standing closest, whispered urgently to her. "You cannot hold out much longer. Listen to me. Do not waste any more time. If you do not seek help soon, your life may be forfeit. Miss, please heed the Marquis's words. I do not wish for you to come to harm." Bai Ran was on the verge of tears. "Let us leave the estate, and I shall release him." Zhou Shujin remained steadfast, fully aware that staying would only lead to her demise. The old matriarch, in a frenzy, would have previously believed that Zhou Shujin would never harm Gu Yuanzhou. But today as events left her feeling too uncertain to take risks. "Let them go, mother." In truth, Gu Yuanzhou also felt she would never truly harm him, which is why he hesitated to issue the order to release them. "Let them go." Zhou Shujin smiled, still holding on to Gu Yuanzhou as they moved toward the exit, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhou Shujin was nearly out of strength, but persisted, knowing she was just a few steps away from liberation. With one final effort, Zhou Shujin released Gu Yuanzhou, offering him a fleeting smile before grasping Bai Ran and racing toward the door. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the shadows. Gu Yuanzhou noticed and swiftly threw a jade pendant to deflect it, only to have a second and third arrow follow in swift succession toward Zhou Shujin. "Miss!" Bai Ran attempted to shove Zhou Shujin aside, but it was too late. Without a moment's thought, she positioned herself in front of her mistress. The arrow struck Bai Ran, and Zhou Shujin quickly turned to catch her as she fell. Bai Ran, do not frighten me. We are almost free. Look, we are at the door." Zhou Shujin stammered, wiping the blood from Bai Ran's lips. "Miss, you must go. Take the young master and flee," Bai Ran urged, clutching the child tightly, determined not to drop him even as she fell. At that moment, Gu Yuanzhou and Mo Han rushed forward to assist. Mo Han, quickly take her to find the physician. Before Mo Han could approach, Zhou Shujin intervened. "Madam, leave." As she cradled the now unconscious Bai Ran, Zhou Shujin ceased her conversation with them, gazing down at her son and smiling gently. Gu Yuanzhou, disregarding the danger she posed, knelt and forcibly embraced her. She did not resist. Her strength had entirely fled. Noticing that the warmth was fading from her embrace, he looked at her, finding her gazing lovingly at their child, stroking his face with trembling fingers. "Gu Yuanzhou, I ask but one thing of you. Care for our son. If he is not yours, I shall descend into hell upon my demise." "Zhou Shujin, I do not doubt you. Please do not speak. The physician is on his way. It is too late. Loving you is a mistake in this life. I pray we never meet again in the next." With those words, her head tilted to the side, and her hand slipped from their child's face. "Zhou Shujin, do not frighten me," Gu Yuanzhou cried, shaking her lifeless visage in panic. "My lord, the physician has arrived." The household physician approached, examining Zhou Shujin, and then shook his head solemnly at Gu Yuanzhou. "My lord, the lady has passed." In that moment, the child in her arms seemed to sense his mother's departure and began to wail, evoking compassion even from Mo Han. Handing the child to Mo Han, Gu Yuanzhou lifted Zhou Shujin's lifeless body, making his way toward their quarters. Chapter 4. Rebirth in the 18th year of Chongguang, within the residence of General Zhen Yuan. A young girl of 14 or 15 lay upon her bed, seemingly tormented by a nightmare, her brow furrowed and breath quickened, indicating a restless slumber. The maid, Bai Ran, approached the bed, intending to awaken the person lying there. To her surprise, the figure in bed suddenly opened her eyes, flipped over, and grasped Bai Ran's neck, pinning her against the bedpost. "Miss, what is wrong?" "It's me," Bai Ran gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at her mistress. Was she attempting to kill her? Upon recognizing the maid's face, Zhou Shujin was taken aback and hastily released her grip. "Bai Ran?" she stammered uncertainly. Bai Ran, finally released, coughed violently before casting a discontented glance at her mistress. "It truly is you, Bai Ran. What is wrong with you? You frighten me to death." Zhou Shujin stared blankly at Bai Ran, pondering if this was a dream. Hadn't Bai Ran died in the Ofu while attempting to save her? As she moved closer, she grasped Bai Ran's face, prompting the maid to cry out. "What on earth is happening, miss?" "Yes, it is indeed you, Bai Ran." Looking around, she realized she was in her chamber, within the General's residence. Hadn't she died after giving birth? Why was she here again? And why did she still feel the pain in her abdomen from childbirth? What about my child? Where is my child? Bai Ran was startled. "Miss, what nonsense are you speaking? You are not even married, so how could you have a child?" She rushed to feel Zhou Shujin's forehead. "You are not feverish. There is just a bit of cold sweat. Let me help you." She assisted her mistress in sitting up on the bed. "Miss, your recent illness has alarmed everyone. You burned with fever for 3 days, and then fell into a deep sleep for another 3. It was only after father sought the Emperor's help that a physician was dispatched to treat you." Zhou Shujin surveyed her surroundings once more. This was indeed her chamber. Bai Ran had just claimed that she was not yet married, so what was her current status? "How old am I?" Bai Ran was taken aback. "Miss, you must be delirious. You do not even know your own age? You have just reached the age of maturity, which is why father has brought you back to help you find a suitable match." So, she had not yet married into the Vofu. Could it be that she had been reborn? Was such a phenomenon truly possible? How wonderful! Heaven had shown her mercy. She was 15 years old, which marked the year of Chongguang, the 18th year, specifically the 15th day of the 8th month, when she had first encountered Gu Yuanzhou. Her father had forbidden her from revealing her martial prowess, fearing it would hinder her marriage prospects. Thus, when she was teased on the street, she refrained from retaliating, only to be rescued by Gu Yuanzhou, to whom she secretly pledged her heart. Eventually, she boldly requested the emperor to grant their marriage, and her wishes were fulfilled. "What is today's date?" Bai Ran replied, "Still in a daze. Today is the 10th of August. "Oh, miss, you have been unconscious for so long that you have lost track of time." That meant she had not yet met Gu Yuanzhou. How fortunate. He was not a suitable match, and she must avoid him. As for the 15th of August, She simply needed to stay indoors. In her previous life, her father and brother had gone off to battle before her wedding and never returned. Now they were still alive. How splendid! This time, she would ensure they did not depart. What about my father and brother? The young master has gone out to procure medicine for you. Father is in the front hall. Zhou Shujin hastily made her way outside, only for Bai ran to call after her. Miss, if you're going out, you must first dress appropriately. Zhou Shujin noticed she was still clad in her inner garments and, feeling embarrassed, returned to allow Bai ran to help her dress before she ventured out. Upon entering the front hall, she could hear her father's robust voice from afar, and tears of joy threatened to spill. They were still alive. As she slowly stepped into the hall, the occupants turned to see her at the doorway. Jeaner, why are you standing there? Come here. It was her current mother, her father's new wife. Reflecting on it now, she had previously held a prejudice against her, which had prevented her from accepting her and her daughter. Zhou Shujin smiled and replied, "Oh, I just had a fleeting thought and was momentarily lost in my mind." This was her first time smiling warmly at her stepmother, leaving the woman astonished. Mrs. Zhou observed, "You have been ill these past few days. It has surely distressed your father and brother. Now that Jeaner is well, father can rest easy. She has always been robust, like a wild horse. I was not worried at all." Zhou Dingshan responded with a beaming smile. "Father, that is hardly a fitting comparison. She is still a delicate young lady," Mrs. Zhou retorted. "Indeed, father, I am your precious gem," Zhou Shujin teased, wishing she could embrace her father but refraining for fear of startling them. "What young lady is so eager to flatter herself?" A gentle male voice interjected, prompting Zhou Shujin to turn and see her brother. "Brother, you have returned." She joyfully rushed to him, throwing her arms around his neck in a display of affection, grateful to express her fondness for her brother, as she felt it was inappropriate to embrace her father. "Well, it seems you have recovered well. The medicines I procured may not be needed after all." "Why not?" "I need them to regain my strength," she protested. "But you always claimed to be strong and healthy. How can you now admit to being weak?" Zhou Shujin was unsure, perhaps because she felt as though she had been drained of vitality after childbirth in her past life, and indeed needed to recuperate. "Isn't it true that this illness lingered for too long? I think my constitution has genuinely deteriorated." "You are incorrigible," her brother said, lightly tapping her forehead, shaking his head in exasperation at his sister. "Big brother, sister," a young girl entered, a newly 12-year-old Zhou Shuyu. Zhou Shujin regarded her and was suddenly reminded of her younger sister from her previous life. Although a bit willful, she seemed to harbor no genuine malice towards her. After all, she had been misled and had not treated them well. In hindsight, when their father and brother had passed, if her stepmother had seized her dowry, she had little recourse. Yet, when it came time for her own marriage, her stepmother had generously provided her mother's entire dowry and even added half of her own. By this measure, her stepmother was not a villain. How had she been so blind to this, leading her to avoid returning to the general's residence? In her previous life, the people of the Vofu had taken advantage of her isolation, and her stepmother's family held some power, yet she had chosen to distance herself. This time, she would ensure to align herself with her stepmother. "Sister, you have arrived. Let us go inside." Zhou Shujin warmly took Zhou Shuyu's hand, leading her toward their parents. Her sudden warmth towards Zhou Shuyu raised eyebrows among the family. "See, Yao Yao? I told you your sister likes you," Mrs. Zhou quickly interjected, providing an opportunity for her daughter. Zhou Shujin smiled. "Of course, Yao Yao is so adorable. How could I not like you?" "I like my sister too," Zhou Shuyu replied, her childlike innocence shining through as she beamed at the praise. Upon reflecting on this, Gu Yuanzhou painfully closed his eyes, but then reconsidered. There was still time to make amends. In this lifetime, he vowed to treat her well. In their previous life, they had met during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and now only a few days remained until the festival once again. He was determined to protect her. As the 15th day of the 8th month approached, Zhou Shujin was resolute in her decision to remain indoors, while Bai Ran wished to venture out. "Miss, do you not usually enjoy the festivities? Today the streets are bustling with excitement. We have not seen such a scene at the borders," she urged. "There is nothing of interest, merely a crowd. Trust me, dear miss, it is far better for us to enjoy some delicious food and admire the moon right here at home," Zhou Shujin replied unmoved. She jested that she would rather die than go outside today. "But miss, I truly want to go," Bai Ran insisted. "You lack skill. What if you encounter ill-intentioned individuals? Zhou Shujin countered. That's why you should accompany me, to protect me, Bai Ran cheerfully remarked. No, absolutely not, Zhou Shujin replied. Just as she thought she had deterred Bai Ran, her brother arrived to further complicate matters. Come, sister, I will take you out for some fun, he announced. Zhou Shujin sighed inwardly, unable to dismiss Bai Ran. Now her brother had joined in. Brother, my sister is feeling unwell today and does not wish to go out, she stated. Sister, what ails you? The streets are so lively today. Brother says he will take us out to play, Zhou Shuyu chimed in, directly pulling her towards the door. Wait. You all go ahead. Truly, my stomach hurts, so I won't join, Zhou Shujin claimed, clutching her abdomen and feigning discomfort. Yet Zhou Shuming, who had known her since childhood, could easily discern whether she was genuinely unwell or merely pretending. What is this? Hiding away at home? Scheming something while trying to send us away?
He teased.
Zhou Shujin felt exasperated. Could she not simply wish to stay in peace? However, Zhou Shuming, knowing her penchant for excitement, was convinced she had ulterior motives for avoiding the festivities, to prevent her from causing trouble alone at home and facing their father's wrath. It was prudent to keep her close. Brother, can't you consider my feelings? I truly have no intentions of mischief, she pleaded. If you harbor no such intentions, then come with us, he insisted, promptly gripping her collar and leading her outside. Zhou Shuyu, accompanied by her maid Qianru and Bai Ran, followed suit. Wait for me, brother and sister, Zhou Shuyu called out. Zhou Shujin's mind wandered back to her previous life when she had ventured out with Bai Ran and encountered Gu Yuanzhou. Surely, with so many people this time, things would unfold differently. With this thought, she steadied her resolve and reclaimed her collar from her brother's grasp. If we must go, then you all must stay close to me, especially you, Yao Yao. If you lose sight of me, I will not be responsible. Yes, I will stick close to you. Sister, Zhou Shuyu promised, eagerly linking her arm with Zhou Shujin's. Seeing the young girl's bright eyes gazing up at her, Zhou Shujin decided to let her hold on. Zhou Shuming observed his two sisters, expecting Zhou Shujin to ignore the younger one. To his surprise, she played the role of an affectionate elder sister quite well. Meanwhile, Gu Yuanzhou had stepped outside and was making his way toward the place where he had previously encountered Zhou Shujin.
Mohan, pusled.
Wondered whether his master was out for leisure or in search of someone. Upon reaching the alley, Gu Yuanzhou halted, fixated on the interior. Are you waiting for someone, my lord?
Mohan inquired.
Yes, Gu Yuanzhou admitted, surprising Mohan. He had been shadowing his master, yet had no knowledge of any appointments, especially in such a secluded location. After waiting for nearly half an hour without sight of Zhou Shujin, Gu Yuanzhou began to feel anxious. Was this life unfolding differently from the last? When Zhou Shujin finally emerged, she was no longer preoccupied with the thought of encountering Gu Yuanzhou. Instead, she and her sister purchased a few lanterns to release by the river, only to find Zhou Shuming unwilling to join them. This is unacceptable. You must come with us, Zhou Shujin insisted. Brother, are you not meant to protect us? What if we encounter trouble? She pressed. Don't worry, trouble would be unfortunate for them. They would be unlucky to cross paths with you, Zhou Shuming replied confidently about his sister's abilities. Hey, you brought us out and promised to keep watch over us. Now you wish to abandon us? Are you perhaps meeting a romantic interest? Zhou Shujin teased. Zhou Shuming shot her a disapproving glance. What nonsense. I simply do not wish to engage in such frivolities by the river. Then you should wait on the steps for us. You can keep an eye on us there, Zhou Shujin suggested. Fine, I yield to you. Hurry along and enjoy yourselves, he relented. Upon reaching the riverside, they found many women lined up to release their lanterns. The crowd surged, and Zhou Shujin had to protect Zhou Shuyu and the two maids from being jostled into the water. When it was their turn, Zhou Shujin urged them to place their lanterns quickly. Hurry, let us finish and leave. There are far too many people here. We might all end up in the water, she warned. Sister, please don't say such things, Zhou Shuyu exclaimed, panic rising at the thought of falling in. I'm merely stating a fact. Finish quickly so we can leave safely, Zhou Shujin reassured her. With her encouragement, they hastily released their lanterns and began to make their way back. Once they reached a safe distance from the river, they breathed a sigh of relief. Why do you all look so frightened? Did you encounter a ghost?
Zhou Shuming inquired.
Amused. No, it was just the throngs of people. Sister mentioned we might fall into the water, and it startled us, Zhou Shuyu answered. Zhou Shuming turned to Zhou Shujin, who merely stuck her tongue out at him, indicating she was only joking. As they strolled along the street, a sudden shout of "Stop!" echoed behind them. Everyone froze in place. "Thief!" came the cry from a pursuer sprinting after someone. Zhou Shujin realized a theft had just occurred, initially thinking trouble was approaching them. Seizing a small stone, she threw it at the fleeing figure, hitting him squarely in the calf. As he stumbled, the pursuers swiftly apprehended him and rummaged through his belongings, retrieving several stolen pouches. "Well done. Did you really steal all this? Come, we are taking you to the authorities," they declared. Surprisingly unfazed, the thief glanced at Zhou Shujin, seemingly aware she had been the one to strike him. Undeterred, she thought, should he bear a grudge, they could settle it in a brawl. Zhou Shuming recognized his sister as assistants and said nothing further, leading them away, wary of potential accomplices. The street remained crowded, so to avoid losing each other, they held hands. As they reached a quieter cross street, the crowd thinned considerably. Beyond this street lay the General's residence, and everyone relaxed. "I nearly got swept away in that crowd. I had no idea there would be so many people," Zhou Shuyu commented. "During festivals, everyone enjoys going out, so naturally, the streets are bustling," Zhou Shujin explained. Zhou Shuyu looked up at her, asking, "Sister, was it this lively at the borders during the festivals?" Zhou Shujin pondered before responding. "Not quite so lively, but certainly busier than usual." "Oh," Zhou Shuyu mused, seeming to harbor a fascination for the borders. "Sister, do you think I could go to the borders too?" "Of course, but Mother would not allow it. I wish to accompany my brothers and sisters to the borders and learn martial arts like you," she expressed earnestly. "Training in martial arts is arduous. Mother is merely concerned for your well-being," Zhou Shujin replied. "Zhou Shuyu, I fear not hardship. I believe my elder sister's martial prowess is truly admirable. Thus no one would dare to bully you." Zhou Shujin chuckled, recalling that in her previous life, despite her exceptional skills, she had been ruthlessly bullied. Just as they were about to cross the street, a group of men in black suddenly surged forth, attacking them directly. Zhou Shuming hurriedly pushed several individuals toward the main road to seek assistance. After speaking, he leaped forward to confront the attackers alone. Zhou Shujin was resolute. There were too many who would hinder them, and she needed to ensure their safety first. Fortunately, they were not far from the general's residence. Grabbing one hand in each of hers, she called out to Byron, "Stay close." Though Byron's martial skills were modest, she possessed some agility and responded quickly. In no time, they reached the entrance of the general's residence and pushed a few people inside. "Summon help. I will assist my brother," she declared before turning and running away. Upon reaching the previous street, she found that help had already arrived. Zhou Shujin was taken aback to see Gu Yuanzhou, the man she had evaded for an entire night, now fighting alongside her brother. Gu Yuanzhou, accompanied by Mo Han, had not waited for reinforcements in the alley, but had decided to chance upon the general's residence. To his surprise, he encountered his former brother-in-law, who, although unfamiliar with him, was someone he had little prior interaction with in his previous life. Nevertheless, this time he felt compelled to intervene. Establishing a good rapport with his brother-in-law seemed prudent. Thus, he joined the fray with Mo Han, leaving Mo Han bewildered. His master, who typically shunned involvement in others' affairs, was today recklessly engaged in battle, even before fully understanding the situation. What if the skilled individual was actually the villain? Their adversaries were numerous, and although the three of them were fairly skilled, they still found themselves at a disadvantage. "Thank you, good sir," Zhou Shuming expressed his gratitude, as the unexpected assistance was welcome. "It's a trivial matter. Let's finish this first," Gu Yuanzhou replied, feeling a twinge of guilt, as he had approached with ulterior motives. When Zhou Shujin returned, she was met with an astonishing scene. Gu Yuanzhou had also noticed her, hesitated for a moment, then swiftly positioned himself beside her to shield her from potential attacks. Zhou Shujin reflected on their fateful encounter, pondering the nature of their connection. "Sister, what are you dawdling for? Come help," Zhou Shuming urged, noticing his sister standing idle. "Oh, I'm coming," she replied, eager to disregard Gu Yuanzhou. She dashed toward her brother, who had intended to stop her but failed. To his astonishment, she leaped into the midst of the fray, leaving Gu Yuanzhou stunned. Was her martial skill truly this formidable? Of course, in her previous life, she had once held a hairpin to his throat and had single-handedly battled numerous guards from the Ho residence. Without further ado, they needed to repel their attackers first. The black-clad assailants, seeing their numbers dwindle, had initially aimed to teach this woman a lesson. Now that she had returned, they all turned to assault her. Zhou Shujin felt exasperated. Were they truly underestimating her because she was a woman? As they focused on her, Zhou Shujin took a moment to catch his breath, stepping aside. He had just engaged them, but the sheer number of foes was overwhelming. His sister could handle them effortlessly. While he thought this way, Gu Yuanzhou was far less at ease. Despite knowing her martial abilities, he still feared for her safety. When Zhou Dingshan and his men arrived, they witnessed his son spectating while his daughter and an unfamiliar man battled a group of attackers. Who dares to fight beneath the emperor's eyes? Zhou Dingshan bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. The black-clad men, recognizing the seriousness of the situation upon seeing a troop of soldiers, quickly retreated. Their leader shouted for withdrawal, and the rest scattered in a panic. Zhou Dingshan, momentarily taken aback, commanded, "Pursue them." Once both parties had fled, he turned to his son and daughter, along with Gu Yuanzhou. Gu Yuanzhou felt a pang of anxiety. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first close encounter with his father-in-law. "Father, this young gentleman just assisted me," Zhou Shujin quickly interjected, sensing the scrutiny. "What may I call you, young sir?" Zhou Dingshan inquired politely. "I am Gu Yuanzhou." "At your service, General Zhou," Gu Yuanzhou replied. "You know me? Are you from the Longning Ho residence?" Zhou Dingshan, rarely in the capital, was surprised that such a young man recognized him. "Indeed," Gu Yuanzhou affirmed. "And Gu Tingxian is your father?" Zhou Dingshan asked. "Yes, that is correct."
Ah.
"So you are the young lord of Longning." "My apologies," Zhou Dingshan acknowledged. "You honor me, General Zhou," Gu Yuanzhou replied graciously. Even though he was stationed on the border, he was well aware of affairs in the capital. It was known that the elderly lord of Longning had been bedridden for several years due to illness, and thus, this young lord managed all matters of the estate. Despite his youth, his decisive methods in handling affairs were not to be underestimated. In the days since his return, several colleagues had praised him in his presence. As Zhou Shujin observed her father scrutinizing Gu Yuanzhou, she felt a pang of unease. Why did it seem as if her father was assessing a potential son-in-law? This simply would not do. This time, she would never marry him again. Chapter 7. A potion for oneself. As the Zhou family assessed Gu Yuanzhou, his gaze uncontrollably flicked toward Zhou Shujin, though he dared not gaze openly. Even Mo Han noticed his master's unusual demeanor. Clearing his throat, he subtly reminded Gu Yuanzhou that it was time to depart. Gu Yuanzhou, having finally encountered Zhou Shujin, was reluctant to leave but understood he must not overstep with her family. "General Zhou, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. I shall visit again in the future," he said, bowing respectfully. "Visit?" Zhou Shujin gasped, alarmed at the thought. Zhou Dingshan, appreciating the young man, nodded politely. "Young lord, you are most courteous. Please do as you wish." After casting one last glance at Zhou Shujin, he departed with Mo Han. Both Zhou Dingshan and Zhou Shujin turned their attention to Zhou Shujin.
Why are you looking at me?
"I truly do not know him, I swear," she insisted, flustered. Zhou Shujin pondered. His demeanor did not suggest unfamiliarity with Zhou Shujin. Could it be that he has fallen for my sister at first sight? Does she possess such allure? He scrutinized her closely, and she, feeling provoked, erupted like a firecracker. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" With that, she turned on her heel and stormed off, her nerves frayed by Gu Yuanzhou's unexpected appearance. Zhou Shujin watched his sister retreat, bemused. "My sister is indeed beautiful, but alas, she has a sharp tongue." Meanwhile, Zhou Dingshan contemplated the peculiar behavior of the youth today. On the way home, Gu Yuanzhou's palms were clammy with sweat. He could hardly fathom how he had restrained himself from embracing Zhou Shujin upon seeing her earlier. Watching her smile radiantly before him, she seemed so vivacious. Strikingly different from her previous incarnation, yet undeniably his wife. In this life, he would not forsake her again. However, today's events appeared to have strayed from their intended course. He had not saved her, and she seemed to harbor no fondness for him, even appearing somewhat resistant. Why was that? In his previous life, she had proposed marriage to the emperor a few days later. Would she do the same this time? His uncertainty lingered. Both he and Zhou Shujin were engulfed in their own turmoil, the latter nearly frightened to death at their fateful encounter. Yet this time, she vowed never to seek the emperor's favor for marriage again. Reflecting on the foolishness of her past, She wished she could smack some sense into herself. Upon returning from her previous life, she found herself utterly consumed by thoughts of that scoundrel, Chaban. Had she never encountered a man before? It certainly seemed so, as all she had seen at the border were rugged soldiers. Upon her return, she was captivated by the dashing Gu Yuanzhou and fell headlong into infatuation.
Ugh.
What was she thinking? He was hardly handsome, just a cold, unyielding figure. She vowed never to be deceived by him again. Turning over, she resolved to sleep. Dismissing all thoughts of food, she needed to indulge in a deep slumber, for tomorrow she would need to eat more than usual. Before she knew it, the day arrived when she had previously beseeched the emperor for marriage. However, she had firmly decided not to leave the house this time. She could not entertain the thought of seeking out the emperor again. Such a notion was simply too bizarre. No, the last time she had wished to avoid Gu Yuanzhou. Yet fate had intervened and brought them together, indicating that unexpected events could still occur. She needed to eliminate any potential avenues for her to encounter him. After much contemplation, she stealthily crept into her elder brother's room and found a small vial in the bedside cabinet. Upon opening it, she discovered it contained pills. Her brother was as cautious as in her previous life, carrying such substances for unforeseen circumstances. Quickly, she pilfered a few pills and made her way outside, only to unexpectedly run into her brother returning home. Seeing her sneaking out from his room, he promptly intercepted her. "What were you doing? What mischief did you engage in my room?" Zhou Shujin retorted. "What nonsense! Would I engage in such behavior with my own brother? I merely came to see you. What do you need me for?" He inquired. "I just wanted to check in on you. I'm leaving now, you ungrateful brother." "Wait a moment." Zhou Shujin suddenly grasped her collar and pulled her back.
What is it?
She slapped his hand away, glaring at him. "Do you recall that nobleman, Gu, who assisted us a few days ago on that street? Gu Yuanzhou? Why are you bringing him up? Do you not remember? He is quite a striking figure. You should not have forgotten him, especially since you have always admired handsome men. Was I blind before? Is that not possible? Let us focus on the matter at hand. Why do you want to discuss him? He seems to have intentions of marrying you."
What?
That is not a jest to be taken lightly. She was caught off guard, completely unprepared for his unexpected revelation.
Why?
"We are hardly acquainted. I merely heard our father mention it in passing. It seems he holds a favorable opinion of him as well." "Absolutely not. I refuse to marry him." "Gina, do not be fooled by his exterior. He is no suitable match. Trust me, brother." Zhou Shujin was nearly beside herself with agitation. Zhou Shujin was taken aback by his sister's fervor. "Gina, do you know him?" "Not at all," she replied hastily. "Then why do you speak of him with such disdain, as if he were an enemy?" Zhou Shujin was momentarily at a loss for words. "Is it not simply because I do not wish to marry? If he desires to marry me, does that not make him my adversary?" Zhou Shujin cautiously responded. "If you truly do not wish to wed, our father will respect your feelings. Just discuss it with him." She nodded. "I understand. I shall return to my room now, brother." "Very well, go." Zhou Shujin hurried back to her chamber. What was Gu Yuanzhou's intention? This time, she had no desire for marriage, yet he seemed intent on pursuing her. It was utterly perplexing. No, she could not remain idle. She must act decisively. Perhaps if she rendered herself unconscious, she would avoid any chance encounters with the emperor. With this thought, she dissolved the stolen pills in water and drank it all at once, then lay down in bed, intending to sleep for an entire day. Surely, by tomorrow, she would be free from the bizarre occurrence of seeking a marriage proposal. However, she slept for an entire day and night without waking, causing quite the uproar in the general's residence. Doctors came and went, yet none could determine her condition. Soon enough, Gu Yuanzhou learned of her plight and, in a state of urgency, attempted to storm into the general's residence, though he managed to maintain some semblance of composure. In this life, they had no relationship. He could not overstep boundaries. For the past few days, he had awaited the imperial decree, but as evening fell without news, he realized things had once again veered off course. She had not sought the emperor's favor. As he grappled with how to rectify this situation, he received word of her incident. What could have transpired? Would she truly remain in a state of unconsciousness? Was he destined to lose her before they even began? Emo Han observed his master pacing restlessly, unsure how to comfort him. Since learning of Miss Zhou's condition, it was evident that his master was genuinely concerned for her. Chapter 8. A proposal not long ago. Zhou Shujin had suffered a severe illness, and now, mere days later, another crisis had arisen. Zhou Dingshan was distraught, his hair turning gray from worry. What could be done? Several imperial physicians had come, yet none could ascertain the cause of her condition. Her breath grew weaker, leaving everyone at a loss. Zhou Shujin, too, was anxious, seeking out doctors from all corners, determined to bring back anyone capable of healing. Zhou Madam, feeling helpless, knelt with Zhou Shuyu in the Zhou family shrine, imploring their ancestors for protection, particularly addressing Zhou Shujin's late mother. Sister, please protect Jiner. She is so young, just coming of age. You cannot take her from us now. She must live a long life. Mother, please do not despair. Sister will be fine. Zhou Shuyu replied, watching her mother beseeching the spirit of another Zhou matron. Feeling a pang of sadness. They had only just begun to mend their relationship, and sister had promised to take her to the border for an adventure. Yao, you, too, should pray to our ancestors for your sister's safety. And do not forget to ask your aunt to spare her. Zhou Shuyu nodded earnestly, kneeling beside her mother, repeatedly imploring their ancestors for Zhou Shujin's well-being. Meanwhile, Gu Yuanzhou could no longer remain at home. Regardless of others' opinions, he felt compelled to ascertain Zhou Shujin's condition. He headed directly to the general's residence. The doorman, initially inclined to dismiss him, was taken aback by Gu Yuanzhou's insistence to see the general. Knowing that the general was currently preoccupied, Gu Yuanzhou, however, remained resolute, requesting that the general be informed that he had a matter of great importance to discuss. Seeing his determination, the doorman reluctantly agreed to relay the message. After a brief wait, the doorman returned, announcing that the general would see him. Upon entering the main hall, Zhou Dingshan stood with his back turned, lost in thought. Gu Yuanzhou approached and bowed. General Zhou. Oh, young Master Gu, please take a seat, Zhou Dingshan replied. Thank you. General, I come with a rather urgent request, and hope you'll grant it. Speak freely. I wish to see Miss Zhou. I have heard she is unwell. Gu Yuanzhou grit his teeth as he spoke, dreading the thought of her misfortune. Zhou Dingshan regarded him with a puzzled expression before responding. Your concern is noted. But my daughter is not in a condition to receive visitors. Gu Yuanzhou pressed on. I understand that my request may seem abrupt, but I humbly ask General Zhou to consider betrothing Miss Zhou to me. That way, I would be permitted to see her.
What?
Both Zhou Dingshan and Mo Han, who stood behind Gu Yuanzhou, were taken aback. Had he lost his senses? Did he not understand that Miss Zhou was on the brink of death? Zhou Dingshan replied, Young master, you may not be aware, but my daughter may not survive. The physicians have indicated that if she does not awaken in a few days, preparations for her final rites will be necessary. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanzhou fell to his knees before Zhou Dingshan. Uncle, to be frank, I genuinely wish to marry Jiner. Regardless of how long she is left to live, I desire to welcome her into the Gu family. Even if she were to pass away, there would still be members of the Gu family who would honor her with offerings. Zhou Dingshan recognized the sincerity in his words. At that moment, an unmarried woman could not enter the ancestral hall, no matter how much Zhou's elder brother cherished his sister. He could not allow a maiden who had not yet wed to enter the Zhou family's ancestral hall, and thus, there would be no descendants to honor her memory. However, how could your family possibly consent? Jiner is in such a state. I cannot bring harm upon you. Gu Yuanzhou replied earnestly, Uncle, if you are willing, I will persuade my family. Zhou Dingshan relented, saying, Very well, go ahead. Given her condition, there is little left to contest. He gestured for a maid to guide Gu Yuanzhou to Zhou Shujin's chamber. Upon reaching the door, Gu Yuanzhou instructed Mo Han to wait outside while he entered alone. Mo Han understood his intent. As a man, he needed to avoid any suspicion. Several physicians lingered outside the room and were taken aback to see Gu Yuanzhou enter, as they had not heard of any kinship between the Gu family and the Zhou family that would warrant such an open visit to the young lady's quarters. Nonetheless, they exchanged pleasantries, but Gu Yuanzhou had no time for idle chatter. He merely acknowledged them before following the maid into the inner chamber. The physicians were left astonished. Gu Yuanzhou was indifferent to their thoughts. His sole focus was on seeing Zhou Shujin. The maid left him in the inner room, and he hastened to her bedside, where she lay pale and still. Memories of the last life surged within him, recalling the moment she perished in his arms. Her complexion was similarly ghostly, yet this time, it seemed as though she were merely sleeping. He reached out, gently stroking her head before taking her hand in his.
Jiner.
The utterance of her name felt like a century apart. Gu Yuanzhou's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He could hardly fathom that in this life, before they had even forged a connection, she was destined to leave him. He clasped her hand against his face, yearning for her to feel his presence. He remembered how she delighted in such gestures in their previous life, often playfully sneaking up on him when he was least expecting it. Kneeling beside her, he spoke as if she could hear him, expressing his regrets about how he had treated her in the past. Although he had not directly harmed her, his inaction had allowed others in the household to inflict pain upon her. "Jeaner, wait for me. I will come for you." With those solemn words, he released her hand, tucked the covers around her, and exited the room. Upon leaving, he encountered the physicians once more but offered no salutation. He simply departed. The physicians exchanged bewildered glances, finding Gu Yuanzhou's behavior quite peculiar. After bidding farewell to Zhou Dingshan, Gu Yuanzhou left, leaving Zhou Dingshan to ponder whether his daughter had frightened him. Regardless, he had never taken Gu Yuanzhou's intentions seriously. With his daughter in such a state, it seemed absurd to desire marriage. However, he was unprepared for the reality that unfolded just 2 hours later when an imperial decree arrived, announcing Zhou Shujin's betrothal to Gu Yuanzhou, the young lord of the Gu family. Zhou Dingshan received the decree, and, once the imperial envoy departed, he realized the gravity of the situation. Gu Yuanzhou was earnest in his intentions. But what compelled him to seek Zhou Shujin above all else? If she were well, he would have no objections, but in her current condition? Zhou Shujin, still in shock, knelt in the courtyard until his sister's voice broke through his stupor, prompting him to rise and join their father. Chapter 9. The betrothal. Zhou Shujin turned to his father, inquiring, "Father, what is the meaning of this? Why does Gu Yuanzhou insist on marrying Jeaner?" Zhou Dingshan, equally perplexed, contemplated the matter. Though he held significant military power, Gu Yuanzhou was not of royal lineage. It seemed unlikely he sought assistance in seizing a throne. If not for military might, then his affections must be directed toward Zhou Shujin. Could it truly be, as stated in the decree, that he had long admired their daughter, and upon learning of her dire condition, rushed to propose marriage as an expression of his feelings? If Zhou Shujin were to discover that she had inadvertently ensnared herself in this predicament, would she awaken in shock? Zhou Dingshan concluded, "Regardless of our thoughts on the matter, the decree has been issued, and as loyal subjects, we must comply." Zhou Shujin interjected, "Does this mean Jeaner must be wed within 3 days?" "Indeed," Zhou Dingshan replied. "Jeaner is in this state. How can we proceed with a marriage?" "Mrs. Zhou was equally flustered, questioning the absurdity of the situation. "What options do we have?" "The decree stands." "I cannot defy it," Zhou Dingshan stated. "I recently received word from Xiaoli. She is expected to arrive within 2 days. If she can assist Jeaner, perhaps she'll recover." Zhou Shujin hesitated to voice his thoughts, yet they all understood the implications. "I believe my sister will recover," Zhou Shujin declared unexpectedly, regardless of whether her words were childish. The family found comfort in her optimism. "Yao Yao is correct. Jeaner will surely be well," Mrs. Zhou said, affectionately smoothing her daughter's hair. 2 days later, Xiaoli arrived as anticipated. However, after examining Zhou Shujin, she looked at Zhou Shujin with disbelief. "What is it? Is Jeaner beyond help?" Zhou Shujin panicked, fearing the worst. Xiaoli, incredulous, replied, "You are the one beyond help. Did you give her the medicine I provided?" Zhou Shujin was bewildered, insisting no. "I would never dare administer medicine recklessly." Xiaoli continued, "Then her symptoms indicate she has ingested a false death potion, and not just one." "What?" Zhou Shujin suddenly recalled the day his sister had sneaked into his room, and shortly thereafter, fell gravely ill. He rushed back to retrieve the vial and, upon opening it, discovered only 2 pills remained. With a dark expression, he returned to his sister's chamber. He tossed the medication vial to Xiaoli, who examined it and confirmed, "You haven't used this before, have you?" Zhou Shujin replied with irritation, "No." Xiaoli nodded, "I provided you with 5. She must have consumed 3. I cannot believe it. What kind of fool would take such a risk?" Zhou Shujin felt a surge of frustration. "Enough. Let me handle this." Xiaoli produced a pill for Zhou Shujin to swallow and then held a vial near her nostrils. In a short while, Zhou Shujin coughed and opened her eyes. However, the atmosphere in the room was unsettling, causing her to feel disoriented. Turning her head, she saw Xiaoli sitting beside her and, further along, her brother glaring at her with evident anger. "Really?" Is it such a crime to have taken a few of his sleeping pills? Zhou Shujin thought.
Lily.
Stop acting innocent. You said you took my medicine. What were you planning? Zhou Shuming was furious. Zhou Shujin, still unaware of the severity of the situation, replied. What was I planning? I simply wanted to sleep better, so I took a few sleeping pills. Zhou Shuming retorted, sleeping pills? Do you realize how long you've been asleep? How long?
She asked.
Zhou Shuming replied with irritation, You've been asleep for nearly 5 days. Really? Zhou Shujin exclaimed, her face lighting up. 5 days? Then I've missed everything. How wonderful. You're happy about sleeping so long? Zhou Shuming questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. Of course. Did anything happen while I was out? Zhou Shujin asked eagerly. I'm so hungry, brother. Could you fetch me something to eat? With her spirits lifted, her appetite returned, and she felt liberated from Gu Yuanzhou's presence. Her thoughts filled with joy. There's something even more delightful, Zhou Shuming remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What is it? Zhou Shujin inquired eagerly. Zhou Shujin currently feels that nothing is truly significant. She rises and pours herself a glass of water. Tomorrow she is to be wed and become a bride. Should this not be a joyous occasion? Zhou Shujin thought she had misheard, placing the cup on the table and directly looking at her brother. What did you say? Zhou Shuming replied, The emperor has arranged a marriage. You are to be married tomorrow. Is that so? A marriage decree?
Whom has he granted it to?
Zhou Shujin asked cautiously, hoping it wasn't the person she dreaded. Anyone else would suffice, even if it were to an elderly man as a secondary wife, just not him. Gu Yuanzhou, the young marquis. Zhou Shujin felt as if she had died once more. What was wrong with this emperor? She hadn't sought his favor. So how could he so thoughtlessly arrange a marriage? Is the emperor losing his mind? Why is he making such reckless decisions? Silence. Is that something you can say? Zhou Shuming hurriedly covered his sister's mouth. Zhou Shujin was at a loss. What should she do now? Why on earth would he arrange a marriage between me and Gu Yuanzhou? Zhou Shuming countered, Do you not know? Zhou Shujin innocently replied, Should I? I am not acquainted with either of them. Zhou Shuming explained, It is said that Gu Yuanzhou believes your time is short and approached the emperor, claiming he has long admired you and does not wish for regrets. Thus, he wishes to marry you soon, ensuring that even in death, you would have descendants to honor your memory. What nonsense! Is he afraid I will die, so he wishes to marry me? That makes no sense. Zhou Shujin retorted. Has he lost his mind? Zhou Shuming nodded. I think so too. Where did he even get the notion that he admired you? You have only just returned to the capital. Zhou Shujin anxiously said, No, let's not discuss that. What did the decree say? Is it possible for the emperor to rescind it? Yes, Zhou Shuming said with irritation. Zhou Shujin excitedly asked, Really? Zhou Shuming rolled his eyes. Yes. We could return our entire Zhou family's lives to the emperor. Brother, be serious. What should I do now? Do you so dislike marrying Gu Yuanzhou? I think he seems quite loyal and honorable. Why not just marry him? Zhou Shujin smacked him lightly. Exasperated, Are you truly my brother? Pushing me into a pit of fire? Zhou Shuming puzzledly remarked, He shouldn't be that much of a pit. You said you do not know him. From what I and father understand, he is a man of integrity, and his household is respectable. He has not even taken a concubine yet. He would be a good match. Oh, you do not understand. How could she explain that in her past life, she had suffered greatly because of him, even dying while giving birth to his child? Surely her brother would think she had lost her senses. Zhou Shuming continued, I do not comprehend either, but this is the imperial decree. Unless the emperor issues another decree to annul your marriage, you must marry him. Suddenly, Zhou Shujin exclaimed, Then I shall plead with the emperor.
How will you say that?
The emperor has just praised Gu Yuanzhou for his loyalty and virtue. You think he would agree to annul the decree if you just woke up and asked? Zhou Shujin was at a loss for words, but she truly did not wish to marry. The mere thought of returning to that eerie mansion made her feel ill. She disliked the people within. What was she to do? Had she known this would be the outcome, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to concoct a potion. Chapter 10. The revelation. Shaoli, observing the silence between the siblings, finally spoke. If Xiaojin does not wish to marry, perhaps she could ask that young Marquis Gu. If he were to approach the emperor himself to explain, then you need not worry. Indeed, if he were to propose the annulment himself, the emperor would likely agree. Zhou Shuming interjected, Do you think the imperial decree is child's play? It can be issued and rescinded at will? Yet it is worth a try. A dead horse is worth treating as a live one. With that, Zhou Shujin dashed outside, startling Zhou Dingshan, who had just arrived at the door. As he prepared to call her back, she continued running, intent on finding Gu Yuanzhou to persuade him to annul the marriage. Little did she know, Gu Yuanzhou was following closely behind Zhou Dingshan. Lost in her thoughts, she looked up only to see her adversary, causing her to gasp in shock and collide directly with him. Be careful. Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Shujin quickly stepped back. Before she could speak, he continued, You're awake? This is wonderful. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Zhou Shujin was taken aback. When had he ever spoken to her so gently? Surely this could not be the true Gu Yuanzhou. Jeaner, why are you in a daze? Are you fully recovered? Zhou Dingshan hurriedly approached, checking her forehead. Oh, father. I am fine now. That is good, that is good. Ah, it seems you truly are a good match. You awakened the day before your wedding. May our ancestors bless us. I must hurry to offer more incense to our ancestors. Zhou Dingshan hurried off to express his gratitude to their ancestors, leaving Zhou Shujin stunned. Did her father truly allow her to associate with her nemesis? What if, in a moment of carelessness, she were to meet her demise at his hands? Gu Yuanzhou said, You, silence. Follow me. Zhou Shujin was infuriated, showing him no kindness. This startled Mo Han, who was following behind, for this young lady was quite bold, daring to scold her master. However, Gu Yuanzhou seemed utterly smitten, eagerly trailing after her. Mo Han was about to follow but was stopped by Zhou Shujin. Do not follow. I wish to speak with him alone. Before he could respond, Gu Yuanzhou waved him off, signaling for him to retreat. Zhou Shujin led Gu Yuanzhou to a secluded pavilion in the backyard, where few would venture, ensuring they would not be disturbed. Please have a seat. Zhou Shujin sat first, and then turned to him. Gu Yuanzhou complied, taking a seat opposite her. Zhou Shujin stated plainly, I do not know what you are thinking, but I wish to be frank. I have no interest in you, and do not wish to marry you. Is that clear? His heart ached at her directness. It pained him to hear that she had no feelings for him. In her past life, she had been utterly devoted to him, yet he had lost her. Gu Yuanzhou replied, I understand, but I genuinely wish to take you as my wife. Zhou Shujin sighed. Why do you not comprehend? I do not like you. Even if I were to marry you, we would merely be a pair of resentful partners. What would be the point in that? I do not care if you like me. My affection for you is sufficient. I intend to make amends for what I owe you from my past. He thought to himself, affection? Is he truly deluded? They have only met once, and he speaks of love so easily. Your affection seems rather fleeting. You barely know me. Do you remember? We have only met once. Gu Yuanzhou insisted. We have met more than once. After you fell unconscious, I came to see you every day. What kind of father was she blessed with, allowing such a rogue to enter their home? Zhou Shujin retorted, that does not signify anything. I wish to make it clear that I do not want to marry you. Why not? There is no reason. I simply do not wish to. Zhou Shujin said morosely. And, do you not think it rather frivolous? You sought an imperial decree after a single meeting without even asking if I was willing. Gu Yuanzhou replied, I apologize. It was a thoughtless decision. However, at the time, they all said your time was short. I merely wished for you to carry my surname and to be honored in my family's ancestral tomb. Is your family's tomb truly a place of honor? I have no desire to be associated with it. Zhou Shujin stated firmly, Now, how do we resolve this? I genuinely do not wish to marry into your family. Gu Yuanzhou responded, The decree has been issued. As a subject, I cannot oppose it. Zhou Shujin, isn't this all you're doing? Really? Why should I be burdened with this? Gu Yuanzhou gazed at her and inquired, Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? In my previous life, I met my demise at your home. How could I not resent you? It's not merely dislike, it's more that I am unfamiliar with you. Ha, as if we were not already intimately acquainted. I know precisely how many moles you have on your body. Gu Yuanzhou replied, Then let us coexist harmoniously. Take your time to understand me. Zhou Shujin countered. Must you really marry me? Gu Yuanzhou solemnly declared. Yes, I must marry you. Zhou Shujin couldn't help but indulge in self-deprecation. I was raised in the military, burdened with a plethora of flaws. I never yield when provoked, show no respect to elders, and lack filial piety. I am neither suitable to be a refined lady nor a noble wife, merely fitting to be a small rogue. And yet, you still wish to marry me? Gu Yuanzhou chuckled, nodding without a trace of hesitation. I will marry you. I even snore, grind my teeth, and pick my feet. She was self-mocking to such an extent to avoid marrying him. However, Gu Yuanzhou was not easily intimidated. He gazed at her earnestly and said, "No matter what you are like, you are you. You are the one I wish to marry." Zhou Shujin surrendered. There was no way to communicate here. After pondering, she employed her trump card. Zhou Shujin continued, "I am not a virtuous person. I might turn your Marquis into chaos." Gu Yuanzhou responded directly, "I have but one request. My father is in poor health, so do not provoke him. As for everyone else, feel free. Once you marry me, you will be the mistress of the Marquis, and you may do as you please." Zhou Shujin queried with curiosity, "Your father? In my previous life, I never met him. By the time I married, he had already passed away for several years. What has changed?" Gu Yuanzhou nodded. "Yes, my father is quite frail, but he is reasonable. Just avoid deliberately provoking him. What about your mother?" Zhou Shujin asked cautiously, recalling the grievances she suffered at the hands of her mother-in-law in her previous life. Gu Yuanzhou replied, "She will be fine as long as you do not intentionally bully her." Zhou Shujin thought for a moment and asked, "What if I deliberately wish to trouble her?" Gu Yuanzhou was momentarily taken aback, but quickly remembered that in her previous life, she was indeed harmed by her own mother. Perhaps this was just retribution for her past. "Handle it as you see fit, just don't go too far."
Goodness.
What has come over Gu Yuanzhou? Is he attempting to deceive her with such words? If you do not believe me, we can draft a written agreement. I keep my word. Zhou Shujin stared at him in bewilderment, feeling as though he wanted her to enter the Marquis and create utter chaos within. Chapter 11. The wedding must proceed. When Zhou Shujin returned to her courtyard, she felt stifled. Bai Ran was waiting at the door for her. Upon seeing her return, she hurriedly pulled her back to the room, stating that the lady had come with maids to help her try on wedding attire.
What?
She was already in a foul mood, and now she had to try on clothes. Dragged to the doorway, Zhou Foran, her mother, caught sight of her. Though she was reluctant to see her daughter married off, with the imperial decree issued, there was naught to be done. "Jeaner, why are you standing there in a daze?
Come here."
Zhou Foran beckoned with a loving smile. Zhou Shujin had no choice but to suppress her irritation and not unleash it upon those uninvolved. "Mother." She walked over and called out. Zhou Foran replied, "Oh, good child, mother knows you feel wronged. However, your father says that Lord Gu is quite a commendable man. He should treat you well. As long as you are happy, mother will be at ease." Zhou Shujin silently scoffed. What is commendable about him? He is just a muddled person who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Reluctantly allowing them to assist her in trying on the attire, she felt no joy as they helped her remove it afterward. Once Bai Ran and the others departed, she asked her young mistress, "Miss, what troubles you? Are you not happy to be marrying? Who would be pleased in such a situation?" She irritably removed her hairpin and tossed it onto the vanity, staring at her reflection in the bronze mirror, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. Was she truly about to marry into that dreadful place again? Bai Ran replied while tidying up, "It does seem rather rushed. However, Lord Gu is rather loyal and loving. Previously, when you were unconscious, he insisted on carrying you into the Marquis. Now that you have awakened, he would only cherish you even more." Zhou Shujin turned to look at Bai Ran, who was filled with longing, wanting to shake her awake. "You died in that Marquis in your last life, and you dare to speak of their virtues? What on earth is wrong with Gu Yuanzhou? Perhaps he took some wrong medicine or was struck by lightning. How could he be so irrational, straying so far from the path of his previous life? And as for her father and brother going to battle, could there also be changes in that regard?" She remembered that in her past life, just days after the marriage decree was issued, the Turkic army invaded, prompting her father and brother to depart for Shimen Pass. However, this time, the wedding was occurring earlier than in her previous life, which could be a good or ill omen. The next day unfolded without any unexpected incidents. Although Zhou Shujin considered running away, the lives of the people in the Zhou residence weighed on her conscience, preventing her from acting impulsively. However, the notion of behaving as a proper lady in the Marquis was utterly out of the question. She would seek revenge for herself and Bai Ran, seeing how she might bring them to ruin. With this resolve, she found a sense of liberation. At worst, she would exact her vengeance and stir enough trouble to have Gu Yuanzhou seek a divorce. Then she could venture to the frontier to find her father and brother, for that place was far more entertaining than this capital city. Early in the morning, Zhou Shujin was roused from her slumber to be dressed and adorned. Everyone assumed she was merely groggy, hence her lackluster expression, and did not take it to heart, treating her like a puppet to be dressed up. The men of General Zhou's household were not permitted to visit their daughter. Only Zhou Foran and Zhou Shu came. Seeing her unhappy demeanor, they assumed it was due to her reluctance to marry. Zhou Foran said, "Jeaner, do not be sad. The Marquis is close to our general's residence. You can visit any time. Rest assured, Mother has prepared over 100 dowries for you. Once you marry, no one will dare to look down upon you. Just boldly make your requests."
What?
Over 100 dowries? No, that cannot be taken along. If brought, they would surely be consumed by them. Zhou Shujin immediately responded, "No, Mother. I do not want any dowries, not even one. Please keep them." She resolutely refused to take them, for in her previous life, her foolishness in bringing dowries only served to revitalize the Marquis. Ever since the old Marquis was injured and bedridden, it had become but an empty shell. Zhou Foran exclaimed, "What nonsense are you speaking? Even if I do not prepare anything, you are entitled to half of what your sister left behind. I set aside 68 dowries. The rest is for your brother to marry, and the 68 dowries are what your father and I prepared for you. You must take them. As the legitimate daughter of the general's residence, you cannot be looked down upon." Zhou Shujin understood well, though it was said to be from her father's preparations. His salary was already supporting the soldiers at the frontier. The other half must certainly be from her stepmother's dowry, which made her even more unwilling to accept it. It was also her fault for not considering the dowry before, as she had not anticipated that her stepmother would prepare it so swiftly. Zhou Shujin insisted, "Mother,
Please listen to me.
with this hurried marriage, who knows what might happen? What if they consume my dowry? It is best to leave it here in our own residence for security." Zhou Foran replied, "Stop saying such foolish things. A bride's dowry is always documented. We will keep one copy at our family home and a separate one for what you take to the Marquis. The Marquis will also have to account for it. How could they possibly consume it? Just be mindful once you arrive at the Marquis to keep your dowry safe." "Mother, I cannot safeguard it. I absolutely cannot. It is better not to give it to me." Zhou Shujin shook her head vigorously, as though someone might think she was being handed a hot potato. "Madame Zhou, this matter cannot be dictated by you. What kind of new bride does not bring a dowry? Mind your words. The people from the Ho residence will arrive shortly. We must not give them the impression that the general's household is inconsiderate." It was rare for Madame Zhou to speak so sternly, and although she understood it was for her own good, Zhou Shujin felt a deep sense of frustration she could not articulate. With such a substantial dowry, she needed to devise a way to conceal it. While lost in thought about how to arrange her dowry, she suddenly heard the announcement that the groom had arrived. Madame Zhou quickly took the red veil from the maid and covered Zhou Shujin's head, then grasped her hand and advised, "Jeaner, although you are not my biological daughter, I regard you as my own. Should you suffer any grievances in your marital home, remember to come back and seek me out. Your father may not stand up for you, but I shall not hesitate to confront those matrons on your behalf. Rest assured, I am not one to be trifled with." Zhou Shujin felt tears welling up, fortunately concealed by the veil. She recalled how, in her previous life, her stepmother had uttered similar words, but she had never believed her, always suspecting ulterior motives, which led to her cold demeanor towards her. She vowed silently to honor Madame Zhou as her true mother from now on. Just then, a knock was heard at the door. It was her elder brother, Zhou Shujin, who had come to escort her to the bridal sedan. Madame Zhou called, "Ming'er, come in."
Your sister is ready.
"Yes, mother," Zhou Shujin replied as he entered and squatted before her. Zhou Shujin's younger sister, Zhou Yaoyao, secretly slipped her a piece of candy and whispered, "Sister, have a little something if you feel hungry later." "Sister, let us go. Brother will escort you to your wedding." The voices of her brother and sister made Zhou Shujin want to cry. She was utterly exasperated. She had no desire to marry, yet they continued to provoke her tears. Chapter 12. The wedding. Gu Yuanzhou was equally excited. He was finally marrying her again. Standing in the main hall of the general's residence, he awaited his brother-in-law to carry the bride out. At the announcement of the bride's arrival, he turned to the entrance. The veil obscured her face, preventing him from seeing her expression, yet her silhouette was familiar. He restrained the impulse to reach out for her hand as she was assisted to his side by others. Bai Ran helped Zhou Shujin bow to her parents. "Please rise." Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin stood together, at which point the matchmaker called for the bride to exit. She was then led to the entrance, where Zhou Shujin awaited to continue carrying her to the sedan. Once Zhou Shujin was settled in the bridal sedan, Gu Yuanzhou let out a sigh of relief, turned, mounted his horse, and bowed to his brother-in-law at the door. When the latter nodded, he rode off. As the sedan began to move, Zhou Shujin felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability. She wished for a bolt of lightning to strike her down.
No.
Let it strike Gu Yuanzhou instead. Being a widow might not be so bad after all. With such a considerable dowry, she could live quite comfortably as a wealthy widow. The distance from the general's residence to the Hou residence was not far, yet the wedding procession could not turn back, resulting in a long detour through the capital before finally arriving at the Hou residence. Zhou Shujin had lost track of time as the sounds of celebration echoed outside. Her waist felt as though it might break, and just then, the matchmaker called out, "Dismount." The sedan came to a steady halt, and the matchmaker and Byran helped her down. At that moment, the matchmaker slipped a piece of red silk into her hand, instructing her to hold on tightly. She sensed another hand grasping her on the other side, knowing it must be Gu Yuanzhou. Rolling her eyes, she felt an urge to toss the red silk aside and shout, "I can enter by myself. May you all perish." Upon entering through the main door, Zhou Shujin felt indifferent, but Gu Yuanzhou appeared as if he had seen a ghost, hastening his steps as if propelled by the wind, nearly dragging Zhou Shujin off her feet. Fortunately, she had someone to support her. He thought to himself, is he in such haste to be reborn, unaware that she cannot see him through the veil? With the matchmaker's repeated calls, the ceremony finally concluded, and Zhou Shujin felt as though she had survived. Eager to leave, she was halted as someone grasped her hand, startling her into wanting to pull away. In this public setting, she could guess it was Gu Yuanzhou. Yet she simply did not wish to be held by him. Sensing her resistance, he quickly reassured, "It's me." Knowing it was him only made her want to escape even more. However, his grip was firm, and she could not break free, leaving her no choice but to allow him to lead her to their new chamber. Inside the new chamber, Zhou Shujin sat on the bed, and hearing the voices of others, she stifled the urge to lift her veil, waiting for Gu Yuanzhou to unveil her. "Lord, please lift the veil," the matchmaker reminded him. Gu Yuanzhou did not hesitate. He promptly lifted the veil. Zhou Shujin's vision brightened gradually, and as she raised her eyes, she found Gu Yuanzhou, also clad in a bright red wedding attire, smiling warmly at her.
What are you laughing at?
Zhou Shujin thought irritably. Yet, to be fair, he did look quite handsome in that outfit. No wonder she had fallen for him in her previous life. Noticing her displeasure, Gu Yuanzhou remained unperturbed, setting the veil down and instructing everyone to leave. However, the ceremony was not yet complete. The matchmaker sought to remind him that they had yet to consume the sweet dumplings and drink the mingling wine. "No need for you to attend to us. You may all leave now," Gu Yuanzhou declared, and with that, the others hurriedly exited. Now, only the two of them remained in the room. Gu Yuanzhou poured 2 cups of wine and handed one to her. "I presume you do not wish to drink the mingling wine with me at this moment." As if that needs to be asked, Zhou Shujin responded. Gu Yuanzhou said, "I have told you that you may take your time to understand me. Although we are now married, I will not force you if you are reluctant. I simply wish for you to give me a chance to care for you." Zhou Shujin replied, "Why should you care for me? I am perfectly fine on my own. You may be well now, but after your father and brothers meet their tragic ends, will you still fare so well?" He did not wish for her to know these things. He merely wanted to protect her in this lifetime. Gu Yuanzhou continued, "Consider it my selfish desire. You must know that I have feelings for you. I did not lie when I asked for the emperor's decree." This revelation was even more alarming. What was it about her that he found so appealing? That he would insist on marrying her? Zhou Shujin replied, "It cannot be changed now. I am already wed. However, as I have mentioned before, I cannot conform to the expectations of a proper lady of the Hou residence. If my actions cause chaos, do not hold it against me." Gu Yuanzhou replied, "I have also stated that you are the mistress of the Hou residence. Here, your word is law." Zhou Shujin recalled the dowry her mother had given her and hesitantly asked, "Can I manage my own dowry?" Considering the substantial sum, she certainly did not want to hand it over to those ungrateful wolves. Gu Yuanzhou assured her, "Of course, not only will you manage your dowry, but the entire household's finances will also be under your purview." "What?" "No, I cannot handle that," she exclaimed in disbelief. It was absurd. The Hou residence was nearly destitute, and if she were to manage it, it would mean she had to deplete her dowry to support them, which she absolutely refused. Gu Yuanzhou reassured her, The household's expenditures are quite straightforward, and the shops are profitable enough that you will not need to concern yourself much. Each month, when the accountant presents the accounts,
You can simply verify them.
wait, the whole residence is not just an empty shell. How can you claim there is profit? You must be joking, Zhou Shujin replied. Ha ha ha, I will just manage my own dowry for now. We can discuss the rest later. Gu Yuanzhou conceded. Very well, you should rest for today. I will step out to entertain the guests. All right, you may go, she urged him to leave hastily. Observing her eagerness to send him off, Gu Yuanzhou inwardly mocked himself, recognizing it as a consequence of his past deeds. Once he exited, Zhou Shujin immediately called for Bai Ran to come in. Miss, she responded. Quickly, help me take this off. It is suffocating. Adorned with a crown and an array of jewelry, she struggled to lift her head. Bai Ran hesitated, saying, Miss, this may not be appropriate. Zhou Shujin glared at her, demanding urgency. Reluctantly, Bai Ran assisted in removing her makeup and hairstyling, subsequently attending to her bath and attire. Once Zhou Shujin emerged in a loose nightgown, she felt a rejuvenation, observing Bai Ran's cautious demeanor. Zhou Shujin playfully poked her forehead, saying, What are you so timid about? Whatever happens, I shall bear it for you. Bai Ran replied, Oh dear, miss. Is this not against propriety? How can the bride disrobe and bathe before the groom's return? Zhou Shujin retorted, Well, it's already done. What good is fretting now? Bai Ran conceded, realizing that at worst, she might receive a scolding. Zhou Shujin continued, Have you kept my dowry list? Bring it to me. Bai Ran responded, It was not I who kept it, but Sister Mei Xiang.
Mei Xiang.
Who is she? Bai Ran explained, She is the maidservant appointed by Madame to accompany you, Mei Xiang. Lan Xiang, Zhu Xiang, and Zhu Xiang, along with Mama Jiang. They have all come. As Madame insisted, you must have familiar faces by your side upon your arrival at the Marquis' residence. Zhou Shujin felt a swell of emotion at her mother's thoughtful arrangements and promptly instructed Bai Ran to summon them. Soon, the maidservants entered, kneeling to pay their respects to their new mistress, recognizing that they were all sent by her mother. Zhou Shujin resolved to foster a good relationship with them and urged them to rise. The elder Mama Jiang presented a bundle to Zhou Shujin, who looked puzzled and inquired, What is this? Mama Jiang replied, Miss, these are the contracts of our servitude. Madam said that from now on, we are to serve you, and these documents rightfully belong to you. Zhou Shujin marveled at her mother's meticulousness. Indeed, they would need to remain with her in the Marquis' residence, and it was impractical to keep the contracts at the general's estate. I understand, Zhou Shujin said. From now on, be cautious while in my presence, but do not feel constrained to sacrifice your own comfort. Yes, miss, they replied in unison. Mama Jiang added, Miss, I must remind you that you can no longer be addressed as Miss. Having married into the Marquis' family, you ought to be called Madam. Who wishes to be called Madam? Zhou Shujin retorted, feeling displeased yet recognizing the truth in Mama Jiang's words. Very well, I shall accept the title of Madam. Yes, Madam, Mama Jiang affirmed. From now on, you shall be in charge of this courtyard. I shall not have any other servants from the Marquis' household. This will not do, Madam. We must retain a few for appearances, Mama Jiang cautioned. Zhou Shujin contemplated before responding. Then let the original servants of the Marquis remain in the outer courtyard and not enter my inner quarters.
Understood, Madam, Mama Jiang replied.
Zhou Shujin then inquired about the handling of her dowry. Do you know where it is? It has not been sent to the storeroom of the Marquis' residence.
Has it?
Mama Jiang assured her. The Marquis has made arrangements for a room in the courtyard to house your dowry. Everything has been delivered. Really? Zhou Shujin was astonished that he had indeed allowed her to manage her own dowry. Indeed, we have thoroughly checked everything, and the list is accounted for.
Mei Xiang chimed in.
That is good, Zhou Shujin said, and once they departed, she reclined on a soft couch by the window, reflecting on her past life upon entering the Marquis' residence. It seemed that on her wedding day, Gu Yuanzhou had gotten drunk, and they had not consummated their marriage. The following morning, she had served tea to her mother-in-law, surrounded by several concubines of the late Marquis, including a certain Miss Cui, who was a few years her senior and had always resided in the Marquis' household as the maternal niece of Gu Yuanzhou. In her previous life, everyone had played their roles well. She had strived to please Gu Yuanzhou and had been amiable towards the Marquis' family, including that venomous cousin. Reflecting now, she realized their kindness was merely a ploy to coax her into relinquishing her dowry to support the Marquis' household. Foolishly, She had even contributed several shops to the Marquis's estate, which subsequently profited from them and no longer required her. Yet now, all was not lost. She still had time to rectify her situation. Tomorrow, she must make an effort to meet these individuals. Ideally, she would find a way to marry off that treacherous cousin to Gu Yuanzhou. Two rogues, perfectly matched. Madam, the Marquis has sent in the banquet. Bai Ran's voice broke her reverie, prompting Zhou Shujin to turn her attention. Bring it in, she replied, feeling her hunger pangs. Once the servants had laid out the feast and exited, Zhou Shujin approached, instructing Bai Ran to close the door, and hastily seated herself, inviting Bai Ran to join her. Bai Ran swiftly declined. Madam, I cannot partake. I shall wait until later. Stop fussing. There is far too much for me to consume alone. Come and eat, Zhou Shujin insisted. Though Bai Ran was indeed hungry, she had been admonished by both the general and the madam. In the borderlands, she could be informal with Zhou Shujin, but in the Marquis's residence, she represented Zhou Shujin's dignity and could not allow anyone to ridicule her. Madam, I cannot eat. I must learn proper etiquette from Sister Mei Xiang and the others, lest anyone mock you. Who would dare mock me? Zhou Shujin thought of her past life, where Bai Ran had met a tragic end alongside her, and felt an overwhelming desire to protect her. Yet, this stubborn girl remained resolute. Madam, please eat. When the Marquis returns, you will not have the chance, Bai Ran said, stifling a smile. Seeing her amusement, Zhou Shujin chose not to press further, finishing her meal in silence before allowing the servants to clear the table. Noticing Zhou Shujin's subdued mood, Bai Ran shared bits of gossip she had gathered. Zhou Shujin listened absently, her thoughts drifting to Miss Cui, prompting her to instruct Bai Ran to investigate the current circumstances surrounding her cousin. Madam, how did you know there was a cousin in the residence? I was unaware, Bai Ran remarked. Because I am more perceptive than you. Go, but be discreet. Do not let anyone realize you are inquiring about her. Yes, madam, Bai Ran replied, observing her mistress's sudden enthusiasm regarding her cousin. Little did she know, Zhou Shujin was eager to confront her foremost adversary. That evening, Gu Yuanzhou was escorted back by Mo Han. However, with the presence of a madam in the chamber, Mo Han could not enter the inner quarters and left the maidservants to manage. To their surprise, before Mei Xiang and the others could approach Gu Yuanzhou, he brusquely dismissed them, adopting an air that forbade any contact. Mo Han was perplexed, wondering whether his master was truly intoxicated or merely feigning. Marquis, can you manage on your own?
Mo Han inquired courteously.
Yes, I can walk by myself. With that, Gu Yuanzhou pushed past Mo Han and entered the room. The maidservants dared not follow. After all, the Marquis had entered the chamber, and with the madam present, there was no cause for concern. Zhou Shujin was already reclined on the bed when she heard the door open. She turned to see him and raised an eyebrow. Having expected he would not return that night, recalling how he had slept in the study during her previous life. Why have you returned? She asked. Gu Yuanzhou replied matter-of-factly, this is also my room. Where else would I go? Upon entering, the man appeared free of any signs of inebriation, his eyes clear and lucid. You are not drunk? Zhou Shujin asked. Gu Yuanzhou candidly admitted, they tried to intoxicate me, but I feigned drunkenness to escape. This indicated that he possessed a good tolerance for alcohol. Thus, in her previous life, he likely had not been genuinely inebriated, but rather had avoided consummation with her. How despicable, Zhou Shujin thought. If Gu Yuanzhou were aware of her inner musings, he might wish to silence her tongue.
Oh.
So, you intend to sleep in the study?
She said.
If so, good night. To her surprise, she had effectively dismissed him, which spoke volumes about her disdain. I shall be staying here tonight. Seeing her furrowed brow, he quickly pointed to the window and added, I'll sleep on that soft couch. It was fine, as long as she didn't come to take her bed. Chapter 14, a show of authority that night. Zhou Shujin slept quite well. Perhaps she believed that since they had not consummated their marriage in their past life, it was only natural for her to think he would not touch her. In truth, Gu Yuanzhou desired to but lacked the courage. He feared that she already harbored an aversion towards him, and should he take advantage of the situation, she might come to despise him. Listening to her steady breathing throughout the night, he found himself unable to sleep until dawn approached, when he finally managed to doze off for a brief moment. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and Zhou Shujin slowly opened her eyes. The brightness was somewhat blinding, and she raised her hand to shield her face before fully waking. as she sat up and surveyed her surroundings. It suddenly struck her that she was indeed married. Then she noticed the figure on the soft couch by the window. To her surprise, he was still asleep.
Even more so than she was.
She recalled that in her previous life, he was quite a disciplined person, with high standards for himself, usually rising at the crack of dawn. But today, she glanced outside and saw the sun already high in the sky. She seemed to need to serve tea to her mother-in-law. Yes, she ought to do that properly. Hastily, she climbed out of bed, prompting those outside to knock on the door. "Madam, are you awake?" Hearing Mei Xiang's voice, Zhou Shujin quickly replied, "Yes, I'm awake."
Come in.
Mei Xiang ushered the others in, carrying a basin of water for her morning wash. Upon entering, they were taken aback to see the Marquis sitting up on the couch, looking dazedly at them.
Stunned.
Did the Marquis and Madame not consummate their marriage last night? Following them was a servant sent by the old matriarch of the household, presumably to collect the wedding token. Just as Zhou Shujin was about to call for Bai Ran, she noticed Lu Posey behind them. This woman was a confidant of her mother-in-law, and one of her enemies in her previous life who had cared for her well. Casting a cold glance at her, Zhou Shujin demanded, "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" Lu Posey was taken aback, having been at the Marquis' residence for so many years. No one had ever disrespected her like this. Just as she was about to introduce herself, Zhou Shujin interjected, "Get her out of here.
From now on,
No unauthorized personnel are allowed in my courtyard."
what?
"Madam, you must be mistaken. I am a servant of the old matriarch, merely sent to check if you need anything." Lu Posey maintained her composure, her eyes darting towards the bed. Upon entering, she had suspected that they had not consummated their marriage, but, without seeing the wedding token, she remained hopeful. Zhou Shujin dismissed her, stating firmly, I do not care who you serve. This is my courtyard. I will decide who enters and who leaves. Do you understand?" Lu Posey was momentarily speechless. Was this the young lady of the general's residence, so audacious? Noticing she still hesitated, Zhou Shujin narrowed her eyes and shouted,
Get out.
Lu Posey found herself at a loss, glancing at Gu Yuanzhou for support. However, he had just regained his composure from the shock and added, "If the madam says to leave, what are you still doing here?" "The Marquis?" Lu Posey looked at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend that such words came from his lips.
Leave. I'm already annoyed by the noise this morning.
Zhou Shujin and the others were equally astonished. She had already surprised Mei Xiang and the others, and now the Marquis was doing the same. What was this couple up to? Lu Posey wasted no time and hurriedly exited, intent on informing the old matriarch to seek justice on her behalf. She refrained from criticizing Gu Yuanzhou, instead embellishing the tale that the new madam was lacking in propriety, whispering to her that the new madam had not bled on her wedding night. What? No blood? That means she was not a virgin before marriage. This is unacceptable. She would see what sort of enchanting creature Zhou Shujin truly was. To have so captivated her prideful son that he personally sought the emperor's approval for marriage. It was precisely because her son was so willful that her plans had been disrupted, leaving her niece grieving. Once Lu Posey departed, Zhou Shujin turned to Gu Yuanzhou in astonishment. This was unexpected. Why was he aiding her in confronting others? "You," Gu Yuanzhou said as he rose. "I have stated that everything in the residence is under your command, and I keep my word." Zhou Shujin hesitated and replied, "But that woman is your mother's servant, right?" "That is of no concern. You are the lady of the Marquis' residence. Everything revolves around you." After he spoke, he went to wash his face, leaving Zhou Shujin in a daze until Mei Xiang twisted a cloth to help her wash her face, prompting her to snap back to reality. Bai Ran and Lan Xiang came over with Zhou Shujin's clothes, inquiring which outfit she preferred. Zhou Shujin casually pointed to a garment. After all, they were all red, so it merely depended on which shade she liked. When she emerged from behind the screen wearing a deep red dress, Gu Yuanzhou turned to look at her. She adored herself with matching hairpins and ornaments. In her previous life, she often dressed this way, though he had never truly appreciated it. Seeing her familiar appearance after such a long time, Gu Yuanzhou found himself regrettably yearning for her. "Let's go." As she approached him, noticing he was staring at her without moving, Zhou Shujin prompted, "Come on." "Yes," he replied, stepping out first and then adding, "You look beautiful." Zhou Shujin laughed awkwardly. "Oh, thank you." What was this? Why was he complimenting her out of the blue? The maids following behind stifled their laughter. The Marquis was rather innocent, complimenting his wife and turning red himself. The two walked in silence towards Tyne Pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, Gu Yuanzhou halted, waiting for her. My mother might say some unpleasant things. Do not take them to heart. Of course, I will also tell her not to trouble you. But there may be times I cannot manage it. I have said that as long as you do not purposely bully anyone, I will stand by you. I will try. Zhou Shujin shrugged, thinking that even if she did not intentionally provoke them, they likely would not let her off lightly.
Meg Xiang was terrified.
How could the madam make such manly gestures? She hurried over to support her, squeezing her hand gently. Madam, let me help you walk. Please take smaller steps to avoid falling. Was she saying she walked too boldly? Zhou Shujin shrugged it off. It's fine. After all, I am not a genteel lady. So, I need not pretend. Mei Xiang quickly glanced at Gu Yuanzhou's expression. The madam was far too audacious to say such things in front of the Marquis. It's fine. He already knows. Gu Yuanzhou replied, Madam can walk however she wishes. You need not restrict her. All right, since the Marquis has spoken, we, the servants, should not be unreasonable. It seems the Marquis is indeed concerned for his wife. Gu Yuanzhou cast her another glance and then took her hand, leading her inside. Zhou Shujin instinctively tried to pull away, but his grip tightened, and he reminded her, in the Marquis's residence, I am your support. Only if I value you will the servants respect you. Though she understood the truth in his words, she did not wish to rely on him. She still wanted to assert herself. Chapter 15. Encountering an enemy, the two arrived in the main hall, where the old Marquis was unable to rise from his bed, leaving the other elders of the household present. Seated in the main position was Gu Yuanzhou's mother, the old matriarch Lin Wanqing. Zhou Shujin looked at her, momentarily dazed. Her past enemy sat right there, causing her palms to unconsciously clench, gazing at the seemingly benevolent face that concealed a heart as venomous as a viper. She felt a wave of nausea, suppressing her discomfort as she stepped forward. Gu Yuanzhou announced, My wife and I have come to serve tea to mother. The old matriarch scoffed. Humph, undeserving. Was this the opening salvo? Zhou Shujin instantly entered a state of combat readiness, initially reluctant to serve tea to her mother-in-law. Gu Yuanzhou furrowed his brow and asked, Mother, what prompts such remarks? The old matriarch replied, Do I need to elaborate? Are you unaware of your new wife's character? Glancing around at the numerous witnesses, including servants, Gu Yuanzhou felt his face darken at his mother's blatant disregard for decorum. Mother, do you not comprehend the gravity of today's occasion? Please do not bring disgrace upon the Ho residence. The matriarch retorted. Is it possible for her to bring more shame than she already has? A woman who has forsaken her virtue has no right to be part of our household. Mother, cease this nonsensical talk, Gu Yuanzhou interjected, convinced that his mother had lost her senses in publicly disparaging his new bride. The old matriarch insisted, You ought to ask her. There are no signs of her virtue left. What more is there to discuss? Zhou Shujin understood the crux of the matter, yet felt unable to interject amidst their heated exchange. So this is the issue at hand. I had intended to maintain some dignity for the Ho family, but given the matriarch's relentless pursuit, I must speak the truth, Zhou Shujin stated. Uncertain of what she would reveal, Gu Yuanzhou hurried to soothe her. Pay no heed. Merely remain by my side. He added, Matters of the marriage chamber are between us as husband and wife. It is not for you to meddle. The matriarch retorted, How can you be so foolish? What spell have you fallen under to insist on associating with such an impure woman? Gu Yuanzhou firmly stated, I have said it once. My affairs are not for you to govern. She is a good woman, and I will not allow anyone to defame her. He attempted to take Zhou Shujin away, but the matriarch was not easily deterred. How dare you? You are the Marquis. Domestic affairs should not concern you. You may leave, but she must stay. Guards, seize her. Gu Yuanzhou barked. Who dares to lay a hand on her? Observing the escalating conflict between the mother and son, Zhou Shujin gently patted the hand gripping hers and turned to the matriarch. Madam, your son was intoxicated last night and did not consummate the marriage. How could there be any evidence of virtue? Moreover, he slept on the couch. Did not your servant Lu Mama witness it? Has she not informed you? The matriarch scoffed. Humph, you speak frivolously. Who would believe you? Zhou Shujin raised an eyebrow. And yet, are you not also speaking without evidence? I have not accused your son of being incapable, and yet you dare to malign me? This is utterly preposterous. The others present were taken aback by Zhou Shujin's audacious retort. Who would have anticipated such defiance from a newlywed bride? Gu Yuanzhou's expression darkened further. How could she imply he was inadequate? Had he not refrained from retaliating out of concern for her feelings? At that moment, the atmosphere had become tense. An auntie stepped forth and suggested, why not summon a few matrons to verify her virtue? If she is indeed chaste, it would resolve the matter to everyone's satisfaction. Zhou Shujin regarded the aunt with a vague recollection, pondering whether she was friend or foe. No need. My wife deserves no such humiliation. I am confident of her purity. Gu Yuanzhou was resolute. Regardless of her innocence, subjecting her to such scrutiny would only signify their distrust, and he would not allow that to transpire. Zhou Shujin, however, was unperturbed. Proving her innocence would only serve to vindicate her. Yet, hearing Gu Yuanzhou's words stirred something within her. He truly intended to support her, did he not? The matriarch insisted, Zhou'er, this matter affects the reputation of our household. We must have an explanation. Gu Yuanzhou retorted, Mother, have you considered the aftermath? If she is indeed innocent, what then? Will you merely dismiss it with an apology? She is the one who would be humiliated, and I will not allow her to endure such indignity. The matriarch was at a loss for words, pondering how it was conceivable that she could still be deemed innocent. Given the gravity of the situation, even if proven innocent, how could she be allowed to go unpunished? It was evident that women in the inner chambers were not to be underestimated. Zhou Shujin had not foreseen such complexities, believing that verification would suffice to affirm her virtue. Yet Gu Yuanzhou understood all too well. In his previous life, he had shunned involvement in domestic matters, but now he must protect her. I shall say this for the last time. She is the mistress of the Ho residence. Should anyone dare to question her again, I will not hesitate to retaliate. With that, he took Zhou Shujin by the hand and departed. Once outside, he regained his composure and glanced at her, relieved to find no trace of displeasure on her face. Mo Han, he called, and the servant approached, bowing respectfully. Gu Yuanzhou commanded, Sell Lu Mama. I have no need for servants who gossip about their master. Understood, Mo Han replied, taking his leave. Zhou Shujin was taken aback. She had intended to seek vengeance. Yet he had dismissed her outright.
This is too lenient, she remarked.
After all, she is your mother's confidant. Is it truly wise to cast her aside so easily? Seeing her intercede on Lu Mama's behalf, Gu Yuanzhou mused that she was still too kind, unaware of the malice in others' hearts. She has wielded her influence beside my mother for far too long. I have found her irksome for some time, he replied. Zhou Shujin retorted. Whether you sell her now or later, your mother will still hold me accountable. I was never favored by her, and this will only fuel her resentment. Do you still wish to win her favor? Your demeanor from the outset suggests you intend to confront her. Moreover, in his previous life, their enmity had been irreconcilable. He had never envisioned they could coexist peacefully. Zhou Shujin, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, Well, as a daughter-in-law, I ought to earn my mother-in-law's affection. Yet, she secretly reveled in the notion of undermining her. Gu Yuanzhou scrutinized her, uncertain if she spoke truthfully but still cautioned, It is unnecessary. It is best that you both maintain your distance. Zhou Shujin rolled her eyes. What enjoyment could she find in the Ho residence under such terms? By the way, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Gu Yuanzhou spoke earnestly. I would like you to accompany me to meet my father. He is delighted to learn of our marriage and has longed to share a cup of tea with his daughter-in-law. I know you may be reluctant, but his health is deteriorating, and I wish to fulfill his wish. I implore your assistance. Hearing his sincere request, and recalling that she had not previously met her father-in-law, who had never harmed her, she considered that paying her respects would be a noble gesture. She had heard he was a man of valor, whose health had suffered on the battlefield. Chapter 16. Serving tea very well, she replied without hesitation. Gu Yuanzhou smiled, relieved to see her kindness. He led her toward the Liuguang pavilion, where the old marquis resided. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhongbo awaited their arrival and promptly greeted them. Young Marquis, young Madam,
he said, bowing.
Gu Yuanzhou helped him to his feet, surprising Zhou Shujin with his respect for the servant. Zhongbo, how is my father today? Is he in good spirits to see us? Zhongbo responded warmly, Yes, the old marquis has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. He instructed me to wait here for you since dawn. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shujin felt a pang of emotion. Had she declined to meet him, it would have saddened the old man. She was relieved to find that her actions had not caused others distress. Noticing a middle-aged man observing her, she offered him a smile. Zhongbo, recognizing the young madam's goodwill, smiled in return before leading them into the courtyard. Young madam, Please wait in the main hall with the young Marquis. I shall assist the old Marquis shortly. He has been longing for this cup of tea from his daughter-in-law for quite some time. Please wait. Zhou Shujin called out to Uncle Zhong, causing both Gu Yuanzhou and Uncle Zhong to pause in surprise. Was she unwilling to serve tea? Zhou Shujin quickly interjected, "It would be best not to disturb my father. His health is fragile. As his daughter-in-law, I should personally bring the tea to him." She remembered her father mentioning that her father-in-law was gravely injured. It would be inconsiderate to compel him to rise simply for a cup of tea. If his condition worsened, would that not be her fault? Uncle Zhong hesitated, glancing at Gu Yuanzhou. After a moment, Gu Yuanzhou nodded at Uncle Zhong, affirming, "Let the young mistress decide."
Indeed.
Uncle Zhong had no desire to make the old Marquis get up. His health could hardly withstand such exertion. Uncle Zhong hurried towards the Marquis's quarters, preparing for the occasion. In the corridor, Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin waited until Uncle Zhong returned to open the door before they entered. Inside, a maid was already holding a tray with tea. As they stepped in, the elderly man in bed turned his gaze towards them. Zhou Shujin's heart ached at the sight of him propped up weakly against the bed. It was evident he had been bedridden for a long time, devoid of vitality, save for his pair of relatively clear eyes. As he looked at her, there was a glimmer of affection, and Zhou Shujin's eyes brimmed with tears. She thought of her father. What would she do if he were to become like this? "Your son has brought his bride, Shujin, to offer you tea." Gu Yuanzhou's voice pulled her back from her reverie. Observing him kneeling by the bedside, presenting the tea to the elder, she quickly followed suit and knelt beside him. Accepting a teacup from the maid, she looked at the old man and said, "Father, please enjoy the tea." The old Marquis took the cup, sipping from each, nodding repeatedly and saying, "Good, good, what wonderful children." Then, trembling, he reached into the nearby cabinet and produced 2 red envelopes, handing them to the pair. They accepted them with both hands, expressing their gratitude before rising. Seeing that he seemed ready to drift off again, Gu Yuanzhou led Zhou Shujin out. Once outside the door, he appeared somewhat flustered, as if he were fleeing. "What is the matter?" Noticing his unease, Zhou Shujin expressed her concern. Gu Yuanzhou replied, "It's nothing. Just seeing my father makes me feel sorrowful." "Does that mean he cannot be cured?" Zhou Shujin asked delicately. Gu Yuanzhou sighed. "The physician has declared there is no remedy. We can only care for him and wait for the inevitable." This was a melancholic topic, and Zhou Shujin found herself at a loss for words. In her previous life, her father-in-law had not been present, leaving her uncertain of what his fate would be. In truth, Gu Yuanzhou too was perplexed. In his previous life, his father had passed away early, yet in this life,
He was still alive.
he could only wonder how much longer he would endure. "Let us return," Zhou Shujin nodded, following him back, her mind occupied with the realization that so much in this life was different. Upon hearing that Gu Yuanzhou had brought Zhou Shujin to serve tea to his father, the old matriarch was incensed and promptly summoned Lu Mama to discuss how to punish Zhou Shujin. A maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Old madam, it's terrible. Lu Mama is to be expelled from the residence by the Marquis." The old matriarch responded, "What?
How could that be? Why would my son do such a thing?"
It was reported that Lu Mama had offended the mistress that morning, prompting the Marquis's punishment. "How outrageous! On what grounds?" The old matriarch declared, "Come."
"We shall see for ourselves."
Supported by the maid, she hurried to the quarters of the matrons. Before she could enter, she heard a cacophony. "I want to leave. My contract is with the Marquis's household. Where else would I go?" Lu Mama was strong-willed, and the men brought by Emo Han were hesitant to use force against an elderly woman. Seizing the opportunity, she lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum, leaving Emo Han and his companions unsure of how to proceed. "What is going on here? How dare you disturb my people?" the old matriarch shouted upon entering, directing her ire at Emo Han and his associates. Replying to the old madam, "It is the Marquis's command to sell this woman," Emo Han replied, maintaining politeness, knowing he could not offend the Marquis's mother. "Preposterous. My people cannot be sold at will. Go back and tell him Lu Mama has served me faithfully for many years. She cannot be sold. If he has grievances, he should come to me directly." Ignoring the others, she turned to Lu Mama, commanding, "Get up. Lying on the ground is unbecoming. Rest assured, while I am here, no one dares to touch you. Old madam, you must help me. I do not know what I did to offend the mistress to deserve such punishment. Lu Mama pleaded as she rose, not forgetting to cast a disparaging glance at Zhou Shujin. The old matriarch retorted, "What else could it be? I suspect she has been bewitched by that seductress," causing unrest even on the very first day she entered the household. "Humph, old madam, what am I to do?" Lu Mama asked. "You will come with me. I doubt he will have the audacity to intrude upon my domain." "Thank you, old madam," Lu Mama beamed as she followed the old matriarch, leaving Emo Han and his companions exchanging bewildered glances, knowing they would face reprimand for failing the Marquis's orders. Undoubtedly, the Marquis was in the mistress's courtyard. So Emo Han made his way directly to the Lioli pavilion. Upon arriving at the entrance, he inquired of a nearby guard, "Is the Marquis in the courtyard?" "Yes. He just returned from seeing the mistress," the guard replied. "Very well, I shall go in to find him." Emo Han contemplated, "With you clinging to the mistress, the old matriarch will surely seek to trouble her further." Alas, we, the servants, find ourselves in a predicament, caught between a contest between mother and son. There is no right course of action. Finally arriving at the main courtyard, he waited outside for the maidservants to announce him. Today, Zhu Xiang and Lan Xiang were on duty at the entrance. Hearing his request to see the Marquis, Zhu Xiang hurried inside to inform him. Shortly after, she returned, allowing Emo Han to enter. Emo Han stepped inside, seeing the couple seated in the main positions, seemingly lost in thought. Upon his entrance, they both turned to him. "Marquis." "Madam," he greeted. "What is the matter?"
Gu Yuanzhou asked.
"Lu Mama has been taken away by the old madam. I was unable to sell her," Emo Han said awkwardly. Gu Yuanzhou frowned. "You cannot manage such a trivial matter? How do you conduct your duties?" Zhou Shujin, overhearing, understood well that disposing of her mother-in-law's confidant was no simple task, and she had no intention of letting them off easily. This was indeed an opportunity for her to gradually deal with them, which she found rather entertaining. She is the old madam's dowry maid. It is not so easy to dismiss her. "Why trouble Emo Han?" Zhou Shujin interjected. "Preposterous. As the Marquis, I should be able to sell a servant without issue." Gu Yuanzhou retorted. "Yet that has not been accomplished, has it?" Zhou Shujin shrugged, looking at him. Gu Yuanzhou was momentarily at a loss for words. She truly did not spare him any dignity. "I simply did not go personally. Wait here. I will see to it that she is removed today," he declared, preparing to handle the matter himself. Zhou Shujin quickly rose and grasped his sleeve, stopping him. "Have you lost your senses? Since when does a man of your stature handle the affairs of a mere maid? I will deal with it myself. Do not complicate matters further." Seeing her hold his hand, Gu Yuanzhou was momentarily stunned before asking, "So, you wish to handle her?"
"Not now."
"I will wait until she offends me again. Then I will punish her properly. You should attend to your own matters. What is the point of hovering over the inner courtyard?" He thought to himself. "Is it not because I fear you might be bullied?" 3 days hence would mark Zhou Shujin's return to her family. In her previous life, she had never made such a visit, leaving her uncertain of the proper procedures. Fortunately, Mama Jiang and the others had prepared everything in advance, and the gifts to bring back were all arranged by them. Originally, Zhou Shujin had intended to allow them to select some fine items from her dowry to take home. However, Mama Jiang advised against this, stating that it was against the rules. Even if they did not take from the Ho residence, they must purchase their own items anew and could not take her dowry back to her maternal home. Zhou Shujin found it unexpectedly troublesome. Just as she was about to suggest that they go shopping, Mama Jiang interrupted her. "My good lady, you have only just entered the door. You cannot go out. At the very least, you must wait until you return to your family before you can leave the estate," Mama Jiang asserted.
"Why not?"
"Can I go out for a stroll?" Zhou Shujin protested. "You may not. Rest assured, I shall take Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang with me to help prepare your gifts."
Mama Jiang replied.
Yet, Zhou Shujin yearned to venture outside. The Ho residence felt stifling. Why had none of her enemies come to trouble her? She was dreadfully bored. Could it be that in this life, they had all changed their ways? As Mama Jiang, along with Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang, was about to exit the estate, they encountered Gu Yuanzhou returning home. Upon inquiry, they revealed they were going out to assist the lady in purchasing gifts for her return home. Gu Yuanzhou immediately realized that the next day was indeed her return day. He had forgotten all about it. In his previous life, he had also sent someone to ask her, but since she had stated she would not be returning, he did not press the matter, content in his own freedom. Observing her demeanor now, It appeared she intended to go back, but why had she not consulted him? Was she planning to return alone? That would not do. Her father and family were still alive. Allowing her to go back alone would surely invite scorn. Return first. There is no need to go out to purchase anything, Gu Yuanzhou instructed. Mama Jiang was momentarily perplexed, unsure of the Lord's intentions. Go back to the lady. I will accompany her to select gifts shortly, Gu Yuanzhou added. Understood. My lord, Mama Jiang replied. Since the Lord had stated preparations were to be made, they would not impede him. It was only fitting. However, it seemed that their young lady shared everything with the Lord so clearly, leaving them, as mere servants, hesitant to inquire further. Upon returning to Liuli Pavilion, Zhou Shujin was engaged in conversation with Byron about recent happenings in the estate when she was surprised to see them return so quickly and empty-handed. Did you not manage to go out? That shouldn't be the case. Gu Yuanzhou wouldn't be so unreasonable as to prevent you from leaving, would he? No. We encountered the Lord at the gate. He instructed us to return and report to you first. He will come shortly to take you to select gifts, Mama Jiang explained. Her face alight with a smile. Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang, following behind, also appeared delighted. What nonsense is this? The Ho residence is practically destitute, relying on my dowry for sustenance. How could there possibly be anything of value left for me to choose from? When Gu Yuanzhou actually took her to the Ho residence's storeroom, she was astonished to discover a considerable number of fine items. Look around and see what your father and mother-in-law might like. Choose a few things to take back tomorrow, Gu Yuanzhou said calmly. Zhou Shujin closed her agape mouth, swallowed hard, and replied, What if I like everything? Will you take it all for me? Gu Yuanzhou was momentarily taken aback, impressed by her audacity. You may have whatever you desire. After all, the Ho residence is yours to command. However, taking everything back to your maternal home may not be entirely appropriate. I suspect it would require several horse-drawn carriages to transport it all. She had merely asked out of curiosity, but she was intrigued by how the Ho residence possessed so many treasures. Was it possible they had been acquired through dubious means? I am merely curious as to how the Ho residence could possess such an abundance of treasures. Is it due to your and my father's substantial salaries that so many fine items could be procured? Zhou Shujin inquired. Gu Yuanzhou turned to her and replied,
How could that be?
Surely you are aware of who my grandmother is? Who? Zhou Shujin asked. My grandmother is the elder sister of the late emperor, Princess Duanhui. Gu Yuanzhou disclosed. Zhou Shujin was momentarily taken aback. She had not known this. It turned out they were indeed of royal lineage. In truth, Princess Duanhui had married Gu Yuanzhou's grandfather, Gu Jingyuan, who had been merely a deputy general at that time. To spare the princess from public scrutiny, he fought valiantly on the battlefield, ultimately earning great military accolades. The late emperor, in recognition of Gu Jingyuan's contributions, bestowed upon him the title of Marquis of Chongning, with the privilege of passing it down through 3 generations. Thus, upon his birth, he was already referred to as the young Marquis. His noble upbringing had cultivated a disposition that rendered him indifferent to worldly matters. Is the princess still alive? Zhou Shujin asked curiously, as she had never encountered the woman in either of her lives. Gu Yuanzhou shot her a glance. She passed away long ago. Otherwise, you would have had to pay your respects. Zhou Shujin awkwardly rubbed her nose, and he continued, My grandmother possessed many private assets, a considerable portion of which were bestowed by the late emperor. Later, my father succeeded my grandfather on the battlefield and received numerous rewards, all of which remain here. But how is it that in my previous life, the Ho residence was so impoverished? What Gu Yuanzhou did not reveal was that in his past life, his mother had mismanaged the household, leaving it in disarray. She frequently used the Ho residence's funds to support her own family, gradually draining the estate's resources. When he married Zhou Shujin, she too had contributed her dowry to sustain the Ho residence, leaving him oblivious to his mother's misdeeds. It was only after he had lived through a second life that he understood the hardships she had endured. Consequently, from the very beginning of this life, he had taken control of his mother's authority over household management, ensuring the estate was well maintained and preventing her from siphoning off funds for her family. Perhaps due to his innate business acumen, he had also earned a considerable sum, including the substantial betrothal gifts he had sent to the general's residence. Zhou Shujin had been unaware of these details, as she had not concerned herself with such matters. Chapter 18. The steward, upon hearing that the Ho residence was now quite affluent, Zhou Shujin found it hard to believe. When he proposed that she take charge of the household, she hesitated. Holding the reins of management would undoubtedly make it easier to deal with the treacherous individuals surrounding them. Are you truly entrusting the household to me? Zhou Shujin asked, astonished. Gu Yuanzhou smiled in response. I have always said so. You handle the internal affairs while I manage the external ones. Zhou Shujin playfully inquired. Do you trust me so completely? Aren't you afraid I might abscond with your money? Gu Yuanzhou chuckled lightly, his tone gentle. You are my wife. Where could you possibly run to? Besides, if I cannot trust you, whom can I trust? Zhou Shujin continued. Then do those shops and establishments also fall under my purview? Gu Yuanzhou nodded affirmatively and added, Indeed, they are yours. And you still have your dowry, which likely includes some shops as well. It would be more convenient for you to manage them all together. However, Zhou Shujin quickly waved her hands in refusal. Oh no.
No.
What is mine, I cannot mix it with anything else. Her tone was resolute, as if she were fiercely protective of this matter. Observing her avaricious demeanor, Gu Yuanzhou suppressed a smile and remarked, Do not worry, what is yours, and what is mine is also yours. It is all yours. Zhou Shujin protested.
But you.
Gu Yuanzhou interjected, My expenses will be deducted from the Ho residence's accounts. In the future, you shall determine how much each person receives as their monthly allowance, and my salary will be given directly to you next month. For the first time, Zhou Shujin felt a headache from the prospect of receiving so much money. Was he attempting to swindle her? Yet, upon reflection, she feared nothing. If need be, she would confront them head-on. Letting money slip through her fingers would be foolish. In her previous life, she had suffered from financial woes, allowing them to manipulate her. This time, she would firmly grasp her finances, leaving them no room to provoke her, effectively cutting off their resources. With this thought, her spirits lifted. Gu Yuanzhou was proving to be quite agreeable, and she decided to be gracious and show him a bit of kindness. Will you accompany me back home tomorrow? It was essential to clarify this matter. Regardless of whether he chose to go or not, it would not be a significant issue. However, if he did accompany her, it would likely ease her parents' concerns. Gu Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow, asking, What do you mean? If I do not accompany you on your return, who will? Zhou Shujin felt a bit embarrassed as she replied, I was merely worried that you might be too busy with official duties and lack the time. Gu Yuanzhou remarked, The emperor is not so harsh as to deny us even our wedding leave. I have a normal 7-day holiday, and it has only been 4 days since the wedding. That means there are still 3 days of leave remaining. How leisurely. She should take the opportunity to suggest to the emperor that such an extended leave for marriage is unnecessary. After all, the two of them are merely staring at each other in boredom at home. As they rummaged through gifts in the storeroom, although Zhou Shujin yearned to select the more exquisite and valuable items, she realized that taking them home would likely result in scolding, or worse, her father might return them. After some contemplation, she chose a few items that were not overly extravagant, yet still tasteful. Steward Lin accompanied them, and Gu Yuanzhou handed over the selected gifts to be wrapped. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they encountered Lady Gu and her entourage. Steward Lin, Lady Gu greeted. Old Madam, Steward Lin replied. Lady Gu inquired, Why are you carrying so many items? Where are you headed? Returning to the old madam, Steward Lin responded. These are gifts for the Madam's visit to her family tomorrow.
Put them down.
Who allowed her to take our things to support her family? How could she even think of it? Lady Gu retorted. Steward Lin was about to explain that the items were not particularly valuable and hardly mattered to the Marquis. But before he could speak, Gu Yuanzhou interjected, Mother, you are being overly controlling. Matters of the Marquis are naturally for my wife and me to decide. Whether we support anyone is our own business. Zhou, how could you be so foolish? This woman clearly harbors ulterior motives, and you indulge her so. Are you intent on bringing ruin to our family? Lady Gu exclaimed. Mother, there is no need for alarm. I understand her far better than you do. I have previously suggested that if you wish to avoid trouble in the household, I would not mind supporting a few more idle people. However, should you choose to create discord, do not blame me for not wanting to care for Uncle and Anne any longer. What? You still support outsiders? That is unacceptable. Zhou Shujin thought to herself, determined to safeguard her family's wealth. What are you saying? You promised to look after them when I agreed to let you manage the household. You cannot go back on your word. Lady Gu retorted, growing increasingly agitated. Her family faced hardships and relied on their support. Each visit home, they treated her like royalty. Should that support cease, they would surely resent her. Then it depends on what you choose to do, Mother, Gu Yuanzhou replied. Must you be so obstinate? What virtues does this woman possess that you repeatedly oppose me for her sake? Lady Gu demanded. It is you who insists on opposing her. I have declared that she is the mistress of the Marquis. I reiterate, from this day forth, she shall hold authority over the inner household. Anyone who displeases her will have to consider the consequences. With such a declaration, Lady Gu refrained from further protest and, accompanied by her maids, left in a huff. Along the way, she nearly stumbled in her fury, while old Madame Lu, following behind, also seethed in anger, having kept silent for fear of drawing the Marquis' ire. Old Madam, if I may suggest, we should swiftly remove that woman from the household. The Marquis no longer regards you highly, and you are his own mother. How can this continue? Old Madame Lu said. Do you think I am not eager to see her gone? Every time I see her face, I feel compelled to slap it. She toys with my son while he seems bewitched, impervious to reason. It infuriates me, Lady Gu exclaimed, returning to her quarters. Throwing her teacup in rage, the maids stood silently, afraid to breathe lest they incur her wrath. Old Madam, I believe you should consult the young miss. She is clever and surely has a way to deal with that seductress, Old Madame Lu suggested. Indeed, how could I forget her? But she is grieving these days. Alas, it is all due to my troublesome son, who sought a marriage proposal that cannot be rescinded, Lady Gu lamented. Precisely because she is grieving. The young miss might be even more motivated to win over our Marquis, redirecting her focus elsewhere to alleviate her sorrow, Old Madame Lu proposed. You make a valid point. Very well, let us visit Tinger. Go, and have the kitchen prepare some pastries for us to bring along, Lady Gu commanded. Yes, old madam. I shall arrange it at once, Old Madame Lu replied, departing. With a wave of her hand, Lady Gu dismissed her, finally exhaling. If she could rally the people of the Marquis, what need would she have to fear a single Zhou Shujin? After all, how could the daughter of a general contend with the long-established women of the inner household? She likely would not comprehend the intricacies of their world. Did she truly believe that her son's favor would grant her power? Humph, just wait. She would ensure that Zhou Shujin would be expelled from the Chongning Marquis. Chapter 19. Siblings in her previous life. Zhou Shujin had devoted herself entirely to Gu Yuanzhou, neglecting the movements of others within the Marquis. This time, however, she could not afford such a singular focus. If she anticipated trouble from them, she must not fight alone but instead seek out allies. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She could not believe that her formidable mother-in-law had no adversaries. The information gathered by Ran was currently being thoroughly contemplated by Zhou Shujin. The Marquis was presently home to 3 branches of the family. The old Marquis was unwell and required rest, while the other 2 branches seemed to be living separately, although they appeared united on the surface. Lady Gu had secretly segregated the other 2 branches, each possessing their own courtyards and entrances, effectively functioning as separate households. Only on significant occasions would they gather in the main hall of the Marquis. It was said that Lady Gu was overly harsh and not particularly kind to the other branches, resulting in a lukewarm familial bond among the brothers. In Gu Yuanzhou's branch, there were 5 offspring, with he and his sister being the sole children of Lady Gu. Aunt Xiu bore 1 son and 1 daughter, Gu Yuanhang and Gu Yueli. The youngest sister, Gu Yuan, was only 12 years old and the daughter of his father's concubine Rong. The other branches were of little concern. They needed to clarify matters within their own. Zhou Shujin directly inquired, Has Gu Yuanhang married? Bai Ran replied, Yes, he married last year. His wife is the daughter of a merchant, and the household does not regard her highly, but fortunately, the elder brother treats her well. What do the merchants have to look down upon? They possess wealth, which is all that matters, Zhou Shujin said, somewhat surprised that Gu Yuanhang had married someone so affluent. She would have to get to know her better. Madam, please do not say such things, Bai Ran protested, her eyes wide. Why? I simply believe that wealthy individuals are preferable. I enjoy associating with those of means, Zhou Shujin replied. Madam, speaking this way may lead others to consider you vulgar. If I am vulgar, then so be it. Is it not wealth that allows those noble ladies to thrive? Zhou Shujin pondered, then suddenly realized. If the elder sister-in-law's family was so wealthy, why did she not use her dowry to support the Marquis? In her previous life, she had no recollection of this individual. Oh. She remembered that Gu Yuanhang had not married. Right in this life, the Marquis had not collapsed and thus did not require their support. Previously, when she visited Lady Gu's Tyne Pavilion, she had not encountered any young women, indicating that they likely had not come. Zhou Shujin now found herself quite intrigued by this elder sister-in-law. As a thought struck her, she asked, Gu Yuanzhou's sister must have married by now, correct? Yes. Bai Ran confirmed, the eldest daughter married into the Jin family in linen, and the second daughter has just become engaged to the third son of the Duke of Zhao. Zhou Shujin nodded. Oh, I do not know them. Bai Ran rolled her eyes inwardly. You have only just returned. How would you know them? Madam, what do you intend to do with this information? Bai Ran inquired. Uncertain of the reasons, Bai Ran always harbored a suspicion that her young lady harbored ill intentions. Were it not for the general and his wife's incessant reminders to keep a watchful eye on the young lady and prevent her from causing trouble, she would not be so troubled. Zhou Shujin remarked, while residing in the Marquis' residence, it is imperative to familiarize myself with everyone. Otherwise, encountering them in the future without recognition would be quite improper. Is it truly necessary? Bai Ran replied, conceding, the lady does have a point. In truth, aside from these individuals, her greatest desire was to become acquainted with Cui Tinger. However, for reasons unknown, the latter had been absent these past few days, leaving her with no opportunity to seek her out. As night fell and Gu Yuanzhou entered the room, Zhou Shujin approached him, inquiring whether it would be possible to gather everyone in the household under some pretext, as she wished to meet them all. Gu Yuanzhou pondered this privately, concerned that they might cause Zhou Shujin distress, and thus believed it best to avoid such encounters altogether. Yet, Zhou Shujin firmly asserted, is a reason truly necessary? I have married you. If we were to meet in the future without knowing who the other is, would that not be a breach of decorum? Gu Yuanzhou attempted to persuade her, asserting, even if you do meet them, there is no need to greet them. Zhou Shujin shook her head, finding this unacceptable.
How could that be?
It would be improper for family members to remain strangers, regardless of what others may say. It is best for your siblings to become acquainted with me. Intrigued, Gu Yuanzhou questioned, do you genuinely wish to meet them? Zhou Shujin replied without hesitation, of course. We all reside in the Marquis' household. It is essential that we know one another. Seeing her unwavering determination, Gu Yuanzhou finally relented, saying, since you are so keen to meet them, I shall arrange for them to come and pay their respects on another day. Pay their respects? Is that truly necessary? I am not yet at that level. Are we not supposed to show such deference only to our elders? Gu Yuanzhou insisted, as the Marquis' wife. They ought to show you respect. Zhou Shujin responded, very well, do as you see fit. And do invite that Cui Tinger as well. Gu Yuanzhou's gaze sharpened at her mention. Have you met her, or has she troubled you? To his surprise, he reacted so sensitively to her name, revealing his special regard for her. Zhou Shujin clarified, I have not met her. I merely wish to make her acquaintance. How do you know of her then? Gu Yuanzhou asked, suspicion creeping into his tone. She is a foe from a past life. How could I not be aware of her? Zhou Shujin replied, I have overheard the servants discussing her, saying she is staying in the residence and is of a similar age to us. I thought perhaps we might become friends. Friends? Gu Yuanzhou stated plainly, believe me, you cannot be friends with her. It is best that you do not meet her. Zhou Shujin blinked in confusion, asking, what is it? Is she too precious that the Marquis would not allow her to come? I fear she may cause you trouble. That woman is far too scheming, Gu Yuanzhou confessed. That is of no concern. I am more than capable of handling her. Let her come. I would even welcome her to stir up some trouble, Zhou Shujin declared defiantly. Gu Yuanzhou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was aware of her skills, he feared a repeat of past events, anxious to avoid losing her again. I understand. I will invite them over tomorrow. Tomorrow will not do. Why not? Tomorrow, I must return home.
He nearly forgot.
Realizing that he was on leave the next day, perfectly positioned to accompany her and meet them. Is everything prepared? Are there any additional matters you wish to convey to them? Gu Yuanzhou questioned, feeling apprehensive. He aimed to rectify the shortcomings of the past and ensure that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were satisfied, above all, to please Zhou Shujin. Why are you so tense? It is not the first time I am visiting my family, Zhou Shujin remarked. This time is different. I am going as a son-in-law. And I worry they may not be pleased with me, Gu Yuanzhou responded. Zhou Shujin observed his serious demeanor with mild confusion. They were not in a lovey-dovey relationship. And there was no need for such earnestness. As long as they maintained a facade of decorum, it should suffice. You are overthinking. They will not make things difficult for you. I know. I simply wish to do better, to earn their trust in entrusting you to me. Gu Yuanzhou reflected on his father-in-law's character, fully aware of the nature of their family dynamics, which was precisely why he yearned to coexist harmoniously with them. Furthermore, he recalled his brother-in-law, whose fate had been tragically sealed in a previous life. He hoped for a different outcome this time and wished to prevent any calamity. You need not place such immense pressure on yourself. They are martial generals and do not engage in convoluted affairs. Approach them with a calm demeanor, Zhou Shujin advised. Gu Yuanzhou nodded, contemplating whether he might have the chance to prevent them from going to battle. If they did not go, perhaps they might live to see another day. Chapter 20. Returning home on the day of her return, Gu Yuanzhou was on high alert, while Zhou Shujin ambled out of the Marquis' residence with an air of nonchalance. Today, she was accompanied only by Ran and Mei Xiang. The closer they approached the general's residence, the more anxious Gu Yuanzhou became, feeling as though he were the one returning as a bride. Zhou Shujin rolled her eyes. My parents are not as fearsome as you imagine. Upon arriving at the gates of the general's residence, Madame Zhou, along with Zhou Shuming and Zhou Shuyao, eagerly awaited their arrival. As soon as the carriage from the Gu family appeared, they rushed forward to greet them. Gu Yuanzhou was the first to disembark, swiftly assisting Zhou Shujin from the carriage before casually acknowledging the others. Mother-in-law, elder brother, younger sister. Observing Gu Yuanzhou's courteous demeanor and impeccable etiquette, Zhou Shujin felt a swell of satisfaction within her, a smile gracing her lips as she subtly nodded in approval, as if to praise him for his commendable conduct. With a smile, Zhou Shujin addressed her family, mother, elder brother, Yao Yao. You have all come out to greet me. Zhou Shuyao, excited, rushed forward, calling out, sister, brother-in-law. Zhou Shuming teased, we did not come out solely to welcome you. We are here to greet our brother-in-law. Upon hearing her elder brother's words, Zhou Shujin shot him a playful glare. Elder brother. Enough, Ming'er, cease your teasing, Madame Zhou chided, taking Zhou Shujin's hand and leading her inside. Gesturing for Gu Yuanzhou to follow, Zhou Shuming approached and patted Gu Yuanzhou's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie, guiding him into the house. Mo Han trailed behind by Ran and Mei Xiang, carrying items into the residence. When they reached the main hall, General Zhou had been anxiously pacing. But upon hearing the sound of laughter, he hurriedly settled himself in the main seat, pretending to sip tea in an attempt to appear composed. Father, your eldest daughter has returned. Zhou Shujin called out as she stepped into the hall, her voice ringing loudly. This startled General Zhou, who, flustered, admonished, lower your voice. You will deafen your father. It seemed that despite her marriage, her boisterous nature had not changed, showing no concern for alarming her husband. Zhou Shuming, amused, stifled his laughter behind her, then patted Gu Yuanzhou's shoulder, as if to say, bear with it. Gu Yuanzhou, amused yet respectful, replied, esteemed father-in-law, your son-in-law has brought Jiner back to see you. Although he smiled, he maintained the necessary decorum. General Zhou, unaccustomed to such formalities, waved his hand dismissively. As long as you are back, that is enough.
Seat.
Indeed, everyone, please take a seat, Madame Zhou urged, inviting everyone to sit down. Fortunately, the Zhou family was straightforward, and no one made things difficult. The return celebration proceeded with remarkable ease. As evening approached, and it was time to depart, Zhou Shujin suddenly felt reluctant to leave, wishing dearly to stay. She looked longingly at her father and elder brother, hoping they would persuade her to remain. But her father seemed oblivious, urging her to leave so they could rest. Madame Zhou discerned her intention but understood that returning to her natal home would be unacceptable. She would have to wait until later to stay there. Jiner, why not return with your husband for now? When your father celebrates his birthday, you can come back for a few days, all right? Zhou Shujin inquired, when his father's birthday. Zhou Dingshan retorted, you unfilial daughter. You don't even know when your own father's birthday is, and still dare to claim you are the most filial. Hurry up, good son-in-law, take her back. She's making me uneasy. Zhou Shujin truly forgot the date of her father's birthday, but it was not entirely her fault. They had been stationed at the frontier for so many years that they had not celebrated any birthdays. It's on the 10th of next month. Be sure to return early to help your mother, Madame Zhou quickly intervened. Understood, I will head back now, Zhou Shujin replied. Good, take care on your way back, Madame Zhou added. Gu Yuanzhou said, father-in-law, mother-in-law, elder brother, I will take Jiner back. Be cautious on the road, came the response. after a while on the carriage. Zhou Shujin lamented, having never celebrated a birthday. How can you blame me for not knowing? I hardly remember my own birthday. And he has never celebrated it for me either. Gu Yuanzhou was at a loss for words, fearing her grievances might somehow be directed at him. Although it seemed he was implicated as well. For General Zhou had initially planned to bring her back to the capital to hold a coming-of-age ceremony before finding her a suitable match, yet he had married her outright. In an attempt to console her, Gu Yuanzhou suggested, although the coming-of-age ceremony cannot be held now, how about I arrange a birthday banquet for you when your birthday comes? Zhou Shujin looked at him incredulously. What nonsense. I'm far too young to have a birthday banquet. Are you not afraid of shortening my lifespan? Realizing his blunder, Gu Yuanzhou awkwardly scratched his nose. Well, perhaps I can plan it later. Fortunately, their homes were not far apart, and they soon arrived at the Marquis' residence. As she descended from the carriage, Gu Yuanzhou offered her his support. Once on the ground, she recalled she could manage without his assistance and chided herself for becoming accustomed to it so quickly. She lifted her skirts and walked inside. Gu Yuanzhou, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor, wondered what had upset her. He shook his head and led Mo Han swiftly towards their quarters. For the past few days, they had shared the same roof. As he entered their room, Zhou Shujin saw no issue. After all, they shared a bed and a couch, maintaining their own spaces. However, changing clothes inevitably felt awkward. Gu Yuanzhou remained unfazed, while Zhou Shujin, despite her boldness, was reluctant to change in front of him. She preferred to wait until he was asleep to stealthily change behind a screen. It was not out of fear of him peeking, but rather her own discomfort, as she thought about their eventual separation and felt the need to maintain a distance to preserve her own peace of mind. Feeling a surge of excitement upon her return, Zhou Shujin picked up a book to read. Gu Yuanzhou, noticing her straining to read by the candlelight, frowned and cautioned, reading like that will harm your eyes. She shot him a glance, recalling how she had often done so in her previous life without him ever expressing concern.
Now.
It seemed he had taken it upon himself to admonish her. Jeaner, Gu Yuanzhou said helplessly, moving closer to take the book from her. However, before he could, Zhou Shujin retaliated with a swift strike towards him. Surprised, he raised an eyebrow and attempted to snatch the book with his other hand, but she evaded him once more. Flipping onto the bed to confront him, she tossed the book aside and launched an attack. Gu Yuanzhou dodged while trying to restrain her. But her skills appeared to rival his own, leading to several rounds of playful combat without a decisive victor. Eventually, Zhou Shujin grew tired and called for a ceasefire.
I am exhausted.
Gu Yuanzhou too halted, gazing at her in astonishment, pondering why she had concealed her abilities in her previous life. You possess quite the skill, madam. Likewise, she replied. Chapter 21. The greeting gift. Before Gu Yuanzhou could summon the younger members of the household to meet her, Zhou Shujin encountered two of his concubines. From a distance, she recognized the two ladies approaching with their maidservants. Zhou Shujin was familiar with them from her previous life, though they had been inconsequential to her. This time, however, she needed to assert herself and establish her standing against her formidable mother-in-law. Upon meeting, Zhou Shujin offered her greetings, for she was the younger generation. Madam, please, do not demean us with such courtesy. Your status is far above ours, one of the concubines jested, fully aware of her position as the Marquise and the affection with which Gu Yuanzhou regarded her. It's all right, you are elders and members of my father's household. As a junior, I must pay my respects, Zhou Shujin insisted. The maidservants trailing behind her were puzzled by their young mistress's intentions. Typically, she would not be required to bow to the concubines, yet she evidently had her reasons. Greetings to Aunt Chiu and Aunt Rome. Please rise. The maidservants bowed, and the concubines graciously accepted the gesture. Where are you headed, madam? One of them inquired. Just taking a leisurely stroll. The scenery in the estate is quite pleasant, Zhou Shujin replied. Aunt Chiu spoke softly. Indeed, the estate's design and landscape were crafted by the Marquis himself. It is truly remarkable. Gu Yuanzhou designed this? Zhou Shujin mused, realizing he possessed some talent. Despite her reservations regarding his character, the scenery was indeed commendable. She casually glanced around and spotted a pavilion, suggesting, if you have no other matters, would you accompany me to that pavilion for a rest? Aunt Lin and Aunt Rome exchanged glances, uncertain of the new Marquis's intentions. Did she wish to curry favor with them? However, her innocent demeanor made it difficult to refuse. Very well, I am free, Aunt Chiu replied. How about you, Aunt Rong? I'm also unoccupied, Aunt Rong concurred. Then let us go together, Zhou Shujin proposed. Please, after you, madam, they urged in unison. Not at all, you may go first. This is my first visit, and I am unfamiliar with the layout. Please lead the way, Zhou Shujin insisted.
With that,
the two concubines had no choice but to guide her towards the pavilion. Once settled, Zhou Shujin instructed Bai Ran and the others to prepare tea and snacks. After they departed, she initiated a casual conversation, but she quickly realized that the topics of these seasoned ladies were quite different from what she had heard at the frontier. Yet, she discovered that conversing with them offered insight into the latest gossip from the capital, particularly within the Marquis estate. Madam, you should be cautious of that Miss Cui. Aunt Lin seemed genuinely concerned, speaking in hushed tones. Aunt Rong shot her a glance, silently questioning the relevance of her warning. Zhou Shujin noted their subtle exchanges and feigned ignorance, which Miss Cui. I am not familiar with her. Aren't you aware, madam? She is the cousin who frequently visits the old matriarch, Aunt Lin explained. Zhou Shujin shook her head. Ah, she is the granddaughter of the old matriarch's sister. Aunt Lin continued. It seems she harbors feelings for the Marquis. She has lived in the estate for quite some time and grew up alongside him. The old matriarch has long wished to match them. Are you suggesting that the Marquis and she share a childhood bond? Zhou Shujin queried. It cannot be said that the Lord has any romantic interest in her. He seems to regard her merely as a sister. Otherwise, why would he seek an imperial decree to marry a lady? Upon noticing the change in Zhou Shujin's expression, concubine Rome quickly added, Indeed, I share the same sentiment. If the Lord truly had feelings for her, he would have married her long ago. After all, she is nearly 18. 18? I never realized, Zhou Shujin mused, taken aback. But she is only 15, that means she is 3 years my senior. Indeed, concubine Lin interjected, she is 2 years older than our second young lady. Zhou Shujin inquired. Second young lady? Concubine Lin clarified. Oh, that would be my daughter, Yueli. She is 1 year older than the lady, and they have only just become engaged. I worry that if the engagement is prolonged, it may become difficult to find a suitable match for her. Fortunately, the Lord is quite attentive to his sister. He has found her a commendable match, and she is set to marry in the spring of next year. Zhou Shujin pondered. Then, why hasn't the Lord arranged a match for that cousin? Could it be that he is reluctant? Concubine Rome cautioned, Dear lady, please do not overthink it. In my view, it is the cousin's unrequited feelings. The Lord hardly pays her any attention. Concubine Lin added, Indeed. It is possible that the cousin does not require the Lord's assistance in finding a match, which is why he has not intervened. If it were any of the other young ladies in our household, they would struggle to find a good match without the Lord's help. The old Lord's health is poor, and he cannot attend to such matters, while the old lady is unwilling to involve herself. Listening to their conversation, Zhou Shujin sensed their trust in Gu Yuanzhou's judgment. She contemplated the possibility of collaboration with them. However, since her adversary was not Gu Yuanzhou, cooperation seemed feasible. When Bai Ran arrived, a young girl dressed in a pale yellow gauze dress accompanied her. She appeared to be Gu Yuan, concubine Rong's daughter. Concubine Chiu, the little girl greeted, displaying a commendable understanding of etiquette, although she did not recognize Zhou Shujin and regarded her with curiosity. Third young lady, this is the lady. You must pay your respects. Concubine Rome quickly reminded her daughter. Gu Yuan curtsied to Zhou Shujin, saying lady. Zhou Shujin replied, Why call me lady? Sister is more fitting, is it not? What do you call the Lord? Gu Yuan responded, Second brother. Then you may simply call me second sister. Gu Yuan promptly corrected herself, second sister. Well done. Zhou Shujin praised, gently stroking the twin buns atop her head, which, due to her youth, were styled like adorable little dumplings. Noticing that Gu Yuan had brought nothing with her, Zhou Shujin removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it on the girls. Though she was only 12 or 13, the bracelet was versatile and white, making it suitable for any attire. My lady, this is too extravagant. How can the third young lady wear such a valuable item? Concubine Rome exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the bracelet's worth. Zhou Shujin reassured her. No matter how young she is still a young lady of our household. She deserves to wear the finest things. This is merely a token of our first meeting, a gift from your sister. Gu Yuan smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, second sister. Zhou Shujin remarked. What a sweet tongue you have. What is your name? I am Yuan, Gu Yuan. A lovely name, Zhou Shujin noted. Gu Yuanzhou appeared to be quite shy, likely due to her mother being a concubine and the sole child without a biological brother to support her. Thus, she did not receive much favor within the household. Seeing that her daughter had received such a fine bracelet from Zhou Shujin, concubine Xiao began to consider whether her own daughter, Yueli, might also receive a gift should she meet Zhou Shujin. Chapter 22. Cui Tinger. While waiting for her daughter's arrival, it was Gu Yuanzhou who appeared instead. He had heard that Zhou Shujin was in the pavilion with several concubines and was not concerned about their potential mistreatment of her. However, he harbored a general distrust of the household, uncertain of who might pose a threat to her. Upon Gu Yuanzhou's entrance into the pavilion, the others quickly stood to greet him. Both concubine Lin and concubine Rong bowed in unison, "My lord." Gu Yuanzhou nodded slightly, gesturing for them to sit, and replied, "There is no need for such formalities. Please be seated." At that moment, Gu Yuanzhou chimed in, "Second brother." Gu Yuanzhou turned to her, and she nodded, "Yes. I came to find my mother." Gu Yuanzhou acknowledged her with a nod and then, without further pleasantries, walked directly to Zhou Shujin's side and took a seat. With genuine concern, he asked Zhou Shujin, "Are you cold? It seems the wind has picked up." Zhou Shujin glanced at him and replied, "Not too cold, really. But why have you returned so early?" Gu Yuanzhou explained, "I am still on leave. I had only intended to visit a few friends today, and once my matters were resolved, I returned." "Oh," she mused, unaware he had been on leave for several days. With Gu Yuanzhou's arrival, the two concubines felt it was inappropriate to continue gossiping with Zhou Shujin and sought to take their leave. Gu Yuanzhou waved them off, allowing them to depart. Zhou Shujin felt dissatisfied. Why should he chase away her companions? She had no desire to remain with him. "Do you not think your arrival has interrupted our conversation?" she remarked. Gu Yuanzhou replied, "It seems so. From afar, I could hear your lively chatter, and upon my arrival, it fell silent." Zhou Shujin retorted, "Then you should have left immediately, yet you audaciously settled down. Had you not come, they would have stayed longer." Gu Yuanzhou queried, "Do you enjoy conversing with them so much?" "They are quite delightful. They have shared many secrets of the capital with me, including those of our household." Zhou Shujin responded mysteriously. However, Gu Yuanzhou noted with interest that she referred to the household as ours, as if it were her home. He found the sentiment rather pleasing. "What did they share?" he inquired. Zhou Shujin smirked. "Why should I tell you? You are a grown man. What concern do you have with matters of women?" After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Shujin decided it was time to return. She felt fatigued after her time out and needed to rest. However, just as she stood to leave, she noticed another arrival, her foremost adversary. She promptly sat back down, leaving Gu Yuanzhou momentarily bewildered. Had she not just declared her intention to depart? Gu Yuanzhou asked, perplexed, "Did you not say you were leaving?" "Oh, I changed my mind. I wish to stay a while longer," she huffed, bracing herself for the impending confrontation with her foe. Before she could dwell on it, she heard footsteps approaching, and upon glancing towards the entrance, she saw yet another unwelcome figure. "Do you know who she is?" Gu Yuanzhou whispered beside her. "I would recognize her even if she turned to ashes," Zhou Shujin retorted, feigning ignorance. "I have no idea who she is. She seems rather pleasant." "That is Cui Tinger," Gu Yuanzhou informed her, "the cousin I mentioned." He sensed her familiarity with the girl but was determined to prevent them from interacting alone. "Oh, is she your childhood sweetheart?" Zhou Shujin teased, raising her voice playfully. Gu Yuanzhou was startled by her insinuation and quickly clarified, "Who has spread such rumors?" "She is merely my mother's niece. Not my childhood sweetheart. She has no connection to me." Zhou Shujin's lips curled into a skeptical smile. "Then why have you not found her a good match and married her off? Why does she remain in the household? People say you are reluctant to let her go." Gu Yuanzhou sighed in exasperation. "I am not her father. I cannot dictate her marriage. Moreover, such matters should be arranged by parents and matchmakers. As an outsider, I cannot interfere excessively." Zhou Shujin found his reasoning somewhat valid, yet she pressed further. "But why do you involve yourself in your sister's marriage?" Gu Yuanzhou furrowed his brow, looking perplexed as he inquired, "Sister? Are you referring to Yuli?" Zhou Shujin quickly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, indeed. She is the second daughter of the Gu family. I've heard that her marriage arrangements have all been orchestrated by you." With a sigh, Gu Yuanzhou explained with a hint of resignation. "Alas, she is my biological sister. Naturally, I must invest considerable effort. It also alleviates some burden for my father. Just look at his current state. He scarcely has the energy to concern himself with such matters. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shujin couldn't help but feel intrigue and pressed further. However, according to convention, her mother should be responsible for this. Gu Yuanzhou shook his head with a bitter smile, responding, her mother is merely a concubine and lacks the standing to interfere in such affairs. Although my biological mother is her legitimate mother, considering her disposition, she likely would not take the time to select a suitable match for Yuli. If a daughter of the Gu family marries poorly, I will undoubtedly face ridicule and scorn from others. Zhou Shujin was taken aback, exclaiming, is your mother truly so unfeeling? A good marriage for Yuli would benefit the entire Marquis. With a gentle sigh, Gu Yuanzhou's voice carried a tinge of helplessness. Perhaps she is short-sighted, fixated on immediate gains, blind to the long-term future. She constantly devises ways to suppress my father's concubines while neglecting far more pressing matters. At this juncture, a flicker of worry and frustration crossed his gaze. The way he spoke of his mother left Zhou Shujin momentarily stunned. Was this truly the Gu Yuanzhou of her past life, the one unable to discern right from wrong? As they conversed intimately, Cui Ting-er approached, misinterpreting their closeness and nearly twisting the handkerchief in her grasp. Cousin and cousin-in-law, she declared, adopting an overly sweet demeanor as she entered the pavilion. Zhou Shujin immediately shifted into a defensive posture, feigning innocence as she replied, husband, and who might this young lady be? She wrapped an arm around his, nearly resting her head on his shoulder. Though aware of her pretense, Gu Yuanzhou still appreciated her affectionate gesture. He lightly patted her hand before grasping it. She is my aunt's daughter, temporarily residing in our household, he stated.
Oh, Cui Ting-er remarked.
Her face contorting with indignation at the sight of Zhou Shujin leaning against Gu Yuanzhou. Cousin and cousin-in-law share such a wonderful bond, she commented. To which Zhou Shujin quickly interjected, oh no, Ting-er, you mustn't say that. Your relationship with my husband, having grown up together, is the true testament of affection. Before Cui Ting-er could respond, Gu Yuanzhou interrupted. What nonsense. We've hardly exchanged a few words throughout our lives. Where's the affection in that? His blunt dismissal left Cui Ting-er at a loss for words, unable to articulate a suitably ambiguous retort. However, she was not easily deterred. Whatever my cousin says goes, she muttered, then plopped down directly opposite them, wearing an expression of great grievance. Both of the reincarnated individuals had witnessed her antics before, and thus felt a wave of nausea at her behavior. What a fine young lady she was, yet she chose to emulate such petty conduct. Perhaps in the previous life, Gu Yuanzhou had indeed found this appealing? Zhou Shujin cast a sidelong glance at him, contemplating, is this truly your preferred style? Suddenly recalling that, in this life, she intended to expedite their union, she questioned her earlier performance. No, it had gone awry, resembling a rivalry between two women over one man. Turning the page, she resolved to reset. With a swift adjustment, she shot a meaningful glance at Gu Yuanzhou, urging him to console her. He appeared baffled, wondering what she meant. Is your eye bothering you? He asked. Zhou Shujin felt a pang of exasperation. If anyone's eyes were bothering them, it was his. Sighing, she decided to leave, hoping this would allow Cui Ting-er to flourish and secure Gu Yuanzhou's attention, thereby liberating her from her plight. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Please, continue your conversation, she announced, rising to depart. To her surprise, Gu Yuanzhou, more familiar with her than she was with him, insisted, I have nothing to discuss. I shall accompany you. He took her hand and led her toward the exit of the pavilion. Zhou Shujin, flustered, tried to extricate herself, as her intention was to create an opportunity for them. Chapter 23. Submitting the accounts as he pulled Zhou Shujin away. They had not gone far when she freed her hand, leaving Gu Yuanzhou feeling a sense of loss at the emptiness in his grasp. Zhou Shujin halted, gazing at him in surprise. What are you staring at? He asked, feeling slightly flustered. Don't you like Cui Ting-er? You seemed quite protective of her in the past life. Why would I like her? You know whom I favor, he retorted, feeling frustrated at her apparent inability to grasp his hints. It wasn't that she was oblivious. She sensed that the trajectory of this life seemed to be veering off course, leading him to develop an interest in her. Perhaps in due time, things would revert, and to avoid future complications, it was best for her not to meddle in their affairs. Zhou Shujin replied, oh, please refrain from incessantly mentioning likes. It does not suit your demeanor. Gu Yuanzhou countered. Was it not you who brought it up first?
Was it? It seems so, she conceded.
Well, I can mention it. I am a woman. And it is entirely natural for me to be concerned with matters of love. You, however, ought to engage in more significant pursuits instead of lingering in the courtyard. Gu Yuanzhou found himself at a loss for words. He was merely apprehensive that if he let his guard down, she might fall victim to someone else's schemes. Let us return, he finally suggested. Zhou Shujin nodded, realizing it was indeed time to head back. They had been out the entire afternoon. The couple made their way back to the Liuli pavilion, with the servants paying them no mind, as this had become their routine in recent days. After dinner that evening, Gu Yuanzhou brought forth a stack of ledgers, leaving Zhou Shujin puzzled. These are the Marquis's public accounts. The monthly expenditures are generally fixed, and you may adjust the monthly allowances as you see fit. These, however, represent my private assets, not included in the public accounts, which you may manage as you wish. Staring at the towering piles of ledgers on the table, Zhou Shujin's eyes widened in astonishment and confusion. She could not recall ever agreeing to oversee these accounts. She waved her hands in protest. I truly cannot manage these. You should seek someone else. Gu Yuanzhou, however, merely chuckled dismissively, reassuring her, if you feel overwhelmed, you may delegate these responsibilities to someone you trust. After all, you are now the lady of the Marquis. If you cannot govern the household affairs, it may be difficult to command respect. Only by holding the reins of power can you ensure that others will heed your directives. As she listened to Gu Yuanzhou's words, Zhou Shujin recognized that he seemed resolute in his intention for her to take charge of these matters. Unable to resist a playful jab, she quipped, Aren't you worried I might exploit these for personal gain? With unwavering confidence, Gu Yuanzhou replied, If I were concerned, I would not entrust these responsibilities to you. In the past, no one could assist me, but now that you have joined the Marquis, our fates are intertwined, so I can only rely on you. Zhou Shujin remained hesitant, suggesting, Why not let your mother manage them instead? She would likely be more than willing to take on this task. However, Gu Yuanzhou's expression shifted slightly as he furrowed his brows and sighed in resignation. I worry she might squander the entire Marquis. What a lack of trust he had in his own mother, while placing so much faith in her. Choosing her over his own mother, perhaps she could reluctantly help him manage things. After all, if the funds ran dry, she would never be able to cover the costs. What if I inadvertently squander the Marquis one day? I would not be able to use my dowry to compensate, Zhou Shujin cautioned, her tone playful. Gu Yuanzhou shot her a sideways glance and gestured toward the pile of private assets beside them. Zhou Shujin picked it up and flipped through it, astonished by the substantial amount of assets he possessed. Are all these legitimate enterprises? She inquired. Gu Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow and remarked, Is it because you fear the improper that you dare not intervene? Zhou Shujin snapped the ledger shut with a thud and tossed it at him. You expect me to take the blame for you? I never anticipated you would stoop so low. Gu Yuanzhou chuckled softly, his tone resolute as he replied. Everything is above board. I am a legitimate official of the court. How could I possibly break the law? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shujin frowned, voicing her skepticism. Then how do you possess such a vast amount of private property? Surely the court would not condone such accumulation of wealth? A glimmer of cunning danced in Gu Yuanzhou's eyes as he lowered his voice. The court indeed prohibits it, yet all these assets are registered under others' names. I merely remain in the shadows. Zhou Shujin, still puzzled, pressed further. Then why disclose this to me? Are you not afraid I might expose you? A confident smile played at the corners of Gu Yuanzhou's lips as he replied, I fail to see how revealing this would benefit you. Ultimately, you may find yourself entangled in the same fate as I, either facing execution together or languishing in prison. Zhou Shujin's expression shifted, and she scoffed, You are quite ruthless. So, does that mean I have unwittingly boarded your pirate ship? Gu Yuanzhou patted her shoulder reassuringly. If you must see it that way, so be it. However, I must inform you that as long as you manage your expenses at the Marquis' residence judiciously and do not indulge excessively, my private assets can sufficiently cover any shortfall. Zhou Shujin suddenly brightened. So, does that mean I can freely adjust the monthly allowances for those in the Marquis' residence, including your mother and others? Gu Yuanzhou nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I entrusted this responsibility to you. You are in charge, and I shall not inquire further. Zhou Shujin replied, All right. Let me take a look first. The prospect of influencing the income of the household filled her with excitement. In her previous life, they had not held her in high regard, but this time, she would have the upper hand. Observing her apparent delight, Gu Yuanzhou felt uncertain. Yet he intended to grant her the opportunity for revenge. Regardless of her actions towards them, he would create the circumstances, trusting that as long as no lives were lost, she could proceed as she wished. Gu Yuanzhou remarked, "It is quite late. We shall continue this tomorrow." Zhou Shujin, engrossed in her task of reviewing the accounts for her adversaries, turned serious at his words. "Must you dampen my enthusiasm? Reviewing these at night strains my eyes. Why can't you just bring them to me tomorrow?" Gu Yuanzhou sighed. "It is my fault. I did not consider this. Now, rest for the night. These matters will not disappear." Satisfied with his conciliatory tone, Zhou Shujin decided not to press further. Yet she could not fathom why he seemed so intent on overseeing her affairs, much like in her previous life. A part of her wished he would allow her to fend for herself. She slammed the ledger onto the table in frustration and stormed off to the bed. Perhaps it was the mental exertion of the day, for she fell asleep shortly after lying down. Hearing her steady breathing, Gu Yuanzhou reflected on their past. In her previous life, she had sought his embrace, yet their chances to share a bed had been rare. He had mostly occupied the study.
Now,
Desiring to hold her close, he hesitated, mindful of the fact that their daily proximity made him wary of her perceiving him as a lecher. If she never came to love him, what course should he take? Should he grant her freedom? In her past existence, she had been determined to leave the Marquis's residence. Would she be driven to do so again? He resolved to cast aside such thoughts. This time, he would protect her and those she cherished. Contemplating those she cared for, he first thought of his father-in-law and brother-in-law who had perished on the battlefield in the previous life. This time, he needed to devise a plan to prevent their deployment. The hour was nearing the time of upheaval in his past life. It was around October 10th, when chaos erupted in the north. What was initially a day of celebration turned into turmoil, inciting the emperor's wrath and sending General Zhou and his son to quell the disturbance, never to return. Zhou Shujin had married him in mourning, her heart undoubtedly heavy. Had she not married during mourning, she would have had to wait 3 years. The emperor had sought to placate the soldiers at the border, ensuring that Zhou Shujin, as an orphan, would receive ample care, thus encouraging General Zhou's men to continue serving the court. With only a little over a month until the 10th of October, he needed to prepare thoroughly. Should they ultimately be sent to war, he must provide them with additional assurance. Chapter 24. Adjusting the monthly allowance the following day. Zhou Shujin arose early and reviewed the household accounts, astonished to discover the number of idle individuals being supported by the Marquis's residence. Since Gu Yuanzhou had entrusted her with management, she intended to oversee it diligently. There was no reason for unrelated individuals to be financially supported by the Marquis's estate. Did he enjoy being taken advantage of? She certainly did not. She called for Steward Lin and began to scrutinize the accounts. "Isn't this Miss Biao a guest at the Marquis's residence? Why does she receive a monthly allowance?" Zhou Shujin pointed to Cui Ting Er's name. Then, she noticed several names that did not belong to the household and highlighted them for Steward Lin. Upon inspection, Steward Lin broke into a sweat as he realized that all these individuals were connected to the old madam's family and were being financially supported at the Marquis's expense. These were approved by the Marquis, he explained. Zhou Shujin demanded, "Why should non-residents receive funds, and such generous amounts at that? How much do the legitimate members of the Marquis's household receive?" She had yet to examine the details thoroughly and resolved to do so. "Steward Lin, what is my monthly allowance?" Steward Lin replied, "Madam, you do not receive a fixed allowance."
what?
Zhou Shujin exclaimed, "I do not?" Steward Lin wiped his brow and clarified, "No, madam, as the lady of the house, you do not receive a fixed allowance. You may withdraw funds as needed directly from the treasury." "That is more reasonable," Zhou Shujin responded. "What about the Marquis? He has no fixed allowance either." Steward Lin informed her. "That will not do. He should receive a fixed amount. If he exceeds it, we will deduct from his allowance next month." Steward Lin's expression twitched. Did she really intend to be so harsh with the Marquis? What about the old madam's allowance? Zhou Shujin continued flipping through the ledger. "Madam, the old madam receives 500 taels monthly. She receives so much?" Zhou Shujin questioned. "And the old Marquis?" "The old Marquis does not engage in social activities. He receives 300 taels each month, primarily for medication." Zhou Shujin could not help but scoff. "He even has to pay for his medicine out of pocket? How unfilial of Gu Yuanzhou." Steward Lin quickly explained, "No, this is the old Marquis's insistence. He believes in leading by example, or else others would follow suit." Zhou Shujin retorted, I do not care about others. He is my father-in-law, and I must show filial piety. From now on, the expenses for his medication will be reimbursed by the household, and he shall receive an additional 500 taels monthly. Madam, the old Marquis cannot even go out now. Giving him such a large allowance is unnecessary, Steward Lin argued. I do not care. I wish to provide it. Record the changes. The old madam's allowance will be reduced to 300 taels. She does not need so much since she does not purchase her own medicine. Steward Lin was at a loss for how to persuade her. Her drastic measures could cause significant upheaval. Zhou Shujin continued, this Miss Biao, who is not even a member of the Marquis' household, receives more than our legitimate young ladies. This is unacceptable. Her allowance must be revoked. A guest should behave like a guest. Madam, this. Steward Lin began. Follow my orders. Gu Yuanzhou said to let me take charge. I will manage the affairs of the Marquis' residence well. If he cannot bring himself to dismiss those who come to take advantage, I have no qualms about doing so. Especially since they are not my relatives, Zhou Shujin added silently. Once again, I recall the idlers I first encountered, remarking, what if those initial stipends of 200 taels per person each month? Do they think the Ho residence is a bottomless pit? Anyone not belonging to the Ho family receives nothing. Aunt Chiu and Aunt Rong each received an increase of 50 taels, while they initially only had 50. The young ladies of the Ho residence each received 200 taels, previously only 100. Steward Lin diligently noted these changes, feeling it unwise to voice further objections. For the mistress would not heed him. Is there anyone left unaccounted for? Zhou Shujin pondered. Yes, the lords and ladies of the estate, as well as the Marquis. The mistress has decreed that the Marquis is also to receive his share. Zhou Shujin nodded and inquired. Oh, indeed. How much did the lord and lady receive before? 200 taels for the lord and 100 for the lady, Steward Lin replied. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Shujin declared, the lord shall now receive 500 taels, and the lady 200. The Marquis will be granted 600 taels to distinguish him from others. Steward Lin mused that the distinction was not particularly significant. The steward cautioned, Mistress, the lord's monthly allowance exceeds that of the old madam. She will undoubtedly be displeased. Zhou Shujin, nonchalant, responded, what is there to fear? Let her come to me. The lord has social engagements, while she does not. She is the only one among the ladies of the household who has much to complain about. Steward Lin then turned to the matter of the servants' monthly stipends. After a thorough review, Zhou Shujin deemed their allowances relatively fair, but added a bit more for each. The Ho residence had supported a large number of idlers who contributed nothing to the household. Now, those funds would be redirected to those who diligently serve. Steward Lin was taken aback that he too would receive an increase, and ceased to argue. After all, what was the purpose of maintaining idlers? When word of the increased stipend spread, the servants rejoiced, though a few, particularly the maids and matrons close to the old madam, did not see a raise. This was clearly an act of defiance. Zhou Shujin was unbothered, knowing it would infuriate the old madam, who would realize that Zhou Shujin held her in utter disregard. Not only had her own stipend diminished, but those of her family had also been revoked, a stark contrast to what Gu Yuanzhou had once promised her.
Kurtingad.
2. Found her stipend eliminated, and in the courtyard, she vented her frustration by smashing teacups. She could hardly believe Zhou Shujin's ruthlessness. Why had her cousin entrusted the household's management to this woman? The old madam, fuming with indignation, prepared to confront Zhou Shujin, but was reminded by old Lu that as her mother-in-law, she must handle the situation with care. It was best to summon others to the main hall to properly admonish her in front of an audience, which would serve to vent her frustrations. This reasoning made sense. And soon others were gathered in the grand hall of the Ho residence. Upon receiving word, Zhou Shujin understood that her mother-in-law was poised for confrontation, which suited her perfectly. As she felt rather bored, the hall filled with others, including Gu Yuanzhou, who sat beside her aunt, unaware of the reason for the summons, only knowing that her mother had ordered everyone to the main hall. In truth, the others were delighted, who wouldn't be happy about an increase in their stipends. Yet, they remained oblivious to those who had been deducted, mistakenly believing that the new mistress had generously raised everyone's allowances. Zhou Shujin was the last to arrive, unhurried. As she bore no fear of the old madam and was indifferent to the urgency of the summons, it would be best if she provoked a grand confrontation. As the assembly quietly murmured about the increased stipends, They stood to pay their respects upon Zhou Shujin's arrival. She was the head of the Hou family and deserving of their courtesy. Please be seated. We are all family here, no need for formality, Zhou Shujin said, taking her place at the first seat among the lower ranks. Although she was entitled to sit at the head of the table, she chose not to sit beside her mother-in-law, opting instead for a lower position. The old madam, observing this, mistakenly interpreted it as fear, scoffing inwardly, "Ah,
So you do know fear.
why have we all been summoned by the old madam?" Zhou Shujin finally inquired, noticing the silence that hung in the air. "You are unaware?" The old madam retorted, disinterested in feigning ignorance. "Since it was the old madam who called us, how could I possibly know?" Zhou Shujin replied. "Zhou Shujin, enlighten us. Who permitted you to alter our stipends? Immediately revert them to their previous amounts." "I shall overlook this initial transgression," the old madam commanded. "Oh, that matter? I must respectfully decline your request. I considered it thoroughly before implementing the changes and trust that no one here holds objections," Zhou Shujin stated, casting a glance at the others in the hall, who were clearly in agreement. "None. The mistress is wise," they chorused in unison. The old madam seethed. It was she who held grievances. She had been deprived of so much, and her family's allowances had been revoked. Each of her relatives, although receiving 200 taels, would discreetly send her 100 taels, meaning she faced a net loss exceeding 1,000 taels monthly. "Very well, you may reduce my stipend. But what of my family members? Why do you have to cancel their allowances?" "These were granted with Zhou's consent," the old madam protested. "Old madam, I must address you on this matter. You are a member of the Hou family. How can you only think of your own family? Consider the household's expenditures. A significant portion supports your relatives. If outsiders were to discover this, they would accuse you of using the Hou's funds to subsidize your family," Zhou Shujin continued. "Moreover," she added, "the income of the Hou residents is limited. Our own masters have scarcely taken anything, while we support outsiders. What kind of arrangement is this?" The others began to grasp the situation. They realized the deductions were from the old madam's family. The notion that the Hou residents supported her relatives was shocking, and they exchanged glances of disbelief. This was truly excessive. This was all agreed upon by Zhou. "You have no authority here," the old madam asserted. "Previously, I lacked the authority, but now that I am in charge, I cannot allow Gu Yuanzhou to act foolishly. I will say no more. Previously, the young ladies of the Hou residence received only 100 taels monthly, while the concubines received 50. Yet your relatives, who are of no consequence, received 200 taels each month. Do you think the Hou family is a fool?"
What?
The assembly murmured in discontent. Aunt Xiao could hardly remain seated, while Aunt Rong restrained her, signaling her to heed the mistress's direction. "Furthermore, what of that Chui cousin living in the estate? Is she not merely a guest? We have not charged her for her lodging, yet she receives 200 taels monthly, more than our own young ladies. What is the justification for this?" No one anticipated that Zhou Shujin would expose all of these matters, leaving the old madam at a loss for words. These issues had been privately discussed with Gu Yuanzhou, and she had not expected him to delegate household management to Zhou Shujin, who would not shield anyone from accountability. "Indeed, old madam, we may overlook this. But how can the second and third young ladies, who are true daughters of the Hou family, receive less than a mere guest?" Aunt Xiao could no longer contain herself. Realizing the old madam's cunning, though she lacked control over the household provisions, she had managed to siphon off the majority of its wealth. "Are you all conspiring to bully an old woman like me?" the old madam accused. Zhou Shujin, "Dear matriarch, please do not wrongfully accuse us. It was you who summoned us here. I merely speak the truth. After all, the Marquis entrusted the household to my care, and I must ensure its well-being. You see, it is best to clarify these matters today. Otherwise, I might follow your example and bring my maternal family to collect monthly stipends as well, which would surely deplete the Marquis. Although my family is not as large as yours, I could still muster 4 or 5 individuals." Zhou Shujin, undeterred, continued to provoke her, while those present stifled their laughter, astonished by the new lady's audacity in rendering the matriarch speechless. They had endured the matriarch's tyranny for so many years and were finally witnessing someone brave enough to stand against her. Zhou Shujin declared, "All right. Since we are all gathered here, I shall reiterate, henceforth, our Marquis will not support idlers. Should anyone have grievances regarding the monthly stipends, you may address them to me. If your concerns are reasonable, I shall consider them. None of us have objections. After all, we shall not support outsiders, even if our stipends are somewhat diminished. It matters not. Aunt Qiu, incensed, remarked that she had not anticipated the lady's generosity towards outsiders while being so miserly with them. Zhou Shujin responded, "Such occurrences will not arise again. Let us cease our complaints. As I see it, I would prefer to confront them with the accounts to reclaim what is due. Yet I must also preserve the Marquis's dignity. Indeed, it was futile to dwell on past grievances. It was a waste of silver to support outsiders." The matriarch's heart ached at the mention of outsiders, yet their words held truth. Her relatives were, to them, outsiders. Suddenly, Zhou Shujin turned to Aunt Qiu and inquired, "Aunt Qiu, you mentioned that the second young lady is to be married, correct?" Lady Lin chimed in, "Yes, second young lady, you have yet to meet your sister-in-law. Do come forth." It was imperative for her to meet her, lest she miss the opportunity to present a gift. The second sister-in-law, a demure young lady, offered a respectful bow. Zhou Shujin glanced at her and smiled. "Our daughters are all quite beautiful." Lady Lin interjected, "Madam, please do not flatter her excessively." Zhou Shujin replied, "I speak the truth. Yu Yan is charming. What is the name of the second young lady?" Lady Lin responded, in reply to the madam, "The second young lady's name is Yu Li." Zhou Shujin remarked, "A lovely name indeed. As you are to be wed, allow me to augment your monthly stipend by 100, for you will need to prepare a dowry, which requires additional expenses." Aunt Qiu felt a twinge of unease. Her daughter now received an amount equal to that of the matriarch. Zhou Shujin reassured her, "It is only for a few months. Once Yu Yan is engaged, it will be the same." Am I to be engaged? Gu Yan was taken aback. "Madam, you have startled the third young lady," Aunt Rome teased. Knowing Zhou Shujin feared displeasing her, Lady Lin urged, "Second young lady, do not forget to thank the madam." Gu Yuli expressed, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Observing the two young ladies' obedient demeanor, Zhou Shujin felt inclined to treat them kindly. Zhou Shujin said, "Should you find yourselves in need of anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. In our marquis, we must not forsake propriety when marrying off our daughters." Lady Lin affirmed, "Yes, madam. I shall remember and ensure the second young lady is well prepared." As the two conversed about mundane matters, the old matriarch found herself ignored. She was at a loss as to how to alter the situation. Her son was wholly devoted to this woman. What could she possibly do? Chapter 26. On him with severity in the Lioli pavilion, the servants, upon witnessing Zhou Shujin return unscathed, felt a newfound respect for her. Although they were pleased with the increase in their stipends, they still feared the matriarch might rescind it. They had anticipated the Marquis would remain under her control. Yet here was the new lady, having swiftly gained the upper hand. Moreover, she was far more amiable than the matriarch, and they preferred to align with her, enjoying the benefits of their increased stipends. With this thought, the servants exhibited greater warmth than usual, leaving Zhou Shujin somewhat bewildered. She had not expected such enthusiasm from the household staff. Once back in the inner courtyard, she finally exhaled, feeling relieved. Gu Yuanzhou returned from his duties and, upon reaching the entrance, overheard the steward recounting the day's events. He soon spotted a maidservant lurking near his mother, who approached him with urgency. "Marquis, you must see the matriarch. She is near her wit's end, driven to despair by the lady's actions. How could she treat her mother-in-law so disrespectfully?" Before she could finish, Gu Yuanzhou fixed her with a steely gaze. Gu Yuanzhou stated, "It appears my words have fallen on deaf ears. Bring forth the culprit." The maidservant, realizing she had spoken ill of the lady, understood the Marquis intended to make an example of her. He gestured for the others to take her away before rejoining Gu Yuanzhou. It seemed the household believed the matriarch was the Marquis's mother, thus requiring their absolute obedience. Did they not understand that her comfort within the estate was due to the Marquis's influence? In their discord, they foolishly aligned themselves with the matriarch. Gu Yuanzhou knew his mother was likely feigning illness, perhaps genuinely agitated by Zhou Shujin, but he doubted it was serious. Rather, she sought to provoke him. Since he had entrusted her with full authority, he decided not to intervene and instead visited his ailing father. His father, unable to rise from his bed, managed to sit up slightly upon Gu Yuanzhou's arrival. "You have come, Yuanzhou," the elder Gu acknowledged. "Yes, I came to see you," his son replied. The elder Gu then inquired, "Where is your wife?" Gu Yuanzhou hesitated. "I have just returned, and have yet to see her." "Do you wish to see her?" The elder Gu remarked, "No. It is just that she sent a plethora of nourishing supplements today, which I find unnecessary for my aged constitution. It would be a waste to consume them. It turned out she had indeed sent nourishing remedies to his father. Young master, the lady is quite filial. She sent several boxes of ginseng and other tonics suitable for the elderly. However, the elder Gu insists it would be wasteful to consume them and wishes for you to take them back when you arrive, Zhong Bo interjected, noting that the lady's generosity was quite striking. Gu Yuanzhou gently urged, "Father, you should not hesitate to accept what your daughter-in-law has sent. Even a few bites would not be a waste." The elder Gu sighed. "Your wife has been quite proactive. I hear she has increased my monthly stipend and intends to cover my medicinal expenses from the household accounts. How can this be? Tell her to revert to the previous arrangement. I have no use for such a stipend." Gu Yuanzhou chuckled softly. "Father, do not concern yourself with her decisions. I have entrusted everything to her. She must have reviewed the accounts before making such adjustments, so let us simply follow her lead." He had long considered that his father's medicinal expenses should be covered by the household, but his father was steadfast in his belief that their expenses were already excessive. He had been reluctant to spend more than necessary, even though he owned private assets. Zhou Shujin's arrival had prompted changes, and Gu Yuanzhou was determined to support her. The elder Gu lamented, "Alas, it is my fault for being ineffectual, causing you both to bear the burden. I hope your mother has not caused a scene. I have heard that your wife has also halted support for her family." Gu Yuanzhou, filled with concern, replied, "Father, your health is fragile. Do not trouble yourself with such matters." The elder Gu furrowed his brow and sighed. "How can I not be concerned? These are the consequences of my past actions. In my folly, I once acquiesced to your mother's unreasonable demands." Gu Yuanzhou quickly reassured him, "You are left with no choice. They have taken so much for so long. They should be content. In the future, I shall not indulge them, and my wife will manage everything competently, so please do not fret." Old Lord Gu, still feeling uneasy, expressed his concerns with a frown. "I am worried they might trouble your wife. She has only just joined our Gu family. If she faces bullying upon her arrival, how will she endure the days to come?" Gu Yuanzhou, brimming with confidence, smiled reassuringly. "Father, have no worry. She is no ordinary woman. She is quite capable. No one will easily bully her. Besides, I will be there to protect her. You should focus on recuperating. We will handle the rest." At that moment, Uncle Zhong interjected, "Indeed, old master. Today, I overheard the servants discussing that the young madam has announced no more support for idlers in the household. Furthermore, she has increased the allowances for the servants, which has delighted them immensely. They are praising her for her astuteness and effective management. She is quite clever," remarked the old lord, somewhat comforted that his son had a capable ally. Gu Yuanzhou replied with a grin, "Indeed, she is quite sharp." Old Lord Gu then inquired with a hint of jest, "I heard she also bestowed upon you 600 taels?" Hearing his father's teasing tone, Gu Yuanzhou sighed. "Indeed. There is no helping it. She is generous to you and elder brother, but rather stingy with me." He thought to himself, with all his social engagements, 600 taels were hardly sufficient. The old lord chuckled lightly to console him. "One must not say such things. You have 100 taels more than we do." Gu Yuanzhou could not help but smile ruefully. That 100 taels seemed but a drop in the bucket for him. He shook his head, silently muttering, "Father speaks so lightly without knowing the burden." Sensing his son's thoughts, old Lord Gu patted his shoulder and jovially said, "How about this? If you find yourself in need of money in the future, do not hesitate to ask your father. My monthly allowance has increased significantly, and I can assist you." Gu Yuanzhou instantly brightened. "Thank you, father. After all, you have no use for the money. Let me spend it for you." Old Lord Gu laughed heartily but soon grew concerned. "What if my daughter-in-law finds out? Will she deduct my allowance?" Uncle Zhong, observing the playful banter between father and son, couldn't help but chuckle. He secretly mused that it had been a long time since he had seen the old lord so cheerful. Truly, the young madam was a blessing. It seemed vital to choose the right spouse. Gu Yuanzhou had intended to join his father for dinner, but the old lord urged him to return to his wife, saying, "What pleasure is there in dining with an old man? Your wife has just entered the family. You should spend more time with her and make her happy." In truth, Gu Yuanzhou thought that if he did not dine with her, she would likely be happier. She always seemed to wish to keep him at a distance, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. However, his father was correct. If he did not spend more time with her, she might care even less for him. He resolved to appear before her more often, to help her grow accustomed to his presence. Along the way, Mo Han hesitated to speak until he was about to step through the gate of Liuli Pavilion. Unable to contain himself, he finally said, "Lord, the old lady has sent someone again, asking for you to come over." Gu Yuanzhou replied, "Are you looking to get yourself into trouble?"
Moan insisted, "No."
"It's just that the old lady." Gu Yuanzhou interrupted, "I have said that once the lady makes a decision, I will not interfere. No matter how many people the old lady sends, I will not meet her. Do you not understand?"
Understod, Mohan replied, feeling troubled.
Why must he be caught in the crossfire of their mother-son conflict? Seeing his troubled expression, Gu Yuanzhou added, "Remember whose man you are." And Mo Han was taken aback. Did this mean he no longer had to heed the old lady's commands? Chapter 27. Marrying an ancestor. Upon returning to the courtyard, Gu Yuanzhou heard the chattering of the maids. Bai Ran was sharing the news she had gathered with Zhou Shujin, stating that Cui Tinger had smashed 2 sets of tea sets and was so furious she declared she would not eat dinner. Zhou Shujin responded, "If she does not wish to eat, then so be it. That saves some food. However, smashing 2 sets of tea sets is unacceptable. Make a note of it and demand compensation. Our Lord's household cannot be trifled with." Bai Ran interjected, "Madam, are you missing the point?" "What point?" Zhou Shujin retorted. "I am now in charge. Every loss must be accounted for. She, a mere guest, dares to destroy my belongings? Is she rebelling?" Bai Ran countered, "Madam, why do you think she has been living here? Does she not have a home? I heard she has been residing in the estate for many years."
"Indeed."
Bai Ran continued, "I find it strange. Is it true, as others say, that she is waiting to marry the Lord?" Zhu Xiang, lively in nature, had become familiar with Zhou Shujin and the others and felt free to voice her thoughts. "But that cannot be. I heard that cousin is almost 18 and can marry. Why did the Lord not wed her before?" Bai Ran rebutted. "Could it be that there is some unspoken issue?" Zhou Shujin too felt puzzled. "I think the Lord simply does not wish to marry her. I heard he hardly pays her any mind. Her affections are one-sided." Even Lan Xiang had joined in on the gossip. Zhou Shujin asked, "Then why not marry her off? Keeping her as an old maid is hardly fair. If Gu Yuanzhou has intentions, he should have married her sooner. If not, he should have sent her away. This situation drags me into a complicated web, which is quite bothersome. Could it be that Gu Yuanzhou cannot assert his authority over her?" A sudden male voice interrupted, leaving everyone startled, except for Zhou Shujin, who pondered the possibility. That shouldn't be the case. How could he lack authority in the Gu household? Gu Yuanzhou was not like Cui Tinger's father. He could only govern his own affairs. Zhou Shujin suddenly realized the speaker was the pale-faced Gu Yuanzhou standing nearby. And she felt so embarrassed she wanted to bury her toes. Well, we were just curious, merely curious." "Curiosity can be expressed directly to me," Gu Yuanzhou said, seating himself beside her, inviting her to inquire freely. The others in the room had already fled, and Zhou Shujin internally complained, "How ungrateful. Gossip together. But flee when the heat is on. I actually have no questions left. How about we dine first? I have nothing to do with Cui Tinger. There never was and never will be. To me, she is merely a junior raised by my mother to pass the time, akin to keeping a cat or a dog. I am neither her father nor her brother. Her marriage is not my concern. Ultimately, I will only provide her with a dowry when she marries." Zhou Shujin remarked, "But your mother likely does not see it that way." Gu Yuanzhou replied, "What she thinks is beyond my concern. As the head of the family, I can make my own decisions. Rest assured, she will not influence us. But if he is indifferent to Cui Tinger, how will she play matchmaker for them? Did they not share any feelings in the past life?" Upon reflection, Gu Yuanzhou realized that in his previous life, he seemed to have had little interest in anyone. Were it not for their marital life, she might have thought he was a monk. Now that she is 18 and has remained in the estate, are you not delaying her future by not marrying her? Gu Yuanzhou, touched by her concern for Cui Tinger, thought, "If you knew how she treated me in the past life, would you still think of her?" Gu Yuanzhou replied, "You raise a valid point. I shall speak to my mother tomorrow and have her send her away. It is not suitable for her to remain in our household." Zhou Shujin guessed she would likely not leave, so she refrained from saying more. Since she could not forge feelings with Gu Yuanzhou, she would seek revenge in her own way. She claims to adore Gu Yuanzhou, yet she spends her days clinging to him, which is utterly infuriating. Observing her restless eyes darting about, Gu Yuanzhou could only wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Never mind, he thought he would first summon someone to bring dinner, for he was quite famished. To his surprise, upon returning home, he found that there was no meal prepared for him. He would have to arrange it himself. Truly, he had married a demanding ancestor. However, he had willingly accepted this fate, so he could not blame anyone but himself. After completing his duties, Zhou Shujin took it upon herself to prepare nourishing soup for the old Marquis. Yesterday, she had heard that he was reluctant to consume the supplement she had sent him, so today she insisted on personally delivering a freshly brewed batch. This way, he would have no choice but to partake. Indeed, her filial piety was commendable. During her recent visit home, she learned from her father that the old Marquis had once been a valiant young general who sustained severe injuries while rescuing the current emperor. Eventually, due to a lack of support in court, the Marquis estate fell into decline, only to regain its stature once Gu Yuanzhou came of age. She had always admired those who ventured into battle, for they were the true heroes. Having grown up on the frontier, she understood the hardships of war and thus held them in high esteem. Her father-in-law was such a man, which only deepened her respect for him. Upon delivering the tonic, Zhongbo immediately approached her. "Madam," he greeted. "Zhongbo, is my father awake?" Zhou Shujin inquired. "He is awake and was just remarking on the flowers in the courtyard," Zhongbo replied. "Oh, I shall go see my father," she said, her heart filled with affection. Zhongbo led her inside, and upon reaching the bedroom door, he announced, "Old master, the young madam has come to see you." Old Marquis Gu was reclining against the headboard, having opened a window to gaze outside. At the sound of Zhongbo's voice, he turned to face her. "My dear Gina has come?" he said upon recognizing her. Zhou Shujin approached, softly calling, "Father." "Ah, Gina, is that you?" The old Marquis acknowledgement momentarily startled her, as it felt as though he genuinely recognized her. "I recall now," he continued, "that I had seen you as a child." "Really? When did you see me, father?" she asked, intrigued. "You must have been only 2 or 3 years old when your father brought you to the military camp. At that time, he served alongside me as a deputy general. I remember seeing such a sweet little girl amidst a group of rugged men, unafraid to stand her ground. Who would have thought you would grow up to be my daughter-in-law?" Zhou Shujin felt an even closer bond with the old Marquis upon hearing this unexpected connection. "Father, today I had the kitchen prepare some soup for you. Please have a taste." "Very well, I shall try it," he replied. Zhou Shujin brought the bowl from Bairan and personally fed him, her heart swelling with emotion. Having been ill for so long, the old Marquis had only received occasional visits from Gu Yuanzhou, while his other children rarely came to see him. Perhaps it was due to his own ineptitude as a father that he could not offer them much support. Chapter 28. Su Mengyun. As Zhou Shujin exited the old Marquis chamber, a tinge of sadness lingered in her heart. Though he was not particularly old, he seemed to bear the weight of years far beyond that of her maternal grandfather. While lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly confronted by Cui Tinger, her face contorted with anger. "What is this?" she thought, bracing for a confrontation. "What do you want?" she asked. "You, Zhou Shujin. How dare you have my cousin expel me from the estate? I have resided in the Marquis household for 6 years, and you cannot simply cast me out." Zhou Shujin retorted. "So, you've been living off the Marquis hospitality for 6 years, have you? That account needs to be settled." "Zhou Shujin, do you have any manners? This is the Marquis estate, and you think you can simply call me by my name? You believe that by currying favor with the old Marquis, you can secure your position as the lady of the Marquis household? Everyone knows the old Marquis is bedridden and unable to stand. What good is your flattery? Let me tell you, my aunt is dissatisfied with you, and you will be expelled from the household sooner or later." Zhou Shujin's gaze turned icy as she approached and swiftly slapped Cui Tinger across the face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Only after regaining her senses did she attempt to retaliate. "How dare you strike me? I will not let this go." However, before she could lay a finger on Zhou Shujin, she received 2 more slaps.
Cui Tinger stared at her in disbelief.
"You have a filthy mouth, and I will cleanse it for you. How dare you speak ill of the old Marquis while benefiting from his hospitality? You have truly shattered my perception of you," Zhou Shujin admonished. Cui Tinger retaliated loudly. "The Marquis estate belongs to my cousin, not the old Marquis. How did you grow up so foolishly? Without the old Marquis, where would Gu Yuanzhou have come from? Did he spring from a rock? That has nothing to do with you. You strike me, and I will certainly report you to my cousin. Are you really 18 years old?
Zhou Shujin challenged, leaving Gu Yuanzhou momentarily confused.
Was she implying that she was too old? I didn't report even at 8. You are 18. Goodness, have some dignity.
Gu Yuanzhou stammered.
Not calling you elder sister. What should I call you? You are 3 years older than I am. I cannot call you younger sister, can I? Although, given Gu Yuanzhou's relationship with you, I ought to refer to you as cousin, but I doubt you would appreciate that. Cui Tinger was taken aback. One moment she criticized her age, and the next she called her foolish, and she even dared to strike her. This was truly outrageous. Someone, seize her. I will take her to see my aunt. She commanded her entourage of maids and servants. Zhou Shujin merely glanced at them, unfazed.
Miss.
She is the lady of the Marquis household. One of the maids protested. And what of it? Can she bypass my aunt? Enough of your chatter. She struck me. And you all witnessed it. I am justified. It seemed she was still quite naive. What good was being justified if strength prevailed? Without Zhou Shujin needing to intervene, Bai Ran, with her modest skills, effortlessly brought them down. Cui Tinger was struck with fear. How could so many people fail to overpower a single maid? Fearing a retaliatory attack, she lifted her skirts and fled, sobbing as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Zhou Shujin recognized her ploy for theatrics, but felt no fear. Let her perform as she wished. Are you not getting up? Be careful. If Miss Cui falls and hurts herself, the old lady will certainly question you all. Zhou Shujin warned. Cui Tinger's maids hastily scrambled to their feet, not daring to delay further, and hurried off to pursue their mistress. As Zhou Shujin prepared to call Bai Ran back, a cheerful laughter echoed from ahead. Curiously, she turned to see a young woman approaching. From her attire, Zhou Shujin deduced that she must be the sister-in-law she had long wished to meet. Sister-in-law? The woman was taken aback by her unexpected politeness. Madam, she greeted, instinctively performing a respectful bow, as she hailed from a merchant family and was often reprimanded for her lack of decorum. There's no need for such formality, sister-in-law. You are older than I. Simply call me by my name. I shall still address you as sister-in-law. After all, you are the wife of Gu Yuanzhou's elder brother, and it would be inappropriate to call you by your name. Then I shall call you younger sister? Su Mengyun asked. Very well, Zhou Shujin conceded. Are you not afraid of Miss Cui? She is not one to be trifled with, Su Mengyun cautioned. Why should I fear her? Zhou Shujin replied confidently. She has the old lady backing her, Su Mengyun warned. I am not afraid of the old lady either. Perhaps I was narrow-minded. I heard that Miss Cui had left the old lady speechless the other day. I was not present. However, you did strike her today? And the old lady is unlikely to let this go, Su Mengyun noted. She had it coming. I have yet to complain about how my hand stings from hitting her. Zhou Shujin retorted. Su Mengyun paused, realizing her personality was rather brazen. By the way, thank you for the extra monthly silver, she added. Zhou Shujin looked at her in astonishment. You actually care about such a trifling amount? Wasn't it said that her family was exceptionally wealthy and her dowry was substantial? What could she possibly desire from such a trifling sum? Su Mengyun, who would ever disdain an abundance of wealth? I have doubled my fortune alongside my husband, and I must express my gratitude to my sister-in-law for her generosity. It's a trivial matter. I never expected that this sister-in-law would also be fond of money. Much like myself. Zhou Shujin. Sister-in-law, may I pose a question? Su Mengyun, go ahead. Zhou Shujin, with curiosity, inquired, why did you choose to marry my brother? I've heard that your family is immensely rich. How could you possibly find common ground with him? From what I understand, the people of the Ho family tend to, how shall I put it, look down upon others. They likely wouldn't consider someone from your family. One cannot blame Zhou Shujin for her bluntness. The individuals from the Ho family have always exhibited such a disposition, and they themselves are not particularly admirable, yet they scorn merchants. Su Mengyun, you are correct. It was not a matter of parental arrangement. I pursued him first. Zhou Shujin. Sister-in-law, you truly possess remarkable fortitude. I never expected you to boast about yourself. Su Mengyun paused for a moment before continuing. I must admit, I was somewhat short-sighted, enamored by his character without regard for his family background. It was only upon marrying in that I realized how little esteem the Ho family holds for me. Fortunately, I seldom venture out, so out of sight, out of mind. Zhou Shujin. Why concern yourself with their opinions? They merely disdain me for being a general's daughter. To their surprise, The two shared a sense of mutual sympathy. Zhou Shujin pondered for a moment before commenting. Is it that they prefer those delicate, soft-spoken types? Su Mengyun. Perhaps they favor those who walk as if devoid of bones, swaying gracefully and speaking in a soft, measured tone.
Zhou Shujin liker køytinger, for instance.
Su Mengyun chuckled lightly. I do not know her well, but I often see her addressing the Marquis as cousin, and he seems to quicken his pace afterward. Zhou Shujin expressed astonishment. No way. Isn't Gu Yuanzhou fond of that type? What about my brother? Does he have a preference? Su Mengyun shook her head slightly, laughing softly. Your brother favors someone like me. He could not handle those dainty, delicate women. Zhou Shujin could not help but burst into laughter. Haha, sister-in-law. You are indeed confident. Su Mengyun nodded with a smile, responding with unwavering conviction. Yes, perhaps it is my wealth that grants me this confidence. Zhou Shujin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Precisely. I believe that a woman must possess wealth. Otherwise, if a man's affections wane, everything is lost. Men can change, but money remains steadfast. Su Mengyun was genuinely taken aback, laughing as she remarked, I never anticipated that we would share the same sentiment. My family provided a generous dowry, yet I still collect my monthly allowance from the Ho estate to sustain my living. Zhou Shujin looked at her in disbelief. Is it truly necessary to be so frugal? Especially for the daughter of a wealthy merchant? Chapter 29. Return my son, sister-in-law. Is it truly necessary to be so stingy? Su Mengyun laughed softly before replying. Primarily because I have little in the way of social engagements and thus have no use for money. Previously, my husband and I could hardly spend our monthly allowance, and with this recent increase, we find ourselves with even more surplus. Zhou Shujin felt utterly defeated. Then shall I reduce it for you? Su Mengyun glared at her. How could that be acceptable? Who raises an allowance only to lower it afterward? You are the lady of the Ho estate. Do not engage in such disingenuous actions. Zhou Shujin understood.
I merely spoke in jest.
The two stood chatting for a while, both feeling somewhat unfulfilled. They then decided to head to the stone table in the garden together. Each brought a maid along, and Zhou Shujin instructed Bai Ran to prepare some tea. Su Mengyun, Linglong, go fetch the lotus pastries delivered this morning. Zhou Shujin, sister-in-law, you do seem to enjoy the finer things. Are those from the treasure pavilion? Su Mengyun, they were sent by my family, knowing that I have a fondness for them. They do not cost anything. Zhou Shujin felt a pang of envy. No wonder sister-in-law struggled to spend money. She likely receives many such gifts. Sister-in-law, you've been married into the Ho estate for over a year now. Do you not find it rather dull? Su Mengyun, occasionally, I do feel that way. Initially, I was quite generous with them, gifting many fine items, but later realized they are nothing but ungrateful wretches, particularly the old matriarch.
Well,
I do not wish to speak ill of my elders, but she truly has no boundaries. I hardly know how to articulate it. Zhou Shujin understood her meaning. The old matriarch was not a pleasant character. In this life, she had not even prepared a proper greeting gift for her. After all, they were adversaries. Zhou Shujin, and what of Aunt Qiu and the others? Are they unkind to you as well? Su Mengyun. As for her, one cannot say she is unkind, but there is never any warmth. Whenever she sees me, she merely urges me to bear children. Yet her treatment of my husband is no different, so I do not expect anything further. Zhou Shujin, I notice she seems to treat the second daughter well. Logically, wouldn't she be kinder to her son? Su Mengyun, perhaps it is because my husband was not raised by her. Their maternal bond is rather awkward. Who raised my brother? Was it the old matriarch? Surely not. Would she nurture another's child? Su Mengyun, it seems that initially, the old matriarch did raise him, keeping both my husband and the Marquis close, but she lacked the ability to educate them. When the old Marquis returned and saw that his sons were nearly spoiled by her, he took them under his wing for proper upbringing. Luckily, he managed to guide them back on the right path. Indeed, a child raised by someone of such dubious character would likely not turn out well. Fortunately, Gu Yuanzhou is still a man of honor. Aside from forcibly marrying me, he has not committed any heinous acts thus far. Before long, both maids returned, with Bai Ran having summoned Mei Xiang, who brought some fruit. Zhou Shujin remarked playfully, Are we holding a tea party here? If Cui Tinga were to see this, she might be furious. Su Mengyun sighed, responding, Speaking of her, I am somewhat curious as to why the old matriarch has not come to trouble you, nor has she sent anyone to summon you for inquiries. Zhou Shujin's lips curled into a sly smile, confidently replying, "They would not come to me now. They will surely wait until Gu Yuanzhou returns to lodge their complaints." Su Mengyun, perplexed, asked, "How can you be so certain? This does not align with the old matriarch's usual style." Zhou Shujin coldly laughed, analyzing, "After several skirmishes, they have failed to gain the upper hand against me and have realized that I am not easily trifled with. Therefore, they will undoubtedly seek someone more capable of handling me." Su Mengyun pondered this for a moment, still expressing concern. "But the Marquis may not necessarily side with them, right?" Zhou Shujin frowned, her tone turning serious. "This time, however, it is unpredictable. After all, I truly took action against her." Su Mengyun's eyes widened in alarm as she anxiously asked, "You have already grasped the situation so thoroughly. Have you not considered a strategy?" Yet, Zhou Shujin appeared remarkably composed. Nonchalantly waving her hand, she replied, "We shall speak of it once Gu Yuanzhou returns. I am not afraid of him. At worst, we shall have a confrontation. I am not incapable of handling him." Her gaze sparkled with determination and confidence, as if she had already prepared for whatever might unfold. Su Mengyun found herself at a loss for words, feeling a deep admiration for her. "Zhou Shujin, you mentioned that Gu Yuanzhou has yet to marry Cui Tinger. Why does she continue to linger in the Hou estate? She is practically becoming an old maid." "Su Mengyun, she is not quite an old maid yet. She is only 18, the same age as I." I misspoke. You are already married, while she remains unbetrothed. You are not on the same level." This statement left her with no grounds to refute. "Su Mengyun, I have heard from the maid that Cui Tinger is adamant about marrying the Marquis, and no amount of persuasion seems to sway her. It appears she intends to endure in the manor until she reaches a point where she can no longer be married off, at which point the Marquis, out of a sense of responsibility, would have no choice but to wed her." Zhou Shujin, marry? How naive she is. Even if he were to take her in, she would likely only be a concubine. A palanquin would be brought in through the side door, and she dreams of becoming his wife? Perhaps that will only come to pass after my death. Su Mengyun, can you truly wish such misfortune upon yourself? Zhou Shujin, I merely speak the truth. Su Mengyun, enough about her. She is simply an insufferable person. Zhou Shujin, indeed, a source of bad luck. To my surprise, the two of them seem to share a certain compatibility. Suddenly, Zhou Shujin recalled her intention to go out for a stroll the next day. Since she had few friends, she thought to invite Su Mengyun along. Coincidentally, Su Mengyun also had a limited social circle and readily agreed. They arranged to go out after breakfast the following day. Having finished their light meal of fruits, they parted ways and returned to their respective courtyards. Zhou Shujin walked along, humming a cheerful tune, her spirits evidently high. Upon returning to Liuli Pavilion, Zhou Shujin sent the maids away. Having just had a snack, she was not in the mood for lunch and decided to take a nap instead. It was likely that when Gu Yuanzhou returned in the afternoon, a difficult confrontation awaited her, and she needed to conserve her energy, as she might have to take action, if necessary. Lying in bed, Zhou Shujin found it hard to fall asleep right away, contemplating how to deal with Cui Tinger. The recent commotion she caused in front of her was due to Gu Yuanzhou's suggestion to send her away, yet she remained in the manor, indicating her unwillingness to leave. Or perhaps the old matriarch was not inclined to heed Gu Yuanzhou's wishes. How brazen of her to exploit Gu Yuanzhou's reluctance to personally dismiss her. If he would not, then it fell upon Zhou Shujin to take matters into her own hands. No. She needed to wait and see how Gu Yuanzhou reacted to the incident in which she struck someone that morning. If he defended them, she would not intervene. Those who cannot discern right from wrong do not deserve her assistance. With such thoughts, she gradually drifted into slumber, only to find herself revisiting memories from her past life in her dreams. Cui Tinger constantly schemed against her, while Gu Yuanzhou remained indifferent. Those wretched souls. How could they not be punished in this life? They continued to torment her. She yearned to eradicate them to relieve her pent-up resentment. Child, where is my child? Return my son to me. Gina, wake up. You are having a nightmare. Please awaken. Zhou Shujin, roused from her sleep, seemed dazed as she gazed at the person before her, the dreamscape overlapping with reality. She instinctively grabbed a hairpin and pressed it against his throat. Return my son to me. Gu Yuanzhou was taken aback. She mentioned a son? How could that be? He was momentarily at a loss for how to react, remaining frozen in place until Zhou Shujin finally emerged from her haze. She retracted her hand, feeling a moment of regret, while Gu Yuanzhou regarded her with a grave expression. Did you have a troubling dream? You just mentioned a son. Zhou Shujin replied curtly. Oh, I had a nightmare in which you and Cui Tinger were harming my son. Gu Yuanzhou's lips twitched. What sort of dream was that? How could he possibly act in such a manner? Dreams are often the inverse of reality. Such scenarios could never transpire. Who knows? Chapter 30. Seeking justice for my son. Zhou Shujin dressed herself, without concern for whether he was still watching her. Gu Yuanzhou, I heard from the servants that you struck Cui Tinger today? Zhou Shujin. Yes, I did. I suddenly realized I did not hit her enough. She recently struck my son, so I must go and teach her another lesson to feel satisfied. Gu Yuanzhou was left speechless. She was fixated on a son from a dream, yet felt compelled to confront the real person. You should know when to stop. You have already dealt with her. Are you really going to strike someone again over a dream? Zhou Shujin, my son in the dream is still your son. Will you not seek justice for him? Gu Yuanzhou, did you not just say that I was complicit in harming him alongside her? Zhou Shujin, indeed, so you ought to punish yourself as well, otherwise. I fear our son might be upset. Hearing her speak with such earnestness about absurd matters, Gu Yuanzhou found himself too exasperated to engage further. No matter how he responded, it would be wrong. I will have someone prepare dinner. You should clean up and join me. Zhou Shujin shrugged. She was indeed feeling hungry. After washing up, she made her way to the dining hall, but just as she began to eat, Cui Tinger burst in, weeping. Zhou Shujin raised an eyebrow. Noting that the servants in the courtyard seemed to have changed, could they not distinguish who was the master? Cui Tinger. Cousin, please stand up for Tinger. Sister-in-law is being far too oppressive. Truthfully, Zhou Shujin found herself puzzled. This incarnation of Cui Tinger seemed to lack the fighting spirit of her previous life. These complaints were trivial compared to the elaborate schemes she had once executed. What had changed? Deciding to ignore her, Zhou Shujin continued to eat, believing it best to fill her stomach first. Gu Yuanzhou merely glanced at her before returning to his meal. No one paid attention to Cui Tinger, who was making quite a spectacle of herself, yet she persisted in her tears, convinced that her cousin would not remain indifferent. Gu Yuanzhou remained unmoved, while Zhou Shujin grew weary of the interruption, wondering if anyone would be allowed to enjoy their meal in peace. Slamming her chopsticks onto the table, Cui Tinger halted her crying, startling Gu Yuanzhou in the process. Will you cease your lamentations? Wait until I am gone to wail. Will you? Must we not allow anyone to enjoy a proper meal? What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Yuanzhou was particularly sensitive to the word die at that moment, even if she was jesting. You cannot disrupt my meal. I cannot voice my displeasure against you. Zhou Shujin, irritated, declared, so I cannot even speak against her? Gu Yuanzhou, I mean to say that you must not speak of death. You will live well. Surprised that he was concerned about such a matter, Zhou Shujin pondered for a moment. Well, she had not yet exhausted her time on this earth. Understood. Please send her away. I have yet to finish my meal. Do you hear? Depart quickly, and do not disturb our dinner. Gu Yuanzhou waved his hand impatiently.
Cui Tinger looked at Gu Yuanzhou in disbelief.
Could he truly be so heartless? She had intentionally refrained from allowing the maid to apply medicine, hoping to show him the severity of her injuries. Yet it seemed her cousin did not even cast a glance her way, merely urging her to leave.
How could this be?
She had waited so long to present her grievance. Cui Tinger, cousin, how can you be so indulgent toward sister-in-law? She has struck me several times. Zhou Shujin found her presence bothersome. Gazing at her swollen face, she questioned if her strikes had truly been so severe. Perhaps she had resorted to some trickery to fabricate her injuries? And what do you propose? Strike back? Upon hearing Zhou Shujin's words, Cui Tinger contemplated this. Yet she had an even better request in mind. Cui Tinger, I could never strike sister-in-law. She is so delicate. I simply wish to remain in the manor and accompany my aunt. That is out of the question. Gu Yuanzhou flatly rejected her. He wished to send her away. Previously, he had overlooked them, but now that he had married, he could not allow Zhou Shujin to harbor any misconceptions. Zhou Shujin interjected. Your cousin has a point. Look, you are of a certain age now. If you linger in the manor, what will happen when you reach the point where no one would marry you? We cannot simply let you be dependent on us for life. Cui Tinger was on the verge of tears again, feeling insulted by the implication that she was aging. Although she was indeed 18, that hardly qualified as being old, and Zhou Shujin was intentionally pricking at her insecurities. Cui Tinger, then I shall not marry. I will stay here to accompany my aunt. Was she truly intent on wasting away her life alongside them? Zhou Shujin, yet your aunt is also of advancing years. Who knows how much longer she may live? If she exists for another 10 or 8 years and then she is gone, you will be 27 or 28, even older. And no one will need your companionship. What will you do then? Upon hearing her remark that his mother would not live beyond 10 or 8 years, Gu Yuanzhou felt a twitch at his temple. Was she cursing his mother? Was she not cursing herself, but rather others? Zhou Shujin responded, I have obligations to care for my elder cousin, but I am under no compulsion to attend to my younger female cousin. Even the young ladies of the Ho residence are ones I wish to see married off soon. You are aware, are you not, that raising a young woman incurs great expense? Look at you, residing with us, and we still spend 200 taels on you each month. We truly cannot afford this any longer. Listening to her earnest admonition directed at Cui Tinger, Gu Yuanzhou suppressed a laugh and chose to focus on his meal. Cui Tinger lamented, but I cannot return home at present. Zhou Shujin retorted, what relevance does that hold for us? We are neither your father nor your mother. If she were to have such a daughter, shamelessly clinging to a man, she would likely strangle her. It seemed she had experienced something similar in her past life, and there was no ruling out the possibility of having a daughter like that in the future. No, she could not bear children, neither sons nor daughters. Living alone was preferable. Dear cousin, might you consider allowing me to remain in the Ho residence, given my years of companionship with my aunt? When Zhou Shujin remained unyielding, she turned to Gu Yuanzhou for support. I listened to your wife. She manages the inner quarters. Was she casting this hot potato into her hands? Cui Tinger implored, sister-in-law. We are both women. Could you not show me some pity?
No, so hindi played. Pity? What do you call pity?
In my past life, you came to burden me during childbirth, only to snatch my child away. How is that comparable? However, if she were truly to be sent away, would that not inhibit her from exacting revenge? A plan was needed to keep her confined within the residence, allowing for retribution at leisure. Zhou Shujin pondered. I suppose you are indeed a pitiable woman. Fine, my benevolence has prevailed. You may remain here temporarily while I discuss with your cousin the best means to secure your future. Cui Tinger felt as though she were on a roller coaster. She had not anticipated such agreement. Thank you, sister-in-law. I promise to cause no trouble and will behave well in the residence. I trust you as much as I would a ghost, Zhou Shujin quipped. Very well, you understand. Go rest now, for we must dine. Then, sister-in-law and cousin, enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave. Cui Tinger departed with a light step, leaving Gu Yuanzhou in disbelief. Why did you choose to keep her? He inquired. I told you, it's out of pity. The tone of his voice was tinged with incredulity. Gu Yuanzhou shook his head, resigning himself to her wishes. The following day, Zhou Shujin set out as promised with her sister-in-law, Su Mengyun. The two brought along but a single maid and, feeling weary from their leisurely stroll, decided to visit a tea house for refreshments. Being women, they requested a private room, contemplating lunch there before returning home. Sister-in-law, may I pose a question?
Zhou Shujin began.
What means exist to retain cousin Cui within our household? Do you genuinely wish to keep her here? What are your thoughts? I have heard that the Marquis intends to send her away, Su Mengyun replied. Yet she refuses to leave. Last night, she came to plead with me, and in a moment of compassion, I agreed to let her stay. Have you lost your mind? Do you not grasp her intentions? She claims she merely wishes to remain to accompany the matriarch. Do you believe such nonsense? You are usually quite astute. How can you be so foolish at this critical juncture? What then shall I do? I have already promised her she may stay. Why not simply marry her off? But she insists she will not marry and asserts she cannot return home. What is the situation with her family? Is there no one left? I have not heard of anyone in her family. My relationship with her is not close enough to inquire further. Then, what if we find a suitable match for her within the residence? This way, she remains in the Ho household, fulfilling her desire to stay.
Su Mengyun regarded her yarili.
You do not intend for her to marry your husband, do you? You wouldn't wish to burden me with that. Sister-in-law, how could you think so poorly of me? I would not impose such a thing upon you. Well, within our household, there are only 2 men, and the patriarch certainly cannot be wed. Zhou Shujin winced at the thought. Indeed, given his health, he could not manage such a union. What then shall we do? Su Mengyun pressed. Are there not 2 other families within the household? Perhaps there is someone suitable from among them, as long as she remains in the Ho residence. Her wish will be fulfilled, and I shall not have broken my word. You present a valid point. However, I am not well acquainted with those two families. I only know one young lady from the third house who I can converse with, though she is not favored and may be unaware of many matters. No matter. Arrange to meet with her another day and gather information. By the way, do the residents of our household not usually meet? It seems that when the matriarch was in charge, she insisted on dividing the families. The concubines from those two houses still reside here, as they were the late Marquis's father's two concubines.
Ah?
Then they are our elders, akin to our grandmothers? Indeed. However, the third house operates independently. They only gather for ancestral rites, and in my year of marriage, I have met them but once. It appears that our two families are not quite like others. Indeed. Although you must admit, it is rather pleasant. We are not burdened by the demands of a matriarch. Our family as concubines do not insist on formal greetings, and I wake each day at my leisure, living more freely than I did at my family home. That is true. My father feared I would be too unruly to marry, insisting I learn the ways of a refined lady. How could someone skilled in swordplay and combat be adept at such things? In retrospect, Gu Yuanzhou has done me a favor by marrying me, otherwise, I might still be at home, forced to practice needlework. Su Mengyun chuckled, recognizing that despite their family shortcomings, the lack of constraints was a fortunate reprieve. As they chatted, their meal soon arrived. Without any other patrons, they called for Byron and Linglong to join them. Initially, the two maids hesitated, insisting they would wait until their mistresses had finished, but Zhou Shujin gently pressed them into seats. She handed them chopsticks, and when they remained still, she teased, "Do I need to feed you both?" Both shook their heads vigorously. "Then eat quickly. Once you finish, we shall explore the nearby shops." "Yes, my lady." She waved them on, and they finally picked up their chopsticks, though still appearing timid. They helped serve several dishes for Zhou Shujin and her sister-in-law. Once they had finished, Zhou Shujin said, "Sister-in-law, let us often meet for outings." "Certainly. Remaining in the Ho residence is quite dull." "Yes, from now on, you both shall accompany us frequently. Do be more amiable, or I shall not bring you next time." "Yes, my lady." As they prepared to leave, upon opening the door, they were unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face. Their eyes met, and Zhou Shujin's mind conjured the words, "A beauty awaits? What brings you here?" he inquired, taking the initiative. Zhou Shujin curiously glanced toward the adjacent room. Gu Yuanzhou, sensing her thoughts, retorted, "What are you looking at?" "I was merely observing. What brings you here?" "I have a meeting with some colleagues. Yet you have yet to explain your presence here. Is that any of your concern?" She shot back as she bypassed him. Gu Yuanzhou felt a sense of frustration, yet he found himself powerless against her. At that moment, Su Mengyun emerged with Linglong, having initially assumed the couple had matters to discuss, and thus hesitated to join them. It was only after observing that Zhou Shujin had departed that she decided to step out. Su Mengyun reassured, "Lord, there is no need for concern. My sister-in-law is with me." Upon hearing her teasing tone, Gu Yuanzhou felt a tinge of embarrassment. His worry did not stem from doubts about her fidelity, but rather a mere curiosity about her activities. "Older sister, please keep an eye on Jeaner. She can be a bit headstrong," Gu Yuanzhou implored. "Rest assured, I am a few years her senior and will look after her well," Su Mengyun replied graciously. "Thank you, elder sister," he responded. "Lord, you are too polite," she said with a slight bow before departing with Linglong. At that moment, the companions who had accompanied Gu Yuanzhou also emerged, followed by Emo Han and another attendant. "Was that the wife of Gu Laodi? The daughter of General Zhou?" one inquired. "Indeed, Brother Yang, you jest," Gu Yuanzhou replied.
Yang Cheng Lao get hertili.
"Her spirit is truly fierce, as expected from General Zhou's cherished daughter." "Why do you say that, Brother Yang?" Gu Yuanzhou inquired. "Those of us in the military tend to be unrestrained, and your wife has quite the reputation at the border," Yang Cheng remarked. "Do you know my wife, Brother Yang?" Gu Yuanzhou asked. "I have only heard of her, but have yet to meet her. Although she visits the military, she primarily resides at the general's estate." General Zhou laments her lack of interest in scholarly pursuits or embroidery, as she prefers wielding blades and firearms. He worries for her future prospects, Yang Cheng explained. "Your father-in-law worries too much," Gu Yuanzhou reassured. "Indeed, what is wrong with a woman skilled in martial arts? If I had a daughter, I would teach her to fight as well, so she would not be bullied," Yang Cheng mused. "Quite true," Gu Yuanzhou agreed. I suspect your future daughter will be both scholarly and martial, Yang Qing remarked. Gu Yuanzhou looked at him in confusion, to which Yang Qing smiled. You are accomplished in both arts, and your wife is the daughter of a military family. Surely, your daughter will embody both attributes. Gu Yuanzhou felt a surge of happiness at the thought of his future child with Zhou Shujin. Chapter 32. A proposal for Cui Tinger. Su Mengyun was quite amiable. It wasn't long before she returned home and began inquiring about Zhou Shujin's affairs. She hurried to Liolage and the servants in the courtyard. Seeing the esteemed lady for the first time, hesitated to approach her. Just then, Bai Ran appeared and escorted them inside to find Zhou Shujin. Sister-in-law. I have news regarding that matter, Su Mengyun announced as she entered. Before she could even sit down, Mei Xiang was pouring tea. But Su Mengyun seized a cup and drank eagerly. Oh, I am parched. The moment I heard, I rushed here without even a sip of water. Then drink quickly, Zhou Shujin urged. You can discuss matters after you have quenched your thirst. Fortunately, the tea was not too hot. After a few sips, Su Mengyun set the cup down and began discussing serious matters. There is a grandson in the second household named Gu Yuanzhou, who has long surpassed the age for marriage. However, he is somewhat ambitious yet lacking in practical skills. He is present in the Ministry of War as a minor official. He should meet the criteria for that young lady, Su Mengyun reported. How old is he? Zhou Shujin asked. He is about 22, Su Mengyun replied. Is he not a year older than Gu Yuanzhou? If she marries him, she would become Gu Yuanzhou's sister-in-law, Zhou Shujin pointed out. What does it matter? They seldom meet. And even if he is older, he cannot surpass your husband. If he acknowledges her as sister-in-law, then she remains merely the wife of a minor official, Su Mengyun reasoned. That is true, but how should I approach Cui Tinger? If I speak frankly, she may refuse, as she desires the position of the Lord's wife, Zhou Shujin contemplated. Let your husband speak to her. Finding a suitable match for your cousin should not be an issue, Su Mengyun suggested. Will the second household agree? What are their thoughts? Zhou Shujin inquired. I had someone gauge their sentiments. It seems they only wish for him to marry. He has refrained from taking a wife or concubines, and his mother is quite worried about potential issues, Su Mengyun explained. Is there truly an issue? Zhou Shujin wondered aloud. If there were a problem, then Cui Tinger might end up in a loveless marriage. Do you seem eager for there to be a problem? Su Mengyun teased, noticing Zhou Shujin's inquisitive expression. You caught me. I believe if he is a decent man, it would be a waste for Cui Tinger. If he has issues, they would be a perfect match, Zhou Shujin candidly admitted. Do you harbor some disdain for Cui Tinger? Su Mengyun inquired. Not hatred. But I simply find her presence unappealing and do not wish for her happiness, Zhou Shujin confessed. Surprised by the openness of Zhou Shujin's sentiments, Su Mengyun realized that she had begun to treat her as a true friend, speaking without reservation. Indeed, anyone would feel discomfort in her presence. Very well. I will investigate further. You consider how to facilitate a connection between them, Su Mengyun concluded. Thank you, elder sister, Zhou Shujin replied. Let us wait until it is settled before expressing gratitude, Su Mengyun said. All right, Zhou Shujin agreed. You rest. I shall find my sister-in-law, who is to be married. As her sister-in-law, I must contribute to her dowry, Su Mengyun declared. I too must prepare a dowry. Once you are ready, share your insights with me. So as not to fall short, Zhou Shujin remarked. Very well, I will inquire about her needs and report back to you, Su Mengyun replied. Safe travels, elder sister. After Su Mengyun departed, Zhou Shujin pondered the earlier conversation. She needed to find a way to meet Gu Yuanzhou. That evening, when Gu Yuanzhou returned, Zhou Shujin broached the subject, and to her surprise, he readily agreed to speak with the second household. After a moment's thought, Zhou Shujin inquired about Gu Yuanzhou's character. Gu Yuanzhou described him as ambitious yet lacking in practical skills. He cares greatly about appearances, though his household is quite orderly. Is it true that his mother suspects he has issues? Zhou Shujin questioned. Gu Yuanzhou, puzzled, asked, what kind of issues? Zhou Shujin, exasperated, thought it hard to believe he was unaware of the rumors. What do you think? A grown man being discussed in such a manner must pertain to certain capabilities. I cannot say for certain, Gu Yuanzhou replied. Shouldn't you investigate? Perhaps find a woman to test his capabilities? Zhou Shujin suggested. Do you realize what you are proposing? As a woman, why concern yourself with another man's abilities? You should focus on your own husband, Gu Yuanzhou retorted. somewhat irritated by the implication of discussing another man in front of him. What do you have to worry about? I know you are quite capable, Zhou Shujin countered, catching him off guard with her bluntness. How would you know? He asked, feeling flustered. Zhou Shujin quickly realized her words and boldly stated, You appear quite proficient. Do not fret. If you are unsure, perhaps you should find a woman to confirm your abilities. Zhou Shujin. His sudden outburst startled her. What do you take me for? I am your husband, and you suggest I seek another woman? I did not mean that. I was merely considering your well-being. We agreed that I would marry into the Ho residence, but I do not intend to truly marry you. When you come to your senses, grant me my freedom. And we shall coexist without interference, she explained. Grant you freedom? What do you mean? Do you wish to leave me? His barrage of questions left Zhou Shujin bewildered, as their relationship was not one of romantic affection. Calm down. Were we not discussing Gu Yuanzhou? How did we end up discussing our own circumstances? I believe our current arrangement is rather satisfactory. Let us avoid complications, Zhou Shujin urged. Gu Yuanzhou felt exhausted. She had closed off her heart to him, making it impossible for him to enter her world, as she seemed to prioritize her own desires above all else. Perhaps it was best to resolve matters concerning her family before addressing their own complications. Gu Yuanzhou, do not concern yourself with Gu Yuanjing's matters. I shall handle it. It is imperative that the two of them wed, regardless of his capabilities. It is ultimately Cui Ting Er's fate. Yet if he is indeed capable, is there a way to render him incapable? She genuinely seems to wish for Cui Ting Er to remain a widow. Contemplating this, she suddenly perceives herself as rather malicious. Never mind, she has no intention of truly harming those uninvolved. As Gu Yuanzhou suggested, let nature take its course. However, it appears that the matter of Cui Ting Er's marriage is not progressing smoothly. Nevertheless, since Gu Yuanzhou advises her not to interfere, she will refrain from doing so. She arranged with her sister-in-law to take her younger sister out to adorn her hair, essentially providing her with a bridal enhancement. Aunt Xiao, upon hearing that they were taking the second young lady out for hair adornment, felt immensely grateful. In the Ho residence, the lady's attention to the second young lady signifies the lord's regard for her as well, ensuring that when she enters her marital home, others will hesitate to mistreat her. Aunt Xiao personally escorted them to the entrance, continually advising Gu Yuli to behave and not to upset her two sisters-in-law. Due to her status as a concubine, it was inappropriate for her to accompany them, otherwise, she would have joined them. Chapter 33. Outing with the younger sister. As they ventured out with the younger sister, still an unmarried maiden, a maidservant provided her with a hat. Su Mengyun, well acquainted with these shops, led them directly to Zhenbaogo. Upon entering, the proprietor promptly greeted them, recognizing Su Mengyun as a regular customer and ushering them to a private room on the second floor. Mr. Qian, Miss Su, what styles are you interested in today? Shall we present the new arrivals as usual? Su Mengyun, please bring forth the new items for us to select. And then prepare 2 sets of hair adornments for my younger sister. Let her choose the styles herself. Mr. Qian, certainly, please take a moment, and I shall return shortly. Su Mengyun, no rush, Mr. Qian. Feel free to send someone else if it helps your business. Mr. Qian assured them that as valued customers, he would ensure they were well attended to before stepping away. Su Mengyun invited the 2 ladies to sit in the elegantly decorated space. Zhou Shujin found a spot to settle, and only after both sisters-in-law were seated did Gu Yuli join them. Today, she had brought only one maidservant along and handed her hat to Yun Xiang. Before long, Mr. Qian returned with a master craftsman renowned for hair adornments, accompanied by 2 attendants carrying various hairpins, emerald hairpieces, and other jewelry. This is Master Yun, our finest craftsman for hair adornments.
Misu.
You can confidently convey your wishes to him, and he will create designs that will surely please you.
Yunyi, greetings, ladies.
What are your requirements? We are unsure which styles would suit us best. Perhaps you could recommend some? Our young lady is to be wed soon, and we wish to prepare several sets of adornments. Zhou Shujin admitted her unfamiliarity with these matters, as her own adornments had been part of her dowry, gifted by others. If they are for a wedding, they should be somewhat more mature. Would these styles be suitable? Master Yun presented a catalog he carried, flipping it open for Zhou Shujin to peruse. She glanced at Gu Yuli and beckoned her over. Yuli, come and select a style you favor. Yes. Second sister-in-law. Gu Yuli approached, examining the beautiful options, yet unsure if they would be too costly. Just before leaving, Aunt Xiao had cautioned her not to choose anything too extravagant, lest it upset her sisters-in-law.
How do you find them? Do you like any?
Gu Yuli, I do like them, but I worry they might be too expensive. I fear I may not be able to use them.
Who says so?
You are a daughter of the Ho residence. It is essential for you to be adorned fittingly, as your marriage will reflect the family's prestige. Should anyone dare to speak ill of you in the future, simply inform me, and I shall deal with them. A young lady deserves to be raised in luxury. Zhou Shujin gently stroked her hair, offering comfort. It was not difficult to imagine that the long-standing oppression from the old lady had instilled fear in their concubines, leading them to teach their daughters to be cautious and avoid standing out, lest they draw the old lady's ire. Gu Yuli gazed at her second sister-in-law, taken aback by the notion that a young lady ought to be nurtured in wealth. She had always been told to refrain from standing out. Born of the Ho family's concubine, her legitimate mother often denigrating them as inferior and unworthy of fine things. The concubine dared not counter this narrative. And without a father to protect her, she had accepted it as truth. Su Mengyun. All right, second sister, your sister-in-law is correct. We are all young ladies. If you have any uncertainties in the future, do not hesitate to ask us. The old lady's words can be disregarded. Are we to disregard the words of the legitimate mother? Gu Yuli questioned, skepticism in her tone. What if I am punished for not listening? Su Mengyun. Rest assured, the Ho residence is now under the authority of your second sister-in-law. Her word is law. If she says you may indulge, then you may. Gu Yuli, I understand. Su Mengyun. Now, quickly select a few sets you adore, your second sister-in-law, and I will assist you.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
At merely 16, Gu Yuli was of an age blossoming into beauty, naturally drawn to exquisite things. Zhou Shujin, witnessing the smile emerge on her face, felt satisfaction. Young ladies ought to exude joy, rather than remain perpetually somber. Sister-in-law, will you not select a few items for yourself? Su Mengyun. I have no need. I have more than enough that I have not used. My mother prepared an abundance of adornments for my marriage, yet I have had little occasion to wear them. Zhou Shujin's lips twitched. Such wealth. She could only wish for an equal fortune. Sister-in-law, I have been in the family for several days. Shall you not gift me a token of our acquaintance? Su Mengyun looked at her in surprise. Was she so bold as to request a gift? The lady of the Ho family surely possessed countless treasures. What could she possibly desire from her? Zhou Shujin. Why not? I have no such adornments. How about you lend me a set? If we are to venture out daily, I could wear a different one each day. Should she flaunt such wealth? Others might think her a nouveau riche. Su Mengyun. I have not counted, but I believe there are still several boxes remaining. Ling Long. How many sets of adornments do I have unopened? Ling Long. Madam, there are 5 boxes remaining. 5 boxes? What a concept. Zhou Shujin gazed at her with admiration, her eyes sparkling. How about gifting me a set, sister-in-law? Su Mengyun playfully flicked her forehead. Why not ask for an entire box while you are at it? Zhou Shujin, if you truly wish to gift it, I would not refuse.
Dream on.
Zhou Shujin chuckled, relishing the feeling of camaraderie. Henceforth, she would align herself with her sister-in-law. Once confident in her dowry, she now felt dwarfed by her sister-in-law's wealth. After Gu Yuli selected her preferred styles, the group lingered a while longer, ultimately choosing several finished pieces before departing. Upon reaching the ground floor, they unexpectedly encountered Cui Ting-er, who stood alongside a lavishly dressed woman, likely also perusing jewelry. The moment they entered, Cui Ting-er spotted them, and her expression darkened involuntarily. The woman beside her, noticing the shift in demeanor, promptly inquired, "What is the matter?" Cui Ting-er, "Nothing, cousin. Let us proceed inside to select hairpins." "Very well, let us go in." The two passed by without exchanging greetings. Zhou Shujin raised an eyebrow and exchanged a knowing glance with Su Mengyun, both choosing to remain silent as they exited. Once outside, Zhou Shujin could not contain her curiosity. Who was that lady beside Cui Ting-er? Su Mengyun, unfamiliar with her, shook her head. She appears quite opulent. She is certainly not an ordinary person. Zhou Shujin, she must be remarkable indeed. Just look at how cautiously Cui Ting-er treats her. She must hold significant status to warrant such deference. Su Mengyun, intrigued, asked, "You seem quite knowledgeable about Cui Ting-er. Did you know her prior?" After 2 lifetimes of acquaintance, how could one possibly remain oblivious? Zhou Shujin remarked. How could that be? I simply find her rather displeasing, hence my heightened attention. The two of them truly had little contact with the noble ladies of the capital, unlike other households whose womenfolk delighted in attending various gatherings, their social circles indeed being quite extensive. As for Zhou Shujin and her companion, they were akin to two blind mice, knowing no one. Chapter 34. The princess's cousin Zhou Shujin and her entourage continued their stroll, and upon catching sight of Wangjiang Tower, she proposed, "Elder sister-in-law, shall we dine before returning home?" Su Mengyun had grown accustomed to her sister-in-law's penchant for dining out as soon as they stepped outside, and she nodded in agreement, heading towards the establishment across the street. Zhou Shujin, walking alongside her, linked arms with her and flashed a particularly ingratiating smile. "Elder sister-in-law is treating us." She had anticipated this, as she had also intended to pay for the meal. With a roll of her eyes, she thought how this clever individual always managed to take advantage of her. After a few days out, they had already spent half of their monthly allowance. Gu Yueli, trailing behind, gazed enviously at her two sisters-in-law. To her surprise, their bond had blossomed so quickly, despite having known each other for only a few days. She had been acquainted with her elder sister-in-law for over a year, yet had not managed to draw closer to her. Initially, her elder sister-in-law had treated her quite well, even gifting her several items. But her aunt forbade her from using them, and the household constantly compared her sister-in-law unfavorably to others, leading her to withdraw from the relationship. She had never understood why her sister-in-law, dressed in such fine attire, was deemed inferior. It was clear that the others were the ones lacking in comparison. After their meal, they intended to return home. Zhou Shujin felt somewhat stuffed, stretching her arms and yawning before making her way out. Upon exiting, she spotted Cui Tinger, who was also dining in the adjacent private room. Zhou Shujin and Su Mengyun planned to pass by as if they were strangers. However, before they could proceed, they were called out by a girl beside Cui Tinger. "Madame Gu." Zhou Shujin was taken aback. Was she addressing her? Turning to the girl, she inquired, "Did you call for me?" Surely, in the entire capital, only a lady could be referred to as Madame Gu. Was she attempting to stir up trouble? Zhou Shujin, facing her, asked, "Is there something you require, young lady?" "It is nothing of great concern. I merely wish to request a favor from Madame Gu, and I hope you will acquiesce." Zhou Shujin pondered for a moment, glancing at her and then at Cui Tinger beside her. It seemed she was seeking assistance. But what made her think that this girl's words would hold any weight? "I do not know you, young lady, and I am afraid I cannot assist you. If you are in trouble, perhaps you should seek the authorities. They should be able to help you." "Excuse me." With that, she turned to leave, accompanied by Bai Ran, only to have the girl seize her arm. "Wait, Madame Gu." Zhou Shujin instinctively shook off her grip, nearly losing her balance and catching herself against the door railing. "You are being too excessive. I merely wished to speak with you, and you resorted to pushing me. I shall report you." Zhou Shujin was taken aback, and Su Mengyun, following closely behind, frowned. "This young lady clearly initiated physical contact with my sister-in-law first. She merely brushed off your hand to avoid you. How can you place the blame on her for your own instability? You two are in cahoots. Of course, you would defend her. Are you alright, cousin?" Cui Tinger interjected at an opportune moment, seemingly trying to remind her. "Oh, my back aches. It must be from your push that I strained it." Zhou Shujin looked helplessly at her elder sister-in-law, thinking she had been stuck to this troublesome girl.
What do you want?
"I require you to persuade Lord Gu to marry my cousin as his primary wife, granting her equal status." "Your cousin?"
Treating at?
"Yes. She has been in the Marquis' residence for many years. Not marrying her would be an affront." "Young lady, have your family not taught you that one should not meddle in the affairs of others?" Zhou Shujin kindly reminded her, for she seemed to think herself some sort of sovereign, demanding equal status. "I am not just anyone. I am a princess." "A princess? Which household do you belong to?" Zhou Shujin glanced at her sister-in-law, who appeared equally unacquainted. Believing they were intimidated by her status, the girl continued, "I do not wish for Lord Gu to divorce you. I merely ask that you allow my cousin to enter the household as a primary wife. That is already showing you considerable respect. Dear princess, do you have the authority to dictate the affairs of another's household? Such matters seem to be solely within the emperor's prerogative. You harmed me earlier. If you wish for me to overlook it, you must comply with my request. Then I suggest you pursue the matter further. Whether you choose to report me or whatever else you wish, I will fully cooperate." To her surprise, Zhou Shujin displayed no fear of her threats, leaving the little princess utterly flummoxed as she glanced at her cousin, uncertain of her next move. Cui Tinger too was at a loss, as her elder brother had already declared his intention for her to marry the illegitimate son of Gu Yuanzhou, which was utterly unacceptable. He was merely a seventh-rank official, a far cry from the Marquis' esteemed rank. What shall we do, cousin? She is not falling for it. Zhou Shujin observed them in silence for a moment before turning to Su Mengyun, saying, "Shall we take our leave? Let them do as they wish. I am tired and wish to return to rest." Su Mengyun could not help but chuckle at her boldness. What sort of princess is she? She must be the daughter of some lesser lord, yet she shows such disregard for propriety. Dear princess, perhaps you should reconvene and discuss this matter further. Once you have reached an agreement, you may come seek us at the Marquis' residence. We have matters to attend to, and shall take our leave. You audaciously bold ones, do not leave. Zhou Shujin intended to ignore her, pulling her elder sister-in-law and Gu Yueli along to depart. Just as they were about to step out, they heard a sharp cry. "Xiao Yuer, how dare you cause a scene outside? Be careful that Mother Empress does not cast you out of the residence." In an instant, the previously assertive little princess wilted, stammering as she approached the newcomer. "Big sister, I did not cause any trouble. Please do not tell the Empress." Zhou Shujin was taken aback. She referred to the Empress as mother? Was she not a princess? Not causing trouble? Yet you flaunt your status as a princess, engaging in deceit while claiming innocence. "I did not. I only had a minor misunderstanding with them." "Is that so? Should I inquire with them about the details?"
No.
"No, big sister, I was wrong. Please do not be angry. I shall leave immediately." Xiao Yuer dared not linger, hastily departing, while Cui Tinger was also stunned, quickly following suit. The most astonished were Zhou Shujin and her companions, utterly baffled by the unfolding drama. "You are indeed the wife of Gu Yuanzhou? My goodness! She must be the true princess." Zhou Shujin nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Zhengya cast her a glance, reflecting on how petty this was, especially given that Gu Yuanzhou personally sought permission. "Do not take to heart what Xiao Yuer said. She has no right to impose demands upon you. But the princess claims to be injured, and she is not a princess. She is merely a lowly concubine born of the Wang family. She has no standing to be addressed as such." Zhou Shujin furrowed her brow. Were such familial secrets privy to them? Su Mengyun felt a headache coming on, wishing to remain oblivious to such matters. Observing the pallor on their faces, Xiao Zhengya unexpectedly found amusement in their discomfort. "Enough. You may leave. This princess is weary." With that, she ascended directly to the third floor, seemingly intending to rest there. Chapter 35. The delicacies of the outside world in the Longning Marquis' residence. Upon returning, Zhou Shujin and her companions each retreated to their respective quarters. Contemplating the return of Gu Yuanzhou, I intended to inquire about the situation with Cui Tinger and the unexpected emergence of a princess cousin who dares to exert pressure on her. What audacity! Upon Gu Yuanzhou's evening arrival, he found Zhou Shujin seated with an expression reminiscent of one prepared to confront him. "What has transpired? Why so grave?" Zhou Shujin inquired. "Come sit. I have questions for you." Gu Yuanzhou took a seat opposite her and gestured for her to proceed. "What did you discuss with Cui Tinger?" "Today she summoned a princess cousin, commanding me to consent to her becoming a concubine." "What is your view on this matter?" Gu Yuanzhou cast her a glance before responding. "I was quite direct. If she wishes to remain in the residence, she must marry Gu Yuanzhou. Otherwise, I shall arrange for her to be wed elsewhere." "She cannot stay with us." Zhou Shujin pressed further. "What does your mother think?"
Gu Yuanzhou replied, "She, like Cui Tinger, surely disapproves."
However, I did not seek their opinions. This was a direct decree. Zhou Shujin responded, "Yet they are disregarding your decree and are now causing me trouble externally?" Gu Yuanzhou assured, "I will handle it. I initially aimed for a gentler resolution, but if it must be so, I shall enforce their marriage." "What is your plan?" Zhou Shujin inquired. Gu Yuanzhou replied, "It is better for you not to know." Zhou Shujin sighed, "Yet Cui Tinger truly has a princess cousin?" Gu Yuanzhou clarified. "Her cousin cannot be recognized by the royal family, thus lacks the title of princess. You are aware?" Seeing her interest in gossip, Gu Yuanzhou recounted what he knew. It turned out that Xiao Yuer's mother was indeed the sister of Cui Tinger's father, but she was merely a maid in the prince's residence, who, by chance, caught the prince's favor and became a concubine. Upon discovering she was with child, they intended to elevate her to a legitimate wife. But it later came to light that she had deliberately drugged the Prince St to gain his affection, rendering her a criminal against the royal family. Even with Xiao Yuer's birth, she remained a sinner, thus forfeiting any royal status. The prince, upon seeing Xiao Yuer, was reminded of her mother's transgressions and consequently held disdain for her. To showcase her benevolence, the princess raised Xiao Yuer, providing her with a life of luxury. Yet she remained an awkward presence within the palace without any title. Zhou Shujin remarked, "How pitiful." Today, she was used by Cui Ting, as a pawn, only to be caught by her elder sister. She seemed rather fearful of her elder sister, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Her elder sister? You mean Xiao Jingyao?
Gu Yuanzhou asked.
Zhou Shujin replied, "I do not know her name, but she exudes arrogance." Xiao Yuer refers to her as elder sister, and it seems she is acquainted with you, speaking as if she knows you well. Gu Yuanzhou confirmed, "Yes, I have a decent relationship with her brother, the heir Xiao Jingxian." "How old is she, that she addresses you so familiarly?" Zhou Shujin questioned. Gu Yuanzhou responded, "She is 2 years my senior. Her first husband passed away, which altered her temperament, yet she is not ill-natured. Be polite when you next encounter her. She will not be difficult." Zhou Shujin rolled her eyes, thinking of the disparity in their statuses. Does she remain unmarried? With her status, surely suitors would pursue her? Gu Yuanzhou replied, "She has no desire to remarry, and the emperor has not pressed her. Perhaps she will come to terms with it one day." Zhou Shujin mused. Not marrying may be advantageous. She possesses wealth and power and could maintain a retinue of suitors. Why endure the burdens of marriage, serving both husband and in-laws? Gu Yuanzhou, taken aback, asked, "Is this your perspective? The idea of keeping suitors?" Zhou Shujin retorted, "What nonsense! I merely jest. I dare not entertain such thoughts. My father would surely disapprove, and maintaining suitors would likely require significant funds, which I am loath to spend on men." Gu Yuanzhou found her reasoning amusing. "Should you wed me, it seems you would neither serve me nor my in-laws. That should be tolerable, no?" Zhou Shujin conceded, "You make a valid point. Marrying you does have its benefits. At least my father would have no grounds to chide me." Despite the limited advantages, she found comfort in the notion. Today, she lacked an appetite and only nibbled at her meal with Gu Yuanzhou before setting down her chopsticks. Observing her, he inquired with concern, "Are you unwell? You've eaten so little." Zhou Shujin explained, "No, I simply lack appetite. Perhaps I overindulged at lunch." Gu Yuanzhou questioned, "Is the food outside so delectable?" Zhou Shujin replied, "Of course. Do not men often prefer dining out?" He countered, "It is for social engagements. Whenever possible, I dine at home, primarily to spend time with you." A thought he kept to himself. Zhou Shujin shrugged, "Who knows? Yet I do find the food outside quite appealing. Each place has its unique flavors." Gu Yuanzhou remarked, "Have you been indulging with your sister-in-law these past few days?" Zhou Shujin protested, "That is not true. We had legitimate business to attend to." Gu Yuanzhou reassured, "Even without business, it is acceptable to venture out for leisure. When I next have time off, I shall take you to a villa for a couple of days. There are many delightful spots you would enjoy." "Really?
You are so kind."
Zhou Shujin responded. Gu Yuanzhou replied, "When have I ever been unkind to you?" "Many times." In his previous life, he reflected silently. Zhou Shujin urged him to continue eating, while her thoughts drifted to Bairan, feeling anxious. How far would the deviations of his life extend? Would Bairan encounter further troubles? These were her concerns. Noticing her distraction, Gu Yuanzhou felt a tightness in his chest. She frequently appeared in such a state before him. The woman who once devoted herself entirely to him was now a distant memory. Yet, he could not help but long for the days when she would gaze at him with affection and call him husband. Would he have the chance in this life to experience such moments again? Once he finished his meal, she stood to return to her room. Gu Yuanzhou signaled for a servant, instructing the kitchen to prepare a bowl of chicken noodles, recalling her fondness for it. After a while, Bairan brought the noodles to her, surprising Zhou Shujin, who was impressed that they had prepared a late-night snack for her. "Madam, the Marquis ordered this for you. Do give it a taste," Bairan said. Zhou Shujin noticed the noodles garnished with what appeared to be radish slices. She picked one up and tasted it, finding it surprisingly tangy, awakening her palate. Soon, she had devoured the entire bowl, feeling a twinge of regret afterward. He had instructed someone to prepare noodles for her, and she had finished them all, how lacking in restraint. However, having eaten, there was no point in regretting it. Chapter 36, A Clever Strategy in the Study. Gu Yuanzhou summoned Mo Han and tasked him with facilitating the marriage between Cui Ting, and Gu Yuanjing that evening. Upon hearing the Marquis' directive, Mo Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the same upright Marquis now resorting to such underhanded schemes? Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Mo Han asked. Gu Yuanzhou affirmed, I am certain. If I do not act first, this scheme will be turned against me. What? Gu Yuanzhou did not elaborate further. He had inadvertently learned that Cui Ting had procured a certain type of medicine, and it seemed that Xiao Jingyao had done him a favor. Cui Ting's intentions for the medicine were clear, likely influenced by his mother's suggestion. Since she desired to lose her virtue, he would lend her a hand. Before Mo Han could depart, a servant arrived to announce that the old matriarch requested the Marquis' presence. Gu Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow at Mo Han, silently conveying his thoughts. See, here it comes. Indeed, at such a late hour, what could the old lady want with the Marquis? It was likely an attempt to facilitate her dear niece's romantic endeavors. Gu Yuanzhou urged, hurry, don't make a mistake. Mo Han replied, yes, my lord. Initially, Gu Yuanzhou had no intention of visiting his mother, but then he thought it would be prudent to take Zhou Shujin along. Even if his mother had some ulterior motive, it could still work in his favor. With this in mind, his steps lightened as he returned to the Liuli pavilion. Upon entering, he found Zhou Shujin in distress. What troubles you? He inquired. Zhou Shujin sighed. It's nothing, just that I accidentally overindulged again. I fear I shan't sleep tonight. Why did you insist on having someone prepare noodles for me, leading me to this predicament? I was concerned you would be hungry later, Gu Yuanzhou explained. One meal missed won't kill me. Please refrain from sending late-night snacks in the future. I dread becoming overweight. Do not speak of death so lightly. It is inauspicious, Gu Yuanzhou admonished, adopting a serious demeanor. How superstitious of you. Do tell, what truly ails you? It is not as if death is imminent, Zhou Shujin retorted. Did I not tell you to refrain from such talk? He replied.
Fine, I concede.
You are as nagging as an old woman, she quipped. Since you cannot sleep, I propose we take a stroll to aid your digestion, he suggested. Zhou Shujin regarded him with suspicion, sensing something amiss. In truth, my mother has summoned us. I initially had no intention of going, but since you mentioned being overly full, it would serve to alleviate that discomfort and discover what she desires of us. We may also discuss Cui Ting with her. What can be said about Cui Ting? She has already expressed her disapproval, Zhou Shujin replied. Even if she disapproves, she may be persuaded by tomorrow, Gu Yuanzhou countered. Zhou Shujin asked with skepticism. What have you done? You shall find out tomorrow, he replied cryptically. You do not intend to thrust them together directly, do you? She questioned. Only if they are willing. Now let us go and converse along the way. He grasped her hand and led her out, nearly causing her to stumble. Why are you pulling me? I can walk on my own, she protested. The path is too dark. I fear you might trip, he replied with conviction, leaving her without a retort. As they exited, Gu Yuanzhou intentionally ensured no one followed them. Zhou Shujin thought little of it, reasoning it was merely for the sake of digestion. They arrived silently at the old lady's tie-in pavilion. Upon entering, they found the old lady absent and noticed no maids or servants around, which struck Zhou Shujin as peculiar. Isn't it a bit early for everyone to be asleep? She pondered aloud. Gu Yuanzhou replied, I am unsure. No one is here. Let us leave. This place is eerie and frightening, she suggested. Are you afraid? He inquired. Of course. I am a woman, and fearing the dark is perfectly natural, she asserted. That is true. You are indeed a woman, he conceded. Is that how you speak? I may be a bit rough around the edges, but I possess all the qualities a woman should have, and I am not lacking in any regard, she said, unconsciously puffing out her chest. Gu Yuanzhou gazed at her in disbelief, realizing she meant no offense, yet he couldn't help but find amusement in her assertion. Let us go outside, he suggested. Zhou Shujin felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling her earlier antics. Just as they were about to exit, the door slammed shut from the outside. They exchanged bewildered glances. What is the meaning of this? You don't think your mother intends to imprison us, do you? Zhou Shujin jested, mimicking a throat-slitting motion. Use your brain. If I were to die, how would she continue as the matriarch of the Marquis? Gu Yuanzhou reasoned. True. Perhaps she merely wishes to eliminate me, Zhou Shujin mused. Do you think she would act against you in my presence? What purpose would it serve to confine us? What material is this door made of? Can it even be opened from the inside? As Zhou Shujin approached the door and tapped it, she realized she had no idea what it was made of. Noting it certainly did not appear to be wood. Do you think it can be opened from inside if it's locked outside? Gu Yuanzhou speculated, contemplating that his mother likely intended to trap him alone, suggesting there must be a secondary plan at play. After a moment of silence, Gu Yuanzhou suggested, "Let us search for another way out." "Fine, but I am unfamiliar with this place." "Surely you know your mother's quarters well enough. Can you recall where they lead?" she asked. Gu Yuanzhou was also at a loss, having never liked this oppressive environment. Since his father had taken him and his older brother away from here, he rarely returned, only visiting the main hall briefly. "I cannot recall. I was quite young when last here. Let us search for an exit. And stay close so you do not get lost," he instructed, moving forward. Zhou Shujin struggled to keep up, feeling apprehensive as she lost sight of him. She quickly caught up, grasping his sleeve. "Why are you walking so fast?" "I can't see," she complained. Gu Yuanzhou, possessing good night vision, could still see somewhat in the dark. He took her hand, holding it securely in his palm. Zhou Shujin, feeling a bit frightened, instinctively tightened her grip around his hand. Gu Yuanzhou smiled to himself. Her initiative pleased him, and he chuckled at how easily satisfied he was. After walking for a while, they noticed a room ahead emanating light. How strange, Zhou Shujin thought. All the rooms are dark except this one, clearly beckoning us within. They had no choice but to investigate. At the very least, they could find a candle. Arriving at the door, they exchanged a glance, and Gu Yuanzhou solemnly tightened his grip on her hand before pushing the door open. They hesitated to enter immediately, waiting several seconds. When no one appeared, they stepped inside. The room was ordinary, resembling just a guest chamber with a bed, blankets, a table, chairs, and some other furniture, illuminated by a single candle. "What is the meaning of this? Have they brought us here to sleep?" Zhou Shujin mused, utterly perplexed. Chapter 37. The herbal remedy. The two remained in the room for several minutes, yet no one arrived, and silence enveloped them. Gu Yuanzhou was equally baffled, speculating that perhaps they had entered the room expecting someone to be present or anticipating they would be locked in again. However, this door could not confine them. With nothing happening, he decided to abandon his puzzlement and focus on finding an exit. "Let us leave, now that there is some light. It should be easier to find our way," he suggested. "All right," Zhou Shujin agreed. Gu Yuanzhou picked up the candle and took her hand again, noting she seemed to have not yet realized the situation, but made no attempt to resist. They wandered around outside, but found no exit. Did they really have to spend the night in someone else's room? Zhou Shujin was unwilling to do so, and fortuitously, Gu Yuanzhou felt the same way. So they silently continued their search. "I must ask, your mother's quarters. You lived there for several years as a child. How can you be so unfamiliar with them? Are there no hidden passages or secret tunnels?" she inquired. Gu Yuanzhou shook his head, unable to recall any such features. After all, he had been only a few years old then. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in his mind, a whisper of a brotherhood, a plan to escape through a concealed space behind a desk if their mother ever punished them. Seeing him pause in thought, Zhou Shujin waited patiently by his side. "I recall now. There is a passage leading outside from the study," he announced. "Where is the study?" she asked eagerly. "Over there, follow me," he instructed. He grasped her hand and hurried toward the study, recalling that his mother neither read nor wrote, thus seldom ventured into that space, which was solely his father's domain. However, he mused, surely she wouldn't have dismantled the study, would she? A sense of unease washed over Gu Yuanzhou, as that was precisely the sort of mischief his mother could commit. After navigating several twists and turns, he finally reached the location of the study etched in his memory, silently hoping it remained intact. Upon pushing the door open and illuminating the room with the candlelight, Gu Yuanzhou felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, it was just as he remembered. He ushered her inside, swiftly closing the door behind them, and handed her the candle while he sought the button hidden behind the desk, something he had accidentally discovered with his brother, which had caused the back bookshelf to swing open. After some exploration, he finally found a protruding knob beneath the desk and pressed it firmly. A rumbling sound echoed, prompting both of them to turn towards the bookshelf, which began to part, revealing a narrow passageway suitable for one person to enter. He pulled her along, with him leading the way and her following closely. Once they were both inside, Gu Yuanzhou surveyed their surroundings and noticed another small protrusion on the wall, prompting him to press it as well, causing the door to close behind them once more. Zhou Shujin, filled with curiosity, wondered aloud if this secret chamber might harbor treasures. What was your father constructing this secret passage for? Could there be hidden chambers or treasures within? Gu Yuanzhou replied, "You might be overthinking it. Who said this was built by my father? Isn't this his study? She countered. This place was once the main residence of another family. It was only after our ancestors aided the previous emperor in securing the throne that it was granted to the Gu family. Oh, she responded. Gu Yuanzhou urged her. We should hurry. The passage lacks ventilation, which could lead to unforeseen dangers. Is this passage long? Where does it lead? She inquired. I can't quite recall. I believe it exits somewhere near a pavilion or perhaps another location, but definitely not within a room. As Zhou Shujin walked, she suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over her, and when he pulled her, she nearly stumbled. What's wrong? He asked, assuming she had tripped over something. But upon glancing at the floor, it appeared stable. Zhou Shujin, perplexed by her sudden disorientation, raised her hand to wave it in front of him. Gu Yuanzhou brought the candle closer, illuminating her face, and was taken aback by the alluring expression that overtook her features. A tightness gripped his heart. Could it be that the atmosphere in the room had affected her? Yet, he could not discern anything amiss.
Jania?
Wake up, he urged, gently patting her cheek. While he had contemplated using his mother's influence to bring them together, it was merely a fleeting thought. He could not stoop so low as to act while she was in this state of confusion. Zhou Shujin felt little from the pat. But when his hand touched her face, she sensed a chilling sensation amidst her rising temperature, craving relief. Drawn to his hand, she leaned closer, seemingly not satisfied,
and rubbed against it.
Gu Yuanzhou's mind was racing. They could not remain here any longer. He seized her wrist and hurried forward. Zhou Shujin, feeling unsteady, collided against him repeatedly, but there was no time to concern herself with the risk of bumping her nose or any other mishap. They needed to escape first. As they neared the exit, Gu Yuanzhou felt a sudden heat radiating from his own body, an unsettling sensation that made him feel as if he were walking on clouds. What was happening? Had he also been affected?
But how could that be?
They had not come into contact with anything, and he had been fine in the room. The moment he slowed down, she clung to him, and Gu Yuanzhou froze. Before he could push her away, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him fervently. At this point, no words would reach her. All that filled her mind was the single desire to kiss him. The predicament was equally dire for Gu Yuanzhou. He could not fathom how he had been affected, and now he was in a perilous situation, holding the very woman he had always desired. He grasped her waist and pressed her against the stone wall, showering her with kisses that ignited a thrill in both of them. Zhou Shujin, feeling the heat, yearned to loosen their garments, yet in her dazed state, she was unable to do so. Gu Yuanzhou felt the same urge. His hands gradually roamed higher, eliciting soft moans from Zhou Shujin that sent electric jolts through him. His fingers fumbled with her waistband, caught in a struggle between desire and restraint. In a flash, he recalled a moment from his past life when she had gasped in his embrace, willingly surrendering herself. Yet this time, she was under the influence of a substance.
No.
He could not take advantage of her. Doing so would only push her further away. Suppressing his inner desires, he pressed his lips to hers once more. And she responded eagerly, attempting to pull at his clothing. He quickly halted, delivering a swift strike to the nape of her neck, causing her to collapse into his arms. Attempting to keep himself alert, he pinched the webbing of his hand and inhaled deeply before pressing the hidden button on the wall. The stone door swung open, and he carried her outside. As they emerged, the brisk wind hit him, bringing a sense of clarity. He glanced around and confirmed they were indeed at the lotus pond. After bypassing the artificial hill, he intended to carry her toward the glazed pavilion, but reconsidered and turned back toward the study. If she awoke in a dazed state, they would be in a compromising position with too many people around. Chapter 38. Do you fear my forceful advances? When Zhou Shujin awoke, it was just past the hour of chun. She felt a twinge of pain in her neck and instinctively reached to touch it, only to find her hands immobilized. Upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback, nearly cursing aloud. Both her hands and feet were bound, the ropes tethered to the bedpost. What on earth was happening? She vaguely recalled entering the secret passage with Gu Yuanzhou yesterday, but what transpired afterward remained a blur. Had they been captured? But where was Gu Yuanzhou? She scanned the room, finding no sign of him. As she struggled against her bindings, the ropes only tightened. What kind of sturdy rope was this? Observing her surroundings, she confirmed she had never been in this room before. It appeared to be a small bedroom, easily visible from one end to the other, separated by a screen where she sensed movement. Who could it be? Could it be Gu Yuanzhou? She whispered, calling his name softly. Upon hearing her voice, the figure approached. It was indeed him. Hey, come over here and help me untie these ropes. I have no idea who tied me up like this. What about you? Where are we? Gu Yuanzhou approached and began to untie the ropes from her wrists while she continued muttering. This is my study. Your study? So you were the one who bound me? Zhou Shujin exclaimed in disbelief. What is going on? Gu Yuanzhou cleared his throat. It was me. You were drugged yesterday, do you remember? As he untied the ropes from her ankles, she finally regained the ability to move her limbs and glared at him. So you tied me up because I was drugged? Were you afraid I would force myself upon you? Gu Yuanzhou replied, it's not like that. I was also under the influence of the drug. I feared I might lose control. You couldn't control yourself, so you bound yourself instead? Why tie me up? Can we please not delve into this topic? The important thing is that no one was harmed, so let's move on. You must be hungry. I'll have someone prepare breakfast. Noticing he was about to leave, Zhou Shujin pulled him back. Wait. So you're saying you were also drugged but managed to resist the urge to touch me? And you were worried I might overpower you, hence binding me? Am I really that unappealing? Or is it that you are incapable? Gu Yuanzhou shot her a glare, wishing he could silence her on the spot. Incapable? If I hadn't feared your reaction upon waking, I wouldn't have endured this torment. It seems that being excessively kind may not be the best approach. Perhaps one should embrace a more wicked persona. Why not give it a try now? And see if I am capable? As he spoke, he intended to remove his clothing, but Zhou Shujin hurriedly intervened. TSK, wasn't that merely a natural association? No need to test it. By the way, what kind of drug did we consume? We ate nothing last night, and took nothing either. Gu Yuanzhou queried. Are you certain we took nothing? Zhou Shujin replied, no, we didn't take anything. We merely wandered around the room, and we lingered a bit in that brightly lit space before we continued to roam. Suddenly, Zhou Shujin recalled the light. Was it that lamp? Gu Yuanzhou nodded, explaining that upon returning, he had instructed Mo Han to inspect the secret passage again. It was then that he discovered the lamp contained an aphrodisiac. Once ignited, it released its effects. As they walked, the spacious area masked the potency of the medicine, but once they reached the confined secret passage, the concentrated exposure led to an overwhelming reaction. Although her memories were hazy, she vaguely recalled initiating a kiss with him. The thought left her feeling unwell, and then she remembered the sensation of large hands exploring her body. My goodness, what does this mean? Am I insatiable? She vigorously slapped her own face, prompting a puzzled look from Gu Yuanzhou. What's wrong? Are you unwell? He reached to grasp her hand, which was striking her face. But Zhou Shujin instinctively shook off his grip. Don't touch me. Witnessing her evident aversion to his touch, Gu Yuanzhou internally smiled wryly, relieved he had not made a mistake the previous night. He stepped aside to fetch a cloth to wipe her face. And Zhou Shujin felt a pang of regret for her earlier unfriendliness. She hadn't intended to shout at him. Accepting the cloth awkwardly, she whispered her thanks. Gu Yuanzhou could only say it was nothing, waiting for her to finish wiping her face before leading her out. There are no maids here, so we must go out for breakfast. Zhou Shujin nodded, glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Places she had never visited in her past life since he had restricted her from coming to the study to find him. Just when she felt she had been somewhat unfair to him, memories of her previous life made her realize she had indeed been merciful. The two exited the study and proceeded toward the Lioli Pavilion. Upon returning, she quickly changed into a fresh outfit before joining him for breakfast. Gu Yuanzhou raised his eyes to glance at her, hesitating to speak. After a moment, a servant arrived with a message, stating that the old lady wished to see the Marquis for an urgent matter. They exchanged glances, understanding it likely pertained to the events of the previous night. Zhou Shujin had not yet had the chance to inquire whether the two had succeeded. So, did they manage to consummate things last night? Zhou Shujin asked. Gu Yuanzhou looked at her and nodded. If those two had not succeeded after his considerable sacrifice, he would have been furious. It appears Gu Yuanzhou is quite capable. Zhou Shujin remarked softly. Are you so concerned about his abilities? Gu Yuanzhou inquired. Of course, it pertains to your cousin's lifelong happiness. Sighing, she added. It seems she truly desires fulfillment. Early in the morning, Gu Yuanzhou feared she might drive him to madness, opting for silence. They hastily finished their meal before he beckoned her to accompany him. Am I going too? Your mother didn't summon me, Zhou Shujin stated. Although she was eager for first-hand gossip, she was aware that the old lady did not favor her, and she valued her pride. Don't you want to hear the details? He was convinced she would not want to miss out on the intrigue. I do wish to, but since your mother did not invite me, is it appropriate for me to attend? Seeing her eager feet nearly stepping forward, she feigned modesty. Let us go. Zhou Shujin brightened. Who would refuse to join in the excitement? Upon arriving outside the Tian pavilion, he extended his hand, and Zhou Shujin quickly understood the unspoken act. She was more than willing to play along, placing her hand in his without hesitation. Gu Yuanzhou felt as though he were losing his mind. One moment, she seemed to wish to distance herself from him, and the next, she would grasp his hand without resistance, even tightening her grip at times. He was left wondering about her thoughts. He regarded her as a true wife, but she seemed uncertain of her feelings toward him. Upon entering, a servant announced, "Old Madam, the Marquis and Madam have arrived." "Come in," came a voice that sounded considerably aged. Zhou Shujin was puzzled. It had only been a few days since they last met. Could it be that she had truly fallen ill? "Is your mother truly unwell?" she whispered. Gu Yuanzhou shot her a glance, signaling her to remain silent until later. Upon reaching the main hall, only the old lady and Cui Tinger were present, one seated at the head, the other below, appearing devoid of spirit, staring blankly ahead, not even glancing at them as they entered. "Mother, why have you summoned us?" Gu Yuanzhou deliberately avoided mentioning the previous night's events, both of them tacitly aware that the old lady and Cui Tinger harbored ill intentions. However, Gu Yuanzhou bore some blame as well, and the outcome was ultimately in his favor. Observing Cui Tinger sitting there lifelessly, he chose not to dwell on their schemes against him. After all, this outcome was beneficial for him. Last night, Tinger was harmed by that ungrateful son from the second household. She is your cousin, and you must seek justice for her. The old lady spoke weakly, having deduced the circumstances upon receiving the news that morning, suspecting her son was involved. Yet, they could not afford to be openly confrontational. Cui Tinger had already been ruined, and she could never marry Gu Yuanzhou now. What? How could my cousin end up like this? Before Gu Yuanzhou could respond, Zhou Shujin gasped, dramatically covering her mouth with her hand. The old lady glared at her with rage, now that her ally was compromised. She had no energy to quarrel with Zhou Shujin, or else she would have surely clashed with her. Ignoring Zhou Shujin, she turned to Gu Yuanzhou, saying, "You must speak with the second household. This matter needs resolution. We cannot allow Tinger to suffer in vain. How can this be resolved? They have already taken advantage of my cousin. He must marry her," Zhou Shujin interjected, feeling particularly pleased with the situation. "I refuse to marry. I do not wish to marry him. Cousin, please help me." Cui Tinger finally seemed to regain her senses, urgently addressing Gu Yuanzhou. "How can you refuse to marry? You have already shared a marital bond with him. Who else would you marry?" Zhou Shujin did not hesitate to pour salt into her wounds, doubting that she would still cling desperately to Gu Yuanzhou after being with another man. "Cousin, I was wronged. This was not my intention," Cui Tinger protested. "Indeed. It was your dear cousin who caused you this plight," Zhou Shujin mused internally. "Tinger, at this point, marrying him is the only way to preserve your reputation. Otherwise, what will you do in the future?" The old lady was troubled, but still had to consider her niece's well-being. "But I do not wish to marry him. This was not how it was supposed to be. Aunt, we had an agreement. I wanted to marry my cousin. Cousin, please marry me. I will serve you faithfully," Cui Tinger pleaded, seemingly on the brink of madness, even kneeling before Gu Yuanzhou in desperation. Yet, under such circumstances, it was unlikely any man would acquiesce.
Tinger, Risa.
"How could your cousin possibly marry you now?" The old lady, rarely angry, directed her ire at Cui Tinger. "Aunt, you were always the one who cared for me most. You promised that you would ensure my cousin would marry me. How can you go back on your word?"
Cui Tinger protested.
"Enough. Stand up and cease this foolishness," the old lady commanded, exasperated. Gu Yuanzhou avoided her reach, signaling a servant to assist her up. However, Cui Tinger disregarded everything, turning her gaze to Zhou Shujin, desperate for help. Suddenly, she lunged before her, grasping her hand, and implored, "Cousin, please help me. Persuade your cousin to marry me. I will not compete with you. I merely wish to be by his side. I am willing to serve you, and even become a concubine for him. Will you allow it? I promise to care for both of you." The audacity of suggesting concubinage indicated her desperation. "However, dear cousin, given your current predicament, becoming a concubine is not feasible. Even if I were to relent, he would not accept it." Entering the household with such a scandal would be unbearable for any man. Though Zhou Shujin spoke in a gentle tone, her words struck with undeniable poignancy. Moreover, if you were to become pregnant, your cousin would be thrust into the role of an unexpected father, which would be quite problematic. Gu Yuanzhou, unable to bear her spiraling thoughts, pulled her away from Cui Tinger and addressed her directly. I can only discuss your situation with Gu Yuanjing. The choice of marrying or not rests solely with you. But this opportunity is singular. I will not intervene again. And as for your desire to marry me, that is an impossibility. You must relinquish that hope.
Cui Tinger protested.
Cousin, why are you so cruel to me? You were not like this before. Gu Yuanzhou replied, cruel? Perhaps. But I have always been this way. It is you who misjudged my character. Observing Cui Tinger kneeling on the ground, seemingly unfazed, Zhou Shujin chose not to further exacerbate her plight. Have you made your decision? Shall I approach Gu Yuanjing? He may still grant you the position of the rightful wife. Otherwise, you'll have to return to the Cui family. My household cannot accommodate you. Gu Yuanzhou's words reignited Cui Tinger's spirit. Her gaze shifted dramatically. And Zhou Shujin noted the brewing hatred. Was it directed at Gu Yuanzhou or at her? Old Madame Gu interjected, Tinger, your aunt will not harm you. Please accept this, otherwise. You truly must return to the Cui household, a place known for its mercilessness. Zhou Shujin was taken aback. Hearing old Madame Gu describe the Cui family in such terms underscored its grim reputation, elucidating why Cui Tinger had managed to remain in the Marquis' residence for so long. At that moment, Cui Tinger seemed to come to a resolution, rising with the help of a maid. She bowed to old Madame Gu and declared, Aunt, I have made my decision. I will heed my cousin's wishes and marry. Her final words, imbued with a sense of menace, made Zhou Shujin shiver slightly. How odd it was. In this lifetime, she feared not Cui Tinger, yet she felt an unsettling sensation. Gu Yuanzhou grasped her hand, noticing her discomfort, and tightened his grip slightly, as if to silently comfort her. Surprisingly, Zhou Shujin relaxed, observing that Cui Tinger had transformed entirely. Old Madame Gu reassured, Very well. As long as you are certain, rest assured, your cousin will arrange everything for you. I will also prepare your dowry, so you need not worry. Simply wait for your marriage. Ensuring that Cui Tinger was settled would alleviate old Madame Gu's concerns. She had genuinely wished to keep her close, knowing her affection for her son. If she became her daughter-in-law, she could remain by her side forever. Yet, she had not anticipated that her son would ultimately favor another woman, leading to Cui Tinger's departure. Had she foreseen this, she would have acted sooner rather than waiting for his consent. Regrettably, there are no remedies for remorse, and now she found herself uncertain about how to engage with her son. Chapter 40. When a daughter is raised on the way back, Zhou Shujin felt somewhat dazed. From the very beginning, she had suppressed Cui Tinger, but whether that would provoke retaliation remained uncertain. Gu Yuanzhou held her hand, acutely aware of her distracted demeanor, pausing whenever her thoughts wandered. What troubles you? Zhou Shujin inquired, glancing at him curiously. Gu Yuanzhou replied, I merely wish to clarify that Cui Tinger's affairs do not concern you. If she troubles you in the future, simply inform her that I am responsible. Will she believe it? She would likely prefer to think it was I who instigated it, Zhou Shujin retorted, aware of the animosity Cui Tinger harbored towards her. She would rather believe Zhou Shujin was the culprit than Gu Yuanzhou. Regardless, do not confront her directly. She is not an easy adversary, Gu Yuanzhou cautioned. I fear her? If she dares provoke me, I will not hesitate to retaliate, Zhou Shujin declared, rolling up her sleeves, placing her hands on her hips, and raising an eyebrow at him. I recognize your skills, yet one must consider that others may resort to underhanded tactics. Heed my advice and avoid mingling with such individuals. Stay close to me. Gu Yuanzhou instructed. Zhou Shujin protested. Why do you undermine my confidence? Do you think me so easily manipulated? I require no bravado from you. I only wish for your safety, Gu Yuanzhou asserted. Zhou Shujin pondered his words, struggling to discern whether he was genuinely concerned for her or if he mistakenly believed he was. The matter weighed heavily on her mind, and she shook her head, choosing to dismiss his remarks. Shouldn't you attend to your duties? I need to rest. I hardly slept last night and am utterly exhausted. Without waiting for response, she departed. Upon mentioning last night, Gu Yuanzhou recalled their encounter in the secret passage, feeling a surge of emotions rise within him. He forced himself to divert his thoughts, striving for calm. What was happening to him? Was he truly insatiable, yearning for Zhou Shujin yet hesitating to act? After tasting a hint of sweetness last night, today he found himself unable to contain his desires. As Mo Han approached, he noticed the Marquis deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Upon reaching him, he waved his hand in front of Gu Yuanzhou's eyes. "My lord, what occupies your mind?" Gu Yuanzhou shot him a glare and replied nothing. "If you have something to convey, speak." And Mo Han responded, "I have no issues, but Gu Yuanjing wishes to see you. Tell him to come to my study tonight. Also, discreetly inquire about the second household's perspective on last night's events. If they are unaware, devise a means to ensure everyone learns of it," Gu Yuanzhou instructed. "Must it be so thorough?" "It is imperative. Gu Yuanjing's desire to meet with me clandestinely suggests ulterior motives. We cannot allow Cui Tinger any opportunity to remain in the residence," Gu Yuanzhou insisted. "May I ask why you have suddenly turned so ruthless towards the Cui family girl? You were previously rather lenient with her and the old madam," Mo Han queried. "In the past, I stood alone, impervious to their schemes.
Now,
with my wife by my side, I fear for her safety," Gu Yuanzhou explained. Mo Han was left speechless. With his wife's prowess, it was unlikely anyone could harm her. Cui Tinger would be no match for her. "Given your wife's skills, my lord, you may be overreacting. You do not comprehend what she endured in her previous life. To me, she is delicate and must be protected at all costs," Gu Yuanzhou stated resolutely. "Regardless of her capabilities, ensure she is always accompanied by guards. Do not allow her to be alone or aware of those following her," he added. Mo Han felt exasperated. How could one manage such a situation? Following too closely risked discovery, while keeping distance could result in losing track of her. Gu Yuanzhou acknowledged this dilemma and then instructed, "Summon Yun Miao back." "Yun Miao? Have her return to accompany my wife," Gu Yuanzhou clarified. "Is that truly necessary? Having Yun Miao serve as a bodyguard seems excessive."
Mo Han protested.
"I do not require your advice on my decisions. Cease your chatter and do as instructed," Gu Yuanzhou commanded. "Yes, my lord." Mo Han contemplated the exceptional skills of that girl, particularly her lightness of foot, which surpassed even their own. Her reliability in carrying out tasks was unquestionable. Now that she had been summoned to accompany the lady of the house daily, it meant that the rest of them would have to venture out. Ironically, Gu Yuanzhou had also recognized her prowess and, being a young lady, Zhou Shujin would likely not take issue with it. In fact, she might even be inclined to take her under her wing. Upon returning home, Zhou Shujin indulged in a soothing bath before attempting to rest. However, sleep eluded her as her mind replayed the events of the previous night, particularly the memory of his hand upon her. This was maddening. Why was she behaving like a lovesick maiden? It wasn't as if she had never shared a bed with a man before, though, in this lifetime, she had not. After rising to sip some cool tea, she returned to bed. Alas, the incessant thoughts were exhausting. Marriage brought its own set of complications. Life at the border was far simpler. If one was displeased, a brawl would suffice, and the victor's word would reign supreme. After much mental turmoil, she finally drifted into sleep, only to awaken in the afternoon, when Bai Ran came to rouse her. "Madam, please awaken. The eldest lady has come to see you." As Bai Ran spoke, she brought forth Zhou Shujin's garments. Slowly, Zhou Shujin realized who was waiting for her. "Oh, my sister-in-law has arrived?" "Yes, she has been waiting outside, claiming to have good news to share with you." Zhou Shujin paused, realizing it must pertain to Cui Tinger. It was expected. They were not privy to Gu Yuanzhou's arrangements. So, hearing news at this juncture was entirely plausible. Once properly attired, she stepped outside to find her sister-in-law leisurely sipping tea. Upon noticing Zhou Shujin's entrance, she nodded. "I must say, you've indulged in quite the afternoon nap. The men are nearly finished with their shift, yet here you are, still in slumber. Do you not intend to sleep tonight?" I doubt I will be able to sleep tonight anyway," Zhou Shujin replied, settling beside her, a square table separating them. Her gaze fell upon a box on the table, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Noticing her excitement, Su Mengyun rolled her eyes. "You would think the Marquis treats you lavishly. Look at you." She pushed the box towards Zhou Shujin with a hint of disdain. "Here, this is for you." Zhou Shujin opened the box, revealing an entire set of adornments, earrings, bracelets, and a necklace, all in a harmonious shade of pink, likely chosen because of her youth. "It's absolutely exquisite."
"Thank you, sister-in-law."
"Flattery will get you nowhere. Perhaps one day you can come and select your own gifts. I'm not particularly skilled at choosing for others."
"Ah?"
You wish to give me more? I have no use for them, and they would go to waste otherwise. These are from last year, and in a few years, they will be out of style. Truly, sister-in-law, you are too generous. Gifting you items is merely a sign of kindness. Indeed, it feels as though you are raising me as a daughter with such lavish generosity.
Su Mengun's lips twitched.
She was only 3 years Zhou Shujin senior, and to be considered a mother was quite the stretch. In Chapter 41, a strong sense of jealousy emerged as Su Mengyun and Zhou Shujin conversed about the events of the previous night. Su Mengyun had only recently learned of the gossip and sought out Zhou Shujin to indulge in the latest news. Zhou Shujin had refreshments brought in, and they chatted animatedly, occasionally sharing whispers with the maidservants. I heard that those two went straight to that stage last night, Su Mengyun remarked, unsure of the truth. It might indeed be true. Zhou Shujin mused. Despite her fondness for her sister-in-law, she hesitated to reveal Gu Yuanzhou's involvement. I think so too. The servants speak quite vividly about it. Servants are aware? Zhou Shujin was astonished by the speed of the rumor spread. Or did Gu Yuanzhou let it slip? They know far too much. They say that this morning, the two were caught in a room together. News travels fast, you know. Oh, this morning, the old lady summoned Gu Yuanzhou and me to discuss this very matter. Will our matriarch truly consult you? Well, she was looking for Gu Yuanzhou. I merely went to eavesdrop. Zhou Shujin admitted candidly. I see. What did they say? Pretty much that, and then Gu Yuanzhou insisted they wed.
Gu Ting'er consented.
Initially, she was opposed and had aspirations of marrying Gu Yuanzhou instead. Su Mengyun dropped her seeds in astonishment. Surely not. She is so bold, yet she still dares to covet your marquis? Indeed, she is quite audacious, however. Gu Yuanzhou has dealt her a harsh blow. Alas, her situation is rather pitiable. They had intended to negotiate a marriage, and now she finds herself in a precarious position. A woman who has lost her virtue before marriage is often disregarded by families. She could still become a concubine? Why not? If the second household refuses to relent, she may find herself wed to Gu Yujing instead. What other options are available? Zhou Shujin contemplated the matter. If she could become Gu Yujing's concubine, it would serve as an even greater blow to Cui Ting'er. She chuckled to herself, thinking she ought to speak with Gu Yuanzhou. If Cui Ting'er was unwilling to be Gu Yujing's wife, then perhaps she could settle for being his concubine. When Gu Yuanzhou returned home that evening, Zhou Shujin presented her thoughts to him. However, Gu Yuanzhou stated that he had entrusted the matter to her as the lady of the Marquis' household. Entrusted to me?
Why?
She is not my cousin. I have no obligation. You are the lady of the Marquis' household. Domestic affairs fall under your purview. But I haven't formally introduced them. How can I best handle this? This is not for you to announce. Merely take the lead and discuss the details with the second household. If you wish for her to be a concubine, then devise a way to make it happen. I do not necessarily wish for her to be a concubine. Does she not simply wish to avoid being the wife? Gu Yuanzhou regarded her with skepticism, leaving Zhou Shujin feeling somewhat embarrassed. What are you looking at me for? I simply find her insufferable. I desire for her to marry poorly. I am indeed ruthless. What of it? She exclaimed, feeling a wave of satisfaction in her own vindictiveness. That's fine by me. Your ruthlessness suits me well. For I am no gentle saint myself. Zhou Shujin was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled that Cui Ting'er's current predicament had certainly been orchestrated by Gu Yuanzhou. Perhaps she had shown him some mercy after all. Musing on their potential retribution, Zhou Shujin felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing for her family's safety. Gu Yuanzhou too recalled the chaos of their past life, and a fissure formed in his heart. Perhaps you should take the matter into your own hands. It would be unwise to be overly harsh. Hearing him address her as Madam left Zhou Shujin feeling uncomfortable. She had no desire to be his true wife, fearing an early demise. I will consider it. However, you must cease calling me Madam. I am unaccustomed to it. You are indeed my legitimately wedded wife. You shall grow accustomed to it. I have matters to attend to. I must return to my study. With that, he exited the room, leaving Zhou Shujin in a state of disarray. The following day, Zhou Shujin sought out her sister-in-law, requesting her company to discuss Cui Ting'er's marriage with the elders of the second household. Su Mengyun was taken aback. You intend to negotiate with the second household regarding Cui Ting'er and Gu Yujing's marriage? Indeed, it is Gu Yuanzhou's directive. He stated that as the lady of the Marquis' household, it is my responsibility. Is he playing tricks on you? How could a cousin residing temporarily be the one to manage such matters for the Marquis' household? Zhou Shujin remarked. I believe it would be far better for him to let his mother handle it than for me to interfere. After all, she is his maternal aunt and will undoubtedly ensure that Cui Tinger does not suffer any loss. Su Mingyun took a sip of water and gestured for Zhou Shujin to partake in the pastries that had just arrived, still warm from the outside. Zhou Shujin, not wishing to be polite, seated herself and began to eat. You just said that the old lady wouldn't let Cui Tinger come to harm?
Su Mingyun nodded affirmatively. Indeed.
So you should step aside and allow the Marquis to consult the old lady. She is also the lady of the Marquis residence, so her involvement is entirely appropriate. Zhou Shujin set down her pastry, gazing seriously at her. Then I must insist on going. Su Mingyun inquired, what do you mean? Do you wish for her to fail? Zhou Shujin cautiously nodded. Yes, who would want their rival to thrive? Su Mingyun nearly choked on her pastry, quickly taking a sip of water before looking at her. Are you serious? Zhou Shujin affirmed. Indeed, I find her unpleasant. If she thrives, I cannot. If she suffers, then I may find my own peace. Was this some sort of tongue twister? It was not as if there was an intense grudge between them. Previously, it had only been subtle schemes. Why was the animosity so pronounced now? Su Mingyun felt she was struggling to keep pace with the situation.
Su Mingyun remarked.
So you are driven to such extremes simply because she covets your Marquis? Zhou Shujin confessed. Yes, my jealousy is overwhelming. It is an innate trait I cannot change. Su Mingyun observed, yet you do not seem to hold him in such high regard. You often speak of him with disdain. Do you truly harbor deep feelings for him that cannot tolerate another woman's gaze? Zhou Shujin responded, indeed. I hold strong feelings for him, so deep that I cannot allow another woman to even glance his way. She was almost convinced by her own fabrications. Su Mingyun, still skeptical, asked, what if I were to gaze at him for just a moment? Zhou Shujin reassured her, fear not, elder sister. You are a senior, and I would not mind. Feel free to look. Su Mingyun replied graciously, thank you for your generosity. Zhou Shujin replied, it is no trouble. So, will you accompany me on this visit? I am filled with enthusiasm and must swiftly secure a suitable match for our cousin, prompting her and the old lady to express their gratitude towards me. Su Mingyun, somewhat dazed, nodded in agreement, shedding a sympathetic tear for the cousin who had sought after another woman's man. Chapter 42. Approaching the second household, Zhou Shujin urged Su Mingyun to accompany her, primarily because she did not know anyone there and feared mistakes might arise. Fortunately, her status afforded her some recognition. Upon knocking on the door of the second household, Meixiang announced their arrival, and they were promptly invited inside. As it was their first time entering this courtyard, Zhou Shujin observed the stark contrast to the Marquis residence and whispered to her sister-in-law, why does this courtyard differ so greatly from ours? It is hard to believe it is even a courtyard. Su Mingyun nodded in agreement and replied, this is also my first visit. It seems even less impressive than the third household. Zhou Shujin queried, did they willingly accept this division?
Su Mingyun explained.
What choice do they have? They are concubines of the late Marquis father, and this estate was earned by the late Marquis himself. The old lady does not wish for them to benefit unduly. Zhou Shujin expressed her apprehension about interacting with elders, especially those from her grandmother's generation.
Su Mingyun resussurred.
Do not worry, I have met them once before, and they do not seem difficult to engage with. Rest assured, you are the matriarch of the Marquis residence. They will not dare to show you any disrespect. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the front hall, where the women of the second household had gathered, likely informed of their arrival, including even the unmarried young ladies. Madam, eldest daughter-in-law, you have arrived. Please come and take your seats. The old lady of the second household, who had once been a renowned official's daughter, welcomed them, though she had fallen from grace and could not avoid becoming another's concubine. She still possessed an air of scholarly elegance at nearly 60. Zhou Shujin observed her and felt a sense of amiability, hopeful that today's discussions would proceed smoothly. Neither Zhou Shujin nor Su Mingyun took the prime seats. Despite their higher status, they were still juniors. Old lady, please be seated. Let us converse freely as we have in the past. There is no need for such formality. Zhou Shujin encouraged the elders to sit first. The concubine Yang also exchanged pleasantries, but upon noticing their reluctance to occupy the main seats, she refrained from pressing them further. Once everyone was seated, introductions were made. Though Zhou Shujin could not recall many names, merely smiling politely, intending to become better acquainted in the future. Fortunately, The gathering was focused on the matter of the two young women, and there were no significant objections. In the end, the old lady designated Wang, the mother of Gu Yuanzhou, to oversee the arrangements. The second household comprised 3 sons, and she was the eldest daughter-in-law. She appeared older than the old lady Gu, exuding a gentle demeanor rather than a sharp one. Madam, I am the mother of that unfilial son Yuanzhou. I appreciate the efforts of the Marquis and yourself regarding this matter. Although our circumstances are modest, we will exert our utmost to ensure a successful union for them. Although Zhou Shujin had initially contemplated arranging for Cui Tinger to become a concubine, she reconsidered upon observing their family dynamics, realizing that securing a suitable wife would not be easy for them. Thus, she refrained from making the situation more difficult. When the term madam slipped from her lips, it felt odd. They referred to her as madam, and she reciprocated the title, which felt rather uncomfortable. Wang responded, Madam, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Wang. Referring to her as Madam Wang felt inappropriate, as she was not a concubine. Calling her Madam Gu was also problematic, as it seemed that every woman who married into the family could be addressed as such. Let us do this. I am also newly married and unfamiliar with you all. Since you are all elders, let us revert to our previous titles, Zhou Shujin suggested. Upon her statement, not only the second household members, but even Su Mengyun turned to her in surprise. Why are you all looking at me? I may be younger, but I am still the madam of the Marquis residence, which is merely a title for outsiders. Since we are all part of the Gu family, regardless of whether we are divided or not, we share the same ancestry. There is no reason we cannot address one another by our generational titles. Such a formality is inappropriate, the old lady remarked, astonished that someone would find it unappealing to be treated with respect. Zhou Shujin countered, You see? You should be considered a member of my grandmother's generation, yet you address me as madam, which feels quite strange. The old lady replied, But you are the madam of the Marquis residence. We ought to address you as such. Zhou Shujin insisted, Let us abandon this formality. While I cannot call you grandmother, addressing you as aunt is entirely acceptable. Before the family was divided, how did others refer to you in the Marquis residence? The old lady responded, I was known as Yang, the concubine of the late Marquis, and he used to call me Yang. Zhou Shujin concluded, Very well, I shall call you that from now on. You are an elder to both my father and the Marquis. Hence, you may simply call me by my name, rather than madam. The old lady hesitated, but Zhou Shujin interjected, It is settled then, along with the other elders. She then turned her gaze toward the others, indicating that they should introduce themselves. My husband is the brother of the late Marquis, the eldest son of the late patriarch. Zhou Shujin remarked, So you are Gu Yuanzhou's aunt? Indeed, came the reply. Zhou Shujin continued, Then you are the elder aunt. Are the other 2 also aunts? She surmised that those who came to greet her were unlikely to include concubines, suspecting that apart from Yang, the others were likely respectable ladies and daughters. No, the one on the far right is an aunt, and this one is the second aunt. Zhou Shujin replied, Oh, my memory is not particularly sharp, so I may not remember. If I encounter you again, please do not take offense if I forget. Just remind me a few times. Certainly, madam. Zhou Shujin corrected them. Oh no, you may simply call me by my name. I am Zhou Shujin. The others hesitated to comply. Zhou Shujin, it matters not. You are all my elders. It feels somewhat uncomfortable for you to address me as madam. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Jeaner. Madam, how could one harbor such thoughts? That would be most unbecoming of us, they replied. Very well. Since Jeaner has expressed her wishes, we shall treat her as a younger generation and protect her more diligently when we are outside. With Yang Inyang's words, the other wives dared to comply. Su Mengyun was puzzled by her younger sister-in-law's intentions, wondering why she was forging ties with the second household when everything seemed fine. However, she also felt a sense of camaraderie with Zhou Shujin, directly asserting that everyone should call her by her name, rather than addressing her as the eldest daughter-in-law. The wives of the second household were equally curious about the motives of the 2 young women from the first household. Surely, they were not trying to exploit them. Considering that the second household was the least affluent, unable to afford many servants. With the matter of addressing elders settled, Zhou Shujin soon realized that there were quite a number of young ladies in the second household. Compared to their own family, the second household seemed to be blessed with children, boasting at least 7 or 8 daughters, with some likely already married off. Since we are all of the same generation, it seems fitting to call each other by our names. Zhou Shujin genuinely felt she would struggle to remember all the names. That will not do, the eldest lady interjected. You, Gina, claim that we are elders and thus should not address you with honorifics, but they are of your generation and must show you respect. They cannot simply call you by your name. You may call them by their names, but they cannot do the same to you. The eldest lady's objection was echoed by the other two wives. After some contemplation, Zhou Shujin proposed, let us arrange it according to Gu Yuanzhou, sh. Those younger than him may call me sister-in-law, and those older may refer to me as younger sister. Would that be acceptable?
Just as you would call my elder sister-in-law.
That works, Yang Yinyang thought to herself, sensing that this new lady was extending a gesture of goodwill. What was her true intention? Chapter 43. Seeking the lady on their way back, Su Mingyun finally inquired about Zhou Shujin's motives for befriending the second household. Zhou Shujin replied, I want them to keep our mother-in-law occupied, so that she does not constantly trouble us.
How can that be?
We have already separated and should not interfere with each other, Su Mingyun responded. Do not worry. We will find ways to reconnect, Zhou Shujin assured her.
How can you be so certain? Su Mingyun questioned.
Consider this. Is that Cui Tinger not a cunning one? The second household is in dire straits. She will surely seek opportunities to gain favor with her relatives, Zhou Shujin reasoned.
I
have always been curious as to why the old lady dotes on Cui Tinger so much. In the year since I married in, all I hear is how the old lady cherishes her, even preparing a courtyard for her that surpasses that of the other young ladies in the Ho residence. Su Mingyun mused. Those young ladies are not the old lady's biological daughters, so they are bound to be treated with less favor, Zhou Shujin explained. Not so. I meant the eldest daughter, Su Mingyun clarified. Zhou Shujin looked puzzled. The eldest daughter? Oh, you haven't met her, have you? She is the Ho Ye's sister, now married.
Su Mingyun y la veratid.
I have heard of her. What of her?
Zhou Shujin asked.
Her courtyard was not as fine as Cui Tinger's, Su Mingyun remarked.
How do you know that?
Zhou Shujin inquired. The maidservants share such gossip. A few idle ones in my courtyard love to chatter, and that's how I learned of it. Su Mingyun replied. Is that so? Why does your elder sister-in-law not send such gossiping servants away? Zhou Shujin questioned. Su Mingyun looked at her with an expression of mild disbelief. You find that surprising? I find it rather entertaining to keep them around. They provide me with bits of gossip. Is that not advantageous? Yet you must not allow them to attend to you too closely, lest they spread your secrets elsewhere. Zhou Shujin cautioned. That is only natural. They remain in the outer courtyard, while my inner quarters are reserved for those I brought from my family, Su Mingyun confirmed. That is similar to my approach. I am hesitant to employ anyone from the Ho residence. Thankfully, my mother has provided sufficient assistance, Zhou Shujin remarked. By the way, I have heard that your mother is not your biological mother, yet she treats you quite well. Your dowry is also considerable and quite respectable among us in the capital, Su Mingyun noted. In comparison to my elder sister-in-law, it pales in significance. However, my mother has indeed been very kind to me, and I intend to honor her as I would my own mother, Zhou Shujin replied. Indeed, such devotion is rare, Su Mingyun agreed. Elder sister-in-law. Shall we share a meal together at noon? Zhou Shujin suggested. You are not planning to feast upon me, are you? I shall not venture out, Su Mingyun replied. Eyeing her warily, Zhou Shujin gave her a reproachful look. Elder sister-in-law, what do you take me for? I merely meant we should dine in my courtyard. My little kitchen prepares delightful dishes. You must come and taste them. That sounds more agreeable. We have been out and about too often lately. My monthly allowance is nearly depleted, Su Mingyun conceded. Elder sister-in-law, must you be so frugal? I have begun to dip into my dowry, and you still wish to withhold? Zhou Shujin teased. You are the one who chooses not to utilize the Ho residence's funds, claiming you can spend freely. You do not understand. I am not accustomed to using others' money. I prefer to keep accounts clear with Gu Yuanzhou to avoid complications should we part ways, Su Mingyun explained. You, of all people, should know that you are rather generous with my monthly allowance, Zhou Shujin countered. Only because you have a substantial family fortune. I fear Gu Yuanzhou's meager salary will vanish before the month is out, Su Mingyun rolled her eyes. Zhou Shujin chuckled as they returned to the Liuli pavilion, where they instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal and continued their conversation in their chambers. When Gu Yuanzhou returned to the residence, he found Zhou Shujin absent. Upon inquiry, he learned she had gone to visit her elder sister-in-law. It appeared she had taken quite a liking to her, as the two had been spending ample time together of late. How long has my wife been gone?
Gu Yuanzhou asked.
Replying to the Hou Yi, your wife has been away for approximately 1 hour, a servant replied while pouring tea. Send someone to fetch her back. It is time for dinner, Gu Yuanzhou commanded. However, Hou Yi, your wife mentioned she would not be returning for dinner, as she intends to dine with the eldest daughter-in-law, the servant informed him.
What? Gu Yuanzhou paused.
Taken aback. She intends to skip dinner with me? That will not do. He returned to his chamber to change clothes, then departed once more.
Hou Yi.
A servant called after dinner. We just want to notify your wife that dinner is ready. Forget it, he replied curtly, leaving without a backward glance. Leaving the servants feeling helpless. As Gu Yuanzhou exited the courtyard, Mo Han followed closely behind, mentioning that Yun Miao had returned and would report to the lady the following day. Understood, he acknowledged. Noticing Gu Yuanzhou heading towards the elder brother's quarters, Mo Han was somewhat surprised, as he had not often seen Gu Yuanzhou visit there. Typically, it was his elder brother who sought him in the study. Is there something you need from the elder brother, Hou Yi? Mo Han asked. I am here to fetch my wife. She has gone to visit the eldest daughter-in-law. Gu Yuanzhou replied. Mo Han felt a chill run down his spine. It is quite a distance. Is it necessary for you to go fetch her? He decided to remain silent, knowing he lacked the standing to comment on matters concerning the lady. Better to follow along quietly. Upon arriving at Wudong Pavilion, the servants promptly announced his arrival, and Gu Yuanzhou entered the courtyard without hesitation, as no one dared to obstruct him. Gu Yuanzhou had only just returned and was still changing clothes when he heard his younger brother, Gu Yuanzhou, arrive. Elder brother, what brings you here? He asked. Approaching the entrance. I have come to find my wife. She mentioned she was visiting the eldest daughter-in-law. Gu Yuanzhou explained. Gu Yuanzhou nodded. I have not heard of any particular matters. I have only just returned, and am unaware of their whereabouts. Gu Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow. This courtyard is not large. Where else could they be?
Someone,
he called. Upon hearing the call, the servant entered. Where has the elder madam gone?
Master.
The elder madam and the lady have gone to the lotus pond, saying that they will have dinner there. The two men exchanged glances, pondering how these two women truly knew how to indulge themselves, seemingly oblivious to the arrangements for their husband's dinner. All right, you may leave now.
Yes.
Once the servant had departed, Gu Yuanheng turned to his brother. So, shall we just have a casual meal here, or? Forget it, let's find them. Their husbands haven't returned yet they've already begun their meal, which is rather improper. Gu Yuanzhou declared, striding out, with Gu Yuanheng trailing behind him. Indeed, they could join them for dinner. Before reaching the pavilion, they were greeted by the sound of melodious laughter. Upon approaching, they discovered an abundant spread prepared for dinner, seemingly enough for 7 or 8 people. Madam. Upon hearing the word madam in a somewhat cold tone, Zhou Shujin turned to see Gu Yuanzhou and Gu Yuanheng. The Marquis has returned, and so has my elder brother. My husband is back, and so is the Marquis. Zhou Shujin and Su Mengyan spoke in unison, then each walked towards their respective husbands. Would the Marquis care to dine with us? Zhou Shujin innocently inquired. Gu Yuanzhou thought to himself that if he hadn't come over, she likely wouldn't have bothered about whether he was eating or not. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Gu Yuanzhou, surrendering, said, I shall eat. Zhou Shujin pulled him down beside her, and Gu Yuanzhou felt a surge of happiness as she held his hand. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, please have a seat as well, Zhou Shujin urged, noticing that the other couple was still standing. In truth, they had lingered out of curiosity regarding the interaction between Zhou Shujin and Su Mengyan.
Oh.
Very well. Finally, Su Mengyan took her husband's hand and sat down. Observing the spread, which seemed heavily flavored with spice, the Gu brothers hesitated to dig in, as they were not fond of spicy food. In contrast, Zhou Shujin and Su Mengyan relished spicy dishes. Given that the meal had not been prepared with them in mind, they could only pick at the 2 less spicy dishes. Noticing their struggle, Zhou Shujin approached Bai Ran and instructed her to request the kitchen to prepare a few non-spicy dishes. Once arranged, Zhou Shujin remarked, Marquis and elder brother, please take your time, there will be other dishes coming. There is enough food here, Gu Yuanzhou replied, cautiously placing a peanut into his mouth. Zhou Shujin responded, this food is sufficient for my sister-in-law and me. You and elder brother should wait a bit. Seeing you both struggle to eat makes me lose my appetite. Are we that disheartening? Gu Yuanheng was taken aback and promptly asked his wife. Su Mengyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, we were enjoying our meal just fine until you arrived. And now it seems as if the dishes are poisoned. Very well, you needn't eat that. I will have the kitchen send you some non-spicy dishes shortly. Thank you, sister-in-law. I truly cannot handle spicy food. Gu Yuanheng set down his chopsticks in resignation. Gu Yuanzhou contemplated putting down his chopsticks as well, but after a moment's thought, mustered the courage to continue, albeit only taking tiny bites, which made Zhou Shujin quite anxious. I say, you could simply wait like elder brother. No need. I wish to practice eating spicy food, Gu Yuanzhou insisted. What is there to practice? If you do not enjoy it, then do not eat it. There are plenty of other options. But I wish to share the same meals as you do. With practice, I will be able to eat them eventually. Hearing his brother's words, Gu Yuanheng quickly picked up his chopsticks again and resumed eating. The two women observed the men's antics and decided to let them be. Fortunately, it was not long before Bai Ran returned with 4 freshly prepared non-spicy dishes from the kitchen, allowing the Gu brothers to finally eat their fill. After a hearty meal, the 4 of them sat in the pavilion, chatting for a while before parting ways. On the way back, Gu Yuanzhou inquired about her visit to the second household that day, to which Zhou Shujin candidly replied. She mentioned her efforts to bond with them, feeling that, faced with such a large group of elders, she could not maintain the airs of a marquis's wife. Instead, she chose to show them respect, hoping they would not create any further complications. The marriage should be without issues. However, the wedding date will need to be discussed with our parents, correct? That should not require our involvement. I will ask our mother about it tomorrow. I have never met the parents of Cui Tinger, so I cannot reach out to them. Ah. ISNT, her mother, your aunt? You have never met her? No, I have only heard my mother mention her, but I have never seen her in person. Their family seems to have its own problems. Otherwise, how could Cui Tinga have stayed in our household for so long? Oh, so it's a family issue. Yet others say she is your betrothed, brought here early to wait until she comes of age to marry you.
How could that be?
I do not intend to raise a child bride. You should, then I would not have to endure this predicament. She is quite attractive. Why do you not fancy her? Gu Yuanzhou looked at her, exasperated. I do not wish to bring you harm. However, I cannot let go of you. Without you by my side, I feel restless in all my endeavors. Zhou Shujin halted and gazed at him, puzzled by his reasoning. Why did he harbor such thoughts when their acquaintance had been brief? Do you believe in past lives? Gu Yuanzhou suddenly asked, causing Zhou Shujin to tense up. Did he discover something? Had she slipped up? Why do you ask? I am merely inquiring. I believe in past lives. Perhaps we have unresolved regrets from a previous existence, which is why I cannot forget you and wish to bind our fates in this life. Then if there are regrets, it implies we are not fated to be. Why strive for something forced? Perhaps it is because I have not done enough, leading to this regret. Zhou Shujin felt a flicker of anxiety. Could he also be someone who had been reborn? Why did he continually reference matters of the past? If he too had been reborn, he would understand that their relationship was irretrievable. She had perished in this estate. Why would he still wish to marry her? Do you possess memories of a past life? She cautiously inquired, not wanting him to share her experience. Such a notion would mean he might foresee her intentions, which felt unsettling. Not precisely. Sometimes I dream of certain scenes, which compels me to alter events to prevent what occurs in those dreams. He could not disclose such an extraordinary matter to her. She might perceive him as a monster. The mere existence of past life memories was astonishing in itself. Oh, I see. Is it not said that dreams often signify the opposite? Let us return now. Gu Yuanzhou nodded, leading her back, both lost in thought along the way. That night, as they prepared for sleep, both found themselves restless. Zhou Shujin pondered whether he might indeed be someone reborn and meticulously recalled the moments they had shared since their first meeting. She sought to uncover any clues. Gu Yuanzhou, on the other hand, feared she would discern something amiss and focused solely on her innate character, wondering what had caused her to conceal herself in the past life. Both turned in their beds, each noticing the other's unease. Are you unable to sleep? Gu Yuanzhou broke the silence first. Zhou Shujin, unable to maintain her facade, sat up. Yes, I am contemplating certain matters. Seeing her upright, Gu Yuanzhou turned to face her.
What are you thinking about?
I am reflecting on everything from our first acquaintance until now. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yuanzhou could no longer remain reclined and promptly sat up.
Why do you think that?
He inquired. Zhou Shujin replied, I don't know. I just feel that our acquaintance was rather deliberate. As if we were destined to meet at that very moment. Gu Yuanzhou's heart skipped a beat, taken aback by her sensitivity. realizing she had guessed his intent to forge a connection with her. Chapter 45. Fateful entanglement is still fate, Gu Yuanzhou expressed. I have always believed that our encounter signifies a bond of fate between us. Zhou Shujin responded, is that so? Perhaps it is a fateful entanglement. To which Gu Yuanzhou countered, even an entangled fate is still a form of destiny, indicating we are meant to be together. Zhou Shujin questioned, why are you so certain we will end up together? Did you dream of it? Gu Yuanzhou affirmed, indeed. You are destined to be my wife, and you shall remain by my side. Zhou Shujin gazed at his earnest expression, feeling perplexed by his unwavering conviction. Let us rest. It seems we are not on the same wavelength, she concluded, lying down. Regardless of his identity, she resolved to uphold her principles. Gu Yuanzhou observed her retreating figure, taking a long time before he too lay down. He recognized that she had yet to open her heart to him, reminding himself to be patient. After all, she was now his wife, and he would allow her to gradually accept him. After the engagement of Cui Tinger and Gu Yuanjing was settled, Zhou Shujin felt a weight lifted. She had been diligently visiting the secondary courtyard, becoming familiar with its inhabitants, particularly the elders. While the younger generation remained largely unknown to her, a situation she did not mind, as she had no intention of forging connections with them. One day, upon her return, she stumbled upon two young girls quarreling near a rockery in the backyard. Preferring to avoid conflict, Zhou Shujin decided to wait until they concluded their dispute before approaching. Together with Bai Ran, they stood still, listening to the commotion, faintly hearing her name mentioned. Curious, she leaned in closer to eavesdrop. One girl exclaimed, all you do is fawn over her. She is a lady of the Ho residence and would never favor such a shabby gift. The other retorted, I only thought it proper to return the favor, as my sister brought me a gift last time. So, you imply we lack manners? The first girl scoffed. Sister, why do you misunderstand me? I simply wanted to express my gratitude, and I never expected you to do the same. It's not my fault. She is a lady of the Ho family, accustomed to fine things. This pitiful token will only embarrass our family. After a moment of silence, Zhou Shujin sensed a struggle ensuing. She and Bai Ran approached to find two girls, approximately 14 or 15 years old, fighting over a stuffed toy. Stop! What is happening here? She called out. At the sound of her voice, they froze, and the toy fell to the ground. The girl in green swiftly picked it up, brushing off the dust. The girl in pink, upon noticing Zhou Shujin, appeared frightened, as if intimidated by her presence. Sister, what are you doing? Zhou Shujin inquired. Nothing. I was just playing with my sister, the girl in pink replied. Zhou Shujin turned her attention to the girl in green. And you, sister? We were just having a bit of fun. I apologize for disturbing you. Seeing the girl attempt to shield her sister, Zhou Shujin decided to let it pass. She nodded and prepared to leave, but paused upon noticing the stuffed toy in the girl's hand. Did you make this yourself? Yes, the girl replied shyly. Is it meant for me? Zhou Shujin asked, pointing at the toy. The girl, taken aback, wondered if Zhou Shujin had overheard their earlier argument. Yes, it is for you. But it's not well made, she confessed, her eyes downcast. You are Yueqing? Zhou Shujin asked, to which the girl nodded. Zhou Shujin smiled and extended her hand, causing Yueqing to hesitate. Wasn't this intended for me? She prompted, gesturing to the toy. With a bashful smile, Yueqing handed it over. Upon examination, Zhou Shujin found the little rabbit charming, crafted from gray fabric with lifelike eyes. You've done well. I truly like it. Thank you, Yueqing, Zhou Shujin praised. Hearing her appreciation brightened Yueqing's mood, as she had put considerable effort into the gift, fearing it might not be valued. I am glad you like it. I made it to thank you for the gift you sent me last time. I have no precious items to offer, just these little creations. Undeniably. The girl spoke in a manner that was quite pleasant to hear, bringing joy to Zhou Shujin. I appreciate it, and you embroider beautifully. In the future, you must visit the Ho residence to play with me. My sister has an entire set of animal figurines. Would you like to come and see them? Zhou Shujin recalled the exquisite zodiac figurines she had seen there and yearned to witness Yueqing's artistry in creating them. Really? Can I come to visit? Yueqing inquired, her surprise evident. Zhou Shujin reassured her, of course. Bring your sister along. We are all part of the Gu family and should spend more time together. She glanced at the girl in pink, acknowledging her strong demeanor, yet unsure whether she was friend or foe, deciding it best to remain courteous for now. Can I join too? The girl in pink asked, visibly astonished. Such an opportunity was rare. They knew the main estate was superior, while their own quarters were older and less impressive. Next time, come through the front entrance. We are all young ladies of the Gu family. Let us not use the side doors and invite gossip, Zhou Shujin instructed. Yes, sister. We will remember, the two girls responded, now resembling sisters themselves, nodding in unison. All right, off you go to play. I, too, shall return, Zhou Shujin said, nodding farewell before departing with Bai Ran. On their way back, Bai Ran could not contain her curiosity. Madam, what if they come to the Ho residence frequently? Zhou Shujin replied. What is the harm? They are, after all, young ladies of the Gu family. Bai Ran pressed. But won't it require your effort to entertain them? Zhou Shujin responded, who said I must accompany them if they visit. They can entertain themselves. Reflecting on this, Bai Ran agreed. They were not guests in need of her attention. Zhou Shujin mused that if their visits could stir up trouble, perhaps it might compel their parents to seek out the old matriarch of the Gu family, providing her with some much-needed vexation. Chapter 46. The father's birthday feast at the Jinyuan general's residence. September 19th marked the 40th birthday of General Zhou Dingshan, with guests arriving in droves to offer their congratulations. His long absence from the capital and lack of previous birthday celebrations made this occasion particularly significant. The reputation of the general's residence, coupled with the influence of the Longning Ho residence, bolstered by Gu Yuanzhou's efforts, made their familial ties noteworthy. To make a good impression, Gu Yuanzhou returned early with Zhou Shujin, even taking the initiative to assist his brother-in-law by welcoming guests at the entrance. Despite General Zhou and his wife insisting it was improper for a son-in-law to stand at the door. However, Gu Yuanzhou insisted on helping, and they found it difficult to voice their objections. After all, the son-in-law was still half a son. Their household had only one son, Zhou Shuming, and he was indeed quite occupied. Though others were taken aback, they said nothing, merely thinking that this young Lord Gu truly valued his wife's family. Perhaps it was indeed a case of loving the house and its crow. It was said that he personally petitioned the emperor for marriage, fearing that Miss Zhou might perish without anyone to honor her memory, which prompted him to hastily bring her home. His genuine feelings seemed to have moved heaven, as Miss Zhou revived, and thus, the couple's love flourished. Today, everyone who encountered Zhou Shujin praised her for finding such a righteous and devoted husband, a rarity indeed. Zhou Shujin felt her smile almost stiffen. She had come to celebrate her father's birthday, yet everyone was extolling Gu Yuanzhou instead. Not wanting to engage further with the ladies, Zhou Shujin took her sister-in-law back to her room. Many from the Gu family had also come, including a few from the second branch, which was quite a display of respect for Zhou Shujin. Although the old matriarch of the Gu family did not attend, the old Marquis had specially sent Zhou Bo to deliver gifts, indicating his regard. Zhou Dingshan also personally welcomed the loyal servant from his in-law's side, which was a significant gesture. Dear in-law, as you know, our old Marquis is not well enough to come himself, so I hope you do not mind my old servant's presence. Zhou Dingshan replied, there is no need for such formality. Your in-law's intention is enough for me. When I have the chance, I shall visit him at home. Please come in, we shall feast soon. And you must drink a few cups on behalf of your old Marquis. As he spoke, he reached to pull Zhou Bo inside, but Zhou Bo politely declined. Dear in-law, our old Marquis cannot be away from me for too long. Had it not been for your birthday, he would not have sent me out. I must return shortly to attend to him. Today, you are the guest of honor. Let others accompany you in drinking, and let our young lord here drink with you. Esteemed father-in-law. Indeed, father-in-law, I shall drink with you soon. My father truly cannot part from Zhou Bo at this time. Gu Yuanzhou joined Zhou Shuming as they stepped out, just in time to catch the conversation. Zhou Dingshan replied, very well then, you may return to care for your in-law. I shall visit him another day, and we can share drinks then. Of course, Zhou Bo will await your esteemed presence at home. After Zhou Bo exchanged pleasantries, he departed. Watching his retreating figure, Zhou Dingshan felt a wave of nostalgia, for they had once served together in the same army and were quite familiar with each other. Son-in-law, I have yet to inquire about your father. How is he faring? Gu Yuanzhou responded. In reply, father, he remains unchanged, relying on herbal remedies to endure his days. Speaking of his father brought a shadow of sorrow to Gu Yuanzhou's heart, but he quickly remembered the joyous occasion and donned a smile once more. Let us not dwell on this. Today is your grand day, esteemed father-in-law. Let us embrace the joy. Zhou Dingshan patted his shoulder, offering silent comfort. Enough of this. You should rest now. You have been busy all morning, and others may think I treat my son-in-law poorly. Gu Yuanzhou replied, "It is nothing. My elder brother cannot manage alone, and I am free of obligations. Please, esteemed father-in-law, you should rest while we young ones can stand a while longer." Was he implying that Zhou Dingshan was old? The corners of Zhou Dingshan's mouth twitched. This son-in-law was rather unendearing. Very well then. This old man shall retire for a bit. With that, he swept his sleeve and entered. Gu Yuanzhou looked innocently at his brother-in-law, who was observing the scene. "Is he angry?" Zhou Shuming remarked. "What do you think? Who asked you to mention age in front of him? Do you not know that the elderly are sensitive about such matters?" Gu Yuanzhou was speechless. He had only been aware that older women were sensitive about age, not realizing that older men could be equally trivial. Zhou Shujin, accompanied by her sister-in-law Su Mingyun, took a moment to rest in her room until a maid summoned them to rejoin the festivities. Originally, Zhou Shujin was not meant to entertain guests, but in the general's residence, there were only she and Zhou Shuyu, the latter still too young to manage such duties. Thus, it fell to Zhou Shujin, the married daughter, to assist Madame Zhou in hosting the female guests. Most of those who arrived were unfamiliar to Zhou Shujin, but a warm smile sufficed, and fortunately, Mei Xiang was there to timely remind her of the guests' identities. Otherwise, she would have had to address them simply as this lady or this miss. To her surprise, Xiao Zhongyao, whom she had met briefly before, also arrived, and Zhou Shujin hurried to greet her, knowing she was an important figure not to be offended. "Your Grace." Seeing Zhou Shujin today, far more poised than during their last encounter, Xiao Zhongyao nodded in satisfaction. "Yes. It is a great honor for the wife of Lord Gu to personally host today." Zhou Shujin was at a loss for words in response. "It is my duty, please, Your Grace. Allow me to escort you to a seat for a moment's respite." Observing the surroundings and noting that Zhou Shujin still had to attend to others, Xiao Zhongyao did not press her further. "Just have a servant guide me. You carry on with your duties. It seems you two in the general's household do not have many children. I see you both are quite busy." Zhou Shujin felt a pang, realizing her father could not father many children. What could she do about it? But was she referring to Gu Yuanzhou as you two? Was he indeed helping? Zhou Shujin replied, "Well then, Your Grace, I shall not stand on ceremony. Juxiang, please guide Her Grace." "Yes, Madam, Your Grace, this way, please." Xiao Zhongyao nodded at her before following the servant toward the flower hall. Without time to ponder further, another group entered, and Zhou Shujin, alongside Madame Zhou, was swept into a whirlwind of activity, only finding ease as the banquet began. Zhou Shujin exclaimed, "Mother, how exhausting it is to host a birthday banquet. I do not wish to do this again." Madame Zhou, aware of her daughter's fatigue, began to massage her shoulders, and Zhou Shujin leaned against her for a moment of respite. "Do not speak such foolishness. You are now the lady of the Marquis' residence. Such occasions will only increase. You have just married, and once you settle in, you will soon find yourself mingling with other ladies and misses." Zhou Shujin protested. "Must we truly engage with them?" Madame Zhou replied, "Certainly. Your father was not in the capital before, and I still had to navigate social gatherings. Your husband is favored by the emperor, and many will seek to forge connections with you. Just wait and see." Zhou Shujin felt exasperated, thinking to herself that marrying Gu Yuanzhou seemed to bring no benefits. Chapter 47. Gu Yuanzhou's intoxication today. In order to accompany Zhou Dingshan, Gu Yuanzhou had truly exerted himself, consuming a considerable amount during the midday feast. And with so many toasting him in the evening, by the time the guests departed, he had collapsed onto the table. Zhou Dingshan was also quite inebriated, still holding onto his son and son-in-law to drink even after all the guests had left. Once the guests were seen off, Madame Zhou and Zhou Shujin returned to find these three intoxicated gentlemen. They summoned servants to carry each to their respective rooms, but when it came to Gu Yuanzhou, Zhou Shujin was about to suggest taking him to a guest room. Unexpectedly, Madame Zhou directly stated that he should be sent to the eldest daughter's room. Zhou Shujin glanced at her mother, wanting to object, but under her questioning gaze, she found it difficult to voice her concerns. "Let it be," she thought. Madame Zhou said, "Gina, you should take good care of your husband. He has worked hard all day and consumed much alcohol. I will have the kitchen prepare some hangover soup for each of them." Zhou Shujin replied, "Understood, mother." Madame Zhou added, "Yes, you may return now. I shall check in the kitchen." With that, Zhou Shujin headed towards her chamber, but the thought of Gu Yuanzhou lying in her room made her hesitate. What was this situation? In his previous life, he had never visited her chamber, yet in this life, it seemed he had trespassed several times into her private domain. A realm that felt distinctly hers, invaded for no reason, leaving her with an uncomfortable sensation. After returning to let by Ran and the others leave, she pushed open the door and entered. Inside, she found Gu Yuanzhou already sprawled across her bed, fast asleep. She felt an overwhelming urge to shove him off the bed, but a voice within cautioned her against it. Setting aside the fact that he had busied himself with her family today, it seemed he had not harmed her in any way since their marriage. Now, inebriated, it would be unreasonable to take advantage of him. Unbeknownst to her, she stood by the bed, gazing at him for quite some time until a knock on the door startled her back to reality. Hurrying to open the door, she was greeted by a servant delivering a hangover remedy from her mother. "Miss, the lady has sent me to bring this hangover soup to the young master," the maid announced. "All right, you may take your leave. I shall bring it to him myself," Zhou Shujin replied. The maid handed her the tray and quietly exited, closing the door behind her. Glancing at the tray in her hands, Zhou Shujin resignedly approached the bed. "Gu Yuanzhou, wake up," she called out while sitting on the edge of the bed, but there was no response. Reluctantly, she set the tray aside and leaned in to gently pat his face. "Gu Yuanzhou, wake up." Still no reply, so she increased her efforts. It was not her fault he refused to awaken. With 2 sharp slaps, one might think she was striking him. Gu Yuanzhou furrowed his brow and swiftly seized Zhou Shujin's wrist. Startled by his sudden grip, she found herself leaning over him, momentarily stunned, before she began to struggle fiercely. Gu Yuanzhou, roused from his slumber, still dazed, felt her pressing against him, stirring feelings he had not anticipated. Seeing that she could not escape, Zhou Shujin used her free hand to swipe at his face, only to have him swiftly capture it as well. Furious, she exclaimed, "Hey, Gu Yuanzhou, are you truly drunk, or are you merely pretending? Don't think you can feign drunkenness to act lewdly." He heard her incessant chatter, though the words eluded him, only registering that she was bothersome. With both her hands restrained, she lay atop him, and the closeness stirred an undeniable tension, causing her heart to race. Desperate to free herself, she found his grip unyielding. How could someone so intoxicated possess such strength? "Gu Yuanzhou, let me go," she cried. Yet he seemed entranced, pulling her closer, their lips inevitably meeting. Zhou Shujin was taken aback. What was he doing? Before she could process, he captured her lips, and as she gasped in pain, he seized the opportunity to deepen the kiss. Time lost meaning as they kissed, and when he finally released her, she was left momentarily dazed, only to be pinned beneath him as he rolled over. "Gu Yuanzhou, what do you think you are doing? Let me go." Now fully aware, she panicked. It felt as if he intended to consume her entirely. She attempted to push him away, but her efforts only seemed to provoke him further. With one hand securing her wrists above her head, he descended upon her with another kiss. "Gu Yuanzhou, please," she implored. Though he could hear her, the alcohol emboldened him, and he sought to draw her into his embrace, to leave her breathless in his arms. As his kiss ventured lower, Zhou Shujin protested, "Gu Yuanzhou, don't feign madness under the influence. Our relationship is not that of a legitimate couple. You cannot treat me like this, or I swear I will ruin you." Yet, her words seemed to fall upon deaf ears. Zhou Shujin's heart raced with dread. Could he truly be serious? It was only when she felt his hand wander to her waist that the reality struck her. He was indeed intent on pursuing his desires. "Gu Yuanzhou, listen to me. We cannot do this," she cried, her voice nearly breaking. However, he paid her no mind until his hand brushed against her softness, nearly eliciting a moan. With her hands restrained, she could not cover her mouth, and humiliation washed over her, leading to tears cascading down her cheeks. Gu Yuanzhou, feeling her tears against his lips, finally opened his eyes to meet her fierce gaze. Though he longed to disregard all restraint and claim her, her defiance stayed his hand. Releasing her wrists, he allowed her to express her anger silently, her tears flowing freely. With a soft sigh, he adjusted her clothing and lay down beside her. When he once again pulled her into his embrace, Zhou Shujin realized she could move. Just as she thought to retaliate, he warned, "Sleep well. I promise not to trouble you further. However, if you disobey, I wouldn't mind consummating our marriage here tonight." Zhou Shujin looked at Gu Yuanzhou in disbelief. Seeing the seriousness in his eyes, she realized that she could not overpower him. Should he truly decide to take liberties, what could she do? Resigning to her fate, She chose to lie still and sleep. Seeing her compliance, a smile graced Gu Yuanzhou's lips. After such a long time, he had finally held her close. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, he contemplated discussing with her father the possibility of extending their stay. Initially, Zhou Shujin thought the events of the previous night would keep her awake, yet nestled in his arms, she quickly succumbed to sleep. Perhaps due to an overwhelming sense of security. Hearing her gentle breaths, Gu Yuanzhou tightened his hold, as if wanting to meld her into his being. He found unexpected joy in simply observing her peaceful visage, leaning down to place a tender kiss on her forehead before covering her with a blanket, allowing himself to drift off into slumber. The following morning, Zhou Shujin was roused by Gu Yuanzhou's gentle voice. Aware that the servants outside were likely checking if they had awoken, yet hesitant to disturb them. Being at her father's house, he felt the need to maintain decorum. "Jiner, it's time to rise. Your father likely awaits us for breakfast," Gu Yuanzhou urged softly. "I don't want to," Zhou Shujin protested, savoring the comfort of sleep. Typically, she did not have to rise early at the Wofu, so why should she do so now at her mother's home? Gu Yuanzhou insisted. "We cannot be disrespectful in the general's residence. Hurry, I shall assist you in dressing." "No, do not touch me. I refuse to get up. What is wrong with indulging in a lion at my own house? You should rise and play the dutiful son-in-law, and let me sleep." She still remembered his earlier transgressions and was unwilling to yield to his demands.
Gu Yuanzhou seid in Exasperation, Jiner?
"I said no," she hollered, throwing off the covers and burrowing within them. Taken aback, Gu Yuanzhou decided to step outside to inquire with the maid, discovering that indeed, her father and the others were waiting for them. Turning his head to glance at the person nestled under the quilt, he followed the maid to the dining hall. Upon entering, he heard his father-in-law's hearty voice, and his mother-in-law rose from her seat, beckoning him to sit down. "Son-in-law, come sit. You must be famished. Hurry and join us for breakfast." Gu Yuanzhou approached and noticed that the entire Zhou family was already gathered at the table, with only Zhou Shuming still yawning, albeit seated. Excellent. Only his wife was missing. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I apologize for rising late. You must be quite hungry. There was no need to wait for us," Gu Yuanzhou said. "We're not hungry. What about Jiner?" Zhou Dingshan inquired, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Sensing his father-in-law's discontent, Gu Yuanzhou quickly took the blame. "My apologies, father-in-law. I had a bit too much to drink last night, and Jiner took care of me half the night. She only just fell asleep this morning, so I didn't want to wake her." Zhou Dingshan looked skeptical. "Really? That sounds rather unbelievable. I know my daughter well. Would she truly be so caring? Half the night, you say?" Gu Yuanzhou nodded and glanced at his brother-in-law, silently pleading for him to vouch for his wife. However, to his dismay, his brother-in-law was still half asleep and completely oblivious to his silent call for help. Fortunately, Mrs. Zhou noticed and quickly interjected, "Enough. This is a matter for the young couple. As a father, you needn't meddle. Now let's eat. Our son-in-law is hungry." "Oh, yes. Let's eat, son-in-law," Zhou Dingshan agreed. Gu Yuanzhou nodded but suddenly recalled something and spoke up again. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please call me Yuanzhou from now on. I wish to address you as father and mother, just like Jiner. Is that all right?" Zhou Dingshan exchanged glances with his wife, recognizing their mutual approval, before bursting into hearty laughter. What could be wrong with that? "It's perfectly fine. I also find father-in-law and mother-in-law a bit awkward." "Indeed. Father, mother, let us eat," Gu Yuanzhou said, addressing them both. The elderly couple visibly brightened at his words. Zhou Shuming raised an eyebrow nearby, now fully awake. Well, my brother-in-law is quite adept at charming our father already." Noticing his brother-in-law's scrutinizing gaze, Gu Yuanzhou paid it no mind. He merely wished to foster a closer relationship, which would ensure that Zhou Shujin would not easily distance herself from him. As it was a day of rest, Zhou Dingshan invited his son-in-law to remain at the estate. This was primarily because his wayward daughter had yet to rise. The thought of it made him feel a headache. It was rather embarrassing to face his son-in-law when his daughter had been raised in such a manner. As noon approached and Zhou Dingshan could no longer sit idly, he instructed Mrs. Zhou to check on their rebellious daughter and bring her to the table. It was nearly time for lunch, after all. Gu Yuanzhou quickly volunteered to fetch her, leaving no room for further discussion as he departed. Once outside her chamber, he couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Shujin was likely feigning sleep, intending to wait until he left before rising, thus avoiding having to return with him. It must be said that Gu Yuanzhou had accurately discerned her intentions. She indeed wished to delay rising. After inquiring with a few maids, he learned they all said the young master had yet to depart. Entering the room, he spotted the lump under the quilt. Hearing the door open, Zhou Shujin assumed it was the maid she had dispatched and hastily pulled back the quilt. She was met with Gu Yuanzhou's mischievous grin. "What are you doing here? Why haven't you returned? Don't you have duties?" Gu Yuanzhou replied with a smile. "I have the day off today. No duties for me."
Ah?
"You had the day off yesterday and now today as well?" Zhou Shujin queried. "Yes, 3 days off. Both my father and brother have the same," he confirmed. "Father? You mean my father? Weren't you always calling him father-in-law? Why the sudden shift to father? What are you trying to achieve?" Gu Yuanzhou retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Well, can't my father rise to fulfill his duties?" There's no need to drag him into this," he added. "All right, you should rise now. If you don't, father might come with a stick to fetch you," he teased. Zhou Shujin bristled at his obvious sarcasm. "It's your fault. If you're off duty, then just return to the Ho residence. Why are you lingering here?" "I feel so stifled visiting my family," Gu Yuanzhou replied. "Oh. Father mentioned he would like us to stay for another 2 days, as you haven't been home since your marriage. I've agreed."
What?
Zhou Shujin exclaimed. "Father said so, and mother agreed as well. They believe you should take this opportunity to stay longer, and I have consented." Zhou Shujin retorted angrily. "I can stay for 2 days. But why must you remain here? You have a home too." "I do have a home. Wherever you are is my home," Gu Yuanzhou declared. "Gu Yuanzhou?" Zhou Shujin was incensed, for he clearly understood her implication. "Madam, you cannot dismiss me so easily. I have already agreed to stay for a few more days, and if you wish to return to the Ho residence, you may do so first," he stated. "What kind of logic is that? You stay at my family's home while I return to my in-laws? How does that work?" Chapter 49. Meeting his friends after spending 2 days at the Zhou residence, Gu Yuanzhou became quite familiar with Zhou Dingshan and his sons. He often accompanied his father-in-law for a game of chess. Although Zhou Dingshan was a man of martial prowess, he had a keen interest in chess, albeit lacking in skill, which left Gu Yuanzhou in a difficult position. Winning would be inappropriate, yet he dared not conspicuously let him win. His brother-in-law frequently invited him for drinks. And during these 2 days, Gu Yuanzhou felt as though he was never truly sober at mealtime, as the Zhou family had quite the penchant for drinking. On the final day, Gu Yuanzhou could no longer bear to stay, fearing that another evening of drinking would leave him unable to fulfill his duties the following day. He concocted an excuse, bid farewell to his in-laws, and took Zhou Shujin with him. Zhou Shujin appeared quite reluctant to leave, wishing to linger longer. But seeing her parents and brother, who seemed eager to pack her off, she realized that her sentiments were entirely unreciprocated. In the carriage, noticing her sullen demeanor, Gu Yuanzhou dared not furrow his brow but casually asked as they passed the Jinwei Pavilion, "Are you hungry? Would you like to eat before returning to the residence?" Zhou Shujin glanced outside and then looked at him skeptically. "What's this? You actually want to take me out to eat?" "Yes, this place is quite good." "Aren't you fond of dining out?" he replied.
How do you know that? She questioned.
"I know everything about you," he stated before instructing the driver to stop. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he dismounted and assisted her down from the carriage. Zhou Shujin followed him into a private dining room, puzzled as to why no server had come to guide them. "Aren't you going to order? Can we just walk in like this?"
she asked.
"I know the owner. The server recognized us when we entered and will handle the arrangements," Gu Yuanzhou explained.
"Ah, a familiar face."
"So can we get a discount then?" she inquired, hopeful. Before Gu Yuanzhou could answer, a cheerful male voice echoed from the entrance. Zhou Shujin turned to see a refined young gentleman, elegantly wielding a folding fan, stepping inside. "This is Shang Qingru, the proprietor here," Gu Yuanzhou introduced, raising an eyebrow at the newcomer. Shang Qingru was equally intrigued by Zhou Shujin, having heard much about her, but never having met her. "Sister-in-law, I am Shang Qingru. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Please order whatever you desire today." "It's on me. There's no need for such formality, Mr. Shang," Gu Yuanzhou interjected, his tone blunt. "I brought my wife to dine. Why should you cover the bill?" Shang Qingru chuckled. Guda Xiao, you seem rather feisty today. This isn't my first encounter with your sister-in-law. I must leave a good impression." "Gu Yuanzhou, there is no need for that. Just have someone bring the signature dishes here." To his surprise, Shang Qingru ignored him completely and took a seat right between them. With a cheerful smile, he turned to Zhou Shujin and inquired, "Sister-in-law, what dishes do you enjoy? Whether sweet, spicy, or sour, I can assure you they are all authentically prepared. Feel free to order whatever you like." Let us go with what he suggested. "I'm open to anything," Zhou Shujin replied, secretly noting that this wasn't her first visit. She had been here before, and not just once. She had indeed come with her sister-in-law more than once, so she had a fair understanding of the place. Shang Qingru remarked, "Oh, how come I haven't seen you before? With such beauty, I should have remembered." Zhou Shujin responded, "Perhaps Mr. Shang has been too busy." Shang Qingru chuckled and then turned to Gu Yuanzhou, saying, "As you said, let us prepare the dishes. By the way, Zheng Lin and the others are here too. Would you like me to invite them over?" Gu Yuanzhou contemplated for a moment before allowing him to proceed with the preparations. He needed to consult Zhou Shujin first before deciding whether to invite them. Once Shang Qingru left, Gu Yuanzhou turned to Zhou Shujin. She understood he had something to say, so she patiently waited. Each time he affectionately called her Jeaner, she felt a bit uneasy. However, if she asked him not to, he would simply call her Madam, which was equally uncomfortable for her. Zhou Shujin finally prompted, "If you have something to say, just speak." Gu Yuanzhou began, "Well, my friends, those I am quite close to, are also here. Would you like to meet them?" His friends? In her past life, she had not known any of them, nor their identities. Zhou Shujin asked, "Why do we need to meet them?" Gu Yuanzhou explained, "You are my wife, and they are my friends. It is inevitable that you will encounter them. In future gatherings, they might be able to assist you." He was indeed concerned that she might face difficulties in this life, and knowing her would allow them to look out for her. Zhou Shujin inquired, "Will they help me?" Gu Yuanzhou assured her, "Yes, you are someone I care about. They will certainly assist you." That Shang Qingru, despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, is quite capable in business. Some of the shops under my name are overseen by him. Surprised by his capabilities, Zhou Shujin thought it prudent to get to know him, as he could potentially be a valuable ally in the future. His other friends were likely not ordinary individuals either. It would indeed be beneficial to meet them. Zhou Shujin finally agreed. All right, it would be good to meet them. Hearing her consent, Gu Yuanzhou felt a wave of relief and joy, eager for her to understand his social circle better. He then sent someone to call Shang Qingru and clarified where the others were seated before leading Zhou Shujin to them. As they approached the room where the others were gathered, they heard laughter and lively conversation. Though the words were indistinct, the atmosphere was evidently vibrant. Gu Yuanzhou knocked on the door, and the noise inside ceased. A male voice called out, "Isn't that Shang Qingru? I can't believe he is knocking." With such an unexpected display of politeness, they speculated it might be someone else. As footsteps approached, Zhou Shujin felt a flutter of nervousness, and the door swung open. Upon seeing the two of them, the occupants paused momentarily before one exclaimed, "Hey, everyone, come see who has arrived." Gu Yuanzhou grinned, stepping forward to greet them, and then ushered Zhou Shujin inside. Qin Shao greeted them jovially. "Oh, look who is here, the busy man.
Come, sit down."
Is this your sister-in-law?" As Gu Yuanzhou led Zhou Shujin to a seat, he introduced her to the group. "This is Qin Shao, the eldest among us. We all call him Big Brother. And this is Shen Mingxin, while the two over there are Zheng Lin and Shengguan Jing. They are younger than me, so feel free to address them by name." "Hello, sister-in-law." The younger three chimed in unison, and Zhou Shujin responded with a polite smile and nod. "Please enjoy your meal." "The dishes haven't arrived yet," Gu Yuanzhou noted. Indeed, if Shang Qingru lacks such basic awareness, he wouldn't be in this line of work, he added. Chapter 50. Gossip. In addition to the men, 2 women were present in the private room, whom Gu Yuanzhou also introduced. One was Qin Shao's wife, Zhang Yuru, and the other was Yang Wan, seated beside Shengguan Jing. Zhou Shujin deduced they were likely a couple. Zhang Yuru was Shang Qingru's sister, making this room a regular gathering spot for the group. Since marrying, Gu Yuanzhou had seldom ventured out, and now that he had finally encountered friends, they would not let him escape easily. Unexpectedly, while avoiding his father-in-law and brother-in-law, he found himself captured by these mischievous friends. The dishes arrived promptly, and soon after, Shang Qingru joined them for drinks. Zhou Shujin focused on her meal, occasionally engaging in quiet conversation with the 2 women nearby. Gu Yuanzhou, while sipping his drink, kept an attentive eye on her, ensuring she had what she needed and assisting her with dishes she struggled to reach. The others watched in astonishment as he catered to his wife's needs, but no one voiced their surprise. After observing for a moment, Shang Yuru finally remarked to her husband, "Look at them. This is how one should treat their wife when dining out." Qin Shao. Feeling the sting of his wife's words, shot a questioning glance at Gu Yuanzhou, thinking, "Why are you dragging me into this?" Noticing the attention, Gu Yuanzhou remained unfazed, continuing to peel shrimp for Zhou Shujin. Under the scrutiny of his wife, Qin Shao reluctantly began to serve her as well, though he inadvertently chose dishes she did not prefer, leading to another round of playful teasing. Initially, Zhou Shujin was oblivious, but as she caught them glancing her way, she felt a bit self-conscious. She tugged at Gu Yuanzhou's sleeve, urging him to be mindful, yet he seemed utterly oblivious to her discomfort. He placed a few peeled shrimp into her small bowl, gesturing for her to eat. Zhou Shujin felt her cheeks flush. His attentiveness was becoming increasingly bold. "Eat up. Why are you staring at others?" he said, then glanced at the others, asking, "Are you all full? Are we supposed to satiate ourselves just by watching?" Not yet." The youngest, Zheng Lin, quickly replied, retracting his gaze from the couple. After a while of eating amidst their various thoughts, a new round of drinking games commenced. Today, it seemed everyone was intent on getting Gu Yuanzhou drunk. Fortunately, he was not one to hold back. He drank as much as he pleased. And if he didn't want to, he wouldn't give anyone face. Once Zhou Shujin finished her meal, she sat aside waiting. Although she wanted to leave first, she refrained, wanting to give everyone their due respect. Instead, she engaged in tea with the two women. Where there are women, gossip flourishes, and even among newly acquainted individuals, this was no exception. Before long, they had warmed up to each other and began exchanging tidbits of information. In no time, Zhou Shujin heard a shocking piece of news. "The princess you mentioned, is she Xiao Jingyao from the Huanwang mansion?" "Yes, that would be her," they confirmed. Zhou Shujin asked with curiosity, "Didn't she wish to avoid marriage? Why is she getting married now? I wonder what prompted her to change her mind." "She is marrying my older brother, which has left me quite puzzled," Yangwan replied, revealing that she was the cousin of Xiao Jingyao's future husband. Zhou Shujin recalled Gu Yuanzhou mentioning that she had been previously married. Was the man she was marrying now also a widower? Zhou Shujin inquired. "What does your brother do? Is he also a widower?" Yangwan replied, "Yes, my previous sister-in-law passed away many years ago. My brother is a deputy general, and he has only recently returned after serving at the border. The emperor allowed the princess to marry him as a reward for his service." Zhou Shujin. "How old is your brother?" Yangwan. "He is 30, and my nephew is almost 10. Zhou Shujin. The princess is going to become a stepmother. Well, I thought she was quite resolute in her decision not to marry, and now I wonder what has drawn her to my brother? Yangwan does not disdain her brother. Rather, it is that Xiao Jingyao who is said to have exceedingly high standards. It is puzzling what has transpired this time. Apparently, her brother is a soldier at the frontier. I wonder if their family is acquainted with him. Perhaps the princess appreciates military men, Zhou Shujin speculated. Her guess was accurate. The princess indeed has an eye for talent. Shang Yuru, who was somewhat familiar with the princess, knew that she held military personnel in high regard. Her first husband was also a general. However, she feared that marrying my brother might lead to regret, Yangwan suddenly remarked.
"Why?
Is your family a den of wolves?" Zhou Shujin asked curiously. Yangwan. "Sigh, not at all, but my brother's son is simply a little tyrant. I fear the princess will be bullied to death if she marries into the family." Zhou Shujin. "That's uncertain. The princess seems quite formidable." Yangwan. "No matter how formidable she is, once married, she must abide by her husband's family's rules. My brother's aunt is particularly protective of this only grandson. He has the final say in everything. Indeed, the constraints of the in-laws can be quite daunting, even for a princess," Shang Yuru lamented. "Sister-in-law, do you also face restrictions?" "I noticed that Brother Qin seemed quite fearful of her. It's the same for everyone. Once the mother-in-law establishes rules, even those of high status must comply. However, Qin Xiao's mother is relatively lenient with her. She has not imposed many rules, merely asking her to keep her company occasionally." Zhou Shujin reflected that since entering the Marquis' residence, she had never exchanged kind words with Gu Yuanzhou's mother, nor had anyone suggested imposing rules on her, likely knowing she would not comply. Yet, it seemed her sister-in-law had also not been subjected to rules. She had previously mentioned being able to wake up naturally. It appears that the Gu family does not adhere to such formalities. As soon as she finished speaking, the other two women turned their gazes toward her simultaneously. "Is that true?" Yangwan seemed skeptical, wondering how the Marquis' residence could be so accommodating. Zhou Shujin, it is true, since I entered, I have never heard of any rules being set for me, and my sister-in-law has been in the residence for a year without any such imposition. Shang Yuru believed her, as her own experience was quite similar. Shang Yuru, it largely depends on the mother-in-law. Some, having endured hardships in their youth, will treat a favored daughter-in-law with kindness, unwilling to see her suffer further. Conversely, some, having had a difficult youth themselves, may wish for others to experience the same hardships they endured. Zhou Shujin nodded in agreement, recognizing that in her previous life, this might have been why Gu Yuanzhou's mother imposed rules on her. Ironically, she had not resisted, believing that the woman's actions stemmed from affection. Then your sister-in-law's mother-in-law must hold you in high regard, Yangwan said with a smile.
Perhaps?
Zhou Shujin replied awkwardly, but in truth, she likely loathed her. However, coincidentally, she also disliked her. Chapter 51. Cui Ting's marriage. On the way back, Zhou Shujin inquired about the princess's impending marriage, and Gu Yuanzhou shared what he knew. It turned out that the emperor intended for her to marry the third son of the Yang family, who is just a year younger than the princess, making it a suitable match. Unexpectedly, the princess insisted on marrying the eldest son. Although he is a secondary wife, it is still a second marriage, which is not without its advantages. Zhou Shujin, this princess is truly an extraordinary woman. Gu Yuanzhou, she is indeed of a rather peculiar temperament, yet she is a good person and commands much respect in the palace, even more so than the heir apparent. Hearing Gu Yuanzhou praise a woman was a rarity, prompting Zhou Shujin to ask curiously, if she is so exceptional, why do you not marry her? Do you look down upon her because she has been married before? Gu Yuanzhou frowned at her. Why would I marry her? I merely appreciate her qualities, without any romantic inclinations. Moreover, due to my relationship with the heir, I regard her more as a sister. Zhou Shujin. Oh, you've praised her several times, so she must indeed be quite remarkable. Gu Yuanzhou. Yes. As you interact with her more, you will understand. Zhou Shujin smiled. She had no desire to mingle with the nobility much longer. She preferred friendships with wealthier individuals of lower status, who would not look down on her and were straightforward. Upon returning to the Marquis' residence and taking a sip of tea, she saw Emo Han leading a young lady in to meet Zhou Shujin. Curious. Zhou Shujin observed the newcomer, who cupped her hands in greeting and addressed her as madam. Ah? What is this about? Why is she sending me a maid out of the blue? Yet, judging by her attire, she does not appear to be an ordinary maid. She exudes a certain vigor, suggesting she possesses martial skills, which makes it all the more perplexing. Who is she? Gu Yuanzhou. Her name is Yun Miao. She will be assigned to protect you from now on. Zhou Shujin. Protect me? She must indeed possess skills, but I do not require protection. Zhou Shujin. That won't be necessary. I can protect myself. Gu Yuanzhou. While your skills are commendable, Yun Miao is equally proficient. If you take her with you when you go out, you won't need to lift a finger, implying that she should treat the girl as a bodyguard. Zhou Shujin. Can I have her beat up anyone who bullies me? Gu Yuanzhou. As long as you do not instigate trouble, that is permissible. From now on, she is at your service and will heed your commands. Upon hearing this, Emo Han and Yun Miao were taken aback, while Zhou Shujin found it hard to believe that she would only have to listen to her. Zhou Shujin. So, can I have her hit you? Gu Yuanzhou replied directly. That is acceptable. Yun Miao's lips twitched. She thought about it but doubted she could best the Marquis. Gu Yuanzhou. Yun Miao. Yun Miao, at your service. Gu Yuanzhou. From now on, you will obey only Madam's commands, regardless of the circumstances. Can you do that? Yun Miao. I can do that. This was the first time Zhou Shujin had witnessed Gu Yuanzhou so straightforwardly give orders to a subordinate, leaving her somewhat unsettled. But what did it mean for him to assign her a personal protector? Was he intending to keep an eye on her? Once Emo Han and Yun Miao exited, Gu Yuanzhou explained to her that he would soon be dispatched by the emperor to investigate a certain case discreetly and would be away in Jiangling for a while. Having Yun Miao by her side would give him peace of mind. Zhou Shujin. Is she very capable? Gu Yuanzhou. Quite so. Her lightness in movement is impressive and can facilitate your escape if necessary. Zhou Shujin shot him a glance. With her high level of martial skill, why would she need to escape? However, knowing Yun Miao's agility piqued her interest. Having her around would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Seeing that she seemed intrigued, Gu Yuanzhou smiled, knowing she would likely be interested in Yun Miao. The arrival of Yun Miao was well received by Ran and the others, primarily because she was strong and skilled. Having her around during outings provided a sense of security. This made Zhou Shujin feel a tinge of jealousy. She protected them too. After all. Yet, Ran naively thought that it would be inappropriate for a mistress to have a servant protect her, but Yun Miao was different. They were both servants, allowing her to accept the protection without hesitation. Before long, the day of Gu Yuanjing and Cui Ting's wedding arrived. In the past, such an occasion might not have been celebrated with great pomp, but now that Zhou Shujin was at the helm of the Marquis' residence, she placed particular emphasis on this event to compete with her mother-in-law. Moreover, Cui Tinger was the favored niece of the old madam, who also desired a grand celebration and discreetly contributed a substantial sum for Cui Tinger's dowry. Zhou Shujin found it rather puzzling. Based on her previous life's understanding of Gu Yuanzhou's mother, she was not known for her generosity towards others. What could have prompted such kindness towards this niece? Cui Tinger was indeed married off from the Cui family, albeit she returned a day earlier. The likes of Zhou Shujin and others took little notice, as it bore no significance to them. However, in the spirit of familial unity, the esteemed matriarch Gu unexpectedly deigned to visit the courtyard of the second household. It was evident to all that her visit was solely for Cui Tinger, rather than for the benefit of the Marquis. Upon her arrival, the joyous atmosphere among the other members of the Gu family dissipated, though they maintained the decorum of greeting her. Zhou Shujin, seated beside the matriarch of the second household, made no effort to rise in acknowledgement. Observing this, the others merely stood briefly before resuming their seats, none offering her a place. The matriarch Gu was nearly apoplectic. Her daughter-in-law displayed such a lack of respect in front of outsiders. The matron assisting her contemplated making a pointed remark, but thought better of it, fearing reprisal from the Marquis. As the bride entered, proceeding from the ceremony of honoring heaven and earth to the bridal chamber, Cui Tinger remained inscrutable until, beneath her veil, she caught a glimpse of Zhou Shujin's silhouette. Hatred surged within her. Her current plight was entirely attributable to Zhou Shujin's machinations. She resolved to treat this mistress with the utmost deference in due time. The other relatives noted that Gu Yuanzhou and his wife had personally come, contemplating whether the winds of favor might shift towards the second household. Though Zhou Shujin was not tasked with any labor on this day, she found herself besieged by visitors eager to engage in idle chatter, leaving her utterly fatigued by evening. With the banquet concluded, she returned home. Rumors of impending conflict had reached her ears. She recalled that the last occurrence had begun on the 10th day of the 10th month, with her father and brothers departing for the front on the same day. Now, with only the beginning of October upon them, it indicated at least another week before any such events might unfold. Yet, the whispers of trouble already seemed to circulate. Zhou Shujin wished to inquire if Gu Yuanzhou was aware, but he was still detained elsewhere. Earlier that day, her parents had attended the banquet but left by afternoon. As the lady of the Marquis, she felt it improper to depart early, thus missing the chance to converse with them. For the first time, she found herself anxiously awaiting Gu Yuanzhou's return, which even surprised Ran, who noted her mistress's newfound concern for her husband. Chapter 52. Gu Yuanzhou leaves the capital after nearly an hour of waiting. Gu Yuanzhou, with the support of Mo Han, finally entered. Zhou Shujin hurried to greet them, leaving both master and servant taken aback by her uncharacteristic behavior. Once Gu Yuanzhou was seated comfortably, she immediately inquired about the rumors of conflict at the border. "Where did you hear that?" "There's no such matter," Gu Yuanzhou replied, realizing her knowledge of the situation was peculiar. Zhou Shujin countered. "If there is no truth to it, then why have several ladies been discussing it today? Surely, there must be some basis for these rumors." Gu Yuanzhou, concerned she might overthink the situation, reiterated that there was no imminent threat, clarifying that while there had been unusual activity at the border, there was no concrete news of conflict. He recalled that the critical date had not yet arrived. His hope was to have his father-in-law avoid the situation. As long as they did not return to the border, they should remain safe. Zhou Shujin shared his sentiments, but chose different means to address the issue, both aware of the complexities of their identities, which they chose not to disclose. "I will be departing for Zhongling tomorrow, and expect to be away for about a week. You should take care in the household and refrain from venturing out until my return." This journey was ordained by the emperor, who had granted him a decree that, upon the successful completion of his tasks, would require the emperor to fulfill one of Gu Yuanzhou's requests. His intention was to leverage this decree to prevent his father-in-law from being sent to war, thus ensuring their safety. Despite Gu Yuanzhou's assurances, Zhou Shujin remained uneasy. The moment he departed the following day, she returned to the Zhou residence with Bai Ran and Yun Miao. Upon her arrival, the guards notified her father and mother of her return. Zhou Shujin, upon seeing her father, wasted no time in questioning him about the situation at the border. Is there anything happening at the border? If there were, would I be comfortably residing in the capital? Zhou Dingshan replied, perplexed as to why his daughter, a young lady, would concern herself with such matters. Zhou Shujin understood that even if there was calm now, trouble would soon arise, and she needed to devise a plan to prevent them from heading to the border. I will remain here for a few days, she declared. Her father, fearing her in-laws might look down on her, reproached her. What do you mean returning to your family home? I visited your father-in-law last time, and he remarked on your maturity. What kind of maturity is this? You ought to return. Father, is it so wrong for me to stay home for a few days? She replied. Absolutely. A married woman should not linger at her parental home. Return to serve your husband, Zhou Dingshan insisted. But Gu Yuanzhou is not at home. How can I serve him? She retorted, realizing he had left over half an hour ago without even a word of farewell. It was only polite to acknowledge one another when sharing a roof. Where could he be? Surely not off with another woman? Zhou Dingshan pondered anxiously. Sensing his father's concern, she clarified, he has gone to Jiangling on official business for about a week. Oh, official business, is it? That's commendable. Men should prioritize their careers. Relieved yet slightly embarrassed by his earlier thoughts, he accepted the situation. Since my son-in-law is away, I may stay here for a few days, Zhou Shujin asserted. While her father contemplated this, she made her decision to remain. Please, take your time to think it over. I shall retire to my chamber. Without waiting for his response, she waved goodbye and departed. Zhou Dingshan could only laugh in exasperation at her unpredictability. As Yun Miao and Bai Ran followed her to her quarters, they whispered, Are you truly going to stay here? Zhou Shujin considered that it was Yun Miao's first visit to her home and anticipated she might feel somewhat out of place. If you wish to return to the Marquis, that is acceptable, but Bai Ran and I will stay here for a few days. Yun Miao protested, That is not permissible. I must accompany the lady wherever she goes. I have nowhere else to go. It's fine for me to stay here. Gu Yuanzhou interjected, There is no need for such loyalty. This is a secure environment at the general's residence. I am capable of taking care of myself. How about this? I will grant you a few days off to enjoy yourself, and once I return, you may resume your duties. Yun Miao, momentarily taken aback, quickly refused. I will stay with the lady. The Marquis has said I am now in her service, and I must remain by her side. Besides, I have no place to go. I am fine here. Zhou Shujin, surprised by her insistence, ultimately acquiesced, recognizing the general's residence offered ample training equipment that would surely delight any martial artist. Bai Ran, please take Yun Miao downstairs to arrange accommodations for her, then show her around the estate while I seek out my mother. As Yun Miao prepared to accompany her, she paused, realizing the general's residence was indeed safe, and nodded in agreement, following Bai Ran. Once they left, Zhou Shujin's expression fell. She pondered how this life would unfold. Would there indeed be conflict, or would events veer off course, diverging from their original trajectory? She stood still for a moment when Madame Zhou, accompanied by a maid, approached from a distance, calling out to her. Lost in thought, she did not hear her until Madame Zhou came close and gently tapped her, bringing her back to reality. What were you thinking about? Your mother has called you several times without any response. When did you return? Oh, I just came back not long ago. Is mother looking for me? Zhou Shujin replied, linking her arm with Madame Zhou's and then smiling brightly. Seeing her smile, Madame Zhou felt relieved. She had thought something was amiss when she saw her standing there in a daze. I heard from your father that you were back, and that you would be staying at home for a few days. I was concerned that perhaps you were being bullied by your husband, so I intended to come and inquire. Zhou Shujin chuckled, resting her head on Madame Zhou's shoulder, saying, This time it wasn't Gu Yuanzhou who upset me. I simply missed you all, and decided to return. Indeed, your husband adores you, my dear, and would never mistreat you. You may stay as long as you wish. Do not mind what others say. Our eldest daughter of the general's residence should not fear anyone. Ignore your father. Stay as long as you desire. All right. I shall remain until you find me bothersome. How could a mother ever find her child bothersome? Now go rest for a while. I shall have the kitchen prepare your favorite dishes and send someone to call you shortly." With that, she affectionately caressed her face before leaving. Zhou Shujin silently vowed to prevent her father and brothers from going to the border for the sake of their family. She must succeed. Chapter 53. The unexpected turn during her stay at the Zhou residence over the past few days. Zhou Shujin felt increasingly anxious as the 10th approached, and she had yet to devise a suitable plan. That night, as she lay in bed, a thought struck her. The last time she had taken that fake death pill, she had slept for 3 days. Could she perhaps give her father and brother a few pills each on the 10th? Once they fell asleep, the emperor would have no power to issue orders for them to go to war. However, her brother had hidden the pills, and she would need to think of a way to retrieve them tomorrow. With a plan forming in her mind, Zhou Shujin finally fell into a restful sleep. In her dreams, she was haunted by visions of her father and brothers dying in battle, further solidifying her resolve to keep them off the battlefield. The next day, as soon as her brother left, she hurriedly enlisted Yun Miao to help her sneak into her brother's room to find that vial. Although Yun Miao was unaware of what she was searching for, she was determined to assist her mistress. They rummaged through the room, turning it upside down, yet they could not locate the vial. Where could her brother have hidden it? If only Li Li were here, they could have concocted more. Having found nothing, they would have to wait for her brother to return and try to probe him for information. Upon returning to her courtyard, Zhou Shujin suddenly asked Yun Miao, "Do you know where I can acquire a substance that induces a false death? Or perhaps a drug that causes temporary unconsciousness without harming the body, just enough to ensure someone sleeps for several days?" After pondering for a moment, Yun Miao replied, "I have not heard of a false death drug, but I can procure a drug that induces a few days of unconsciousness. However, it is easily detectable." "Madam, what do you need this drug for?" "Well, there are some matters I wish to address that require someone to sleep for a few days. Can you help me obtain it?" "Of course, madam. When do you need it?" "Immediately." Yun Miao paused for a moment before responding affirmatively, and then left. By noon, Yun Miao returned with several packets of powdered medicine, explaining that when mixed with tea or wine, it would induce a sleep-like state, but only for a few hours. To prolong the slumber, one would need to administer more of the drug. This was somewhat cumbersome, but Zhou Shujin could not afford to worry about the details now. Once the war commenced, she would quickly administer the drug to her father and brother, ensuring they could not attend court. She would figure out the rest as it unfolded. Will this medicine truly not harm their bodies? Are there any side effects? She inquired. "I cannot say for certain, but it has been used by the Marquis before, and the person seemed to suffer no adverse effects afterward. It should be fine." Zhou Shujin's heart sank. Should she find someone to test it first? Yet, with time running short, she feared it would be too late. Just then, on the 6th, news of battle reached her. After finishing her lunch, she received the alarming news and panicked. Why was this happening? At this hour, her father and brother would be on duty and could be summoned by the emperor at any moment. Despairing, Zhou Shujin's thoughts raced. She had to intercept them before they entered the palace. Knowing her father, even if the emperor did not issue a direct decree, he might still seek an audience, and she could not allow him to do so. "Yun Miao, you are swift. Go find my father and brother and stop them from entering the palace." Yun Miao was taken aback by Zhou Shujin's urgency and immediately ran off, determined to follow her mistress's orders. However, despite her speed, she could not reach them in time. For Zhou Dingshan was already in the palace. Upon receiving the news, he quickly joined the other ministers in the imperial study. At the palace entrance, Yun Miao managed to stop Zhou Shuming, although she could not articulate the reason. She simply insisted he could not pass. This left Zhou Shuming bewildered, wondering what scheme his sister was concocting. Fortunately, it was not long before Zhou Shujin arrived. Upon learning that their father was already in the palace, her legs went weak. "Sister, what is wrong?" Zhou Shuming and Yun Miao supported her on either side. Zhou Shujin, her face wet with either sweat or tears, stammered, "Brother, please stop father. Do not let him return to the border." "Hurry." "Why not? We are soldiers. How could we not go back?" Zhou Shuming was confused, as his sister had never acted this way before. "Just this once. Please trust me. I beg you, brother." Zhou Shuming replied, "You know father would never back down." It was precisely because she knew this that she wanted to prevent them from an audience with the emperor, but fate had other plans. Why had the timeline shifted? Why had this deviation occurred? What could she do now? Was there still time to administer the drug to her father? "Madam, please remain calm. Let us wait here. Perhaps the envoy is not General Zhou, Yun Miao suggested, still holding on to a sliver of hope. Hearing her words, Zhou Shujin managed a fleeting smile, wishing fervently that the emperor would not choose Zhou Dingshan as the commander. Yet, reality seldom aligns with our desires. As Zhou Dingshan emerged, holding the emperor's decree, Zhou Shujin knew all hope was lost. Surprised to see his children at the palace gate, Zhou Dingshan quickly chastised Zhou Shuming. What is the meaning of this? War is upon us, and you dare to be late for an audience? Do you wish to be labeled a coward? Father, I know I was wrong, Zhou Shuming replied, sensing his sister's unease and choosing not to mention her earlier attempts to stop him. Many ministers emerged with Zhou Dingshan, exchanging pleasantries before departing, including several warriors preparing to march alongside him. On the way back, Zhou Shujin felt utterly lost. She knew her father and brother would leave immediately upon returning home. A voice within her suggested she simply knock them out and administer the drug. In a few days, the court would dispatch someone else in their place. Yet, she realized she could not bring herself to do it. The decree had been issued. To ignore it would be to defy the emperor. Suddenly, she felt utterly powerless. Why was she unable to alter the fate of her family, even in this lifetime? Zhou Dingshan walked inward while instructing his son and daughter to quickly pack their belongings. They were leaving, urging Zhou Shujin to hasten back to the Marquis' residence. Lingering at her maternal home was unbecoming. Zhou Shujin at that moment lacked the heart to argue with her father. She merely gazed at their retreating figures and, unable to contain her emotions, ran after her father, grasping his arm and kneeling before him. "Jeaner, what are you doing?" Zhou Shuming swiftly supported her, attempting to lift her up. Zhou Dingshan looked on, bewildered by his daughter's tear-streaked face. "Father, could you please grant your daughter this one request? Let us refrain from going to the border this time. In the future, I will not oppose you. For this once, I beseech you," Zhou Shujin pleaded. Zhou Dingshan understood that while his daughter often found herself in trouble, she had never previously displayed such reluctance regarding matters of defense. On the contrary, she had always been supportive of their endeavors to confront the enemy. Yet this time, she seemed to have transformed entirely. After a lengthy silence, Zhou Dingshan finally asked, "Why?" Such a simple question rendered Zhou Shujin speechless. She moved her lips, yearning to utter that their journey would end in tragedy, yet found herself unable to voice it. After a moment of internal struggle, she finally confessed, "I had a nightmare last night, in which you and my brother faced misfortune at the border. Thus, I do not wish for you to go. I cannot bear the thought of you encountering peril." Zhou Dingshan felt a surge of irritation. She was not one to treat matters lightly. How could she become so unreasonable over a mere dream? Zhou Shujin was acutely aware that her explanation lacked substance and turned her gaze toward her brother, who now regarded her with disapproval. Anxious, she sprang to her feet to appeal to him, hoping to convey the gravity of the situation, only to be halted by their father's sharp reprimand. "Come with me," he commanded, turning away as he walked off. Zhou Shujin realized her father was genuinely angry and had no choice but to follow. Zhou Shuming, feeling the weight of the situation, discreetly sent someone to inform their mother. As he anticipated, their father led his sister directly to the ancestral hall. The air was thick with incense, and numerous tablets adorned the altar, honoring the loyal and righteous souls of the Zhou family. Zhou Dingshan surveyed the tablets, then solemnly ordered his daughter, "Kneel." Zhou Shujin knelt instantly, her face pale and her expression one of desperation. "Before our ancestors, repeat what you wish for your brother and me to do," Zhou Dingshan demanded. Zhou Shujin bit her lip, wanting to express her desire for them not to venture to the border, yet the sight of the tablets left her speechless. "Is it too difficult to articulate? You understand that asking us to be cowards is shameful, do you not?" Zhou Dingshan's voice rang out sharply. Zhou Shuming, startled by their father's tone toward his sister, hurried to kneel beside her, advocating on her behalf. "Father, she must be mistaken. You know her. She is not one to misunderstand grave matters. She values the soldiers at the border and the common folk. She would not make such an error without reason. You did not hear her? She merely had a dream and expects us to be cowards." "How very commendable," Zhou Dingshan replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Father, I do not wish for you to be cowards. I only plead for this one time. Please, I do not want to lose you and my brother," Zhou Shujin implored, her tears flowing freely. Zhou Dingshan, disappointment etched on his face as he gazed at his sobbing daughter, retorted, "The Zhou family does not harbor those who fear for their lives. Look at this wall of tablets. Tell me, what becomes of the soldiers and citizens at the border if we do not go? Zhou Shujin responded urgently. If you and my brother do not go, the court will naturally dispatch other generals. They will not abandon the soldiers and citizens at the border. Hearing her words, Zhou Dingshan's disappointment deepened. Everyone has family. Do other generals not have parents, wives, and children? Moreover, I have guarded the border for many years. Who better understands the necessity of having the most suitable generals for battle than I? Realizing she could not persuade her father, Zhou Shujin's eyes turned red, her complexion as pale as a sheet. Dear sister, I know you care for us, but our family has a long-standing tradition of loyalty. The Zhou family army stands at the border to protect the common folk. Many soldiers go years without returning home. We are not afraid of death. We simply cannot let go. Our blood has long merged with the border. When conflict arises, how could my father and I stand idly by? Zhou Shujin wished to express that she understood all this. She simply did not want to lose them. At that moment, Zhou's mother rushed in, her steps unsteady, and upon seeing her children kneeling before the tablets, instinctively interjected to plead for them. My lord, what is happening? There must be a way to discuss this calmly. They're still young and can be guided. Zhou Dingshan shot a look of disappointment at Zhou Shujin before sweeping out of the hall. Zhou Shujin felt a wave of despair wash over her. Not only had she failed to sway them, but her father was also disappointed in her. Tears streamed down her face. Zhou's mother and Zhou Shuming were taken aback by her sudden sorrow. Gina, what is wrong? Do not frighten us. Zhou's mother wiped her tears with a handkerchief, soothing her while turning to Zhou Shuming. Mother, my sister merely heard that father and I are departing for battle, and she is struggling to accept it. Is that so? This is not their first expedition. She should be accustomed to it. Gina has often been at the border and should be able to accept it more easily.
Calm down.
Your father and brother are experienced in battle. It will be all right. Gina, be obedient and rise. Let us help them pack. At the mention of packing, Zhou Shujin's sobs grew more intense. What was she to do now? As she cried, everyone assumed it was merely reluctance to see them leave. Even Bai Ran came to comfort her, suggesting that she could accompany their father and brother, just as before. However, Zhou's mother quickly poured cold water on that idea. You are now married, and the mistress of the Marquis' residence. How could you follow your father and brother to the battlefield? Yet, Bai Ran's words ignited a spark of determination in Zhou Shujin's heart. If she could not stop them from going, she could find a way to infiltrate the military camp and act when the time was right. Seeing her cease crying, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou's mother hurried off to assist the servants in packing, while Zhou Shujin seized the opportunity to claim she felt unwell and needed to lie down, departing with Bai Ran and Yun Miao. Once back in her room, she rummaged through her belongings for clothing. Both Bai Ran and Yun Miao were left puzzled by her intentions, waiting for her next move. After producing 2 sets of male attire, Zhou Shujin tossed one set to Yun Miao, instructing her to change. Without questioning, Yun Miao complied, as she always followed her mistress's commands. Once Zhou Shujin and Yun Miao were dressed in their disguises, Bai Ran finally spoke up. Miss, what are you planning to do? To the border, Zhou Shujin declared.
Ah?
I was only speaking casually, Bai Ran replied, shocked. I must thank you for the suggestion. I must accompany them today. I need to ensure their safety, Zhou Shujin insisted. Mississippi. Madam. Both voices chimed in unison as Zhou Shujin waved her hand, asserting, do not dissuade me. I have made up my mind. I must go. Bai Ran, you stay at the Zhou residence to help me avoid others. After we depart, go to my mother and tell her the truth. She will find a way to stabilize matters at the Marquis' residence. Miss, you are not taking me with you? Bai Ran asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Indeed. You play a crucial role in the capital. Only you can help my mother maintain order. Shortly, inform the Marquis' residence that my father and brother are leaving, and I have fallen ill due to worry and must recuperate at the general's residence. Both Bai Ran and Yun Miao were left bewildered. They wanted to heed their mother's wishes, but now their mistress desired to flee. What were they to do? Should they inform the Marquis? Chapter 55. Departure with the army. Zhou Shujin and Yun Miao followed closely behind the army, careful not to blend into the ranks, yet not straying too far. As long as they remained at the rear, they could still glean news from the front. It was only in the evening that Madame Zhou learned of her daughter's departure with the troops, and she was immediately overwhelmed with anxiety. As a young lady, without the company of her father or brothers, what would she do if something unforeseen occurred? Unexpectedly, Bai Ran reassured her, Madam, the young lady is skilled in martial arts. And with her is Yun Miao, who is even more capable. She will certainly protect the young lady well. You need not worry. Madame Zhou replied. Regardless. They are both young ladies. How can I not be concerned? Moreover, what if my son-in-law returns seeking her? Bai Ran assured her, Madam, the young lady has made arrangements. It has been publicly declared that she is gravely ill and must rest at home. As long as we guard the young lady's quarters, no one will be the wiser. What if the Marquis wishes to visit Jean? I cannot simply bar him from entering, Madame Zhou fretted. Bai Ran responded. The young lady said that the Marquis will not return anytime soon, and even if he does, he will have no choice but to cooperate with our ruse. Madame Zhou hesitated, unable to believe that Gu Yuanzhou would partake in such deception with Zhou Shujin. However, with no other options available, she resolved to follow the script laid out by her daughter. She informed the servants to refrain from disturbing the young lady's recovery and to ensure meals were delivered punctually. So it appeared as though she was genuinely recuperating at home. After 2 days of the army's departure, Gu Yuanzhou returned, anxious, and having arrived in the capital earlier than planned. Upon his arrival, he learned of Zhou Shujin's supposed grave illness at the general's residence. His eyelids twitched in suspicion regarding the authenticity of her condition. Knowing the calamity that befell the Zhou family in his past life, he hurried back upon hearing of the border skirmishes, only to find he had arrived too late. Upon hearing that Gu Hao had come, Madame Zhou felt a surge of panic. Hadn't they said he wouldn't return anytime soon? Gu Yuanzhou did not go to the main hall but directly to Zhou Shujin's quarters. The servants, unaware of the situation, did not stop him. But upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by the young lady's maid. Cousin-in-law, the young lady is unwell and fears that her illness may be contagious. So she instructed me to inform you to refrain from entering. Seeing the maid's anxious demeanor, Gu Yuanzhou sensed that something was amiss. It's all right. I simply wish to see my wife. If she is indeed gravely ill, she must return to the Marquis residence to recuperate.
No.
The young lady insists that she is well cared for at the general's residence. As the maid continued to obstruct his entry, Gu Yuanzhou narrowed his eyes at her. Fortunately, Madame Zhou soon arrived. Observing the scene, she realized that matters were about to spiral out of control. Yuanzhou is here. Please go to the main hall and sit. Jeaner is feeling unwell and has requested not to see anyone. That is why the maids are guarding the door. Madame Zhou, feeling guilty, had never deceived anyone before, let alone her own son-in-law. Mother, I am Jeaner's husband. If she is ill, it is only right that I stay by her side. At this moment, Gu Yuanzhou was certain that Zhou Shujin was not present. If his instincts were correct, she had likely followed the army to the border. Madame Zhou glanced at him, knowing he was not easily fooled, and reluctantly instructed the servants to open the door and let him in. Upon entering, he saw Bai Ran standing by the bed, and although a woman lay there, Gu Yuanzhou could easily discern that it was not Zhou Shujin. He turned to Madame Zhou, waiting for her explanation. Once the other servants had been dismissed and the door secured, Madame Zhou revealed that Zhou Shujin had gone to the border with the army and had orchestrated the deception to mislead outsiders. To her surprise, Gu Yuanzhou did not express anger. Instead, he remained surprisingly calm, leaving Madame Zhou bewildered. Was he not upset? Yuanzhou, please do not blame Jean. She is merely worried about her father and brother, Madame Zhou implored. Gu Yuanzhou nodded in response. I am not angry, merely concerned. Do not worry. I will promptly seek the Emperor's decree and ensure their safe return. Madame Zhou stared blankly as he departed, pondering his words about bringing them all back. Gu Yuanzhou made his way to the palace, directly addressing the emperor, without preamble. He explained that his wife was gravely distressed over her father and brother's well-being, and as her husband, he could not bear to see her suffer. Furthermore, the border conflict posed a threat to the stability of the court. Thus he sought permission to provide assistance to the Zhou family's army. The emperor, having great trust in Gu Yuanzhou, readily granted his request. Coincidentally, the heir of the Ronglongfu had previously made a similar request, so the emperor allowed the two to lead an additional 50,000 troops to support the Zhou army, with the heir as the commander and Gu Yuanzhou as the deputy. Although 50,000 troops may not seem like a vast number, it was a significant reinforcement. On the journey, Gu Yuanzhou, filled with urgency, commanded the men to hasten their pace, and the soldiers assumed that their leaders were simply anxious about the border skirmishes, which provided them with some solace. Zhou Shujin and Yun Miao had managed to blend in with the main force over several days. Disguised as men, their stature was not particularly diminutive, allowing them to pass unnoticed among the throngs of soldiers. After days of enduring the rigors of travel, they had deliberately darkened their faces, making it even less likely for anyone to discern their true identities. Eventually, they arrived at the battlefield, and Zhou Shujin began to feel a surge of anxiety. She needed to locate her father and brother, prompting her and Yun Miao to split up to gather information. However, the sheer number of soldiers in the camp made it a daunting task. Once on the battlefield, there was no time for rest. They were thrust into the fray, without delay. Zhou Shujin and Yun Miao had yet to find their family when they charged forward with the army, resulting in numerous casualties. Though the enemies suffered even greater losses, prompting a retreat. Zhou Dingshan then ordered the troops to establish camp. Both Zhou Shujin and Yun Miao were experiencing battle for the first time. While Zhou Shujin had witnessed such scenes before, she had never participated directly, and for Yun Miao, who had seen her fair share of the world, this was her inaugural experience in the heat of battle. Despite their gender, both felt a fierce resolve ignited within them. Zhou Shujin nearly forgot her initial purpose of finding her father and brother, consumed instead by the need to engage in combat, counting the soldiers, and heading into battle daily. Zhou Shujin adopted the alias Su Jing, while Yun Miao was now known as Su Rui, introducing themselves as brothers. Though they appeared delicate, they proved formidable on the battlefield, earning the respect of their comrades. During a roll call, Zhou Shujin caught a glimpse of Zhou Shuming, who was inspecting the ranks from atop a magnificent steed. She nearly called out to him but suddenly remembered her disguise and quickly lowered her head to avoid detection.
Chapter 56. Gu Yuanzhou versus No.
She could not reveal her identity to her brother now. He would undoubtedly send her away. Zhou Shuming simply surveyed the troops for a while before conversing with the deputy commander. After a brief exchange, the deputy nodded, and Zhou Shuming dismounted, unexpectedly heading in her direction. Zhou Shujin's heart raced. Could he have recognized her? Her gaze followed him intently until she was jostled by someone behind her. What are you doing?
Move.
Startled, Zhou Shujin realized her brother was headed elsewhere and had not noticed her. Oh, I was just momentarily distracted. The soldier behind her muttered. You dare to daydream on the battlefield? You must have a death wish. Zhou Shujin rolled her eyes, thinking, you're the one who should be wary of your life. However, she couldn't help but wonder how someone of such a slight build could even consider joining the military. A gust of wind might knock him over. Zhou Shujin had no desire to engage with him, yet he persistently sought her out for conversation. Thus, she retorted, my wife has run off with another man, leaving me in a state of vexation, so here I am to vent my frustrations through violence. The other party was evidently taken aback by her words, realizing that she had indeed come with the intention of inflicting harm. Ah, how intriguing, he mused. You did not seek to confront your wife, yet you chose to engage in battle instead. Such lofty aspirations you possess. He continued, I find myself alone, with no family left, and fearing for my own life. I thought to take a few barbarians with me to serve as a buffer. At least in death, I would not be solitary. Yet, curiously, these barbarians have proven quite inept, for I remain unscathed. Zhou Shujin was amused, for it seemed the other was equally unhinged. As they spoke, they arrived at their destination, where they were informed that reinforcements had arrived. Zhou Shujin was puzzled. She had not heard of any shortage in their ranks. Nevertheless, the more the merrier, for the safety of her father and brother was paramount. Zhou Shuming hurried to the main tent, whip in hand, and upon entering, inquired, why has His Majesty suddenly dispatched reinforcements? Is it a matter of distrust towards us? Zhou Dingshan set down the bamboo slip he was holding and glanced at him. Do you know who His Majesty has sent? Zhou Shuming replied, how could I know? The personnel have yet to arrive. Zhou Dingshan retorted, wait until they arrive.
Then you may speak.
Zhou Shuming pressed, do I know them? Zhou Dingshan smirked. Oh, quite well. Zhou Shuming mused, there are many I know. Who would come here? Perhaps my brother-in-law? Zhou Dingshan's grunt confirmed his suspicion. Zhou Shuming exclaimed, if His Majesty has sent my brother-in-law, then it indicates a lack of trust in us. However, with our entire family here, to send him as well suggests an intent to eliminate the Zhou clan entirely. Zhou Dingshan tossed the bamboo slip at him and scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? Such words should not be uttered carelessly. Father, I was merely jesting. My apologies. Noticing his father's stern demeanor, Zhou Shuming realized he had indeed misspoken. Finding an excuse, he slipped out, yet the thought of Gu Yuanzhou's arrival left him astonished. Hadn't the Gu family chosen to pursue a civil service path? Why was he on the battlefield? By evening, Gu Yuanzhou and his retinue arrived, first ensuring the military handover before visiting Zhou Dingshan and his son. Gu Yuanzhou had come alongside Xiao Jingxian, and the two bowed respectfully upon meeting the young master. Xiao Jingxian, like Gu Yuanzhou, held the soldiers in high regard. Although he was the commanding general, he humbly acknowledged his lack of experience in leading troops and thus entrusted the men to Zhou Dingshan. Zhou Dingshan was taken aback. Typically, members of the royal family sought to accrue military merit on the battlefield and would never relinquish command. Yet here was the young master, arriving and directly yielding authority, leaving Zhou Dingshan at a loss. In truth, it was Gu Yuanzhou, in conversation with Xiao Jingxian, who had discerned that this battle would be arduous. Only someone like Zhou Dingshan, accustomed to the borderlands, truly understood the situation. Thus he entrusted command to him for victory's sake. Xiao Jingxian had faith in Gu Yuanzhou, so he accepted his counsel without question. Once the formalities were completed, Zhou Dingshan inquired about his daughter. He was uncertain if Gu Yuanzhou had returned, but since she had not come to see them off, he feared she was still upset with him. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanzhou understood that Zhou Shujin had not sought them out, leading him to wonder if she was still mingling among the troops or remained in the city. Just then, Xiao Jingxian interjected, "It seems Madame Gu is ill and recuperating at the general's residence." Lord Gu did not see her before coming to the border. At this revelation, Gu Yuanzhou shot him a glare, silently questioning why he was so meddlesome. The Zhou father and son were equally stunned. "What? Zhou Shujin is ill? What affliction does she suffer?" Zhou Shuming asked cautiously, sensing something amiss. Gu Yuanzhou replied, "It is said that she fell ill due to anxiety over her father and elder brother's expedition, which caused her to overexert herself." Zhou Dingshan's lips twitched. He knew his daughter far too well, suspecting that she was up to something again. Nonsense. Indeed, it was utter nonsense, Gu Yuanzhou thought. Yet he could not reveal the truth, that Zhou Shujin had followed them. However, his silence did not prevent the Zhou father and son from exchanging glances, both wondering if she had indeed come along. Gu Yuanzhou, feeling helpless, disclosed everything that his mother-in-law had shared with him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dingshan calmed down, questioning his son. If she had initially followed us, she would have arrived with the troops. Why has she not sought us out, remaining elusive instead? Zhou Shuming conjectured. Perhaps she fears we would send her away if we found out. Father, brother, did Jinu ever join you on the battlefield? Gu Yuanzhou found it perplexing that she would accompany them this time. In her previous life, she had not done so, remaining absent until their father's demise. Why had she chosen to come now? Zhou Dingshan replied, "No, although she grew up on the border, she is still a woman. We would never allow her to fight." Gu Yuanzhou pressed, "Has she exhibited any peculiar behavior this time? Why the insistence on accompanying you?" Zhou Shuming explained, "She claimed to have had a troubling dream and feared for our safety. She had previously pleaded with us not to go, but we did not heed her. Perhaps she remains haunted by that dream." Gu Yuanzhou harbored doubts. Had she truly dreamt of their demise? He was also aware of her grievances regarding him and Cui Tinger, as well as her mother. Gu Yuanzhou was left in a daze. Could it be that she, like him, possessed memories of their past lives? Otherwise, how could one explain her aversion towards him and her persistent distrust? Had he not experienced his own rebirth, he would have dismissed such notions as absurd. Yet, given his own situation, her potential for rebirth seemed increasingly plausible. Thus, Gu Yuanzhou found himself torn between joy and dismay. If she too had been reborn, it suggested she wished to distance herself from him entirely. He yearned to see her, to inquire about her true feelings. Did she genuinely desire separation? If she remembered their previous life, she must have loved him, yet ultimately, she chose to leave. What, then, was the nature of her feelings? Resolving to set aside these tangled thoughts, he refocused on the pressing matter at hand, ensuring the safety of Zhou's family during the forthcoming conflict. He recalled that there had been issues with the previous provisions, but fortunately, he had discreetly arranged for additional supplies to accompany them. He had prepared for this contingency, remembering how a shortage had crippled their efforts in his previous life. Thus, even if he did not personally engage in the battle, he had ensured that the Zhou troops were well equipped for whatever challenges lay ahead, having successfully repelled the enemy the previous day. There was no need for a frontal assault today. The troops engaged in drills and accounted for their numbers, taking the opportunity to rest. Word had spread that the Crown Prince and Lord Gu had delivered reinforcements and provisions, resulting in improved rations for the soldiers. Zhou Shujin felt a mix of emotions. She wondered whether Gu Yuanzhou had come of his own volition, or if his arrival was motivated by her presence. Would he inform her father about her feigned illness? She felt a sense of turmoil within, while Yun Miao harbored her own unease. Although the Marquis instructed her to heed only the lady's commands, she could not shake off the guilt. What if the Marquis blamed her for not informing the lady about their impending departure from the capital? Both women were entangled in their thoughts, yet dared not discuss them, surrounded as they were by numerous others in the camp. As winter approached, the chill at the border was far more severe than in the capital, prompting everyone to huddle together. Each time the stronger members of the group teased the two frail women, they merely laughed, for both were indeed formidable, deterring any genuine provocation. However, sharing the same quarters proved somewhat inconvenient, particularly due to the cacophony of snoring that transformed the night into a veritable symphony of dissonance. Once night fell and the camp was enveloped in slumber, Yun Miao quietly rose to leave. The moment she stirred, Zhou Shujin awakened, having feigned sleep. She harbored suspicions about Yun Miao's stealthy demeanor. Could she be a spy? Yet, she had been brought along by Zhou Shujin herself. Shaking her head, Zhou Shujin followed Yun Miao closely, her heart racing as she feared that she might indeed be a traitor, sent to deliver her to peril. But how could that be? After all, Yun Miao was sent by Gu Yuanzhou. Could he be in collusion with the enemy? No, such thoughts were preposterous. Gu Yuanzhou was not the type. It was only when Yun Miao vanished around a corner that Zhou Shujin realized something was amiss. Had she lost her? She had kept a distance, worried that Yun Miao might notice her, but now there was no time for hesitation. As she rounded the corner, she spotted a familiar figure standing there. "You lured me here, on purpose," Zhou Shujin exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, suddenly recognizing the ruse. Yun Miao had merely led her into a trap. As she turned to leave, Gu Yuanzhou swiftly closed the distance, enveloping her in his embrace. A wave of relief washed over him, for he was nearly certain that she, too, had been reborn. "What are you doing, Gu Yuanzhou? Let me go," Zhou Shujin protested, her voice tinged with embarrassment. After days spent among rugged men, she felt rather unkempt, and now, in the warmth of his presence, the scent of his fresh, clean aura overwhelmed her. The more she struggled, the tighter he held her, as though he feared losing her again. "Gu Yuanzhou, release me. Don't you think I smell?" She chided, but he looked at her in astonishment, noticing a hint of crimson on her cheeks. He realized she was shy, and while she had indeed mentioned an unpleasant odor, it paled in comparison to her current allure. "True, it is a bit odorous, but it does not deter my desire," he replied with a teasing smile. "Have you lost your mind? You actually enjoy holding a stinky woman? Let me go. I must return." Yet Gu Yuanzhou was resolute, having endured enough trepidation to care little for her protests. He leaned in, capturing her lips with his, and Zhou Shujin found herself utterly bewildered. Was Gu Yuanzhou truly so bold, taking liberties with her in such a state? Before she could protest, his hand slid to her waist, and she nearly melted against the stone wall. Panic surged within her. Yet his knowing smile suggested that he was aware of her sensitivities from their previous life. As he pressed her against the wall, Zhou Shujin's thoughts raced. Despite her resolve to reject him, her body betrayed her, yearning for his closeness. Only when his hand began to venture higher did she grasp his wrist, biting down fiercely on his lips, both tasting blood in the process. After a lingering moment, Gu Yuanzhou released her, gazing intently into her eyes. "You orchestrated this to bring me here, didn't you?" Zhou Shujin accused. Indeed, he admitted candidly.
"Why?"
"Because I missed you," he confessed. Zhou Shujin recalled his earlier demeanor and felt her heart flutter, hesitating to respond. What of Yun Miao? Was she nearby, having witnessed their exchange? "Where is Yun Miao?" she asked urgently. Hearing the anxiety in her voice, he ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Do not fret. She left early and is a good 100 meters away. I do not recall granting you permission to kiss me so carelessly. Should you dare do so again, beware of my wrath," she retorted, though her heart raced. "Then strike me if you must," she added, leaning in defiantly, her intentions unmistakable. She would rather face his wrath than relinquish the moment. Zhou Shujin glared at him, incredulous at his audacity. Chapter 58. Returning to the camp, Zhou Shujin, exasperated yet amused, pushed him away, determined to return to her rest. She needed her strength for the battles that lay ahead. But before she could walk away, Gu Yuanzhou caught her hand, insisting, "You shall not return. Come with me to my tent." Without waiting for her response, he led her in another direction. Zhou Shujin, alarmed, asked, "Is your taste so peculiar?" Realizing her misunderstanding, he replied, "Indeed, I have a unique palate. Enough of this chatter. First, let us bathe and change your clothes. Your current state is quite unusual." At the mention of a bath, Zhou Shujin felt a flicker of hope. After all this time in the military camp, neither she nor Yun Miao had dared to use the bathhouse. The prospect of a warm bath was enticing, and she decided to put aside any misgivings about his intentions. Upon arriving at their camp, Zhou Shujin, dressed in the garb of a soldier, went unnoticed by others, who assumed she was merely a soldier under Gu Yuanzhou's protection. However, upon reaching the entrance of his tent, they encountered Xiao Jingxian, who had come looking for Gu Yuanzhou. Swiftly, Gu Yuanzhou shielded Zhou Shujin from view, signaling her to enter the tent. "Please go inside and help me find that battle report I just mentioned." He fabricated an excuse for her to slip away. Zhou Shujin complied, darting into the tent as Xiao Jingxian glanced back, sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint it. "Gu Yuanzhou, I am having trouble sleeping. Let us discuss the upcoming battle," he suggested, attempting to pull Gu Yuanzhou back into the tent. Gu Yuanzhou quickly intervened, advising young master, "It is normal to be restless after just arriving at the camp. We are unfamiliar with the enemy's position. Let us rest and review our strategies with General Zhou tomorrow. Trust me, they are experienced. Our supplies and personnel are ample. We will surely triumph in this battle." "Do not worry," Gu Yuanzhou reassured him. "Very well. But may I sleep with you, as before? I could have some wine sent over for us to share," Xiao Jingxian proposed. That may not be possible today. I am rather fatigued and wish to bathe and rest. You may return and enjoy your wine, but do not overindulge. It may hinder tomorrow's plans," Gu Yuanzhou replied. Understanding Gu Yuanzhou's exhaustion, Xiao Jingxian reluctantly took his leave, and as he walked away, Gu Yuanzhou sighed in relief, signaling for someone to prepare hot water for his bath and rest. Though the camp's conditions were modest, the commanders could still indulge in a warm bath when needed. Zhou Shujin entered and seated herself on a nearby chair. After a while, she leaned back and fell asleep, likely due to the prolonged period of heightened mental tension she had experienced. Perhaps now, feeling she had reached a safe haven, she unconsciously relaxed. Upon entering, Gu Yuanzhou noticed her head tilted against the chair and contemplated waking her, but, remembering the water had yet to be delivered, he decided to let her rest a little longer. It seemed she had chosen not to sleep on the military cot, probably due to feeling unclean. Watching her sleep so soundly, he sat beside her, gazing at her as if she were a rare treasure. Soon, a voice from outside announced that the water was ready to be brought in. Not wanting anyone else to see Zhou Shujin, Gu Yuanzhou gently lifted her and moved her behind a screen. Once the soldiers had brought in the bath barrel and prepared the water, he allowed them to leave. When he carried her, she remained deeply asleep, and he chuckled softly at her unguarded state, wondering if she wasn't afraid he might take advantage of her while she slept. Although he had such thoughts, he couldn't bring himself to act so beastly. He guessed that the past few days must have been quite dreadful for her. And when he called her name softly a few times, she did not awaken. He proceeded to remove all her clothing, knowing well that there was no way he would let her leave. In his previous life, she had been his wife, and he was intimately familiar with everything about her. As he placed her in the bath barrel, her eyelids fluttered, but she did not fully awaken, drifting back to sleep almost instantly. Gu Yuanzhou felt helpless. If an enemy were to attack now, she would be completely vulnerable. With patience, he washed her, even tending to her hair. Though it was his first time performing such tasks, and he occasionally tugged at her long hair. Fortunately, she remained asleep throughout, or else he might have thought she was feigning slumber. After nearly an hour of meticulous care, he finally finished, feeling utterly exhausted, not just physically, but mentally as well. However, he had no choice. Having brought her here, he had to attend to her needs diligently, lest she resent him the following day. After dressing her in one of his garments, he placed her gently on the military cot and fetched a cloth to dry her hair. While doing so, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of treating her as if she were his daughter. If anyone were to hear of this, who would believe that Gu Yuanzhou would ever serve his wife in such a manner? After drying her hair, he casually cleaned himself before returning to the cot. The military cot was quite small, essentially a single bed, and with two people lying on it, one had to be cautious not to roll off. Zhou Shujin, now asleep, remained still and undemanding. Once Gu Yuanzhou lay down, he cradled her in his arms, allowing her to rest comfortably against him, alleviating the cramped space. Yet, her breath against him proved to be an exquisite torment. Throughout the night, Zhou Shujin enjoyed a sound sleep, while Gu Yuanzhou served as a mere cushion, enduring her weight. As dawn broke, she stirred awake, her recent habit of early rising likely prompting her to awaken at the designated time. Upon moving, Gu Yuanzhou opened his eyes, having hardly slept at all. Awake? It's still early, sleep a little longer, he murmured, noting the dim light outside. He patted her back and pulled her closer, closing his eyes once more. However, Zhou Shujin was startled awake, realizing she was entirely in his embrace, and her mind raced to comprehend the situation. Wait, why am I here? I need to go back for roll call, she exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. She attempted to push him away, but he held her firmly. Fully alert now, after a night of discomfort. With a swift motion, he turned, pinning her beneath him. Chapter 59. You are very important to me. Zhou Shujin's heart raced. Their bodies were pressed so closely together that she could feel his arousal. Please don't do this. I need to go for roll call, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, unexpectedly shy in his presence. Gu Yuanzhou supported himself on one arm, not fully leaning on her, while his other hand caressed her cheek. Do not worry, Yun Miao informed me yesterday upon his return. I require a skilled soldier who can read, and you fit the bill perfectly, so you'll stay here. What? Zhou Shujin gasped, shocked that he had decided to keep her here, forcing them to share the same quarters. Why didn't you consult me before making this decision? I do not wish to stay with you. I want to go back. She pushed against him, but Gu Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow. You would rather be among a bunch of smelly men than stay by my side? These are extraordinary times. I must go to battle, she protested, disregarding the smell. Let me go. Now that I am here, you need not return to the battlefield. Stay beside me, or I will send you straight to your father, he replied, knowing she feared letting her father and brothers discover her whereabouts. You are insufferable, Zhou Shujin began, wanting to explain that she had come to protect her family, yet she was unsure of what had transpired in her previous life that led to their tragic fates. Now, instead of pursuing them, she found herself preoccupied with the fight. It seemed her original purpose had shifted. Perhaps by staying close to Gu Yuanzhou, she could better understand her family's movements and possibly avert the looming crisis of this lifetime. I do not wish to discuss anything else. I have stated that in the household you have the final say. However, outside, I cannot yield to you. I am your husband, and you must heed my words. Not only I, but I believe your father and brother would also prefer you not return to the battlefield. Zhou Shujin felt somewhat swayed by his reasoning, mumbling softly that her martial skills were quite commendable, and many admired her prowess in battle. I know, my lady. You are quite skilled. However, protecting our homeland is a task meant for men. Only the inept would send women into battle, Gu Yuanzhou replied. I do not have such grand aspirations. I merely wish for the safety of my family, she countered. So, is that the reason you traveled such a distance to follow them? He inquired. Zhou Shujin nodded and looked directly into his eyes, asking, Were you sent here by the emperor, or did you come of your own accord? Gu Yuanzhou gazed at her for a moment, wanting to reveal the truth, that he was aware of the calamity that befell them in their past lives and wished to assist them this time, but he feared that upon learning this, she would distance herself from him even more. I came of my own volition, for I could not bear the thought of you in danger. I have told you, you are very important to me. Zhou Shujin was not unaffected by his words, yet she remained apprehensive about repeating past mistakes. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested they rise, but suddenly pushed him, catching Gu Yuanzhou off guard, causing him to topple onto her. Her face flushed, and she became furious. You did that on purpose. Gu Yuanzhou chuckled at her rosy cheeks and replied, Indeed, I did it intentionally. With that, he seized her chin, kissing her deeply, not allowing her a moment to react, his hands roaming her body. Zhou Shujin gasped, struggling to prevent his hands from slipping beneath her clothing. Unfazed by her resistance, Gu Yuanzhou restrained her wrists above her head. He had no intention of taking things too far, for this was not the appropriate setting. He merely sought a little indulgence after tending to her all night and enduring her teasing that morning. Zhou Shujin thought he was going mad early in the morning, completely flustered as the bed creaked incessantly. After a long wait for him to release her, she finally seized the opportunity to speak. Gu Yuanzhou, don't go mad. We still have to face the enemy. As the commander, you cannot behave so absurdly. Before she could finish, Gu Yuanzhou chuckled and leaned over her, gently releasing her restrained hands before slowly replying, Gina, what kind of person do you think I am? Even if you wished it, I would not act in such a manner at this moment. Neither of us desires it. Zhou Shujin fumed, incredulous at his audacity. Fine, if you don't desire it, then I must be the one. Gu Yuanzhou, having taken advantage of the situation, was now more amiable. Zhou Shujin retorted, you are not allowed to think about it either. What time is it? You should be out there fighting the enemy. I wish to return to the capital soon, get up. As she fidgeted again, the military cot creaked once more, adding to her frustration. Before she could unleash her ire, a voice from outside interrupted. My lord, Major General Zhou has arrived. Major General Zhou? Was that not her brother? Zhou Shujin's heart sank at the thought of being caught in a compromising situation. As her eyes darted around, her expression soured, prompting Gu Yuanzhou to guess her thoughts were far from pleasant. He tousled her hair and sat up, simultaneously adjusting his attire. Don't think too much. He won't enter the inner tent. Even if he wanted to, Mo Han would block him. Just stay calm, and I'll have someone bring you food shortly. For reasons unknown, Zhou Shujin felt a strange sense of comfort in his words and chose to remain lying down. Gu Yuanzhou glanced back at her, finding her once more reclining, raised an eyebrow, and approached her bedside. He planted a kiss on her forehead and left with a smile. Zhou Shujin wanted to curse but held her tongue, fearing her brother outside might overhear. In a fit of annoyance, she tossed his clothes at the bedpost, feeling somewhat relieved. Upon meeting his brother-in-law, Gu Yuanzhou anticipated the inquiry about his sister's whereabouts. After hearing the news he had brought, Zhou Shujin had dispatched people to investigate. But with so many individuals around, it was challenging to conduct a discreet search. If it became known that the Zhou family's daughter had infiltrated the military camp, both he and his father would face dire consequences. Rest assured, elder brother, Gu Yuanzhou reassured, Gina is clever enough not to be discovered. She is likely avoiding you out of concern. He cast a subtle glance toward his inner tent, where Zhou Shujin, overhearing, rolled her eyes at his blatant fabrication. Zhou Shujin remarked, she is not avoiding us out of concern. She fears being sent away. My father and I are troubled. This girl followed without a word. While I know she possesses remarkable skills, the battlefield is unpredictable, and one misstep could cost her life. We genuinely fear her reckless pursuit of glory may lead to her demise. Sensing his brother-in-law's urgency, Gu Yuanzhou signaled him and replied, do not worry, elder brother. I will locate her swiftly and ensure she does not return to the battlefield. Please inform father not to worry. After patting his hand and gesturing towards the inner tent, Zhou Shujin finally understood and intended to enter to reprimand his sister, but was stopped by Gu Yuanzhou, who shook his head. Indeed, her husband would handle her education. He would refrain from complicating matters and inform their father to alleviate his concerns. As night fell, the temperature plummeted, and light rain began to fall, accompanied by a biting wind that felt like daggers. The enemy had remained quiet for the past 2 days, allowing them to regroup without initiating an attack. However, suddenly, during the night, the enemy launched a surprise assault. Thankfully, Zhou Dingshan and his men had already prepared, thwarting the enemy's attempt at a successful ambush. Yet, as dawn approached, they discovered a critical shortage of supplies, which could prove fatal in warfare. Zhou Shujin personally inspected the provisions and found many had been soaked, indicating foul play. The soldiers responsible for guarding the supplies were understandably shaken, having diligently watched over them without any prior mishap. With no time to assign blame, Zhou Shujin hastened back to report to his father. Upon hearing Zhou Shujin's report, Zhou Dingshan was taken aback. How could they fight without adequate provisions? Surely they couldn't send soldiers to battle unarmed against enemy cavalry. Gu Yuanzhou and Xiao Jingxian soon learned of the situation. Realizing the supplies they had brought to the Zhou army were likely compromised as well. Gu Yuanzhou recalled that in his previous life, a defeat was indeed caused by a lack of supplies, leading to the deaths of the Zhou father and son. However, reinforcements had later arrived, allowing the vice commander to turn the tide, resulting in his promotion. The Zhou army was fiercely loyal to the Zhou family, and the emperor had honored them to ensure their continued allegiance to the court, which ultimately allowed Zhou Shujin to marry him. Upon reflection, the supply issues seemed far too calculated. Gu Yuanzhou and Xiao Jingxian rushed to Zhou Dingshan's tent, where they collectively strategized on how to manage the supplies and engage the enemy. Father, how long can the remaining provisions sustain us? Gu Yuanzhou inquired directly. Zhou Dingshan shared candidly that they could last at most 3 days. 3 days? Gu Yuanzhou pondered. Although he had prepared ample provisions, there was a risk they might be ambushed while in transit. I had previously set aside a batch of supplies for emergencies, but now it seems they may not be deliverable. Upon hearing Gu Yuanzhou's words, everyone's eyes lit up. You suspect the supplies will be tampered with? Gu Yuanzhou replied. I suspect so. The fact that the supplies were so tightly guarded yet still compromised indicates that the enemy is determined to disrupt our supply lines. They must have made preparations. However, they could not afford to be without supplies. Thus, I propose that the heir take my token to retrieve the supplies. While publicly declaring he fled in fear for his life, escaping with only a few trusted companions. Zhou Dingshan and his son looked at Gu Yuanzhou, puzzled by this arrangement. Father, I suspect there may be a traitor within the ranks, otherwise, such a significant lapse in supply wouldn't occur. They had considered this possibility, but lacked the time to investigate thoroughly. They needed to address other pressing issues first. Gu Yuanzhou added, others may not understand. So the best course of action is to use no one but the heir. As it is his first time on the battlefield, it is plausible he might flee in fear. Zhou Dingshan glanced at Xiao Jingxian, who twitched his lips, genuinely wishing to gain experience, but finding himself labeled a coward before even engaging in battle. Nonetheless, he recognized that Gu Yuanzhou's plan was currently the most feasible. Nodding in agreement, Gu Yuanzhou instructed his trusted aides to accompany the heir to fetch the supplies. Thus, the heir, along with a team of 20, fled under the cover of night. When the others received the news the following morning, they were understandably furious. It was indeed frustrating to see one of their own falter. Zhou Shujin, upon hearing the news, was also perplexed. Logically, the people Gu Yuanzhou associated with should not be so cowardly. However, she had little time to dwell on it. She was more concerned about how the rear would respond. Hearing that supplies would not last long, she felt entirely unprepared for the forthcoming battle. When Gu Yuanzhou returned, she eagerly pressed him for information. Gu Yuanzhou was reluctant to share the subsequent arrangements, merely instructing her that he would not return to the camp in the coming days and advising her to take care of herself while waiting for their return. Zhou Shujin asked, why won't you return? Where are you going? Gu Yuanzhou replied, nowhere in particular. Father and the others will be engaged in battle, and I must assist them. Do not worry, I will keep a close eye on father and elder brother, ensuring they remain safe. Zhou Shujin found the situation rather peculiar. Whenever she heard him speak of protecting his father and elder brother, she felt an inexplicable sense of alliance. I wish to join as well. May I? I assure you, I shall not be a burden. Uncertain of how the battle would unfold, she could not remain idly here, awaiting their return.
Zhou Yuanzhou firmly replied, no.
Neither father nor brother would permit you to accompany us. Remain here and await our return. We shall be back shortly. This was not Zhou Shujin's first encounter with the battlefield. She recognized his attempts to placate her, and thus countered, you deceive me. How could one possibly return in just a few days? I have previously seen my father and brothers off to war. I am well aware of these matters. Upon hearing the urgency in her tone, Gu Yuanzhou realized he could not dissuade her so easily. He pulled her closer and embraced her. Jeaner, listen to me. Since you are aware of the realities of war, you must understand our reasons for not allowing you to join us. As long as you remain safe here, we can fight without concern for your well-being. We will return to you unharmed. Zhou Shujin protested. No, it is not like that. They may die. You do not understand. I must go to watch over them. I cannot let anything happen to them. I understand, Gu Yuanzhou reassured her. I promise to protect them diligently. As long as I am alive, they will face no harm. Zhou Shujin was momentarily taken aback, for she had never wished for him to be in danger. She merely desired the safety of her family. Neither of us has ever wished for you to be in peril. As she spoke, she realized that even in her previous life, filled with sorrow, she had never wished for his demise. In this life, she merely wished to keep her distance from him, never considering that he might suffer harm. Yet, when he had just claimed that with him present, her family would be safe, she could not help but wonder what would happen if he were no longer there. Are you afraid I might come to harm? Afraid I might die? Gu Yuanzhou inquired, his gaze piercing into her eyes, scrutinizing every flicker of emotion.
I.
Gu Yuanzhou pressed further, I wish to hear you speak the truth. Are you concerned for me? Realizing he would soon depart, Zhou Shujin, for once, yielded to her feelings. Regardless of her past life or this one, her worry for him remained. Yes, I am concerned for you. I do not wish for any of you to come to harm. As the words left her lips, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Gu Yuanzhou was suddenly reminded of the moment in his previous life when she perished in his embrace. In a flurry of emotion, he held her tightly, wiping away her tears, and then gently comforted her. Do not worry. We shall be safe. Trust me. Knowing you care for us gives us the strength to win this battle and return to you. Really? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Indeed, I keep my word. All right, I believe you. Zhou Shujin said, lightly touching his face and offering him a smile that sent his heart racing. Chapter 61. The ambush before long. Emohan arrived to inform them it was time to prepare for departure. Gu Yuanzhou only told Zhou Shujin that they would ambush the enemy after nightfall. Upon hearing Emohan's voice, Zhou Shujin became anxious and hastily grasped Gu Yuanzhou's hand. Understanding her concern, he felt a surge of happiness and gently squeezed her hand, whispering, "Wait for my return." After releasing her hand, he turned to leave, but just as he reached the entrance of the tent, he turned back and embraced her, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss. In that moment, Zhou Shujin, following her heart, hesitated only for a second before wrapping her arms around his neck in response. Gu Yuanzhou, elated by her reciprocation, deepened the kiss, unable to contain his overwhelming joy. After a while, he finally released her, realizing that further intimacy could lead to distractions. He brushed his fingers through her hair, resting his forehead against hers, and reiterated his promise to return. Zhou Shujin nodded, not entirely sure why she did so. At that moment, she wished to think of nothing but the hope that this battle would conclude swiftly and favorably. It was only after Gu Yuanzhou and his companions had vanished from sight that Zhou Shujin sat down, pondering his words. He had mentioned an ambush, which implied they would infiltrate the enemy's stronghold, suggesting he was undertaking the most perilous task. Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin had split into two teams to flank the main camp of the Eastern Turks. Due to insufficient supplies, a prolonged conflict was untenable. They had to take risks. This time, the enemy's layout seemed different from previous encounters, prompting Zhou Shujin's team to conduct thorough research. Ultimately, they resolved to launch a direct assault on the enemy's headquarters, hoping to incinerate their supplies amid the chaos. Once inside the camp, Gu Yuanzhou led 300 elite soldiers to position themselves at the side of the camp, biding their time for the opportune moment to strike, while Zhou Shujin commanded 20,000 troops to maintain a perimeter. Although Zhou Shujin initially suggested taking 300 soldiers to break through, Gu Yuanzhou declined, citing his unfamiliarity with commanding large forces. In truth, both men understood that he was willing to take risks to protect Zhou Shujin. In the dead of night, Gu Yuanzhou finally led his 300 soldiers into the camp, entering from the northeastern corner. They swiftly dispatched the sentinels, who felt only a fleeting chill before meeting their end. The elite soldiers followed suit, swiftly eliminating many adversaries. Gu Yuanzhou glanced at the fallen soldiers, realizing they would soon be discovered, and quietly inquired about the location of the supplies from a captured soldier. However, the frightened man could utter no words, likely believing that speaking would not save him from death. Growing impatient, Gu Yuanzhou swiftly ended his life and began strategizing with his soldiers to determine the direction of the supplies. Yet, before they could locate the storeroom, Gu Yuanzhou sensed something was amiss. The enemy camp should have housed at least 50,000 soldiers, yet they had encountered no one since their initial entry. This was highly unusual. He exchanged glances with his comrades, suspecting that the enemy had received word of their ambush and retreated. Impossible, he mused. If they knew of our plans, they would have waited for us to fall into their trap rather than withdraw. His comrades concurred. With their forces numbering only 20,000, they were vastly outnumbered. What is happening? Are they plotting something? Send someone to inform the Major General to retreat immediately. We cannot sacrifice ourselves in vain, Gu Yuanzhou declared, casting a wary glance at the camp, feeling a persistent sense of unease. Meanwhile, Zhou Shujin, having grown concerned at the lack of communication from Gu Yuanzhou, quickly assessed the situation. With far more battlefield experience than Gu, he recognized the signs of danger and immediately ordered a retreat. He instructed his deputy to lead a fallback while he, accompanied by a small squad of 10 men, stealthily re-entered the camp. It just so happened that Gu Yuanzhou was also preparing to withdraw, and they encountered each other at the entrance, both instinctively eyeing the camp. There are traitors within the ranks, Zhou Shujin stated gravely. Their position is not insignificant. The battle plan for today remained largely undisclosed, primarily due to concerns over supplies. There were suspicions of a mole among them, though it was unexpected that this individual held a significant position, as all participants today were of the rank of deputy general or higher. Fortunately, they had not disclosed the matter of the heir's mission to procure supplies. Only the 4 of them were privy to the fact that the heir was fleeing. Gu Yuanzhou had not even informed Zhou Shujin, hoping this situation would not escalate further. "What are your thoughts?" Zhou Shuming inquired, glancing at him. "There is something peculiar about the camp," Gu Yuanzhou agreed, sensing that the emptiness of the camp was indeed unusual. They had finalized their plan around dusk, and even if a traitor had promptly relayed the information, it was implausible for them to evacuate so swiftly. Though they had made their move under the cover of night, their forces had arrived as soon as darkness fell. There had been no sight of a large army retreating, and they exchanged knowing glances. If the enemy had not retreated, they must still be present. Perhaps there were hidden locations or secret passages. However, it seemed unlikely that they would construct a hidden passage within the camp, given their imminent need to withdraw. As they pondered this perplexity, a realization struck them. What if there were not as many troops as they had been led to believe? Perhaps they had only feigned a presence of at least 50,000 soldiers to deter an attack, likely to safeguard their supplies. The more they contemplated, the more excited Gu Yuanzhou became, convinced that the provisions were indeed hidden nearby, and they needed to search diligently. Zhou Shuming and Gu Yuanzhou eagerly sought the supplies, refraining from sending any further messages back. Meanwhile, Zhou Shujin, anxiously awaiting news, covertly made her way to her father's tent. Upon learning that Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shuming were trapped in the enemy camp, she was taken aback, questioning whether it was her father and brother who were in danger, or if it was Gu Yuanzhou and her brother instead. Chapter 62. A mission to rescue the message-bearer was the army's deputy general, Qi Yuan. Zhou Dingshan scrutinized him for a moment before inquiring, "Where did this information originate? Can we confirm that the major general and deputy Gu are indeed trapped?" "It was reported by a scout," Qi Yuan replied. However, there was no scout. Qi Yuan himself had conspired with the Eastern Turks to disseminate this information, believing that Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shuming had been defeated by the returning forces of the Eastern Turks. Little did he know that the Eastern Turk army had not encountered the Zhou family troops, leading him to suspect that the message he received was false. Hence the lack of further communication. "General, shall we dispatch a team to rescue the major general?" Zhou Dingshan contemplated the situation. He understood that the supply issues stemmed from an insider's treachery, though the perpetrator had yet to be identified. However, he had begun to form a clearer picture, as another deputy general by his son's side had already returned with the 2,000 troops. His son had instructed them not to enter the camp, allowing everyone to believe that those troops had perished. If anyone grew anxious and reported the total defeat of their army, that individual would surely be the traitor. Reflecting on Qi Yuan, Zhou Dingshan found himself pondering the man's character. He was known as a dutiful son, devoted to his parents. What could compel such a person to ally with the enemy? "Gather the others. We must discuss this matter thoroughly," he commanded Qi Yuan before dismissing him. Zhou Shujin did not linger. With Gu Yuanzhou and her brother in peril, a bold rescue by her father would likely yield unfavorable results. Yet, she felt powerless to act alone. In a moment of urgency, she thought of Yun Miao and hurried to find her. Fortunately, the two had previously marked their paths to avoid getting lost in the camp, facilitating their reunion. Upon hearing that the Marquis was trapped, Yun Miao found it hard to believe that such an astute man could be ensnared. Yet, given Zhou Shujin's insistence, she felt compelled to trust her words. They conferred, and Zhou Shujin inquired if any additional personnel had accompanied Gu Yuanzhou. Yun Miao confirmed there were indeed others, as they had communicated previously. Without concern for their identities, Zhou Shujin instructed Yun Miao to summon them all for a joint rescue mission. Though they had not received explicit orders from the Marquis, he had previously stated that in the event of an emergency, they must heed the lady's commands. A group of 9 swiftly made their way to the Eastern Turk camp, blending into the darkness of night. Unfamiliar with the terrain, they entered from the southern side, where only a small contingent was stationed, allowing them to swiftly overpower the guards. Zhou Shujin found it odd that the camp's defenses appeared so weak, with merely a handful of soldiers. As they ventured deeper, they encountered minimal resistance. "Madam, could this be a trap?" one of her subordinates queried, sensing the unusual circumstances. Zhou Shujin, equally perplexed, resolved to gather more intelligence before proceeding. However, The further they advanced, the more they felt something was amiss. The silence outside was disconcerting, and the ground seemed to echo unnaturally. Upon entering a larger tent, they found the surroundings eerily vacant, yet the echoes grew more pronounced. One guard suddenly lay down on the ground, pressing his ear to it for a moment before rising to inform Zhou Shujin, "Madam, it seems there are people below." Realizing there must be another level beneath them, Zhou Shujin had no time to ponder why such a structure existed. Her sole focus was to locate Gu Yuanzhou and her brother. After circling the area fruitlessly, anxiety began to creep in. Had they been executed? "Madam, should we search below? There may be a chance they're holding the Marquis and Major General down there," Yun Miao suggested, noticing Zhou Shujin's growing distress. "Indeed, if there are people below, it stands to reason our targets may be there as well." "We have nothing to lose," Zhou Shujin conceded. They split up to seek an entrance leading underground. Prior to their arrival, Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shuming had already discovered an underground exit, having searched diligently for it with the intention of locating their supplies. However, as they entered, they were promptly detected, leading to a fierce skirmish before they retreated. The interior resembled a labyrinth, ill-suited for combat, making escape difficult. After regrouping and reassessing their strategy, they realized that, without guidance, navigating the intricate layout would prove challenging. Capturing an enemy might not yield truthful information. They could easily mislead them. Zhou Shujin and her team had entered through a different exit, where defenses were relatively lax, enabling them to slip inside without difficulty. It seemed that the distance between the various exits hindered communication, as they quickly changed into enemy attire before advancing. As they proceeded, they encountered a fork in the path, causing uncertainty about which direction to take. Just then, they overheard news of an incursion into the underground complex. Zhou Shujin and her companions froze. Had they been discovered? Just as they prepared to act, they heard the voices within calling out, "The general has ordered all troops to guard the supplies. The remainder shall head to the northern exit to confront the enemy." Confront the enemy? This indicated that others had indeed entered. They occupied the southern area. Who was in the north? Could it be her brother and Gu Yuanzhou? Suddenly, Zhou Shujin recalled their mention of supplies and whispered to her companions, "Let us follow them and set fire to their provisions." Yun Miao exchanged glances with the others, quickly grasping the plan. Indeed, since they were already present, igniting their supplies would significantly weaken them. A group of individuals, filled with enthusiasm, followed closely behind, disregarding the number of adversaries ahead, for having located their provisions was tantamount to seizing their lifeblood. When Zhou Shujin and her companions arrived, they discovered a colossal pit capable of accommodating nearly 20,000 people. The supplies were heaped within, and upon sight, Zhou Shujin and her companions were exhilarated. It seemed their efforts had borne fruit effortlessly. However, they needed to find an opportune moment to act. Observing the thousands encircling the area, they realized that eliminating them all was impractical. Given the abundance of supplies, even a minor destruction would not significantly impact their foes. A guard whispered to Yun Miao, who nodded and relayed the message to Zhou Shujin, suggesting they procure some oil to ignite the supplies, which would incinerate them in an instant. Zhou Shujin agreed, recognizing the merit in the plan. As they awaited the return of their comrades, Zhou Shujin and her companions began surveying the terrain, ensuring they prepared meticulously. A single misstep could jeopardize their mission. After a brief wait, those sent to retrieve the oil returned, but they found themselves surrounded by layers of enemies,
rendering directe confrontation impossible.
Zhou Shujin recalled possessing the sedative Yun Miao had provided earlier, and Yun Miao had some as well, kept for emergencies. With only one exit available, incapacitating the foes inside before igniting the oil seemed feasible. She signaled to Yun Miao, indicating where the sedative was stored, and Yun Miao swiftly informed the others to cover their mouths and noses. They then positioned themselves at the exit, waiting. Initially, the others were oblivious, but as one by one they began to collapse, realization dawned too late. The potency of Yun Miao's concoction was formidable. Within moments, most were unconscious. A few, still conscious, attempted to flee and alert others, but Zhou Shujin's companions swiftly subdued them. Zhou Shujin, unwilling to wait for each adversary to succumb, commanded that the oil be thrown in, while she struck a match and ignited the surroundings, with Yun Miao and the others assisting. Before long, a blazing inferno erupted. The outside forces, upon receiving news of the fire, rushed to extinguish it, but found their entry blocked. Meanwhile, Gu Yuanzhou and his group, aware of the commotion, learned that the enemy's supply depot was ablaze, prompting them to take the matter seriously, realizing they had stumbled upon their adversary's vital resources first. Upon hearing plans to encircle the area and prevent any escape, they recognized that, at this moment, everyone was an ally. Together, they charged into battle, eager to lend their support. Seeing the supplies ablaze from nearly every angle, Zhou Shujin decided it was time to retreat. Otherwise, they risked being caught in an explosion. As they surged toward the exit, they encountered multiple waves of enemies blocking their path. With no time to engage in prolonged conflict, Zhou Shujin ordered a forceful breakthrough. They could not afford to wait for death. The others, unafraid, fought valiantly. Although outnumbered, they proved formidable. As they advanced toward the corner, the sounds of clashing swords reached their ears. Zhou Shujin paused momentarily, realizing that others had also breached the area. Upon encountering Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin, who were clad in enemy uniforms, the initial confusion prevented the adversaries from recognizing them. However, Gu Yuanzhou, upon closer inspection, noticed their fighting style mirrored that of his own subordinates, reminding him of the hidden guards he had assigned to protect Zhou Shujin. His gaze shifted to the individual at the center of their formation. Who else but Zhou Shujin? At that moment, Gu Yuanzhou felt both alarmed and anxious. Witnessing so many surrounding her, a single misstep could lead to injury. His heart raced as he yearned to reach her side and ensure her safety. Zhou Shujin, frustrated at the endless skirmish, was relieved when Gu Yuanzhou and his group swiftly resolved their conflict and joined the fray. The enemy's forces left in the camp were not particularly numerous, and the confined space hindered their ability to swarm. Gu Yuanzhou's group acted decisively, soon merging with Zhou Shujin's team before charging outward. Once they reached the surface, they paused briefly, not lingering, and promptly made their way back to the camp. By the time they returned, dawn was approaching, yet the camp had remained vigilant throughout the night, wary of a potential ambush from the Eastern Turks. Upon seeing Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin return with a contingent, some clad in enemy attire, they initially presumed them to be prisoners. Gu Yuanzhou exchanged greetings with Zhou Shujin before escorting the others away. Zhou Shujin longed to inquire about their ordeal but found no opportunity until they entered the tent. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Yuanzhou erupted in anger. Do you have any idea how perilous that situation was? Did I not instruct you to remain safely in the camp until our return? Why did you disobey? Zhou Shujin, hearing his direct accusation, felt a surge of indignation. She had accomplished a significant feat. Why should I heed you? I did not hinder your efforts. In fact, I aided you tremendously. Gu Yuanzhou retorted. I do not require your assistance. I only wish for your safety here. Did you not promise me that? Why have you not upheld your word? What right do you have to dictate my actions? She countered, equally incensed. Gu Yuanzhou responded vehemently, I am your husband. Zhou Shujin, unyielding, replied, No, we had an agreement. I merely married into the Marquis' household. I can leave whenever I wish, so do not presume to claim authority over me in the name of our marriage. Gu Yuanzhou insisted, It is not a presumption, it is a fact. I did not intend to pressure you, but you cannot continually disregard me. Zhou Shujin defiantly stated, I shall disregard you. Very well, he said, if you choose to ignore me, then I will take you to your father and let him oversee your actions. Gu Yuanzhou, you cannot act so spitefully. I just aided you. Zhou Shujin exclaimed, hastily grasping his arm, unwilling to be returned to her father. Gu Yuanzhou replied, You think burning their supplies was a favor? While it was indeed a significant achievement, have you considered the consequences had you failed to escape? Zhou Shujin, feeling guilt wash over her, could only acknowledge his point. Gu Yuanzhou continued, I understand your good intentions, but I implore you to refrain from such dangerous endeavors in the future. We cannot bear to see you in peril. Zhou Shujin explained, I did not intend to put myself in danger, but I heard that you and your brother were captured by the Eastern Turks. Father could not openly send help. So, I merely wished to attempt a rescue. At her words, Gu Yuanzhou found it difficult to continue chastising her. He had felt immense anxiety upon seeing her engaged in battle, terrified that she might fall before his eyes. You must have received erroneous information, he said. Father did not send anyone to rescue us, because he was not deceived. You cannot act so impulsively in the future. Zhou Shujin felt disheartened, realizing that she had indeed been misled. Observing her sudden despondence, Gu Yuanzhou supported her, then smiled and complimented. Nonetheless, you fortuitously stumbled upon our supply depot, which we had been searching for. You managed to destroy a significant portion of it. That is indeed commendable. Zhou Shujin replied, "Indeed. I found the lower level while searching for you. Though I could not locate you, I learned they intended to guard the supplies, so we followed. I understand the critical importance of provisions in warfare. Destroying them was undoubtedly the right course of action." Gu Yuanzhou affirmed, "Indeed, Jin is very astute." Chapter 64. Returned to the capital. The supplies of the Eastern Turks had been largely destroyed, leaving them no choice but to launch a counterattack, believing they could outlast the dwindling resources of the Zhou army. However, to their surprise, on the second day of the counteroffensive, the provisions prepared by Gu Yuanzhou arrived, personally delivered by the fleeing heir, who had staged his escape solely to procure supplies. With ample provisions, the battle became more favorable. Zhou Dingshan commanded effectively, and the other soldiers displayed exceptional valor. Within 7 days, the enemy's supply lines faltered, swiftly concluding the campaign. The entire conflict wrapped up in less than a month, with Gu Yuanzhou and Xiao Jingxian joining Zhou Shuming in the fray. In his report to the emperor, Zhou Dingshan recounted the events with precision and honesty. The emperor, upon hearing this, was greatly pleased, recognizing that his valued officials and nephew were not cowards, though they had volunteered for the task. With victories secured, rewards were swiftly dispensed even before Gu Yuanzhou's return. He was appointed as the Minister of Justice, marking a promotion. The position had been vacant for some time, with Gu Yuanzhou and 2 other candidates vying for it. However, Gu Yuanzhou's direct involvement in the front lines distinguished him. The other 2 candidates felt a pang of resentment, yet could do nothing, as Gu Yuanzhou's battlefield experience rendered any comparison moot. Zhou Dingshan and his son chose to remain at the frontier, while Zhou Shujin, though reluctant, had to accompany Gu Yuanzhou back to the capital as he was now her husband. Disguised as a man, she followed closely at his side. Soldiers familiar with her were envious, remarking on her fortune in being associated with the esteemed Lord Gu, which would surely elevate her status upon their return. Zhou Shujin, however, wore a pallid expression, unable to reveal her true identity, and felt the unwelcome gazes upon her, bringing her to the brink of tears. Why couldn't she just walk independently? She had managed to reach this place with Yun Miao, so why couldn't she return alone? Along the way, some ill-natured individuals took pleasure in mocking her. Adhering to her principle of avoiding trouble, Zhou Shujin bit her tongue, deciding to remember their faces for future reckoning. Taking a shortcut back, they arrived in the capital 5 or 6 days earlier than anticipated. Zhou Shujin first returned to the general's residence. Upon entering her courtyard, Bai Ran nearly leaped in shock. "What sort of attire is this, miss? It is utterly unbecoming." She hurried to fetch bathing water, chastising Zhou Shujin for her disheveled appearance, while tears brimmed in her eyes, lamenting the hardships she must have endured to appear thus. Yet Zhou Shujin felt a surge of joy. Everyone was safe. Her father and brother had not met misfortune, and Bai Ran was also there. However, events had not unfolded as they had in her previous life, leaving her uncertain of whether this was a blessing or a curse. Putting aside her thoughts, she luxuriated in a bath and changed into clean clothes, finally feeling rejuvenated. She had been oblivious to how Gu Yuanzhou had endured her unpleasant odor during their nights together. Fortunately, upon returning to the general's residence, he had gone to pay respects to the emperor and would return to the Marquis' residence later, leaving her to her own devices. After greeting Madame Zhou, she enjoyed a hearty meal, taking care to eat in her own quarters to avoid drawing attention. She and Yun Miao indulged, nearly emptying the table of dishes. When they finally set down their chopsticks, both lay back, stuffed. Bai Ran was astonished at their voracious appetites and wondered how long they must have been starving. When she sent someone in to clean up, Zhou Shujin and Yun Miao remained in their previous positions, too full to move. Bai Ran urged them to take a walk to aid digestion, but they were utterly incapacitated by their indulgence, with Zhou Shujin slumping in her chair. As they were in the midst of this playful struggle, the door swung open, revealing Gu Yuanzhou, who entered unobtrusively. Zhou Shujin was taken aback. Why had he come, and why had no one announced his arrival? "What brings you here?" she inquired, while Bai Ran discreetly pulled Yun Miao out, demonstrating their perceptiveness. Gu Yuanzhou replied, "My wife is here. How could I not come?" Zhou Shujin retorted, "I intend to rest here today and will not return to the Marquis' residence. Do not waste your efforts. You should return and rest." Knowing he had not had proper rest in a long while, she guessed he wished to recuperate. "I did not suggest you return," she said, puzzled by his intentions. "My dear wife, surely I cannot return home without ensuring she is well." "She ought to recuperate for a few days," he replied, his affection evident. Zhou Shujin protested. So, you plan to stay here? Of course. I must accompany my wife. My devotion to her is unwavering, and it is only right that I remain by her side, he affirmed, implying that if she did not return, he would not either. Zhou Shujin challenged, is it fitting for a marquis to reside at his wife's family home? I see no issue with it. I have stayed before, he shrugged. Now I am weary. Let us retire early. As she reached for him to prevent him from climbing into bed, he turned back, adding, oh, by the way, I have informed my mother, and she said we may stay as long as we wish, even for a lifetime. She even prepared bathing water for me, wanting me to be clean before seeing you. Smell this. Do you not find it delightful? As he leaned closer, Zhou Shujin instinctively stepped back, startled. In truth, he had never been unpleasantly scented, unlike her, who felt perpetually unclean, despite having bathed multiple times. Why must you smell so fragrant? Just sleep, she said, already climbing into bed. It was futile to stop him. Sharing a bed with him was not a new experience. Seeing her lie down, Gu Yuanzhou chuckled softly, shedding his garments and joining her. As he lay down, he drew her close, a routine they had established during this time apart. Zhou Shujin found comfort in his embrace, feeling more at ease. Having dined well, sleepiness quickly overtook her, and soon her gentle breaths filled the room. Gu Yuanzhou gazed at her, contemplating whether this resolution would alter the course of their destinies. Chapter 65. Returned to the Marquis' residence the following day, under Madame Zhou's insistence. Zhou Shujin returned to the Marquis' residence, outwardly claiming she still needed to recuperate. However, upon learning of her return, acquaintances visited in small groups to see her. Gu Yuanzhou barred unnecessary visitors, instructing the servants to collect the gifts brought for her and dismiss the guests, saying they could return once she had recovered. Yet, when the eldest lady, Su Mengyun, arrived, Zhou Shujin welcomed her inside, appreciating the distraction from her boredom and eager for some light-hearted gossip.
Noticing Zhou Shujin's vibrant demeanor, Su Mengyun remarked,
You hardly appear to be ailing. Have you fully recovered? Zhou Shujin felt a twinge of embarrassment, not wishing to deceive her sister-in-law. But recalling Gu Yuanzhou's earlier admonition to keep the matter private, she steeled herself and continued the pretense. Su Mengyun, I previously had someone deliver supplements to the general's residence, and your mother later sent a return gift to me. I mentioned my intention to visit you, but she declined, saying you had instructed her to prevent us from catching your illness. At that moment, I was genuinely concerned, fearing that your health had taken a turn for the worse. Zhou Shujin was taken aback. She was not in dire straits, but rather in splendid health. Zhou Shujin, well, my mother is quite particular and did not allow anyone else to visit me. It is only through her diligent care that I have recovered so swiftly.
Su Mengyun, indeed.
I have always said that your stepmother is a good person. Even with her biological daughter, she exhibits such kindness, which speaks to your fortune. By the way, my dear sister-in-law, have there been any recent developments in the household? Hastily shifting the topic, Zhou Shujin feared that she might inadvertently reveal too much. Su Mengyun, speaking of which, I have long wished to discuss something with you. It appears that Cui Tinger is planning to cause some trouble lately. Zhou Shujin's interest piqued at this revelation, and she quickly sat up, asking, what has she done? Su Mengyun, I heard from a few maids in my courtyard that Cui Tinger has been visiting our matriarch daily, attempting to persuade her to reunite the second branch of the Ho family with us. She claims that their conditions are too poor and that the number of people living there is overwhelming. Zhou Shujin, I suspect the old lady will need to contemplate this matter. The division was made quietly, and neither the second nor the third branch dared to contest it. If they were to reunite now, it would not be solely for the second branch, as the third would certainly oppose it as well. Su Mengyun, that is indeed the case. In the past, when the late Marquis was in charge, everyone relied on his favor for their livelihoods. Even if the matriarch proposed unreasonable demands, they had no choice but to comply. Now that the current Marquis is in charge, being his biological son, they are even less inclined to voice their concerns. Zhou Shujin. Thus, our matriarch is truly fortunate. Not only did she marry a man of great promise, but she also has a successful son. The other two branches can only watch enviously. In truth, Zhou Shujin had observed Gu Yuanzhou's performance at the border. Had he not prepared the provisions in advance, their campaign would have undoubtedly been far more arduous. Upon his return, her father and brother had specifically come to speak with her, and she understood that Gu Yuanzhou played a pivotal role in ensuring their survival. Su Mengyun, indeed. Your family's Marquis has been promoted again. You will surely ride the wave of his success, and I anticipate that more people will seek to curry favor with you. Zhou Shujin, I do not wish to be courted. Rather, I prefer to extend my goodwill to others, especially to you, dear sister-in-law. Su Mengyun rolled her eyes. What are you scheming now? Zhou Shujin chuckled lightly before saying, I am not quite certain yet, but I know that clinging to you, dear sister-in-law, will never lead me astray. You are quite direct, Su Mengyun remarked, playfully tapping her forehead, laughing helplessly. The two discussed matters within the household before broaching the subject of Xiao Jingyao's impending marriage, which was rumored to be soon. Zhou Shujin, I might need to prepare a gift to contribute to her wedding adornments. Su Mengyun, do you share a close relationship with her? Zhou Shujin, not particularly. But Gu Yuanzhou mentioned that he has a good rapport with the heir, and he also spoke highly of this princess, encouraging me to engage with her more. Su Mengyun, that is true. The Marquis is a court official, and having just been confirmed in his position, he must first secure some talented individuals. The princess's wedding will undoubtedly attract many prominent guests, making it essential for you to socialize there. Zhou Shujin, the thought of having to flatter those ladies while donning masks of pretense makes me uneasy. Su Mengyun, you are simply unaccustomed to it. Once you become familiar, you will navigate it with ease. Zhou Shujin, I hope so. However, what do you think I should gift her? Su Mengyun found herself at a loss as well. Entirely unfamiliar with the preferences of royal daughters and uncertain of what would be appropriate. Why not ask the Marquis to inquire with the heir regarding his sister's preferences? He should have some insight, right? Zhou Shujin nodded, realizing that was indeed the best course of action. Su Mengyun, if she desires gold or silver jewelry, you can come to me. I have plenty to spare. Zhou Shujin, really? That would be quite embarrassing, dear sister-in-law. Su Mengyun, there's no need for such formality with me. Stop pretending. Your smile gives you away. Zhou Shujin quickly composed her expression, realizing just how generous her sister-in-law truly was, thus expanding her options significantly. Zhou Shujin, dear sister-in-law, I have yet to ask you, are you an only child? Su Mengyun, no, why do you ask? Zhou Shujin, oh, I notice that your dowry seems boundless, and while I know your family is affluent, your parents must be extraordinarily generous. Su Mengyun pondered briefly and conceded that they had indeed provided quite a substantial amount. I have 2 younger sisters, but our family treasures all daughters. From the moment we were born, my mother began saving for our dowries, and my father contributed as well. When I married, my parents prepared even more, supplemented by my brother and sister-in-law's contributions. Zhou Shujin, your parents indeed possess remarkable foresight. Preparing dowries even before birth is not something just any family can manage. Su Mengyun, yes, my mother said that her own parents treated her similarly during her childhood, so she has extended the same care to us. Not only for us, but my 3rd sister, born of a concubine, was also provided for by my mother. Though her dowry may not be as substantial as mine, my mother ensured that the concubine saved for her as well. Hearing her sister-in-law mention her mother filled Zhou Shujin with longing. She mused that her own mother would undoubtedly have cherished her just as much. Yet, she reminded herself that her current mother was also very kind, and one must learn to be content. If she were to have a daughter in the future, she would emulate Su Mengyun's mother, diligently saving for her dowry to empower her future marriage. Zhou Shujin, dear sister-in-law, if you were to have a daughter, would you share your dowry with her? Su Mengyun, I cannot say for certain. I must always be ready to help you with your expenses. By the time my daughter grows up, will you have already spent it all? Zhou Shujin protested. Dear sister-in-law, though she recognized Su Mengyun was teasing her, Zhou Shujin still felt a hint of embarrassment, as though it was implied she would be competing for her niece's dowry. Chapter 66. The Unexpected Woman upon Gu Yuanzhou's return. He was promptly promoted to Minister of Justice. As it was his first day in office, he was invited out for drinks by his colleagues after work. Initially, Gu Yuanzhou was reluctant to attend, but the others insisted he treat them, citing his recent promotion as justification, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. They went to the Zhenwei Pavilion, where Gu Yuanzhou greeted the waiter and asked him to prepare meals for their group before leading his companions to a private room on the 2nd floor. As they were all familiar faces, there was little formality among them. Once seated, they quickly began conversing. Initially, the discussion revolved around praising Gu Yuanzhou's decisiveness and his unflinching bravery in going to the border, seemingly unafraid of potential dangers. One elder among them jested, "You truly are bold, Gu Hui, you have only recently wed. Should you encounter any mishaps on the battlefield, what would become of your young bride? Would she be destined to live as a widow for all eternity? Gu Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow, pondering that if he were to perish in battle, his wife would likely abandon everything and return to her family, perhaps remarrying before long. I did not dwell on such matters. My primary concern was for my wife. She fears for her father and elder brother's safety. As her husband, I must shield her from harm. In truth, I am not as selfless as everyone believes. I have my own selfish motives as well. Hearing him remain humble prompted another round of flattery, leaving Gu Yuanzhou feeling weary and eager to finish his meal and return home.
Indeed.
The bond between the Marquis and his wife is enviable. It truly is a blessing, someone remarked. Unlike me, who's been married for years, yet barely exchanges a word with my wife. That is because you do not wish to converse with your sister-in-law. The primary issue lies in the absence of a common language. What I say is incomprehensible to her, and her trivial conversations hold no interest for me. Each day, I find myself reluctant to return home, merely biding my time until nightfall, when I can retreat to sleep, listening to the grievances exchanged among others. Gu Yuanzhou refrains from interjecting, feeling as though he cannot engage in their discourse. At the very least, he harbors no desire to avoid home. On the contrary, the moment his shift concludes, he longs to return to accompany Zhou Shujin, even if her demeanor is less than welcoming. As the evening festivities draw to a close, most attendees are intoxicated, while Gu Yuanzhou maintains his sobriety, ensuring everyone is settled before escorting Mo Han back to the estate. They ride back, and as they cross a side street, a disheveled woman suddenly appears, nearly colliding with Gu Yuanzhou's horse. Fortunately, he swiftly grasps the reins, preventing the horse's hooves from trampling her, though she still tumbles to the ground.
Stop.
Two individuals emerge in pursuit of the woman, and Gu Yuanzhou glances at her before signaling Mo Han to handle the situation, riding away without further engagement. The woman, stunned, instinctively watches Gu Yuanzhou's retreating figure, unaware that her pursuers are rapidly closing in. Mo Han clears his throat and dismounts to assist her, asking if she is injured. The woman turns to face Mo Han, recognizing him as the attendant of the man who just left, and promptly assures him that she is unharmed. Young lady, looks like you've found yourself a protector. Leading us here only to flirt with that pretty boy, one of the pursuers remarks as they approach to seize her. Mo Han furrows his brow. Yet before he can speak, the woman quickly steps behind him, casting a wary glance at her pursuers. I don't know you. Please stop following me. I gave you all my silver just now. She pleads. We don't want our silver, just come with us. We brothers one tea mistreat you, they insist.
No.
I one tea go with you. Mo Han, reluctant to interfere, knows he cannot simply walk away as instructed by his lord. What is your relationship with them? Are you in league with them? He inquires. The woman's expression shifts to one of panic at his question.
No.
We are not together. I have no connection to them. They've been following me since we crossed paths earlier. Hey, miss, don't lie. You were the one who approached us first. One of the pursuers counters. I did not. I merely asked for directions, she defends. Who in their right mind would ask for directions in an alley? I was lost. I only ventured there by mistake, she stammers, seemingly frightened, inching closer to Mo Han, who instinctively steps aside. Enough. You each have your version of events, and I cannot discern the truth. Here's the deal. I will escort you to the magistrate, and you can sort this out there, Mo Han states. What? We have to see an official? Forget it. The two men exchange glances and make a hasty retreat, with Mo Han showing no intention of pursuing them. His aim was merely to intimidate. Surprisingly, the woman remains, gazing at him in astonishment. Mo Han then turns to her and asks, Are you injured? No. Thanks to your timely intervention. I, Yun Chu, have no means to repay your kindness. Please allow me to bow in gratitude. The woman, named Yun Chu, attempts to bow before Mo Han. He quickly stops her, saying, There's no need for such formality. It was my master who nearly collided with you. If you're unharmed, you should leave. Those men likely want to pursue you further. Upon hearing Mo Han's words, Yun Chu notices him preparing to mount his horse and hurriedly catches up to ask, May I inquire who your master is? Mo Han casts her a discreet glance before replying, That is not for me to disclose. Since you're unhurt, my master is not liable for anything.
Besides,
you ran out unexpectedly. Should you have been injured, it would have been your own doing. I hope you understand not to seek trouble with my master. I understand. You misinterpret my intentions. I merely wish to know your identities so that I may express my gratitude, should we cross paths again.
No need for that.
It's late. You should return home early. Encountering other unsavory characters would pose a greater risk. With that, Mo Han mounts and departs, as he is not one to indulge in sentimentality. Watching him ride away, Yun Chu feels a mix of frustration and regret as she leaves. Returning to the estate, Gu Yuanzhou is plagued by unease. The alley where he encountered Zhou Shujin in his past life is the same one where the woman had emerged. For a fleeting moment, he thought she was Zhou Shujin, his heart momentarily halting. However, he quickly realizes that this life is different, and Zhou Shujin is already his wife. They could not rekindle their acquaintance. Thus, observing the woman on the ground, her pitiable appearance only serves to heighten his irritation. He wishes to avoid further complications. The sudden appearance of another woman in the same location raises unsettling questions. Could it signify unforeseen changes? Is Zhou Shujin in peril? He gallops back to the estate. Consumed by a singular desire to reunite with Zhou Shujin, fearing any further twists of fate. Chapter 67. Homecoming. Upon arriving at the Marquis' residence, Gu Yuanzhou is relieved to find Zhou Shujin safe and sound, seated there. Only after stepping into the room does she glance up at him. You're back? She remarks before lowering her gaze to the account books in her hands. Gu Yuanzhou approaches her side and replies, yes, I've returned. He remains still, simply observing her. And after a while, she notices his presence and questions, what is wrong? Is something the matter? Uncertain of what to say, Gu Yuanzhou studies her for a moment before sitting beside her. It's nothing, just came to see what you're working on.
Zhou Shujin responds.
I'm reviewing the accounts. I must tell you, you claimed the estate's finances were straightforward, but I find them quite complex. Just the incoming funds have passed through several hands. With each person taking a cut, our net income is significantly reduced. That's because those shops are registered under others' names. We must share profits. It's unavoidable, Gu Yuanzhou explains. Why not register them under your own name? Zhou Shujin inquires. As a government official, it is inappropriate for me to hold shops in my name. However, the expenses of the Marquis' residence are considerable. We need alternative sources of income, he clarifies. Are these all partnerships? She probes. More or less, but I also own 2 estates inherited from my grandmother, which I currently rent out, providing a substantial annual income. Oh, so you have a wealthy grandmother, Zhou Shujin muses. I possess some shops as part of my dowry as well, but my mother has registered them under my name. You, on the other hand, have these businesses in others' names. Each month, they only report a fraction of the earnings. Who knows if they're shortchanging you? Zhou Shujin expresses concern. Gu Yuanzhou had not considered this. His partners are lifelong brothers, and he trusts they would not deceive him. Nevertheless, Zhou Shujin's concern indicates that she views him as one of her own, wishing to protect him from losses. These partnerships have existed for quite some time. It would be unwise to alter them now. In the future, if I acquire any other shops, I will register them under your name. That way, you need not worry, he assures her. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Shujin gazes at him, seemingly hesitating to speak. I can guess what you wish to say, but I would prefer not to hear it. I want you to understand that I genuinely consider you my wife, and I will certainly trust you. I actually want to ask you something, Zhou Shujin states, closing the account book and turning to him with a serious expression. Go ahead and ask, Gu Yuanzhou invites. Did you know me before? I mean, before we met on the street last time, she queries. Why do you ask that? It's just a feeling. It seems like you've known me for a long time, almost as if we are both reborn souls. However, if he were also reborn, he likely wouldn't treat her as he did. In his previous life, he had completely overlooked her. This left her in a state of confusion, uncertain about his true situation. Perhaps I have known you from a past life, Gu Yuanzhou remarked, casting a glance into her eyes.
Deep down,
he had already realized that she was just like him. However, he hesitated to acknowledge this truth, fearing that she would continue to harbor resentment towards him upon discovering it. Zhou Shujin blinked, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Recalling something she had heard from her sister-in-law earlier, she shifted the conversation. I heard that your cousin is discussing the matter of reuniting the 2 families with the old lady. Gu Yuanzhou looked at her in confusion. What do you mean by reuniting the families? Are you referring to Cui Ting? Zhou Shujin scolded herself inwardly for remembering so clearly, yet claiming she was indifferent. Yes. She is no longer your sister-in-law, is she? Gu Yuanzhou remained noncommittal, as if the matter of uniting or separating had little to do with him. After all, if there were issues between the two families, they would still come to him. Do you have any objections? Do you wish to reunite with the second household? Gu Yuanzhou asked, knowing that Zhou Shujin had been growing closer to the second household recently. Zhou Shujin replied, I don't mind, but if we are to unite, it cannot simply be with the second household while excluding the third. Gu Yuanzhou agreed, suggesting that if she preferred more liveliness, he would have them renovate the courtyard so that the three households could live together with all affairs under her management. Are you trying to work me to death? I have no intention of overseeing so many matters, Zhou Shujin retorted. I merely wish for them to respect you. After all, you are the lady of the Marquis household. Gu Yuanzhou replied. There's no need for me to manage their family affairs. If they choose to live together, that's fine. However, any issues should be resolved by themselves. They should not come to me, as I have no desire to meddle. Gu Yuanzhou understood her character. She preferred to avoid trouble. And it was true that it was inappropriate to interfere in others' family matters. Then it's settled. Does this mean they will all live together? And we will dismantle the courtyard doors of the other two households? Zhou Shujin replied, I want to concern myself with this, you handle it. But I have one condition. If they wish to choose a courtyard to live in, others may, but not your sister-in-law. Gu Yuanzhou asked, my sister-in-law? Zhou Shujin clarified. Your cousin. So it was Cui Tinger she was referring to. Gu Yuanzhou understood her reasoning and readily agreed. Are you worried she might choose the same courtyard she lived in before? Zhou Shujin admitted. Yes, I can be petty. She lived in such a good place for many years, even better than the other young ladies of the Gu family. Why should she have that privilege again? I certainly don't want her residing there again. That courtyard is superior even to my sister-in-law's. If she has lived there before, I cannot allow my sister-in-law to live there again, nor can she return. Who do you intend to give that courtyard to? Gu Yuanzhou inquired. I'll think about it later and see who is the most well-behaved. Speaking of which, there are indeed quite a few young ladies from the other two households. Gu Yuanzhou nodded in agreement. It was true. His father had been injured for many years, and they were the only children in their household, while the children from the other two households were 3 times as many. You probably wouldn't know if there are obedient children who are overlooked. Never mind. I'll discuss this another time. Gu Yuanzhou said nothing, watching her converse with herself. He had intended to mention that he actually knew of a well-behaved sister. But if she was unwilling to listen, he would let her arrange it as she saw fit. Aren't you going to wash up and go to bed? It's quite late, Gu Yuanzhou prompted. Zhou Shujin looked at him, wondering when they had agreed to sleep together. You go ahead and sleep. I need to finish these documents, or I'll have to read them again tomorrow. Gu Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow before heading out to the cleansing room. Fine. I'll take it slow. Once he left, Zhou Shujin sighed in relief. What did he mean by suggesting they sleep together? This was quite strange. Ever since they returned from the border, she had felt a peculiar discomfort when facing him, especially in moments of solitude. Moreover, she sensed that he was scrutinizing her, as if trying to peer into her very soul, which made her feel flustered and uneasy. Not wanting to wait for his return, she swiftly closed the ledger, threw off the covers, and lay down in one motion. When Gu Yuanzhou returned, he found her already lying in bed with her eyes closed. Although it was clear she was not asleep, he resisted the urge to approach her. Instead, he made his way to the soft couch, reflecting on how they had returned to the Marquis residence only to sleep separately once again. He thought perhaps it would be better to stay at her maternal home. Chapter 68. Discussion of family reunion soon. The members of the third household reached a consensus to renovate the Marquis residence, primarily to rearrange their respective courtyards. Upon hearing Gu Yuanzhou's proposal for the 3 households to live together again, the other 2 households readily agreed, as their circumstances were indeed significantly different. Their income was low, while their population was large. Conversely, the Gu household had fewer members but higher earnings and substantial positions. Anyone unwilling would be foolish, but fortunately, they understood their place. Although it was Gu Yuanzhou's suggestion, the elder and second elder of the other 2 households still approached Elder Gu to seek his opinion. As they were still brothers and some matters were best clarified, Elder Gu had been in poor health. Yet he showed the respect due to his 2 elder brothers upon their arrival. Although they lacked ability, they were not hard-hearted men and were aware that their third brother had suffered serious injuries. The Marquis household had relied on him for so long that they urged him to continue resting. Brother, we are family. There's no need for such formality. Make yourself comfortable, and don't worry about us, Gu Tingjing, the eldest, said as he helped Elder Gu lie down. Seeing his brother in such a state, he could not help but feel moved. Gu Tingju, the second brother, quickly joined in to assist, saying, "Yes, third brother, we are all family. You should rest well. Seeing you like this truly saddens me." They had not visited him often, so they had not noticed his condition. Now that they saw him in such a sickly state, it was hard for anyone to remain indifferent. Elder Gu replied, "It's nothing. I have grown accustomed to it. You both came today for some matter, I presume?" The brothers exchanged glances, and Gu Tingjing finally spoke up. "Yesterday, Yuanzhou came to discuss the idea of renovating the Marquis residence, suggesting that we remove the other gatehouses. My brother and I deliberated and decided to consult you on this matter, as we are brothers and should communicate openly." Upon hearing this, Elder Gu understood that Gu Yuanzhou had decided to offer them assistance once more. He turned to his two elder brothers, asking, "Do you have any concerns? Feel free to express them." Gu Tingjing replied, "While it wasn't he explicitly stated before, your wife already made arrangements during her time managing the household. Although Yuanzhou is now in charge, she is still his biological mother. If she disapproves, I fear it may cause further complications and bring ridicule upon our household." Elder Gu responded, "Gu Yuanzhou asked for my thoughts on this matter previously, and I agreed. We are all members of the Gu family, and the Marquis household should naturally be prosperous. However, due to his mother's ignorance, we wasted many years." After a brief pause, he continued, "Gu Yuanzhou mentioned that he had intended to promote his cousins, but he has been too busy to do so. This time, he expressed a desire to unite the families and properly educate the young masters and misses of the household, ensuring that, although they are family, they do not seem out of place when they venture outside." Gu Tingjing admitted, "We, too, feel ashamed. Among our generation, it seems only Yuanzhou has excelled. The children of both our households are of mediocre talent and struggle to achieve greatness." The second brother nodded in agreement. It's not that they didn't want outstanding offspring. They had cultivated them to the best of their ability, but unfortunately, there were no returns. Elder Gu remarked, "Sometimes it's fate." Gu Yuanzhou has stated that he will personally hire tutors to educate the other siblings at the residence, providing one-on-one instruction, which will certainly be an improvement over the past. Gu Tingjing, that would be splendid. Gu Laohui, indeed, I have considered this. As descendants of the Gu family, it is unlikely that there will be significant disparities among us. With proper guidance and the support of Yuanzhou, they will inevitably thrive." The two brothers nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with the arrangements made for Gu Yuanzhou and his son. Gu Tingjing, "Third brother, both elder brothers have relied on you throughout our lives, and now we look to Yuanzhou for the future. Given your current health, worrying about our children is overwhelming for us." Gu Laohui, "Elder brothers, there is no need for such words among kin. The prosperity of our household depends on everyone's well-being. With more hands to assist Yuanzhou, I can rest easier." Gu Tingjing, "Yes, indeed. We are all members of the Gu family. It is only right that we work together to revitalize our lineage. We cannot leave all the burdens to Yuanzhou alone." Gu Laohui, "Precisely. You should return and make proper arrangements. Although we have not formally discussed separating households, it has been a long time since we have lived apart. Let us choose an auspicious day to visit the ancestral hall and convey our intentions to our forebears to revitalize the Gu family." Gu Tingjing, "Yes. We must choose a suitable day." "All right, third brother, do not worry about anything else. Focus on your health. We will handle the rest and ensure everything is taken care of." Gu Laohui, "Very well, you may proceed. If there is anything you need, seek out Jean. She is sensible and will not make things difficult for you." The two brothers departed with great enthusiasm, and Gu Laohui allowed a faint smile to grace his face, feeling a sense of fulfillment in reuniting his family during his lifetime. Surely, his father would be pleased from the afterlife. Both branches of the family were elated over the past few days, as everyone knew that accommodations would soon be reassigned, particularly for those who previously lacked their own quarters. The prospect of having individual courtyards filled them with immense joy. However, they could not select their courtyards independently. They still had to heed the arrangements made by their mothers and grandmothers. The two concubines hesitated to take the initiative, having been accustomed to a life of subservience and fearing to act under the watchful eyes of the old matriarch. Their daughters, however, wished to assert themselves but were restrained by their mothers. Yet, if they did not strive for their own interests, the prime courtyards could easily be claimed by others, leading to a simmering tension as everyone dreaded that someone else would make the first choice. Zhou Shujin initially ignored their concerns, engaging instead in casual conversation with her sister-in-law and two younger sisters, discussing the reluctance of the other branches to select their courtyards. Su Mengyun, sister-in-law, are you truly unconcerned? Zhou Shujin, unconcerned? Why would I meddle in matters that could offend others? She replied while munching on sunflower seeds.
Su Mengyun taichet hermaut.
It was evident that without her involvement, the matter would remain unresolved. Su Mengyun, if they continue to procrastinate, it will become a problem. Zhou Shujin, do not worry. Our matriarch will not let this linger for her favored niece. Su Mengyun then realized that Zhou Shujin was not indifferent, but intended to allow Cui Tinger to fight for her interests first. Once the matriarch made her decision, Zhou Shujin could reclaim the courtyard for others, leaving them with nothing but false hopes. Su Mengyun, it seems you truly despise her. Zhou Shujin, yes. I want her to rise higher only to fall harder, ensuring she never forgets. Zhou Shujin could never forget how she had previously taken her son from her. Although she did not know Cui Tinger's intentions in doing so, it was undoubtedly for ill, and thus her hatred was justified. Chapter 69. The courtyard dispute soon. News surfaced that Cui Tinger had selected her courtyard, but it resulted in a confrontation with a young lady from the third branch. Did she choose the same courtyard as before? Zhou Shujin's interest piqued, causing her to sit up straight and inquire. Su Mengyun observed her sudden alertness, recognizing her battle readiness, and chuckled softly before responding. Yes, she has discerning taste. Having lived there for so long, she certainly knows which courtyards are desirable. Zhou Shujin. Who is contesting with her? Su Mengyun. There are many with desires, including the second branch, but after Cui Tinger arrived, she seemed to overshadow the others, leaving them angry yet silent, likely fearing her connection to our matriarch. Zhou Shujin nodded. That woman was indeed formidable, and it was possible for her to dominate the second branch, though she was not pleased to witness it. Zhou Shujin. Who from the third branch is competing with her? Su Mengyun. It seems to be a girl named Gu Yuanzhou, just coming of age. I have heard she is spoiled and reckless, which emboldens her to challenge Cui Tinger. Zhou Shujin. How many unmarried young ladies are there in the third branch? Are there any younger ones who are not favored? Su Mengyun. There are indeed a few, including several who are not particularly cherished. There is a concubine named In, who was originally the daughter of an official, but her family faced disgrace, leading her to become a courtesan. The master of the third branch assisted in redeeming her, and she consequently became his concubine. Zhou Shujin glanced over, astonished that a courtesan could become a concubine. How would the Gu family tolerate that? Su Mengyun. Oh, it is said she only sold her talent, not her body. No wonder the Gu family did not intervene. However, why did my sister-in-law specifically mention her when discussing the young ladies? Was it an indication that her children were not valued? Su Mengyun. It is about her two daughters, who are reportedly twins and quite lovely. Their mother, being educated, taught them much, yet their origin has led to criticism within the third branch. A young lady from the third branch, who is friendly with me, mentioned that the sisters are likely the most outstanding among the branch, but unfortunately, they have been overlooked. Zhou Shujin. Is their mother's background the reason for the disregard of her biological children? Su Mengyun. It is not that the third master disregards them. Perhaps their grandmother and the matriarch would prefer not to see the children of a concubine rise. Zhou Shujin. What reasoning is that? Are they not all part of the same household? Shouldn't they thrive together? Su Mengyun. Not everyone will treat their siblings with the same respect as you and your husband. Zhou Shujin. How old are these two sisters now? Su Mengyun. I hear they are only 7 or 8 years old, living with another sister who is also not favored. Zhou Shujin. They do not live with their mother? Su Mengyun. And has already passed away. Ah, that explains it. Zhou Shujin pondered this, and instructed Su Mengyun to investigate further about the twins. Su Mengyun. Do you intend to assist them? We must first ascertain whether they are worthy of help. Zhou Shujin believed that she was not inherently benevolent. While she could offer assistance, she must also consider their worthiness. After all, if she aided them only to be bitten back, it would be a loss indeed. Su Mengyun nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. In such a vast household, with more residents arriving, if someone plotted against them, it would be challenging to defend against. Thus, caution was prudent. When Gu Yuanzhou returned that evening, Zhou Shujin inquired about the twins. Gu Yuanzhou appeared surprised. Have you met them?
So Suhin. No.
I heard about them from my sister-in-law.
What are those two like?
Gu Yuanzhou. I do not know them well. but I am somewhat familiar with the sister who lives with them. Zhou Shujin. Oh?
Please share.
Gu Yuanzhou. She is the daughter of the red concubine from the third uncle's branch, apparently sent away for some wrongdoing. I did not inquire further. She is merely a concubine, and does not concern us much. Zhou Shujin. What is her name? Gu Yuanzhou. Her name is Yuling Gu Yuling, a pleasant name. Zhou Shujin. Please invite her over when you have the opportunity. I wish to ask her a few questions. Gu Yuanzhou. Are they related to the twins? Zhou Shujin. If possible, I would like to arrange for the three of them to stay in the courtyard that originally belonged to Cui Tinger. You know, she has openly expressed her desire to return there, and I cannot allow her to have her way. Upon hearing her assertive declaration, Gu Yuanzhou felt a surge of vitality emanating from her, momentarily mesmerized. It was only when he realized the silence that Zhou Shujin turned to look at him, bringing him back to reality. Well, if that is your wish. In truth, he was already aware of Cui Tinger's intention to return to that courtyard. His mother had discussed this matter with him earlier that day. However, he did not acquiesce, understanding Zhou Shujin's reluctance and recognizing the validity of her argument. There was no justification for allowing an outsider to occupy the space intended for the Gu family's own young lady, even though she had now married into the Gu family and no longer deserved such a privileged residence. Seeing his agreement, Zhou Shujin chose not to pursue the topic further. Her mood brightened as she recalled that tomorrow she would likely have another altercation with his mother. I anticipate a bit of a ruckus with your mother tomorrow. Just giving you a heads up. Gu Yuanzhou shrugged nonchalantly. I understand. I will be quite busy tomorrow, and if she seeks me out, I shall not return. His understanding demeanor brought a smile to Zhou Shujin's face, an infrequent sight. Are you hungry? Should I send someone to prepare a meal? It was rare for her to acknowledge her own neglect of dinner, as she had just been invited to dine with her mother. Yet, the thought of Zhou Shujin made him decline, despite knowing she might not wait for him to eat. He simply wished to return and accompany her. Gu Yuanzhou, you haven't eaten either? Oh, I forgot. I will have someone prepare a meal. With that, she lifted her skirt and exited. Gu Yuanzhou shook his head, standing to change behind the screen. Upon returning, he was immediately engaged by her with trivial matters, leaving his own affairs unattended. Zhou Shujin, feeling hungry, soon had dinner prepared and came to call him. As she pushed the door open, she was startled to find him seated in the very spot she had just vacated, perusing her writing. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she hurried over to reclaim the paper. What are you looking at? How can you casually sift through another's belongings? Hearing the evident panic in her voice, Gu Yuanzhou merely cast her a cursory glance before rising. I saw nothing. Is that name written for someone? In truth, upon seeing the name, he experienced a fleeting moment of shock, as if a voice from a distant part of his heart had echoed. Zhou Shujin. It's none of your concern. I was merely scribbling. Now let us eat, or the food will grow cold. With that, she tucked the paper away and strode out, leaving Gu Yuanzhou contemplatively watching her retreat. After a few minutes, he finally made his way to the dining hall. Chapter 70. The young ladies of the Ho residence soon. Zhou Shujin encountered the pair of twins and Gu Yueling, who had been brought by Gu Yuanzhou himself. The 7 to 8-year-old girls still bore a trace of wariness. Although they recognized Gu Yuanzhou as the master of the Ho residence, they had never spoken to him. Mo Han personally escorted them, and both Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin took their seats at the head of the table, awaiting their entrance. Upon entering, Gu Yueling noticed the couple seated together and quickly urged her sisters to pay their respects to the lord and lady. Zhou Shujin frowned upon hearing this. They were not servants. There's no need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat. She interjected before they could bow, gesturing toward the chairs opposite them. The twins hesitated for a moment before looking to Gu Yueling, who clearly held their trust. Since the lady has said so, let us all sit. After the three were settled, Zhou Shujin observed them closely. Gu Yueling felt a twinge of anxiety, unable to comprehend why the couple wished to meet with them, as they were not well regarded within the Ho residence. Is there something the lord and lady wish to discuss with us? Gu Yueling inquired, directing her gaze toward Gu Yuanzhou, who, however, focused his attention on Zhou Shujin. You are called Yueling? Zhou Shujin asked. Gu Yueling. Yes, lady. Zhou Shujin. How old are you this year? Gu Yueling. Replying to the lady, I am 17. 17? Zhou Shujin continued, since you are younger than Gu Yuanzhou, you may call me sister instead of lady. You are not servants of the Ho residence. Gu Yueling looked at Zhou Shujin in surprise. On paper, They were young ladies of the Ho family, yet in practice, they were treated similarly to servants, burdened not only with their own responsibilities, but also with assisting their siblings. Lady, I said you may simply call me sister. And what are the names of your two sisters? Zhou Shujin inquired, turning to the other two. I am Yuexin. And she is Yue, one of them replied. Zhou Shujin noted their shyness, yet they managed to smile. Do you all share a courtyard? And where are your maids? Why did they not accompany you? Zhou Shujin glanced outside, noticing the absence of any attendants. The three exchanged glances and Gu Yuanzhou replied, Sister, we do not have any attendants. We usually look after one another. No, sister, it is all thanks to Sister Ling who takes care of us. The twins chimed in unison. Pleased by their synchronized response, Zhou Shujin felt reassured. It seemed that Gu Yuanzhou indeed cared for the twins well. If we were to allow you to reside in a larger courtyard in the future, would you be willing to stay together? She directed her question at the twins, who paused, and Gu Yuanzhou finally asked, would it be a courtyard as large as yours, sister? Yes, a little smaller, but still a lovely and comfortable place. Gu Yuanzhou, why would we be allowed to live there? Mother and grandmother both say we cannot occupy such fine quarters. Zhou Shujin was puzzled by this reasoning. Why do they say that? Do you believe it as well? Gu Yuanzhou, I do not share that belief. However, we must heed our elders' words. This is what my aunt taught us from a young age. Filial piety is paramount. Zhou Shujin exchanged glances with Gu Yuanzhou, thinking that this young girl was indeed admirable. With proper guidance, she might achieve great things. If your brother and sister-in-law were to provide you with a grand courtyard, would you still wish to reside with Sister Yueling? We would arrange for attendants to serve you, so you would no longer require Sister Yueling's care. The twins immediately shook their heads vigorously, then turned to Zhou Shujin with earnest expressions. No, we do not need anyone else. We want to live with Sister Yueling. Zhou Shujin smiled warmly. Pleased to see their loyalty, it indicated they were individuals of sentiment. She contemplated suggesting to Gu Yueling that she return to gather their belongings, planning to help them move courtyards in a few days. Gu Yueling felt a twinge of apprehension. Sister, the place where we currently reside is already quite satisfactory. There is no need for further arrangements. Although Zhou Shujin had not visited, she had heard from her sister-in-law, Su Mengyun, that their living quarters were inferior even to the servants' quarters. Since you call me sister, you shall heed my arrangements. If anyone troubles you, they shall come to me. Gu Yueling. But at that moment, Gu Yuanzhou interjected, no more buts. Just listen to your sister. The Ho residence is under her command now. Whatever she decides, you shall follow. Gu Yueling was left astonished. If the sister was in charge, what role did Gu Yuanzhou play? Was he indifferent to everything? Gazing from Gu Yuanzhou to Zhou Shujin, Gu Yueling was bewildered, considering whether changing their residence would lead to trouble from their grandmother and mother once again. Sister Ling. Sister-in-law mentioned that we are to change our residence, and we shall move without hesitation, as it is undoubtedly far superior to our current dwelling. The present room is excessively damp, and if you continue to reside here, your joints will surely ache. Gu Yuanzhou is evidently the most vivacious among the three of them. Yet she possesses a strong sense of independence, articulating her thoughts with clarity. She is indeed a clever individual, and Zhou Shujin enjoys engaging with intelligent people. Zhou Shujin. So you are Gu Yuanzhou, correct? Gu Yuanzhou. Yes, sister-in-law, I am Yuanzhou. Zhou Shujin. Then I entrust you with the task of packing up our belongings. Will you be able to manage it? Gu Yuanzhou. Certainly, I will take great care in organizing everything. The moment sister-in-law informs us to move, I can leave immediately. Gu Yuanzhou smiled. A rare occurrence. This child's temperament surprisingly resembles that of Zhou Shujin, which he found quite commendable. Zhou Shujin. Very well, return and assist them in packing. And await my notification. Gu Yuanzhou, having concluded her response, took one by each hand and exited, leaving Zhou Shujin momentarily astonished by her decisiveness. However, she soon reacted with a smile, appreciating her spirited nature. You seem quite fond of that girl, Yuanzhou. Gu Yuanzhou inquired, observing her cheerful demeanor. Zhou Shujin. Indeed. There is a certain affinity. I find all three of them rather delightful, and I will certainly reserve that courtyard for them. Gu Yuanzhou remained non-committal, having never expressed any objections regarding whom she wished to accommodate. Zhou Shujin. You must not hinder me. Should you casually acquiesce to your mother-s or Cui Ting er-s demands, be wary of my wrath. Gu Yuanzhou. When have I not been on your side? They now understand that they cannot seek my favor, as I will not show bias towards them. Zhou Shujin. Why not show bias? It is only natural to do so if one desires. Gu Yuanzhou, even if I were to show bias, it would be in your favor. Do not feign ignorance. Zhou Shujin shrugged. I wish not to be overly sentimental. Zhou Shujin. Enough, do not meddle. I am quite capable of negotiating with them. Ideally, I would prefer for Cui Ting to rise high only to fall hard. Do not create a fatal situation. Everything else is up to you. Gu Yuanzhou departed, still burdened with unfinished business, needing to visit the study. The following day, Zhou Shujin arranged for the clearing of Cui Ting-er's former residence, Zuayan Pavilion. The commotion attracted both Cui Ting-er and the old matriarch Gu, who had initially planned to consult Gu Yuanzhou regarding the matter. However, they were taken aback by Zhou Shujin's sudden intentions for the courtyard. Cui Ting-er arrived first and, upon witnessing the servants clearing the premises, could no longer contain herself. She insisted they cease their activities, yet the workers, being appointed by Zhou Shujin, naturally disregarded her. Accompanying them were Zhou Shujin's top maidservants, Mei Xiang and Zhu Xiang, who were overseeing the process. Upon hearing the disturbance outside, they instructed others to continue before stepping out. What is all this commotion? Mei Xiang, usually composed and rarely smiling, emanated an air of authority. Upon her query, Cui Ting-er instinctively fell silent, but seeing only a maid, her courage quickly returned. Cui Ting-er, who are you? Why are you trespassing in my courtyard? Although Mei Xiang had accompanied Zhou Shujin as part of her dowry, she was well aware of the inhabitants of the Marquis' residence and recognized that her mistress held no regard for Cui Ting-er. Thus, she felt no obligation to show her any deference. Mei Xiang, and you are? Cui Ting-er was infuriated. How dare they not recognize her? You do not even know who I am, yet you presume to enter my courtyard? You are quite bold. Forgive me, but our mistress has instructed us to handle this matter. This courtyard belongs to the Marquis' estate, and regardless of which chamber it is, our mistress has the right to manage it. After delivering her words, Mei Xiang no longer regarded Cui Ting-er and returned to supervising the removal of items. Excuse me. Zhu Xiang followed suit, clearly disinterested in engaging with Cui Ting-er. Cui Ting-er, you all will regret this. Seeing that her words fell on deaf ears,
Cui Ting-er resolvet to seek her rent for assistance.
Accompanied by her two maidservants, she made her way to Tian Pavilion. Upon hearing her intentions, the old matriarch Gu was seething with indignation. Initially, she had hoped to bridge the gap when Gu Yuanzhou returned, persuading him to allow Cui Ting-er to continue residing in the courtyard. However, today Zhou Shujin had taken decisive action to clear it out. It was common knowledge that all the belongings within had been provided to Cui Ting-er by the Marquis' estate. Her actions were a blatant attempt to evict her. Old matriarch Gu, this is utterly unreasonable. She shows no respect for me as her mother-in-law. Come, we shall confront her. Cui Ting-er hurriedly assisted the old matriarch out the door, uncertain if her aunt's intervention would be effective, but believing that escalating the situation would compel Gu Yuanzhou to take action. This had once been her domain, and it ought to be hers again. Old matriarch Gu led Cui Ting-er directly to Zhou Shujin's courtyard, but the guard stationed there would not permit them entry, stating that it was an order from the Marquis. Without his permission, no one could enter or exit his quarters, not even the old Marquis or the matriarch. This declaration made it clear that Zhou Shujin resided within, and it effectively barred anyone from troubling her. Who would dare approach her besides the old matriarch? The old Marquis was in no position to rise. Clearly this was a precaution against her mother. Cui Ting-er, aunt, what should we do? Is cousin really going to be this unyielding? If he says we cannot enter, does that mean I shall be deterred? I will see who dares to stop me. The old matriarch stated her intent to force her way in, yet the guards remained steadfast, not intending to lay a hand on the old matriarch, but simply blocking the entrance, rendering them unable to proceed further. Old matriarch Gu, you insolent knaves. Are you relying on Zhou Shujin's influence? I am the biological mother of Gu the Marquis. Do you dare to obstruct me? The guards exchanged glances. One of them clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. My lady, we are indeed following the Marquis' orders. When he is not in the estate, no one may enter or exit Lioli Pavilion. We hope for your understanding. Though they claimed to act on Gu Yuanzhou's authority, the old matriarch could hardly believe that there was a place within the Marquis' estate that she could not access, especially with so many attendants trailing behind her. She could not afford to lose face before them. Old matriarch Gu. Very well, if you assert that this was my son's command, then fetch him here, so I may hear it from him directly. My lady, the Marquis is currently on duty. Once he concludes, you may inquire of him personally. The guards were not easily intimidated and knew that calling the Marquis back would only invite reproach. In truth, the old matriarch had been deliberate in her actions. She had already sent someone to summon Gu Yuanzhou, yet he had yet to return, indicating his reluctance to involve himself in this matter. This could not be allowed. She was at a loss as to how to deal with Zhou Shujin. Very well, you all, each one of you, so dismissive of your master? Even the servants following suit. You shall wait and see what my son will do upon his return. At this moment, the old matriarch completely disregarded her image and began to raise a ruckus. Inside, Zhou Shujin and Su Mengyun were leisurely enjoying fruits and pastries when they were informed of the commotion by Byron. Only then did they begin to discuss the situation. Su Mengyun, what are your thoughts? Shall we allow them to create this ruckus? Zhou Shujin, sister-in-law, you do not understand. They will not simply let this matter rest after making a scene.
Just wait and see.
Su Mengyun, I do not comprehend. You have directly arranged for the courtyard. And even if they have objections, they should not make such a fuss, for you are the head of the household, and they must heed you. Zhou Shujin, that is precisely my intention, to allow her to believe she still has a chance to reside in her former quarters before snatching it away, thus amplifying her sense of loss. Su Mengyun, however, allowing her to create a disturbance is not particularly becoming. Zhou Shujin, it matters not, after all. It is rather dull within the Marquis' estate. Allowing the servants to enjoy some entertainment is not a bad idea. Do you not hear the singing outside? Su Mengyun, do you not intend to step outside and witness the commotion? Zhou Shujin, no need to go. Gu Yuanzhou has arranged everything, ensuring they do not disturb me. I relish this tranquility. After all, Mei Xiang and the others are at Suiyan Pavilion, and no one dares to interfere with their organization. Once the courtyard is cleared, I can leisurely sing with them later. Su Mengyun, if you have them clear out the courtyard, wouldn't that mean it needs to be redecorated? That would require additional effort. Zhou Shujin, it's fine. There are others to handle it. It won't burden me at all. You truly lack compassion for your servants.
Su Mengyun said hash.
Zhou Shujin, unfazed, straightened her posture and asked Su Mengyun earnestly, sister-in-law, don't you find it peculiar how our mother-in-law treats Cui Ting so exceptionally well? Su Mengyun, why do you say that? I've heard she has accompanied our mother-in-law in the Ho residence for many years. Thus, it is not unusual for her to show her some favor. Zhou Shujin, precisely. Don't you notice that she consistently favors Cui Ting, when they interact with Gu Yuanzhou? This thought has recently crossed my mind. I sense that the old madam indulges Cui Ting, unconditionally. Even in close relationships, such behavior feels somewhat strange. This courtyard is another matter. Though she is marrying into the Gu family, it still creates a certain distance. Suiyan Pavilion occupies a smaller area than both the Lioli Pavilion where we reside and the quarters of the old Marquis and Madam, yet it is centrally located in the Ho residence. How can I not harbor suspicions about her being granted this courtyard again? Chapter 72. Clearing out Suiyan Pavilion under the pretense of organizing Suiyan Pavilion, Zhou Shujin sought to uncover how many valuable items the old madam had bestowed upon Cui Ting, over the years. By comparing with the original records, she would know the truth. After some time, the old madam and Cui Ting argued outside the courtyard, and seeing Zhou Shujin did not emerge, they attempted to force their way in but ultimately had to return home. On the way, Cui Ting urged her to return to Suiyan Pavilion, thinking that the maids might be intimidated by the old madam's authority and would not dare to act out again. The group redirected to Suiyan Pavilion. But most of the items had already been cleared out and were now arranged in the center of the courtyard, awaiting inventory before being moved to storage. Although the servants were unaware of their mistress's motives, they simply followed orders. Whatever their mistress commanded, they executed. When Cui Ting and the old madam arrived, they were met with a sight of the courtyard cluttered with items, resembling a house raid. What is happening? Who permitted you to move these out? Cui Ting was infuriated. All her belongings had been removed, indicating they intended to deny her residence. You lowly maids, who allowed you to touch these? Quickly return them. The old madam was equally enraged. Earlier, she had only heard Cui Ting mention that they were tidying up the courtyard, but upon witnessing the scene, it appeared more like a confiscation. Reporting to the old madam, The maids were instructed by the mistress to inventory the items in this courtyard, Mei Xiang stated respectfully. The old madam retorted, and then what? Where will they be moved? Mei Xiang replied, reporting to the old madam. The mistress ordered everything to be organized and sent to storage. Sent to storage? What is Zhou Shujin planning? Are even the large pieces of furniture going to be put away?
Ting protested.
These are all my belongings. On what grounds does she have the authority to make such decisions? Many items were prepared by me, not meant to be moved from the courtyard, Cui Tinger argued. It matters not. The mistress stated that all items in the residence have been catalogued. After verification, any items not belonging to the Ho residence will not be removed. Mei Xiang assured her. That cannot be moved. I still intend to reside here. My cousin has already agreed to let me live here again. You are not allowed to touch anything, Cui Tinga said, casting a furtive glance at the old madam, hoping she would assist in deceiving the servants. As long as the items remained, they could slowly persuade Gu Yuanzhou later. The old madam interjected. Indeed, my son has agreed to allow Ting and her husband to continue residing here. After all, we are all family. What difference does it make who lives where? Listen to me. Return everything to its place, lest my son return in a rage. Mei Xiang thought to herself, such remarkable composure under pressure. Old madam, I am unaware of when the Marquis agreed to this arrangement. Our orders were clear. We must thoroughly clear out the items in this courtyard today. The mistress has other plans, and the Marquis did not express any objections when he left this morning, only stating to act according to the mistress's wishes. Upon hearing this, the old madam's expression faltered. She had not anticipated that Mei Xiang would show such boldness, disregarding her authority. Cui Ting equally frustrated, struggled to concoct a response. Mei Xiang suggested, why not let the servants inquire at the Dali temple? If it is indeed the Marquis's intention, we shall comply. The old madam replied, there is no need for such trouble. We shall discuss it when he returns. For now, you all cease your actions. I am the old madam of the Ho residence. Do you not heed my words? Mei Xiang responded, I apologize, old madam. When we entered the residence, the Marquis instructed us that we belong to the mistress and must follow her commands. For other matters, you may address the Marquis directly. The old madam exclaimed, so you mean to say you completely disregard my authority and insist on your own way? Mei Xiang replied, old madam, I would never dare, however. We must obey the orders of both the Marquis and the mistress. The old madam retorted, very well, I shall see just how bold you are to defy me.
Guards.
Seize this maid. Excuse me, old madam, what offense have I committed that warrants my capture? Mei Xiang inquired calmly, unafraid. You are insolent, showing no regard for me. I could have you taken to court directly. What are you all waiting for? Quickly seize her. And you, cease moving things outside, the old madam commanded, warning those carrying items. Her outburst caused a momentary freeze among the workers, who then turned to Mei Xiang. With a mere glance, she signaled them to continue. And they disregarded the old madam, resuming their tasks. Seeing that no one would heed her, the old madam's frustration deepened. If she could not command the people here, her own attendants should still listen to her. You all, go and capture that insolent maid. I wish to see who she thinks she is, defying me. The servants, hearing the old madam's discontent, felt hesitant towards Zhou Shujin but thought that, after all, Mei Xiang was merely a maid, and the Marquis would likely not care too much. Especially compared to the current old madam. The group exchanged glances before approaching Mei Xiang. However, she stood her ground, seemingly unbothered, even exuding a hint of disdain. Before they could reach her, she was swiftly intercepted by Zhu Xiang, revealing that this maid possessed some skills, which explained her lack of fear. Within moments, the group found themselves pushed away by Zhu Xiang, landing on the ground in disarray. The old madam exclaimed, this is rebellion. Is Zhou Shujin teaching you all to act lawlessly? How dare you commit violence within the Ho residence? I shall report this and demand severe punishment for you all. As the old madam witnessed her own attendants sprawled on the ground, she felt as though Zhu Xiang might turn her attention toward her next, causing her to cling to Cui Ting in fear, though her tongue remained sharp. Old madam, we were merely acting in self-defense. Do not misinterpret our actions. If all is well, we shall continue our work. You may do as you please, Mei Xiang stated, leading Zhu Xiang back inside. For they had much to do, and no time to waste on the old madam's tirades. As they watched her depart, Cui Tinger timidly inquired, Aunt, what shall we do now? They are completely disregarding your words. Madame Gu replied, I am aware. Allow me to ponder this. We should return for now. It has been a long outing and I am weary. Cui Tinger protested, but the courtyard is about to be emptied by them. Madame Gu sighed. There is nothing to be done. Your cousin has fallen under the spell of that enchantress and is impervious to reason. She insists on seizing the courtyard, and I am powerless to stop her. Aunt, are you truly going to abandon Tinge? I have been by your side since childhood. You promised to treat me as your own daughter. Why is it that now, when I wish to continue residing in the original courtyard, it has become so impossible? Cui Tinger wept and lamented, causing Madame Gu's heart to soften, and she consoled her by assuring her that they would devise a plan upon their return. And thus they departed. Chapter 73. The change of courtyards. Upon hearing a servant report the happenings at Cui Yen Pavilion, Zhou Shujin paid little heed. For it was an eventuality she had anticipated. If they could not find her here, it was only natural for them to stir up trouble elsewhere. Fortunately, Mei Xiang and Zhu Xiang were loyal to her and would not allow Madame Gu to gain the upper hand. Su Mengyun observed her nonchalant demeanor and couldn't help but admire her. You are quite brazen in disregarding your mother-in-law's feelings. How do you think the Marquis will react upon his return? After all, she is his own mother. Zhou Shujin raised an eyebrow and retorted. I am not afraid of him. If he were truly concerned about me mistreating his mother, he should never have married me in the first place. I am the daughter of a military general. I am not one to shy away from confrontation. Finding her self-deprecating humor amusing, Su Mengyun chuckled. From what she observed, ever since Zhou Shujin entered the family, Gu Yuanzhou had sided with her, indicating that he was indeed under her influence. You have a way of portraying yourself so crudely, yet we both know you would never resort to violence against others. Indeed, Zhou Shujin replied, with Yun Miao by my side. There is no need for me to get my hands dirty. Not wishing to linger in idle chatter, Su Mengyun decided to take her leave. As her husband was likely returning from duty soon. Before long, Gu Yuanzhou returned, and Zhou Shujin recounted the day as events to him. I have told you before, you are in charge of everything. There is no need to consult me, he remarked. I did not seek your counsel. I merely wanted to inform you of the situation. So, if anyone questions you, you will not be caught off guard. If your mother or cousin comes weeping to you again, at least you will be aware of what transpired. Even if I were unaware, I would not heed their words, so do not worry, Gu Yuanzhou assured her. Even if you do listen, it makes no difference, for I will not comply. That courtyard will be given to the three sisters. I have already cleared it out today, and we will move in new furnishings tomorrow. As long as you are content, that is all that matters. However, have you considered making arrangements for others? Why should I concern myself with others when they have not approached me for assistance? Gu Yuanzhou pondered, realizing that those in need would certainly voice their requirements. If they did not, then it was not his concern. After changing his attire, he stepped out to find Zhou Shujin seated there, snacking on seeds, which caused him to frown. Did you not prepare dinner for me? Oh, you have not dined yet? Why did you not mention it sooner? I assumed you would eat with your mother before returning. She genuinely thought that he would be summoned by Madame Gu for a conversation upon his return. Coinciding with dinner time, Gu Yuanzhou was at a loss for words. It was clear that she was not particularly attentive to him. He always returned to share a meal with her unless it was a matter of official business. So, you have already eaten? You did not wait for me? As Zhou Shujin prepared to leave, she suddenly remembered that she, too, had not eaten. I seem to have forgotten. I had quite a few snacks with my sister-in-law this afternoon, and did not feel hungry, thus I neglected the notion of dinner. What sort of memory is this? You can forget to eat. My mind is occupied with more pressing matters than merely eating, she replied. Now sit and ponder other thoughts. I will inform the servants to prepare dinner. As Gu Yuanzhou walked out, he contemplated the absurdity of his situation, returning home after much toil only to find that he had not even had a bite of hot food. Zhou Shujin, feeling justified, settled back into her seat, reasoning that the servants would take some time to prepare and she could join them in the dining hall shortly. If the meal was ready, Gu Yuanzhou would likely come to summon her. This winter was exceptionally cold, and Zhou Shujin found the quarters where Gu Yuling and her sisters resided far too frigid. Thus, she justifiably arranged for their relocation to a new courtyard. Others were envious, as they had not anticipated that Gu Yuxian fell ill and, while seeking a doctor, encountered Zhou Shujin. Upon learning of their dismal living conditions, she promptly assisted them in finding new accommodations. How casual this was. Had they known she was so accommodating, they would have sought her assistance as well. Many lamented their missed opportunity, feeling that such a splendid place should be reserved for Cui Ting'er. Although they had been separated by doors, the happenings within the Marquis's main house were somewhat known to all. They were aware of how favored Cui Ting'er had been in the Marquis's household, primarily due to Madame Gu's affection. Now that she had secured a favorable courtyard for herself, it seemed a certainty, yet Zhou Shujin's intervention had altered the course of events. Even the concubines and several wives from the third house were taken aback. While it was indeed their kin who had received favorable accommodations, the least favored children in this household felt discontent. Particularly, Gu Yuling's legitimate mother was entirely unwilling. If she could not secure a residence for her own flesh and blood, how could she allow her illegitimate daughter to reside there? Was this not a slap in the face? Yet, she dared not confront Zhou Shujin directly. Instead, when the three sisters prepared to move into Cui Yen Pavilion, she attempted to impede them, arguing that such a fine courtyard was unworthy of her daughter. The lady could allocate it to more distinguished young ladies, subtly implying the legitimate daughters of the household, including her own. Of course, she did not dare to state this outright, but merely expressed her sentiments to Zhu Xiang and Lan Xiang, who were assisting in moving the luggage for Gu Yuling and her sisters. Lan Xiang, possessing a quick tongue, boldly retorted to the third house's matriarch, "Madam, this arrangement has been made by our mistress. Kindly refrain from interrupting our servants in their duties. If you have grievances, take them up with the mistress instead." The matriarch was momentarily at a loss, recognizing that Lan Xiang was not easily swayed, and hurriedly sought out Gu Yuling and her sisters. Addressing them as daughters, she inquired whether they harbored any grievances against her as their legitimate mother and why they wished to relocate so far from their household.
Lan Xiang pondered.
Your own flesh and blood lives not far from here. Why should it matter if others are farther away? What is your true intention? Before she could respond, Gu Yuanzhou stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Gu Yuling, saying, "Mother, it is only because sister has noticed that our living conditions are damp that she wishes to assist us in relocating. We are indifferent about where we go, as long as it is not damp." The matriarch thought to herself that the new courtyard not only lacked dampness, but was also bathed in sunlight. One of the best places in the Marquis's residence. She was tempted to occupy it herself. Let your mother select a new courtyard for you, one closer to us. You need not trouble the mistress any further. Allow her to allocate the courtyard to others. Gu Yuanzhou replied, "That is not possible, mother. We have already agreed to follow sister's arrangements. The Marquis's household is meant to heed sister's wishes. If we were to go back on our word, sister would be displeased." "Very well, then let your father speak to the Marquis. For now, do not move." But sister made it clear in the presence of the Marquis that we ought to follow her lead. The fact that Gu Yuanzhou was also aware of this matter complicated things further. Chapter 74. The invitation of the three sisters. Gu Yuanzhou's words left the madam momentarily stunned. Yet she did not dwell on it for long. Gu Yuanzhou had previously received instructions from Zhou Shujin to boldly protect her residents, and having arranged accommodations for them, it was now their responsibility to safeguard it. "Mother, if you do not wish for us to move, perhaps you could speak to sister-in-law on our behalf?" "My sisters, and I dare not disregard her wishes. I have heard she is quite adept at fighting, and I fear she might strike me if I disobey," Gu Yuanzhou remarked. Lan Xiang, unable to endure the rudeness, noted that her young lady had never been so impudent before. However, this was not the moment for such considerations. It was best to escort them over first. "Have you all packed, ladies? Once you are ready, we shall proceed. Your luggage will remain here for the moment. Someone will come to transport it shortly," Lan Xiang instructed. "All packed, Sister Lan Xiang. Let us go." Gu Yuanzhou sweetly responded, taking her two sisters by the hand. The madam stood in a daze, wanting to intervene but lacking the courage, watching them drift away. Once they departed, Zhu Xiang summoned other servants to assist in moving their belongings. In truth, the three sisters, as daughters of the Marquis, possessed remarkably scant luggage. Zhu Xiang noted with dismay that the clothing inside was of poorer quality than her own, reflecting the family's neglect of them. Upon arriving at Cui Yen Pavilion, the sisters were awestruck by the vastness of the courtyard and its grandeur. Zhou Shujin had even had the plaque replaced, renaming it Mingzhu Pavilion, symbolizing that the three of them were the Marquis's three precious pearls. Although they had previously been overlooked, she would ensure their significance was recognized from now on. The interior had been completely refurbished. Aside from the untouched rockeries, tables, and flora in the courtyard, every item inside had been replaced. Zhou Shujin found the remnants of Cui Tingou's belongings distasteful and deemed it necessary to refresh the space. The courtyard boasted numerous rooms, allowing each sister to have her own chamber, which were tastefully designed for young ladies. Additional rooms were designated for their maidservants, although they had yet to be attended by any, so Zhou Shujin arranged for help to care for them, promising to let them choose their own attendants in the future. The sisters, experiencing such luxurious accommodations for the first time, could hardly believe their fortune, concerned they might feel out of place. Zhou Shujin sent someone to invite them for dinner that evening. Each sister meticulously selected the most beautiful attire before heading to Lioli Pavilion to meet Zhou Shujin. Upon seeing them dressed in garments unbefitting young ladies, Zhou Shujin felt a surge of surprise. The fabric appeared inferior to what her own attendants wore. After seating them, she asked Bai Ran to fetch several unworn dresses from her room. Bai Ran understood her intent immediately, having also been momentarily taken aback by the sisters' outfits. Gu Yuanzhou, being slightly older than Zhou Shujin, could easily fit into her clothing. However, the two younger sisters required new garments. Zhou Shujin instructed Bai Ran to procure suitable dresses. While Bai Ran was away, Zhou Shujin had Mei Xiang guide Gu Yuanzhou to the inner chamber to try on the dresses and assess their fit. Sister-in-law, I cannot accept such generosity. You have already provided us with such splendid accommodations. I cannot take your clothes as well, Gu Yuanzhou protested. It is of no concern. These were part of my dowry prepared by my mother. If they remain unworn, they will soon be out of fashion. They are not made of precious material, so please take them if they fit well. When the next season arrives, I will have new clothes made for you, Zhou Shujin reassured her. Gu Yuanzhou's eyes glistened with emotion. They rarely received new garments, often wearing hand-me-downs. Sister-in-law, we seldom have the opportunity for new clothes. We usually wear what is left behind by our older siblings. Such beautiful attire is a sight we have never encountered. Gu Yuanzhou, ever candid, expressed her thoughts without hesitation. Does Yuanzhou also admire sister-in-law's clothing? Zhou Shujin asked with amusement. I do like them, but I am still too young to wear such finery. Perhaps when I am older, sister-in-law could gift me some? For now, it is best that they go to Sisterling, as she must wear beautiful clothes to attract a good match, Gu Yuanzhou replied. You are quite insightful, Yuanzhou, already considering Sisterling's prospects, Zhou Shujin commented. Of course. My aunt once told us that a woman must be discerning to secure a good husband. Only then can she maintain her autonomy. If she marries a worthless man, she risks squandering her entire life. Sister Ling is a good person, and I hope she finds a worthy husband, Gu Yuanzhou stated, displaying a maturity beyond her 8 years, which Zhou Shujin found admirable. Rest assured, I will take care of you as long as I am in the Marquis' residence. No one shall bully you again. However, finding a match for you Ling will likely require your brother's involvement. I lack the experience to discern the nature of men, Zhou Shujin assured them.
How could that be?
You chose my brother, and he is a good man. He treats you well, and we should seek someone like him. If sister-in-law can find a brother like him, you can surely find others, Gu Yuanzhou declared confidently. Just as Zhou Shujin prepared to counter that it was actually Gu Yuanzhou who had chosen her, a figure entered the room. It was none other than Gu Yuanzhou himself. Uncertain if he had overheard their conversation, he cast a glance at them. You've returned, Zhou Shujin greeted, mustering her courage as she approached him. Taking the sword he carried and placing it on the table, pondering her actions and whether she needed to be so accommodating. Gu Yuanzhou was momentarily taken aback by her gesture, but quickly dismissed it. She would grow accustomed to such actions over time. Brother Marquis, Gu Yuanzhou stood to greet him, but then recalled his previous request not to address him as such. Brother Marquis? This title puzzled Gu Yuanzhou, who boldly called out brother. Gu Yue, though somewhat shy, also joined in, calling him brother. Gu Yuanzhou nodded, responding, You're here. Please, sit and converse with your sister-in-law. Do not mind me. With that, he retreated to the inner chamber to change, allowing Zhou Shujin to invite them to continue their conversation while they awaited dinner. As the three sisters exchanged glances, they wondered if they were to dine with Gu Yuanzhou, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the thought. Chapter 75. Private Funds During Dinner. Zhou Shujin summoned her brother and sister-in-law, gathering everyone around the table. With Su Mengyun present, the three sisters felt less constrained. They were somewhat familiar with Gu Yuanzhou, who was amiable, making it easier for them to engage in conversation with the couple, primarily answering their inquiries. Gu Yuanzhou was aware of their previous hardships, but felt limited in his ability to intervene in family matters, even those concerning his own household. He was content to coexist with his brother, the Marquis, trusting he would not be neglected. Hearing from his wife that Zhou Shujin had relocated the three sisters to the original Cuyen pavilion surprised him. You three should often accompany your sisters-in-law. Learn from them. Yuling, are you of marriageable age now? How old are you this year? He asked. Brother, I am 17, Gu Yuanling replied. 17? Has your third aunt not mentioned any suitors yet? Gu Yuanhang inquired. Neither my father nor mother has brought it up, Gu Yuanling answered. As Gu Yuanhang heard this, he exchanged a glance with Gu Yuanzhou, feeling that this was rather dismissive. The daughters of ordinary families were already being courted upon reaching their coming of age. Yet the young ladies of the Hou residence were already 17 and had yet to be proposed to. Not to worry. Let your two sisters-in-law help you find a suitable match and secure an engagement for you soon. You are already a young lady, he remarked. After observing his wife's lack of objection, he felt relieved. However, he inquired, has Yuling never been out before? Have your aunts taken you to meet other ladies and matrons? Gu Yuling shook her head, revealing that she had never been permitted to leave the estate. Nor had her twin sister. They had remained within the confines of the Hou residence since birth. Zhou Shujin and Su Mengyun exchanged sympathetic glances with the three sisters, feeling a deep sense of pity as they slowed their movements while serving food. Do not fret. Tomorrow we shall take you out for some fun. We must buy you some new clothes and jewelry. A proper young lady of the Hou family should not live in a manner lesser than that of the servants, Zhou Shujin declared. The three girls were taken aback, as no one had ever suggested they be taken out for leisure before. Can we really go out? Gu Yue asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Why wouldn't you? Zhou Shujin replied. Gu Yue continued, because they always tell us that our birth mother was an ill-omened person, and that we can only perform the menial tasks of servants to atone for her past sins, and we cannot step outside the estate. Zhou Shujin responded emphatically.
Who said that?
Do not listen to their nonsense. Whoever claims your mother has erred and that you must bear the burden of it, let them come to me. Tomorrow, I will take you out, and I will see who dares to stop me. Turning to Su Mengyun, she asked, Sister-in-law, will you accompany me tomorrow to take them out? This question was almost redundant, as she had always invited her along on outings, not only for companionship, but also to share the expenses.
Su Mengyun,
fully aware of Zhou Shujin's intentions, replied, could I possibly decline your invitation? You always want me by your side whenever you go out. Keeping a close eye on my purse. Zhou Shujin felt a bit embarrassed being called out like that, especially in front of her brother. As it seemed, she was always plotting against his wife. Sister-in-law, I did not mean it that way. Do not tarnish my reputation, she retorted. Enough. Do not mind your brother. He cannot dictate my spending. I will spend as I please, for I have taken a liking to you in this household. Even though I know you are a bit of a spendthrift, I cannot resist the pleasure of showering you with gifts, Su Mengyun replied. Hearing such words filled Zhou Shujin with joy. She affectionately linked her arm with Su Mengyun's, leaning against her shoulder in a playful manner. Oh, sister-in-law, I adore the way you generously indulge me. It's absolutely magnificent. The two women's affectionate exchange left everyone speechless, save for Gu Yuanhang, who was already aware of his wife's excessive fondness for her sister-in-law. If it weren't for the age difference, one might think she treated her as a daughter. He knew well the extent of her dowry, having given a considerable amount to Zhou Shujin. Gu Yuanzhou pondered why she could be so close to her sister-in-law yet exhibited such disdain for him. Was she truly unwilling to forgive him? The three sisters could not help but feel envious of their two equally admirable sisters-in-law, whose bond was enviably strong. You three will go out tomorrow, and I will cover all expenses. Do not try to extort your sister-in-law, Gu Yuanzhou thought, feeling uncomfortable with the idea of his wife spending another's money, even though he was more than capable of providing for her. What do you mean by extorting? Zhou Shujin exclaimed. Wait a moment, Gu Yuanzhou. Didn't you hand over the family finances to me? How come you still have private funds? I seem to recall giving you only a few hundred taels each month. At this revelation, even Gu Yuanhang turned to look at him, astonished that his younger brother had private savings. What I entrusted to you was the majority. There are some funds that are unaccounted for, which are merely my regular dividends, arriving in my hands each month, and over time I accumulated some, Gu Yuanzhou explained. Meaning you have undisclosed income? Zhou Shujin inquired. Well, sort of, he replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had not intended to keep anything hidden. But those funds had no clear designation for reporting to Zhou Shujin, so he simply retained them. Then you should hand it over from now on. all of it must be given to me. Who knows if you'll develop ulterior motives with such a sum in your possession. I always account for your expenses, and the money I give you should be more than sufficient, Zhou Shujin insisted, effectively compelling him to relinquish his private funds. Fine, I'll get it for you later. But it's agreed that you will use it to buy things tomorrow, and do ensure to be frugal with your sister-in-law's dowry, Gu Yuanzhou relented. Zhou Shujin thought to herself that he must misunderstand the nature of his sister-in-law's dowry. Could her funds really be exhausted? All right, since your brother is so generous. Tomorrow we shall take you for a delightful makeover and procure a few more items. The three sisters felt overwhelmed at the prospect of someone else footing the bill. And though they felt a bit uneasy, they could not refuse, for they genuinely wished to see the world outside. Having spoken, Gu Yuanzhou knew Su Mengyun would not contest him. She too would express her own sentiments during the outing. It was evident that the sisters needed assistance, especially as the attire of the two younger ones left much to be desired, while the eldest appeared to be wearing a new dress, likely a gift from Zhou Shujin. Before dinner had concluded, Bai Ran returned with new clothes, having purchased 2 sets for each of the young ladies. Upon receiving their new garments, they were overjoyed, forgetting their meal in favor of trying them on. As Zhou Shujin was about to encourage them to try on the clothes, Gu Yuanzhou interjected, "Finish your meal first. You are still children. If you do not eat properly, how will you grow strong? The clothes will not run away." Pondering this, Zhou Shujin agreed that they were still young and needed to eat well to grow. Chapter 76. Out of the estate the following day, the three sisters awoke early, bubbling with excitement at the prospect of venturing outside. With the assistance of their maidservants, they were still adjusting to being waited upon. However, they endeavored to adapt quickly, as their sister-in-law had advised them to learn the etiquette befitting young ladies of the Hou family, so they would not embarrass themselves when they eventually went out. Gu Yuanzhou and Gu Yue sported matching twin buns, clad in the new pink dresses purchased by Bai Ran the day prior. When they were led out by the maidservants, everyone's attention was immediately captured by the sight of the two strikingly beautiful girls. Their resemblance was so uncanny that it brought joy to all who beheld them. Zhou Shujin and Su Mengyun marveled at how fortunate the family was to have such lovely daughters. "Sister-in-law, big sister," the two young girls exclaimed in unison, looking radiant in their new attire. "Are you comfortable living here? Have you had trouble sleeping on the new bed?" Zhou Shujin inquired. "Sister-in-law, we are very comfortable. Each of us has such a large bed, it's easy to roll around," Gu Yuanzhou replied cheerfully, showcasing her adaptability. Gu Yuling, however, appeared somewhat anxious, as if she were in a dream, fearing that their stepmother and grandmother might come to send them away again. "As long as you're comfortable, let us go. We'll eat breakfast outside and enjoy some morning tea at the market," Zhou Shujin encouraged, taking one girl by the hand and signaling for Su Mengyun and Gu Yuling to follow. Noticing Gu Yuling's discomfort, Su Mengyun kindly approached her and took her hand as well. "Do not be so stiff. You are a young lady of the Hou family, regardless of what others say. Your status is secure. The Lord of the Hou will look after you, so there is no need to fear," Su Mengyun reassured her. "I understand, sister-in-law," Gu Yuling replied. The group boarded a carriage. Considering their numbers, the butler had arranged for a larger vehicle the previous day, perfectly accommodating them. Not many maidservants accompanied them. Only Bai Ran and Yun Miao were present, while Su Mengyun was accompanied solely by Ling Long. The three sisters, Gu Yueling and her companions, did not bring any maidservants along, as they were not particularly familiar with them and felt that their presence would not contribute meaningfully. They first ventured to the morning market for breakfast. Upon disembarking from the carriage, the sisters found the experience quite novel, though they did not express it overtly. Zhou Shujin led them to a quaint little establishment where they took a seat in the main hall. They occupied a large table and invited a few maidservants to join them for the meal. The servants had grown accustomed to dining alongside their mistresses. Whenever they left the estate, they were treated as equals, sharing food and drink alike. Although Gu Yueling and her sisters found this practice peculiar, they refrained from questioning it, as they too had once performed the duties of servants. Now they no longer had to do so, yet they held no disdain for those who did. "Since you may not know what to order, we shall select a variety of dishes for everyone to sample. If something is particularly delicious, I shall order more for you," Zhou Shujin suggested, aware of their unfamiliarity with the menu. "Indeed, we are not picky eaters. We can enjoy anything," Gu Yue replied obediently, recalling that their previous meals had merely satisfied their hunger without regard for taste. "In the future, we can choose what we wish to eat. If something does not appeal to us, We need not indulge. We are young ladies and can afford to be a bit capricious, Su Mengyun added, her heart warmed by the obedience of the younger girls. Gu Yuanzhou chimed in, I just saw something that looked like a white rabbit. I wish to try that. Is it possible? Certainly. I have already ordered it for you. It will arrive shortly. Zhou Shujin anticipated their interest in the dish and had already placed the order. Soon, the breakfast spread arrived. Zhou Shujin and Su Mengyun enjoyed yangchun noodles, while a variety of pastries adorned the table for the younger girls to taste. Gu Yuanzhou, seeing her companion's noodles, felt a desire to try them as well. Zhou Shujin kindly served her a small bowl, and upon seeing her relish the dish, she ordered another for her. Gu Yuanzhou, beaming, finished her meal and let out a satisfied burp, casting a shy glance at the others. They looked at her with affectionate smiles, offering no judgment. Their gathering attracted the attention of several patrons, including the owner of the establishment. A table filled with beautiful women, some matrons, some young ladies, and 2 children, particularly the twins, sparked whispers and curious glances. Zhou Shujin and her companions were aware of the scrutiny, but chose to ignore it, confident in their own appeal. Have we all finished eating? Zhou Shujin inquired. Yes. We are quite full. Gu Yuanzhou was always the first to respond, ensuring the conversation flowed smoothly. You are full indeed, having belched several times, Zhou Shujin teased. Sister-in-law? Gu Yuanzhou shot Zhou Shujin a displeased look, recalling the earlier assurance that no one would mock her. All right, I shall refrain from teasing you further. Let us go now. We shall shop for beautiful garments, Zhou Shujin announced. But sister-in-law, we were provided with new clothes yesterday, so there is no need to purchase more today. We have enough to wear. Gu Yuanzhou expressed her apprehension, not wishing to appear greedy. Yes, sister-in-law. My sister and I have 2 new outfits each. Sufficient for quite some time. Just taking us out to enjoy ourselves will suffice. We need not buy more clothes, Gu Yuanzhou concurred. Indeed. Gu Yuanzhou nodded in agreement with her sister. Enough of this chatter. As I said, you must heed my wishes. Your brother mentioned yesterday that he would cover your expenses today. Rest assured, he is quite affluent and will not be impoverished by our shopping. As your brother, it is only right that he provides for his sisters, Zhou Shujin asserted. Gu Yuanzhou opened her mouth to protest, but Su Mengyun stopped her. Do not argue. Listen to your sister-in-law. Furthermore, you are soon to be courted. How can you present yourself without proper adornment? Upon hearing that Gu Yuanzhou was to be introduced to suitors, Gu Yuanzhou immediately rallied. Sister Ling, sister-in-law is correct. You must present yourself well for your suitors. We, being younger, can wait for our turn. You must purchase something new. No one is exempt from buying. We shall all procure new garments, Zhou Shujin declared, leaving no room for dissent. They proceeded directly to a clothing shop, selecting several outfits for each of them. Zhou Shujin and Su Mengyun, akin to doting caregivers, found every ensemble charming on their young charges, though they could not acquire every single one. Each girl selected 5 outfits, and they commissioned additional custom pieces before departing the tailor's shop to explore a nearby jewelry store. The younger ones had yet to accumulate many accessories, so they did not choose much, but Zhou Shujin was generous with Gu Yuanzhou, selecting a complete set of adornments from head to toe, including a custom-made headdress. Gu Yuanzhou was momentarily stunned by the abundance of exquisite items, overwhelmed by the generosity. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Zhou Shujin instructed the shopkeeper to pack everything and have it delivered to the Chongning Marquis' residence. Chapter 77. Gu Yuanzhou seeks trouble having acquired their garments. It was nearly noon, and Zhou Shujin led them to Jinwei Pavilion for lunch. The staff recognized both her and Su Mengyun, guiding them to their usual private room. Gu Yuanzhou was captivated by everything, her eyes darting around in wonder. It was only after entering the room that she settled into her seat, but upon noticing the decor, she stood again to explore. Zhou Shujin and the others indulged her curiosity, understanding that at her age, such fascination was entirely normal. Shortly thereafter, the door was knocked upon, and Shang Qingru entered, greeting Zhou Shujin. Sister-in-law, I heard you brought along a few charming little maidens. I came to see what you might like to eat, he remarked, surveying the surroundings and raising an eyebrow at the unfamiliar young ladies. Please, Mr. Shang, there is no need for formality. I merely brought my sisters and maidservants here for a simple meal. You may carry on with your duties, Zhou Shujin replied. Do not be so formal, sister-in-law. I have little else to occupy my time. Are they all members of the Gu family? Shang Qingru inquired, eyeing the sisters with curiosity. Zhou Shujin regarded him warily, questioning his intentions. What is your interest in such matters? Please, sister-in-law, do not think ill of me. I am merely curious. That fellow Gu Yuanzhou has never introduced us to his family, and it piques my interest, he explained. Zhou Shujin introduced. Oh, this is our eldest sister-in-law. And the other three are our younger sisters. After a brief introduction, Zhang Qingru understood and nodded to the sisters before taking his leave. Feeling that it was inappropriate for a man to linger among a gathering of women. Was that man the owner of this establishment? Su Mingyun recalled hearing Zhou Shujin mention that the proprietor was a friend of Gu Yuanzhou. Indeed, he may be young, but he possesses considerable business acumen. His establishments are quite profitable, Zhou Shujin noted. You are well informed, Su Mingyun remarked. He is a partner of Gu Yuanzhou, and part of our private wealth is entrusted to him, Zhou Shujin elaborated. Su Mingyun nodded, choosing not to press further, as her own family business was even larger, leaving her less curious about his affairs. Once the dishes arrived, the younger maidservants relished their meal, likely thrilled by the exquisite flavors. Gu Yuanzhou had grease on her lips, a testament to her enjoyment. Zhou Shujin noticed and offered her a handkerchief to wipe her face. Seeing her attentiveness, Su Mingyun teased. You seem quite adept at caring for children. When do you plan to have a child with the Marquis? Children? It is impossible for me to bear more with Gu Yuanzhou. I perished after giving birth in my past life, Zhou Shujin retorted. Both you and the elder brother have yet to have children. Why should we rush? Zhou Shujin countered. I fear I may not raise a child well and might spoil them, Su Mingyun confessed. Zhou Shujin, is there not a wet nurse? There is no need for you to take care of them personally. If you fear they will be spoiled, bring them to me, and I will ensure they behave. Truthfully. Zhou Shujin was unsure how to educate children. However, she and her brother had received their share of discipline from their father during their youth. A good beating often instilled obedience. As they dined and conversed, they spent nearly an hour together, and after consuming another pot of tea, they finally returned home. Upon her arrival, Zhou Shujin promptly succumbed to an afternoon nap, for she found herself drowsy after every meal, feeling increasingly lethargic. Yet, while she indulged in her slumber, chaos erupted outside. Her kindness towards the three sisters had incited jealousy among others. Recently, she had provided them with a fine residence, and today, she had taken them out to procure household items. Observing the numerous packages they returned with, it was not long before other young ladies' maids noticed and reported back to their mistresses. They dared not confront Zhou Shujin directly, for it would be far simpler to take out their frustrations on those whom they deemed vulnerable. The first to arrive was Gu Yuanzhou, who had previously contested this estate with Cui Tinger, having already harbored resentment from that dispute. She was further incensed to learn that the estate had been allocated to those she considered beneath her. When the three sisters returned and retreated to their rooms to arrange their spoils, Gu Yuanzhou seized the opportunity to confront them. The servants in the courtyard were few and could not restrain the furious Gu Yuanzhou. When she barged into the main hall, she was halted by Zhixiang, who had been assigned by Zhou Shujin to oversee the three sisters and prevent any trouble. Zhixiang, miss, whom do you seek? Having just settled in, neither party was familiar with the other's identity. Gu Yuanzhou, being one of the more favored young ladies of the third household, was adorned in fine attire, and her two maids made it evident she was not an ordinary servant. Gu Yuanzhou, and who might you be? I am a young lady of the Marquis residence, seeking Gu Yueling and her sisters. Step aside. Zhixiang nearly rolled her eyes. She did not recognize any young ladies from the Marquis residence, save for the two from the main household, and it was evident that Gu Yuanzhou belonged to one of the other branches. However, she would not indulge such arrogance. Prior to their arrival, the mistress had instructed that anyone seeking trouble in the estate would receive no leniency. They were to be expelled without causing injury. Apologies, miss, but this is the residence of our three young ladies. They have not mentioned any visitors, so I kindly ask you to leave. Zhixiang made a polite attempt to dissuade her, but Gu Yuanzhou was not inclined to heed a mere servant. Although Zhixiang did not appear to be an ordinary maid, Gu Yuanzhou, spoiled by her status, would not deign to show her respect. Gu Yuanzhou, what are you to speak on their behalf? I shall have them expelled. Those lowly girls do not deserve such fine quarters. Upon hearing such derogatory remarks from a young lady, Zhixiang felt a surge of indignation, yet she maintained her composure, knowing better than to provoke the mistress. Being a young lady of the Marquis residence, you should understand that the mistress has the final say here. She decides who resides in this estate, and it is not for you to dictate. Gu Yuanzhou was momentarily silenced. Although her mother had expressly forbidden her from clashing with Zhou Shujin, she now viewed the allocation of the estate to others as an affront, and disregarding her mother's warning. She declared, "The Marquis has not objected. How dare she allow my quarters to be taken from me? I will not accept her decision." Zhu Xiang regarded this petulant girl as one might observe a simpleton. Did she not comprehend that the Marquis household was governed by the mistress? Surely she had heard that the Marquis deferred all matters of the household to her. Someone ought to take your young lady back to her senses. Should the mistress hear such words, not even your family will be able to shield her. Gu Yuanzhou's maids exchanged glances, uncertain of whom to heed. Chapter 78. Overreaching Gu Yuanzhou discerned the sarcasm in Zhu Xiang's tone, which only fueled her fury. With her pent-up anger boiling over, she lunged to strike Zhu Xiang, only to miss as Zhu Xiang deftly sidestepped her, causing Gu Yuanzhou to lose her balance and fall, injuring her arm in the process. Zhu Xiang and the others were taken aback. How had an attempt to strike turned into such a mishap? Zhu Xiang nearly laughed, having never touched her. You all witnessed. I did not lay a finger on her. She fell of her own accord. With the aid of her maids, Gu Yuanzhou rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhu Xiang and berating her. "You wretched servant. You caused me to fall, and dare not admit it. Just wait until my mother arrives to deal with you." Zhu Xiang replied, "Miss, refrain from such unfounded accusations. I did not touch you. How could I have caused your fall? It was you who could not maintain your balance. Had you not dodged, I would have maintained my footing." Gu Yuanzhou retorted, her frustration palpable. "I suppose you expect me to stand still and await your strike? What nonsensical reasoning." Gu Yuanzhou, "I am the master. You are the servant. My words are law, and you dare to argue back?" As their quarrel escalated, Mei Xiang, having overheard the commotion, stepped outside and frowned upon seeing the hostile young woman. Clearly, Mei Xiang recognized her identity. Perhaps due to varying capabilities, Mei Xiang possessed the best memory among them. She could recall nearly everyone she had encountered, including this young lady from the third household. She recognized that Gu Yuanzhou had previously sought to claim the estate and, sensing the current tension, deduced that Gu Yuanzhou was aware it had been assigned to others, prompting her to create a ruckus. "Forgive me, but our masters are the Marquis and the mistress. The Marquis has instructed us to answer only to the mistress. Other matters do not concern us. If you wish to avoid escalating the situation, we can overlook it today, but I kindly ask you to return to your own quarters." Mei Xiang directly articulated her stance, and Gu Yuanzhou was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was being outmaneuvered by a servant, albeit one who did not appear to be typical. "Gu Yuanzhou, and you? Who are you to instruct me? Rest assured, I fear no repercussions. I am the victim in this scenario, and I will not be intimidated. Even if this reaches the Marquis." The audacity of this girl was astounding. Even her own maids were compelled to counsel her. They recognized that neither the mistress nor the Marquis was one to provoke lightly. If this truly reached the mistress, the outcome would not be favorable for Gu Yuanzhou. Zhu Xiang observed with amusement as Gu Yuanzhou brazenly threatened to escalate matters to the Marquis. "Miss, since your arrival, you have been causing a ruckus. Why not simply state your intentions?" "Gu Yuanzhou, I demand they vacate this place. I wish to reside here." Stunned by her shameless demand, Zhu Xiang and Mei Xiang exchanged incredulous glances, questioning the nature of this girl's folly. "Zhu Xiang, that request is beyond our ability to fulfill. The mistress has assigned this estate to the three young ladies, and it is thus theirs. No one may lay claim to it." "Gu Yuanzhou, then I will report you to the Marquis for your misconduct. You have injured me, and I will ensure you pay the price. Do as you will, but I shall not acknowledge actions I did not partake in," Zhu Xiang replied nonchalantly, genuinely unperturbed by the threat. "Just you wait," Gu Yuanzhou exclaimed, stamping her foot as she stormed out. She had yet to find those three whom she could vent her frustrations upon. This injury could not go unavenged, and she resolved to seek her mother for a solution. Just moments ago, Mei Xiang instructed Gu Yuling and the others not to venture outside. As soon as Gu Yuanzhou departed, the three of them hurried out, their faces etched with anxiety as they glanced towards Zhu Xiang and the others. What should they do? She would undoubtedly seek out their mother for a resolution. And what if they came to confront you? Gu Yuling looked at Zhu Xiang with urgency, while Gu Yuanzhou and Gu Yu shared her concern. Zhu Xiang reassured them, "There is no need for worry. I am in the ladies' good graces, and they would not dare to harm me." "But you do not understand them," Gu Yuling countered. "They are quite formidable when dealing with others. We have always suffered at their hands." Perhaps you should retreat to your sister-in-law's quarters for safety. They likely would not dare to pursue you there. Zhu Xiang replied, "It is all right, ladies. Have you all prepared your belongings? If no one is around, please continue with your tasks. I am fine, so do not fret. You are in this predicament because of me. It is our fault. If they come to seize you, I will take the blame, for I am also my father's blood. They will not be too harsh with me." Gu Yuling felt guilty, believing their troubles were due to Zhu Xiang. "Indeed, I will take the blame as well. I can be quite mischievous. Even if I were to face a few slaps, it would not matter. I have often endured mother's punishment, and it does not hurt." Gu Yuanzhou chimed in, having faced her fair share of discipline for defying the third lady's rules. Such young children. How could they not feel pain? Mei Xiang and Zhu Xiang were heartbroken, silently vowing to protect these unfortunate young ladies. "Rest assured, they truly would not dare to harm us. We are under the lady's protection, and within the manor, her word is law. She will not allow anyone to mistreat us. Do you trust in her?" Mei Xiang sought to calm their anxious hearts, reminding them of the formidable presence of Zhou Shujin, which brought them a sense of security. Earlier, when Gu Yuanzhou left, Mei Xiang had already dispatched someone to inform Zhou Shujin, so she likely had received the news by now, granting them assurance against any threats. Seeing their tension ease, Mei Xiang and Zhu Xiang escorted them back to their chambers, instructing the other maidservants to assist in organizing their belongings and to prevent them from stepping out regardless of any disturbances outside. Although they were indeed worried for Zhu Xiang and the others, the thought of their sister-in-law intervening alleviated their fears. They resolved to remain quietly in their rooms rather than complicate matters. Zhou Shujin was awakened from her slumber by Bai Ran, who informed her of the situation. Furious, she threw off her blanket. How could her people be threatened? She instructed Bai Ran to help her prepare, ensuring her appearance was impeccable before she, along with Bai Ran, Yun Miao, Lan Xiang, and Zhu Xiang, set off. Fortunately, the two courtyards were not far apart, and before long, Zhou Shujin and her entourage arrived, coincidentally encountering Gu Yuanzhou and her group at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhou Shujin, everyone instinctively bowed. Previously, she had allowed the ladies to bypass formalities, but today, she had little inclination to be magnanimous. They should indeed pay their respects to her as the mistress of the house. Chapter 79. A lesson for Gu Yuanzhou. Gu Yuanzhou had brought along her mother, the esteemed matriarch of the third household, intending to reprimand Zhu Xiang and the others in the courtyard. However, upon reaching the gate, they unexpectedly encountered Zhou Shujin. Madame Zhang, taken aback by Zhou Shujin's presence, felt a twinge of apprehension. Her daughter had vaguely mentioned being pushed by a malicious maid and sustaining an injury, which prompted her to accompany her without much thought. Now, faced with Zhou Shujin, she sensed that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. She had always harbored discontent regarding Zhou Shujin's decision to house those three sisters, yet she had refrained from voicing her objections. Seeing Zhou Shujin's formidable demeanor, she wondered if her daughter had indeed caused a ruckus. "Why has my niece come as well? Is there some trouble?" "Dear aunt, I heard there was a disturbance here, so I came to investigate," Zhou Shujin replied, casually glancing at Gu Yuanzhou behind Madame Zhang. Having not seen her much before, she now took in Gu Yuanzhou's countenance. She was fairly attractive but bore an air of shrewdness, lacking the charm of Yuanzhou and Yui. "I also heard from Exiner that there was merely a verbal altercation, hence my visit," Madame Zhang added. "Shall we enter together?" With that, Zhou Shujin stepped inside first, realizing she had never thoroughly examined the courtyard. The servants had yet to be properly assigned, leaving only Zhu Xiang, Mei Xiang, and a few second-tier maidservants present. They were all inside the house, rendering the courtyard particularly desolate. Zhou Shujin and her entourage made their way directly to the main house, where they encountered Mei Xiang upon entering. Upon seeing them, Mei Xiang promptly approached and bowed. "Madam," Zhou Shujin inquired, "I have heard there was a disturbance. What transpired?" "Madam, this young lady came to see the three young ladies, yet from the outset, she spoke harshly, demanding they vacate the premises. We feared for their safety and did not allow them to come out. However, this young lady persisted and clashed with Zhu Xiang, ultimately losing her footing and falling." Mei Xiang reported, maintaining her composure. Gu Yuanzhou was not pleased with Mei Xiang's account, which, while largely accurate, she refused to acknowledge. She often resorted to deceit when cornered. "You are speaking nonsense." Which lowly maid dares to fabricate such lies about a master? Beware, or I shall have you sold off. How audacious! Who permits you to sell my people? Zhou Shujin glowered at Gu Yuanzhou, appalled by her audacity. My mother. I did not do it. She is lying. That maid pushed me. Gu Yuanzhou protested, scanning the room for Zhu Xiang. How dare you call her a maid? Who gave you the audacity? They are my esteemed maidservants, and if I hear you utter such words again, I shall have your tongues severed. Zhou Shujin's fierce declaration left both mother and daughter stunned. Recovering quickly, Madame Zhang urged her daughter to apologize. Exiner, do not speak recklessly. Let us return home. It must have been a misunderstanding. We will seek a doctor for you. Madame Zhang, well aware of Zhou Shujin's formidable reputation, sought to silence her daughter, opting for a quiet retreat. However, her rebellious daughter refused to yield, defiantly challenging Zhou Shujin. It is not a misunderstanding. They pushed me. I have witnesses. Ask Xiao Feng and Xiao Qin. They saw it. Xiao Feng and Xiao Qin, thrust into the spotlight, felt nervous but chose to lie, fearing Gu Yuanzhou's wrath should they defy her. Yet Zhou Shujin dismissed their testimony, signaling Yin Miao, who promptly delivered 2 resounding slaps across Gu Yuanzhou's face, leaving her dazed. As a martial artist, Yin Miao's strikes were not to be taken lightly, and soon Gu Yuanzhou's cheek swelled. With a loud cry, she turned to her mother, disbelief etched across her face. I warned you. Should I hear you call anyone a maid again, I will have your tongue removed. I have spared you this time for the sake of your father's status, but next time, I will show no mercy, Zhou Shujin declared.
Wu Xin,
accustomed to her domineering ways, found herself unable to tolerate the humiliation. However, as she opened her mouth to speak, pain shot through her cheek, and her mother, fearing further scandalous remarks, quickly intervened. Exiner, cease your words, she admonished, casting a fierce glare at her daughter. While she felt sympathy for her child's suffering, she recognized that continuing to challenge Zhou Shujin would yield no benefit. It was wiser to retreat for now. Nephew's wife. Consider that these are merely children who lack understanding. Even if she inadvertently pushed her, she should not be so petty. I shall speak to her when we return. Do not stoop to her level. It is evident that Zhu Xiang was the one who pushed her, but Zhou Shujin is not easily deceived. Second aunt. It is better to clarify the facts to avoid any notion that I am bullying anyone. You two, come here. She pointed directly at Xiaofeng and Xiaoqin, who exchanged nervous glances, hesitant to approach Zhou Shujin. With a furrowed brow, Zhou Shujin watched as Yun Miao swiftly brought the two forward. Seeing the frightened girls tremble, Zhou Shujin lost interest in interrogating them and instructed Yun Miao to inquire instead. They had already witnessed Yun Miao's formidable nature, and without further prompting, they confessed. Madam, was it that young lady who pushed our miss? Our miss intended to strike her and ended up falling herself, said Xiaofeng's maid, lowering her head in resignation. Already bracing for a beating upon returning, though she seemed more terrified of Zhou Shujin. She felt as if Zhou Shujin could see right through her soul. Just a glance had filled her with dread. To her surprise, her own maid did not come to her defense, infuriating Gu Yuanzhou, who almost lunged at them. Fortunately, Zhang Shi held her back. She could not allow her daughter to provoke Zhou Shujin further. The master had warned her never to offend Zhou Shujin in the Marquis' residence, lest Gu Yuanzhou also seek retribution against them. Mother, you're not helping me. Gu Yuanzhou was oblivious to her misconduct and instead resented her mother's interference. Zhang Shi found herself at a loss for words. In the confines of the third branch, she had always been the one in control, indulging her daughter in her whims. However, now that they aspired for a better life, they had to rely on others. The Marquis' residence was governed by Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin, and she could not allow her daughter to provoke Zhou Shujin. Chapter 80. Reluctance to marry. Are you disregarding your mother's words? I just told you to see a doctor when we return. If you stir up trouble again, your sister-in-law may become angry. And then you will not be allowed to come here anymore. What will you do then? Zhang Shi was exasperated, wondering why her daughter failed to read the room. Was she unaware of who could be offended and who could not? Gu Yuanzhou wanted to argue that she lacked such authority, but upon meeting her mother's fierce gaze, she swallowed her words. Seeing her daughter finally silent, Zhang Shi breathed a sigh of relief and promptly apologized to Zhou Shujin, admitting her failure to manage her daughter's headstrong nature. She claimed that while her daughter was kind-hearted, she was easily incited by the servants, ultimately shifting the blame onto them. Zhou Shujin recognized Zhang Shi's manipulative tactics and resolved to limit her interactions with his family in the future. As long as they could stir up trouble with the old madam of the Gu family, it sufficed. After apologizing to Zhou Shujin, she departed with Gu Yuanzhou. Though the young girl's fiery temperament remained evident, her silent glare seemed to convey a desire to devour Zhou Shujin. Fortunately, Zhou Shujin was not easily intimidated. She had yet to fear anyone in the Marquis' residence. "Madam, do be cautious of their potential schemes against you," Yu Miao advised. Zhou Shujin dismissed her concern. "Why should I fear her? Besides, should she plot against me, I have you all by my side. With so many of you, how could she succeed?" Yun Miao was momentarily speechless. This was not a matter of physical confrontation. If it were, she could handle it alone. "Madam, it is prudent to remain vigilant. An open confrontation is not to be feared, but it is the treachery of those who act in the shadows that poses a true threat. If they were to undermine you before the Marquis, it could lead to dire consequences." Mei Xiang shared her concerns, noting that the mother and daughter duo were clearly not to be underestimated. "Do not worry. Even if Gu Yuanzhou were to conspire against me, he would not believe them." "Rest assured," Zhou Shujin replied. She was unsure why, but perhaps in this lifetime, Gu Yuanzhou had chosen to trust her from the very beginning, which emboldened her belief that he would never doubt her. Although she was aware that the Marquis treated them well, those close to her could not help but fear unforeseen complications. "Madam, you should take greater care, especially since both I and Zhu will not be by your side for a while. You must remain vigilant," Mei Xiang cautioned. "Mei Xiang, you sound like an old matron. I am quite capable, and with Yun Miao's presence, no one can bully me." "Indeed," Yun Miao affirmed. "Madam, do you think I am a pushover? The Marquis has said that as long as I do not harm anyone fatally, I can handle matters as I see fit. Anyone who dares to provoke you shall be dealt with severely." Mei Xiang's lips twitched. It seemed that those trained in combat shared a similar mindset. So long as no one was killed, it was all fair game. "Enough of this worrying. We must arrange the servants in this courtyard promptly. Otherwise, there will always be troublemakers. Mei Xiang, you are efficient, so please inform the steward to expedite the staffing arrangements. Ideally by tonight. However, we cannot rush to find suitable candidates. Otherwise, we risk hiring unsuitable individuals, which would be counterproductive." "True. For now, let him assemble staff according to the standards of this courtyard. You and the others will continue to look after the young ladies until we find more suitable replacements." "Understood. I shall speak with the steward at once." Once Mei Xiang left, Zhou Shujin made her way to the rooms where the young ladies resided. She arrived at the largest chamber and knocked on the door. Gu Yuanzhou answered and stepped aside to let her in. "Sister-in-law, please come in. Do not be so formal. I just came to see if you need anything." As Zhou Shujin entered, she surveyed the surroundings, which were quite elegantly arranged. "Nothing is lacking, sister-in-law. This place is wonderful. What could we possibly want?" Gu Yuanzhou responded. "Though the decor is satisfactory, this will be your room. Feel free to change it to your liking. I have promised to ensure your comfort, at least within the Marquis' residence. I can guarantee that." "I understand, sister-in-law. You are a kind person, always wishing to provide us with the best. We are already very content. We never imagined we would reside in such a place. There is no need to overthink it. Your brother believes that as members of the Gu family, we should share both blessings and burdens. Should misfortune befall us, I hope you will lend your support. We are essentially investing in our future together." Zhou Shujin sought to ease any sense of indebtedness, but Gu Yuanzhou was not oblivious. She recognized it as a form of comfort. Though Zhou Shujin appeared carefree, she was perceptive. "Sister-in-law, I cannot predict what the future holds, but I understand the principle of shared fortune and misfortune. I cannot promise to bring great glory to the Gu family, but I will ensure that I do not tarnish our name or bring shame upon us. I believe you are capable of that. Your youth does not diminish the fact that you take it upon yourself to care for your younger sisters. This speaks volumes of your kind nature. Kind-hearted individuals tend to do well, which is why your brother and I are inclined to assist you. Previously, when the third branch was divided, your brother was aware, but could not intervene. Now that we are united, he shall oversee matters. Rest assured, I will mention today's events to him, urging him to caution others against troubling you. It is we three who are too weak, thus constantly relying on our brother and sister-in-law for help. It is not weakness. It is that you have endured hardships that prevented you from living as a true young lady of the Marquis' residence. You lacked even a servant and were unaware of your stepmother and father's intentions." Gu Yuanzhou offered a bitter smile. It seemed that since the passing of their stepmother, they had not seen their father again. Zhou Shujin remarked, "Let us not dwell on the past. With new beginnings, we must focus on living well. As the eldest, you should learn to cultivate your own people and also teach your two younger sisters." Gu Yuling asked, "Cultivate my own people?" "Indeed," Zhou Shujin replied. "In the future, when you marry, you must bring your own people to your husband's family. Otherwise, you may easily find yourself at their mercy." Gu Yuling nodded, somewhat understanding. Zhou Shujin continued, "Do not worry. In a few days, I will find someone to teach you, especially you, as you are not young anymore and may soon receive marriage proposals." Gu Yuling, who was 17 and 2 years older than Zhou Shujin, had matured more than her peers due to her past experiences. "Sister-in-law, can I not marry? Can I not just stay here at the Ho residence and take care of my sisters?" Gu Yuling asked. Zhou Shujin was momentarily taken aback. She too was unsure how to respond. After all, what young woman in their society would forgo marriage unless there was some hidden ailment preventing it? Zhou Shujin said, "Honestly, I do not know how to answer you. Keeping you in the residence is not a burden, as the Ho family can afford to support you. However, not marrying would inevitably invite much gossip. Are you able to endure that?" Gu Yuling was uncertain, but her fear stemmed from the thought that if she married, no one would care for her sisters. Moreover, witnessing her father's indifference made her reluctant to marry. She feared ending up with a cold-hearted husband like him. "Sister-in-law, I am somewhat afraid. I worry that I will not find a good man like my brother, but instead end up with someone as unfaithful as my father. Wouldn't he that make me like my stepmother?" Zhou Shujin acknowledged, "While that is a possibility, I believe your brother will help you investigate the character of any suitor. There is no need to worry. It is still early. When a suitable match presents itself, your brother will be there to guide you. If you find someone you like, do let me know." Gu Yuling replied, "Sister-in-law, I do not have anyone in mind. I seldom leave the Ho residence." Zhou Shujin reassured her, "I understand. Do not be anxious, I mean in the future." Gu Yuling nodded, and the two of them continued their conversation until Gu Yuxian and Gu Yu arrived. "Sister-in-law, you must come and see my room. It is lovely," Gu Yuxian exclaimed, immediately charming Zhou Shujin. After tousling her hair, Zhou Shujin agreed. "Soon, I will check on your rooms, and if there is anything you desire, just let your sisters know." Gu Yuxian replied, "I understand, but I feel like I have everything I want already. My room is filled with so many delightful things." "I have no desires either, sister-in-law," Gu Yu added, showing a rare spark of liveliness. Admiring the two beautiful girls, Zhou Shujin thought how wonderful it would be if they were her daughters. "From now on, I will arrange for someone to teach you etiquette and propriety. As young ladies of the Ho family, you must present yourselves with grace and diligence in your studies," she instructed. "Understood," they replied in unison, showcasing their twin connection. Before Zhou Shujin could leave, the butler arrived with the newly appointed servants. Since she was still present, she quickly assessed the situation and asked a few questions before instructing Mei Xiang to take charge of arrangements, particularly to ensure the guards were properly assigned, preventing any intruders from wandering into the courtyard. The butler provided 4 robust guards for the time being, with plans for additional hires later. 4 new maidservants were also introduced, all unfamiliar faces. Upon inquiry, it was revealed they had just been purchased. Zhou Shujin furrowed her brow but then considered that having new servants would make it easier for her to train them, avoiding any divided loyalties that might arise from previously employed staff. The newly acquired maidservants, aged around 12 or 13, would serve as companions for the 2 younger girls. After ensuring their arrangements were satisfactory, Zhou Shujin noted the time and prepared to meet Gu Yuanzhou upon his return from duty. She instructed Mei Xiang to oversee everything before returning to her own quarters. Once back, she ordered the kitchen to prepare a meal, taking the opportunity to request some of Gu Yuanzhou's favorite dishes. In this life, she had never managed his meals. Yet the memories from her past life were deeply ingrained, allowing her to easily recall his preferences. After all, she had always centered her life around him, knowing his every liking, even his aversion to her. When the cook heard the dishes she ordered, he was taken aback, for they were all favorites of the Marquis. Previously, unless the Marquis himself requested them, his wife had never asked for such meals. It truly felt as though the sun had risen in the west, and the cooks exchanged playful banter as they hurried to prepare everything before the Marquis's return. As Gu Yuanzhou arrived, Zhou Shujin awaited him at the door. Upon entering the residence, the butler had already briefed him on the day's events, assuring him that Zhou Shujin and the others had not suffered any grievances. He did not inquire further, trusting that she would share anything she deemed necessary. In her own quarters, Zhang Shi was also feeling quite discontent. Although she resided in one of the better rooms of the third household, it paled in comparison to the main courtyard of the Ho residence. Her daughter had faced difficulties today, yet she dared not voice her frustrations, blaming her husband for his incompetence. After all, they shared the same bloodline as the Marquis. How could they be so inferior? If their branch could assert itself, perhaps Gu Yuanzhou would not be the one to inherit the Ho estate. When Gu Tingju returned, he noticed his wife's troubled expression and was puzzled. What is with that face? It looks as though someone owes you money. Zhang Shi, recalling her daughter's mishap, hurriedly recounted the events to her husband. Then, in a flustered manner, she asked, "What should we do now?" I sense that the daughter-in-law might still be somewhat upset. However, our ex-iron heir has already been punished, so she should not trouble us again. Gu Tingju felt a headache coming on and replied sternly, a doting mother only spoils her child. You have indulged you ex-iron to the point where she dares to speak out in front of the lady of the Ho residence. What good does slapping her do? Do you wish to remain in the Ho residence? Although Zhang Shi felt some trepidation, a sliver of hope remained in her heart. Surely, Gu Yuanzhou would still remember their familial ties. Yet Yuanzhou cannot simply follow his wife's every whim. I have also punished ex-iron heir. I did not dare to speak out. We returned with our tails between our legs. Gu Tingju retorted, you have a naive perspective. Have you not heard how Yuanzhou dotes on his wife? He does not even regard our sister-in-law. That is his own mother. What are we in comparison? You should consider how to apologize to them. Your foolishness will be the death of me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi furrowed her brow. If he called her foolish, how much wiser was he? With a displeased huff, she thought him a simpleton, an adult still lacking in reliability. If he were more responsible and capable of providing for the family, they would not have to rely on the main household. Noticing her silence and cold demeanor, Gu Tingju felt his mood sour. His temper had grown increasingly volatile over the years, and now she dared to show displeasure towards him.
Who are you sulking at?
Are you even listening to me? When Yuanzhou returns, you will take Xin to apologize to her brother and sister-in-law. You must gain their forgiveness. Otherwise, I cannot save you. Zhang Shi contemplated his words and found some merit in them. Regardless of the situation, today's incident had indeed escalated. It would not hurt to proactively explain to Gu Yuanzhou. Perhaps he would not pursue the matter further, especially since they were the ones who had suffered. Zhou Shujin and the others had emerged unscathed. In an attempt to persuade her daughter to apologize, Zhang felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that it would require considerable effort. What misfortune had befallen them, that not a single reliable person could be found in the family. Chapter 82. Zhang's apology at Tian Pavilion. Upon hearing from Cui Tinger about the events of the day, the old matriarch Gu felt a flicker of satisfaction. Someone had dared to confront Zhou Shujin, albeit without significant consequence. Nevertheless, Zhou Shujin accumulating more adversaries could be advantageous for them, as the saying goes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. While she could not overtly intervene, she could discreetly assist the third branch as long as it meant undermining Zhou Shujin. Old matriarch Gu, did you say that girl's name is Yuexin? Cui Tinger. Indeed, auntie. She is the legitimate eldest daughter of the second uncle from the third branch. The second aunt dotes on her excessively. Old matriarch Gu. So, when that woman struck her today, they did not escalate the matter?
Cui Tinger shook her head, perplexed.
She had heard that Gu Yuexin had a notoriously fiery temper and was someone whom no one dared to provoke within the third branch. That she would let this incident pass was indeed strange. Old matriarch Gu, it seems there is more to this story. Go and inquire further to ascertain the specifics. And once you have clarity, we shall devise a strategy. Cui Tinger, I understand, Andy, but must we truly collaborate with them? I've had my disagreements with Gu Yuexin before. Old matriarch Gu dismissed her concerns, suggesting that while collaboration was not necessary, they could certainly find ways to utilize them to their advantage. Cui Tinger, being quite perceptive, quickly grasped the implication. Despite their past grievances, they could still be of use, as long as it served their purposes. With this realization, a smile crept onto her face as she contemplated how to leverage the situation. Zhang entered the Liuli pavilion, her heart racing with anxiety. This time, she had not brought Gu Yuexin along, mainly because she could not persuade her. However, her husband's words echoed in her mind. If they took the initiative to apologize, surely Gu Yuanzhou would not exacerbate the situation. Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin did not make things difficult for her, allowing her to enter without incident. As she stepped into the room, her heart raced. Her earlier quarrel with Gu Tingju felt trivial compared to the gravity of facing Gu Yuanzhou and his wife, causing her to stifle her breath in nervousness. Zhou Shujin, noticing Gu Yuanzhou's silence, gestured for her to sit. Zhang cautiously lifted her gaze to Gu Yuanzhou before carefully taking a seat, refraining from acting with the authority of an elder. Gu Yuanzhou's demeanor remained unchanged, inscrutable, which only heightened her unease. She was uncertain if Zhou Shujin had mentioned the earlier incident, and with the silence hanging thick, she found it difficult to broach the topic. Zhou Shujin broke the silence. "Did you come here for something, second aunt?" "Zhang, it's about my errant daughter. She is still quite young and lacks understanding. Her father has already reprimanded her harshly, but she has become increasingly difficult to manage. I thought I might come to speak with the Lord and see if you could assist in guiding her and her sisters to be more sensible, so that my husband and I can rest easy." Once she finished speaking, Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin exchanged glances, contemplating how best to respond. He had no intention of confronting her over this matter, understanding her humble approach. "Gu Yuanzhou, second aunt, it is indeed challenging to educate younger sisters, especially when I am not often in the residence. However, you could consider allowing them to learn from their sister-in-law. As for the younger brothers, coincidentally, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Zhang's heart raced at the unexpected shift in conversation. She had only one biological son. The rest were born of concubines, and while she cared little for the latter, her son was paramount in her thoughts. "Gu Yuanzhou, it is not a significant issue. I heard from a colleague that Lushan Academy is opening enrollment. I studied there for 2 years, and the instructors are quite capable. I am considering sending the young masters to the academy for their education. I would like to know your and second aunt's opinions on this." Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Sending all her sons to the academy? They would need to stay there, and she wondered if her son could endure such hardships. "Zhang, I am not well versed in this. Perhaps I should consult your second uncle for his thoughts?" Gu Yuanzhou was not insistent, having extended the same opportunity to both the second and third branches. It was up to them to seize it. "Gu Yuanzhou, very well, second aunt, please inquire and respond to me at your convenience. I must act swiftly to ensure their registration." Zhang nodded in agreement. Not wishing to linger longer, she took her leave. Once she departed, Zhou Shujin inquired, "Do you truly intend to send them all to the academy?" "Gu Yuanzhou, I would like to send them all, provided they possess the requisite abilities. Lushan Academy is not easily accessible. They must pass through rigorous examinations." "Zhou Shujin, did you tell second aunt that all the younger brothers should go?" "Gu Yuanzhou, I did imply as much, but I doubt they will send all the younger brothers, especially her biological son." "Zhou Shujin, afraid he will struggle?" Gu Yuanzhou gave her a knowing look, prompting Zhou Shujin to roll her eyes in response. "Zhou Shujin, education is essential for their future. Those young masters raised in the residence, if they lack both martial and literary skills, how can they aspire to greatness? It seems they are content to live off your efforts. Gu Yuanzhou, the issue lies in their early education. We shall see if there is still an opportunity to rectify the younger ones." "Zhou Shujin, are you genuinely committed to nurturing them, without fearing that they might vie for power against you?" "Gu Yuanzhou, if they possess such capabilities, the Houfu will not have to worry about their future." Zhou Shujin regarded him, struggling to comprehend his intentions. "Gu Yuanzhou, rest assured, Lushan Academy boasts many distinguished instructors. Should the young masters manage to gain admission and thrive in such an environment, they will understand the principle of mutual success and failure. If they truly possess talent, they will not seek to contest with me but will aspire to strengthen the Vofu." "Zhou Shujin, is the academy truly that exceptional?" "Gu Yuanzhou, indeed, it is one of the finest institutions in the capital, producing remarkably talented scholars." Zhou Shujin, having spent much time at the border, was unfamiliar with such matters. Yet, if Gu Yuanzhou deemed it commendable, she would trust his judgment, not feeling inclined to inquire further. "Zhou Shujin, you should also keep an eye on potential suitors for Yuling. If you find someone suitable, inform me ahead of time. I will accompany my sister-in-law to assess the match. If he is agreeable, we can arrange for her to meet him. But do not bring someone to the house all at once. It would be awkward if Yuling dislikes him." Gu Yuanzhou, taken aback, reassured her of his reliability. "Gu Yuanzhou, I understand, and will ensure to consider suitable prospects for her." Zhou Shujin nodded, recalling that Yuling had expressed her reluctance to marry. However, she thought that even if Yuling was initially disinclined, if she were presented with appropriate candidates, she might reconsider. In these times, remaining unmarried was ultimately untenable. Chapter 83. Preparing for the princess's wedding at the Wang family residence. The day of Princess Xiao Zhangyao's wedding had arrived. Zhou Shujin accompanied Gu Yuanzhou, bringing Gu Yuling along to expose her to the wider world. Gu Yuling was assigned a personal maid named Ruizhu, a composed young woman chosen by both Su Mengyun and Zhou Shujin. Previously, she had served as a first-class maid in a prominent household, but was sold after her parents made a mistake that affected their family. Coincidentally, the Gu family purchased her, and Zhou Shujin arranged for her parents to work at the Ofu's estate, earning Ruizhu's gratitude, which motivated her to work diligently. Recognizing her extensive knowledge, Zhou Shujin encouraged her to impart as much as possible to Gu Yuling, ensuring that when she eventually marries, she will not be left ignorant and vulnerable to mistreatment. Initially, Gu Yuling hesitated to attend, feeling intimidated by the gravity of the occasion and fearful of making mistakes that might implicate her brother and sister-in-law. However, Zhou Shujin reassured her, promising to accompany and watch over her, which alleviated her concerns and allowed her to join them in the carriage. Inside the carriage, Zhou Shujin noticed Gu Yueling's lingering nervousness as she fidgeted with her skirt. "Do not be overly anxious," Zhou Shujin advised. "Consider this an outing. Merely greet others you encounter. Ruizhu will guide you in what to do, and both your brother and I will be there. If you are unsure, a smile will suffice." "I understand, sister-in-law," Gu Yueling replied, "but I cannot help feeling tense." "I comprehend," Zhou Shujin said gently. "It is natural to feel this way. Every experience has its first time. We will learn gradually. In these past few days, Ruizhu and Mama Qin have surely taught you quite a bit." "Yes, they have taught me much. But I am naturally slow to learn," Gu Yueling admitted, lowering her gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Do not fret, you were previously hindered. We are not in a hurry. Ruizhu possesses a wealth of knowledge, and will teach you well, won't you, Ruizhu?" Zhou Shujin turned to Ruizhu, who nodded with a smile. "I may not know much, but I will impart all that I can to Miss," Ruizhu assured them. "Indeed," Zhou Shujin replied. "Your diligent care for Miss does not go unnoticed by me and the Marquis. My family owes their lives to the Madam's mercy. Your great kindness cannot be repaid, and I shall do my utmost to serve Miss well," Ruizhu responded sincerely. Zhou Shujin understood the gravity of Ruizhu's situation. Her parents had fallen into disgrace, leaving them without prospects. Zhou Shujin had taken the initiative to rescue them, bringing Ruizhu and her family back, ensuring they were provided for, thus saving their lives. "You need not worry so much," Zhou Shujin reassured her. "As long as you are sincere in your work, I will not treat you unfairly." "Thank you, madam," Ruizhu replied gratefully. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, the coachman announced their arrival. Gu Yuanzhou rode alongside the carriage, dismounting before approaching it to assist Zhou Shujin as she exited. Bai Ran was the first to lift the curtain and step out, followed by Gu Yueling and Ruizhu, with Zhou Shujin being the last to alight. As she descended, Gu Yuanzhou extended his hand to support her. Although it would have been easy for Zhou Shujin to jump down, she hesitated at the sight of the many onlookers, opting instead to gently place her hand on Gu Yuanzhou's for support. Watching her brother treat his sister-in-law with such care filled Gu Yueling with admiration. The doorman at the Wang residence greeted them warmly, and the young master, Xiao Jingxian, rushed to welcome them. "Brother Zhou, sister-in-law, you have arrived," he exclaimed. Surprised by the young master's cordiality, Zhou Shujin felt a mix of flattery and apprehension due to his esteemed status. "I greet you, young master," she said, bowing respectfully. "You need not be so formal, sister-in-law," Xiao Jingxian replied. "I grew up alongside brother Zhou. He is like a brother to me. If you bow again, he might just skin me alive." Though his words were exaggerated, Zhou Shujin could discern the genuine bond they shared, a sentiment Gu Yuanzhou had previously conveyed to her, prompting her to nod in understanding. "Let us proceed inside. You have other guests to attend to," Gu Yuanzhou said, guiding Zhou Shujin to follow. "Not at all. I will lead you in. You are esteemed guests," Xiao Jingxian insisted, ushering them through the entrance as Gu Yuanzhou took Zhou Shujin's hand. Upon entering, Gu Yuanzhou headed towards the male guests area, while Zhou Shujin and the others moved to the female guests section. Those who were close to the princess would visit the bride's chamber to assist with her adornment. Although Zhou Shujin did not share a deep friendship with Xiao Zhangyao, Gu Yuanzhou had spoken highly of her character, encouraging her to engage with her. Therefore, she brought a precious gift to contribute to the bride's adornment. This gift, prepared by Su Mengyun, was a splendid set of ruby hairpieces. Initially, Zhou Shujin intended to select a valuable item from her own dowry. But her sister-in-law had insisted on presenting the entire ruby set, claiming that she had learned of the princess's fondness for rubies. Zhou Shujin felt a twinge of guilt in frequently utilizing her sister-in-law's possessions, yet Su Mengyun dismissed her concerns, asserting that she would never exhaust her collection and would eventually have Zhou Shujin use the Marquis' resources to support her. With the guidance of the servants, they soon arrived at Xiao Zhengyao's chamber, where a lively atmosphere prevailed, filled with women exchanging compliments. Overwhelmed by the flattery, Xiao Zhengyao bore with a polite smile. Upon noticing Zhou Shujin and her sister-in-law's arrival, she raised her eyebrows in surprise, pondering whether Zhou Shujin needed to be there for the adornment. "Princess, congratulations!" Zhou Shujin exclaimed, presenting the gift she had received from Bai Rand to Xiao Zhengyao. Xiao Zhengyao's eyes widened as she opened the box, momentarily speechless. Despite her noble status and having encountered many fine items, she had never seen such an exquisite set entirely adorned with rubies. While she had received many gifts in the past, they typically consisted of single hairpins or earrings. Not only was Xiao Zhengyao captivated, but the nearby young ladies also took notice. The gifts they had brought paled in comparison, despite their own worth. Even the young lady from the Lu family, who was closest to the princess, had only presented a pearl necklace, and now she pouted in envy at Zhou Shujin's offering. "Madame Gu, what a generous gift. It seems your present exceeds all of ours combined," the Lu young lady remarked, intentionally trying to sow discord amongst the group. Zhou Shujin did not recognize the speaker, but merely smiled lightly, directing her gaze back to the princess. "Princess, I have had limited interactions with you, but I have long wished to express my gratitude for your past assistance. Furthermore, my husband has spoken highly of your character, citing your noble deeds. As he considers you like a sister, I come today to offer a token of our esteem on this special occasion." Xiao Zhengyao felt a warm sense of appreciation. She was indeed familiar with Gu Yuanzhou, who commanded respect from her brother, who rarely listened to anyone else. Notably, he seemed genuinely devoted to her brother, which endeared him to her, further solidifying her trust in their friendship. "Dear sister-in-law, you are too kind. Since Yuanzhou considers me a sister, you may call me the same, rather than using my title," Xiao Zhengyao suggested. Zhou Shujin felt embarrassed, as if she had inadvertently recognized a familial bond between Gu Yuanzhou and the princess. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Xiao Zhengyao inquired, noticing Zhou Shujin's hesitance. "Of course not, sister," Zhou Shujin replied, trying to mask her discomfort. "Good," Xiao Zhengyao smiled, treating her with an affable warmth that left Zhou Shujin both amused and perplexed. What if Gu Yuanzhou was uncomfortable with this newfound sisterly title? Though, she reasoned, their opportunities to meet would likely be few. And who might this be? Xiao Zhengyao glanced at Gu Yueling, who was following Zhou Shujin, and noticed that her attire suggested she was not merely a maid, prompting her to inquire further. "Oh, Your Highness, this is our family's fifth Miss Gu Yueling. Today, Shujin brought her along to let everyone see her. With your impending marriage, many daughters and wives from prominent families will be present. As long as Yueling makes an appearance before them, someone is bound to notice her." Xiao Zhengyao asked, "Yueling? What a lovely name. How old is she this year? Is she betrothed?" Zhou Shujin replied, "Sister, Yueling has not been engaged due to her filial piety. Time has flown, and she is now 17. My husband and I were quite anxious, which is why we brought her out. This sister of mine is so dutiful that she insisted on staying home to care for our two younger sisters. I had to coax her to come out." The implication in Zhou Shujin's words was that Gu Yueling was a child of great filial devotion and kindness, a virtuous girl of outstanding beauty, and despite being slightly older, she would undoubtedly make a commendable wife. Xiao Zhengyao remarked, 17, yet she appears so youthful. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought she was merely 13 or 14. Zhou Shujin added, her previous hardships, coupled with a lack of nourishment, made her somewhat frail. But she has gained much vitality recently, her complexion at least now rosy. Indeed, this young lady exudes a youthful charm. Why have I not seen her about before? At 17, surely her mother ought to have arranged for her to meet potential suitors, came a snide comment from the crowd. Zhou Shujin, disinterested in their barbs, gently squeezed Gu Yueling's anxious hand, offering her reassurance. Zhou Shujin explained, "What you may not know is that our Yueling has been diligently praying at the family altar for 5 years due to our grandmother's illness, as a fortune teller advised. While other descendants were reluctant, Yueling, at merely 12, resolutely took it upon herself to fulfill this duty, facing every storm without fail for 5 years, which has delayed her engagement. Zhou Shujin spoke with conviction, unconcerned with others' opinions, for they would not venture to verify her words with the Marquis' household. Gu Yuanzhou was momentarily taken aback, but upon receiving a wink from her sister-in-law, she lowered her gaze, choosing silence. She understood that her sister-in-law's intentions were well-meaning. Xiao Jingyao regarded the pair with a mix of skepticism and sympathy before exclaiming, "It is rare to find such a devoted child, and she appears rather unfortunate." "You are Yuanzhou, correct? Step a little closer, come before me." Upon seeing the princess beckoning her, Gu Yuanzhou's expression turned to one of fright as she glanced at Zhou Shujin. Zhou Shujin gently encouraged her with a nod. "Go on." With a slight nod of acknowledgement, Gu Yuanzhou approached the princess. Though still nervous, she recalled the advice she had received. While out in public, she represented the Marquis' household and must maintain its dignity at all times. "Greetings, Your Highness," she said, bowing respectfully before Xiao Jingyao, who smiled warmly and remarked, "You seem to be a kind-hearted child." "Very well, your brother and sister-in-law call me sister. You may do the same." "Sister," Gu Yuanzhou replied, and Xiao Jingyao's smile widened, charmed by the girl's sweetness. "I shall give you a token of our meeting," she declared as she removed a jade hairpin adorned with rubies from her head and placed it in Gu Yuanzhou's hair. Gu Yuanzhou, unable to discern its nature, but aware that it was a precious gift from the princess, protested, "Your Highness, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. The items bestowed by this princess are never to be reclaimed. Wear it well," Xiao Zhengyao insisted. Zhou Shujin interjected, "If the princess wishes you to wear it, then do so." With Zhou Shujin's endorsement, Gu Yuanzhou nodded and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Others present exchanged glances, surprised that this newly emerged daughter of the Gu family had so easily gained the princess's favor. Clearly, the Gu family would need to cultivate their connections further, as even the princess regarded them with newfound respect. Zhou Shujin and her party did not linger long, for the room was crowded. They exited alongside several other young ladies, none of whom were acquainted with one another. After exchanging polite nods, they parted ways, with attendants guiding them to the ladies' seating area. When the groom arrived, they would all proceed to the main hall to await his arrival. Zhou Shujin had witnessed weddings at the border, which were relatively simple, but here in the capital, the ceremonies were far more elaborate, especially given the royal family's involvement, which necessitated even greater formality. During the marriage procession, Gu Yuanzhou entered the main hall, immediately searching for Zhou Shujin's familiar figure. Upon entering, he spotted her and the others conversing in a corner. He quickly approached them, but said little, opting instead to stand by their side, in silent companionship. It was not until the newlyweds had completed their formalities and departed that Gu Yuanzhou turned to them, and Zhou Shujin met his gaze. "Are we heading back now, or shall we wait until after the meal?" Gu Yuanzhou inquired. Zhou Shujin replied, "Now that we are out, we must at least partake in a meal before departing. Surely the royal household would not send guests away hungry after marrying off their daughter?" Gu Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow, bemused. What sort of host would neglect to provide a meal for their guests? Chapter 85, Seeking the Old Marquis' Decision after enjoying lunch at the royal residence. Zhou Shujin took Gu Yuanzhou for a stroll. By the time they returned to the Marquis' residence, it was already evening. Gu Yuanzhou had duties to attend to in the afternoon and did not accompany them. As he returned to the estate, he encountered the sisters-in-law just as they were entering the main gate. He paused at the entrance to give some instructions to the steward. As Zhou Shujin and Gu Yuanzhou reached the courtyard, they ran into Su Mengyun, who appeared to be in a state of urgency. Zhou Shujin hurried to greet her, sister-in-law. "What is the matter? You seem flustered." Su Mengyun replied, "Oh, you have finally returned. I nearly sent someone to the royal residence to find you this afternoon. The attendant reported that you had already left, and I waited at home, without seeing you. I must tell you, something has happened." Zhou Shujin's heart sank. "What has occurred?" Su Mengyun explained, "It's about that girl, Yuexin. For some unknown reason, after lunch, she has been violently ill. Mei Xiang and the others went to summon the physician from the estate, but he could not determine the cause. Later, it somehow came to the knowledge of our second aunt, who insisted on coming over to take her away, claiming that the people of the third household were too unfortunate to reside in such a fine courtyard." "What nonsense! That is utterly absurd," Zhou Shujin exclaimed. Su Mengyun continued, "They even said they had consulted a fortune-teller since childhood, who foretold that they were cursed and could not be raised delicately, but rather must endure a rough upbringing. Zhou Shujin asked, "Where are Yuexin and the others now?" "They haven't been taken away, have they? Rest assured, I have remained in their courtyard. Juxiang is there as well, and with the guards present, they could not take her away. However, this has escalated to the old Marquis. They want him to intervene." Frowning, Zhou Shujin thought how audacious they were. She and Gu Yuanzhou had been striving to ensure the old Marquis could rest peacefully, yet they had the gall to disturb him over such trivial matters. "What is the situation with Yuexin? Have any other physicians been called to examine her?" Zhou Shujin inquired. "Yes, I had someone from my family's medical clinic sent over, and they concluded it was merely food poisoning, likely from something unclean. A dose of medicine should suffice," Su Mengyun reassured her. Zhou Shujin nodded, relieved. She then turned to Gu Yueling, instructing, "Yueling, you should return and keep an eye on Yuexin and the others. Do not be afraid, there are enough hands there. Your brother will investigate what happened today, and should anyone dare to harm you, we shall not let them go unpunished." "I understand, sister-in-law. You need not worry. I will take good care of the two younger sisters," Gu Yueling assured her. Though Gu Yueling was initially taken aback upon hearing the news, she quickly regained her composure, convinced that it was merely a conspiracy theory. Regardless of whether they were fated to suffer misfortune, she resolved not to blindly heed her mother's words any longer. Hastily, Gu Yueling led Ruizhu back to the courtyard, while Zhou Shujin instructed Biren to wait for Gu Yuanzhou, unaware that he was right behind her. She then accompanied Yun Miao and Su Mengyun to her father-in-law's residence. As they approached the courtyard, the sound of the old Marquis's rebuke echoed within. His health had been poor for some time, and his voice was typically weak. Today, however, it was evident he was genuinely angered. The two women hurried inside, only to find the old Marquis's bed surrounded by the matriarch Gu and the Zhang family from the third branch, along with several young concubines. Zhou Shujin swiftly made her way to the old Marquis's bedside, casting a glance around the room. Upon seeing Cui Ting'er among them, she understood that this woman was once again causing trouble. "Father, please do not be angered. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Gu Yuanzhou and I will handle it. Please rest assured, I shall promptly expel them," Zhou Shujin implored. The old Marquis's expression softened slightly upon her entrance, as he was vexed by the fact that none of them had offered him greetings in their usual manner.
Now,
they had come to him with a matter of some significance, and it was his troublesome daughter-in-law who had brought them along, which only fueled his irritation. The old Marquis's wife, who felt somewhat humiliated by her husband's outburst, managed to maintain her composure. She turned her face aside upon seeing Zhou Shujin and her companions. "I am fine, not angry at all. Do not fret," the old Marquis assured them, aware of Zhou Shujin's temperament. He had no desire to become irritated himself, yet upon witnessing this gathering, he felt a headache coming on and had an impulse to scold them. Zhou Shujin nodded, helping him to lie down before turning to face the others. Her expression, which had already been displeased upon entering, now radiated an icy demeanor. "What brings you here? Are you here to offer your well wishes, or to stir up trouble?" she queried bluntly, genuinely infuriated by their audacity to disturb the old Marquis, given his condition. "We are not here to cause trouble," Zhang insisted, still apprehensive from her previous encounter with Zhou Shujin. The old Marquis's wife interjected, "Is it wrong for us to come and see the Marquis? Are we not permitted to enter?" Zhou Shujin retorted, "Old madam, I have no time to engage in your riddles today. I am well aware of your intentions. You should know that the old Marquis has long ceased to manage affairs. What purpose does your visit serve other than aggravating a sick man? I must ask you, what is it you truly seek?" The old Marquis's wife replied, "What concern is it of yours if I wish to see my husband?" Zhou Shujin countered, "If you intend to rekindle your relationship with the Marquis, I shall not impede you. However, bringing this entourage along, what are you hoping to achieve? Teach them to be virtuous?" The old Marquis's wife snapped back, "You insolent girl. I am your mother-in-law, and this is how you speak to me? And are you a corpse? How can you allow your daughter-in-law to speak so disrespectfully?" The old Marquis, knowing Zhou Shujin could handle the situation, remained silent, irritated by the incessant chatter. Zhou Shujin asserted, "Do not disturb the Marquis. If there is something to discuss, let us go outside. The Marquis cannot endure this. He needs to rest. If you wish to cause a scene, let us take it outside. I shall accompany you until the end." The old Marquis's wife protested, "When have we ever sought to create a disturbance? Do not speak so recklessly. Zhou Shujin replied, "Have I spoken recklessly? Very well. Consider it my folly, but you must heed my words, leave." The group exchanged glances, some intimidated by Zhou Shujin while others feared the old Marquis' wife. They hesitated, unsure whether to leave. Just then, Gu Yuanzhou entered. Upon seeing him, various thoughts crossed their minds, whether he would stand resolutely with Zhou Shujin or defer to his mother in this matter. "What is this? So many visitors today for my father?" Gu Yuanzhou remarked. Zhou Shujin raised an eyebrow. "I am uncertain if they are here to offer well wishes or to create discord." The others, caught off guard by her words, hastily insisted they were merely there to visit the old Marquis. Although they were lying, Gu Yuanzhou chose not to expose them. "Since you are here to visit my father, once you have seen him, please depart. He requires peace to recuperate." Hearing Gu Yuanzhou's decree, the others felt compelled to remain silent. The old Marquis' wife and Cui Tinger were visibly unsettled, with Cui Tinger signaling Zhang. Zhang, though apprehensive, mustered her courage to address Gu Yuanzhou. "Yuanzhou, since you are here, I must discuss something with you. It concerns Yuexin. She has only just moved into the new courtyard and has fallen ill. I believe it would be better for them to return to their original quarters." Gu Yuanzhou had already heard from Biruan about Gu Yuexin's illness and was skeptical of the soothsayer's claims. Hearing Zhang's suggestion about moving them again caused his brow to furrow. He had ordered Mo Han to investigate and expected results soon. If she is ill, she should see a doctor. Why move them around? I think the place they are currently in is quite suitable, and I believe they would prefer not to return. "You need not worry about it, second aunt," he replied. Zhang insisted, "But Yuanzhou, I have refrained from mentioning this before. These three are fated to bring misfortune. If they live too well, it will affect the Marquis's fortunes. Hence, we must be stricter with them. Only then can they and the Marquis thrive." Both Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin turned to Zhang in disbelief. "Who claims they are fated to bring misfortune? Let them come forth and explain their reasoning," Zhou Shujin challenged. Gu Yuanzhou, sensing Zhou Shujin's rising agitation, gently took her hand, signaling her to remain calm. "If second aunt has any concerns, let us discuss them outside. My father needs to rest." Zhou Shujin quickly realized her purpose was to prevent any disturbance to the old Marquis and naturally took the lead in the conversation. "Indeed. Let us discuss this in the Lioli Pavilion so that my father may rest." Unexpectedly, the old Marquis' wife opposed, knowing she could wield influence over Gu Yuanzhou through the old Marquis' condition. "What cannot be discussed here? Your father is capable of hearing. This concerns significant matters of the Marquis, and he has the right to know." Gu Yuanzhou firmly responded, "Mother, must I repeat myself? Do not disturb my father's rest. Do you not understand?" The old Marquis' wife retorted, "I am merely seeking for your father to take charge. She insists on moving those girls into Tinger's courtyard. Is it not evident that trouble has arisen shortly after their relocation?" Zhou Shujin interjected, "What right does Cui Tinger have to claim an entire courtyard? Who made that decision previously? I do not begrudge the past, but now that the Marquis is under my management, it is my prerogative to decide who resides where." The old Marquis' wife snapped back, "Who claims the Marquis is yours to command? Your father-in-law and husband are still here, and you dare speak so boldly." Zhou Shujin countered, "Both my father-in-law and husband are present. You may inquire if the Marquis belongs to me." The old Marquis chimed in, "I have not managed affairs for quite some time. I have entrusted all matters of the Marquis to Yuanzhou." Hearing his father begin to cough again, Gu Yuanzhou raised his voice to his mother. "From the day my wife entered this household, I have made it clear that she has authority over the Marquis's affairs. You cannot have forgotten that, have you? Is questioning this authority a challenge to my dignity?" The room fell silent, everyone holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. "I no longer wish to waste words. Everyone, leave at once, or I shall not be courteous." Zhou Shujin concluded her statement, and the old matriarch Gu widened her eyes in disbelief. "What do you intend to do? Act so rudely? Do you wish to strike me? It is only daughters of coarse warriors like you who can so blatantly disregard decorum, resorting to threats of violence at the drop of a hat." "Threats of violence? Thank you for the reminder. I was just pondering how to escort you out." Zhou Shujin glanced at Yun Miao, who without further inquiry stepped forward, grasping the old matriarch in one hand and Cui Tinger in the other, lifting them as if they were mere chicks. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Zhou Shujin truly dared to take such action. Once the two were carried away and began to scream. Their maids and servants rushed outside. Zhou Shujin shrugged and regarded Gu Yuanzhou, thinking him too gentle. Do not think to scold me. Your mother cannot be dealt with by extreme measures. Look, now it is peaceful. Gu Yuanzhou, expressionless, replied, When did I express a desire to scold you? The others in the room, witnessing the scene, hastily sought to leave. If Zhou Shujin was willing to throw out even Gu Yuanzhou as biological mother, they certainly had no hope of being spared. The few aunts who had accompanied Zhang were filled with trepidation. Their already low status could only worsen if the Marquis and his lady turned against them. What are you still doing here? Waiting for me to throw you out? Zhou Shujin demanded. No, my lady, we shall leave at once. Upon hearing Zhou Shujin's words, they hastened to find excuses to depart, but she was not so easily deterred. Go to the main hall. I have questions for you. Very well, we shall go immediately. Though they feared Zhou Shujin, they dared not disobey her words, timidly bowing before exiting. Only then did Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin turn their attention to the old Marquis, who feigned sleep. Gu Tingxian finally opened his eyes, equally observing his son and daughter-in-law. The three exchanged glances for a moment until Zhou Shujin was the first to break into laughter, followed by the old Marquis. You are indeed audacious, daring to throw out your mother-in-law. I suspect she will be too enraged to sleep tonight. Oh, father, do not speak of such ingratitude. I did it solely to ensure your peace. If you wish, I can have her return to you. No, I was merely commenting. If she returns, it will be I who cannot sleep. That is more like it. Father, rest easy. We shall attend to this matter. We wouldn't want any rumors tarnishing the Marquisite's reputation. Very well, go ahead, but do not go too far. These women are simply short-sighted. Be cautious. Zhou Shujin raised an eyebrow. Father, I am a woman too.
Oh.
I did not mean you. You are different from them. You are sensible. That is more reasonable. Father, do take care, and I shall seek retribution for your disturbance. Retribution for what? Why, for the disturbance to your rest, of course. I shall not let your anger go unavenged. Very well, go on. I await good news from you. Indeed. Gu Yuanzhou mused. For such trivial matters, they can still speak of revenge. They seem to be enjoying themselves. Zhou Shujin promptly took Gu Yuanzhou's hand and departed. The old Marquis watched their retreating figures, inwardly lamenting when he might hold a grandchild. His health could not withstand much longer. Chapter 87. The Enchantress. Upon arriving in the main hall, they found others already waiting. Only the old matriarch Gu and Cui Tinger were seated. The rest stood, likely too intimidated to take a seat. Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin entered and sat down. The others greeted them, and Gu Yuanzhou gestured for them to take their seats, which they did after exchanging glances. Speak plainly. What do you wish the old Marquis to decide today? Gu Yuanzhou directly inquired. The others glanced at one another, hesitant to speak first, until Zhang finally broached the subject of relocating Gu Yuexin and her sisters back to their original quarters. Second aunt, you have consistently emphasized their return. What is your intention? Gu Yuanzhou pressed. I do not wish to insist on their return, but a fortune-teller had predicted that only. Zhang was interrupted by Gu Yuanzhou's raised hand. I have no interest in hearing such tales. Provide a straightforward reason. If it persuades me, I may consider it. Yuexin fell ill shortly after moving in. It is evident this place does not suit her, Zhang asserted. The matter of Yuexin's illness warrants further investigation. You need not use it as a pretext. None of us are fools. Speak your true intentions, and perhaps we can reach an agreement. Gu Yuanzhou's words left no room for rebuttal, especially from the aunts of the third household. They realized that their earlier escalation would likely not yield any benefits, and regretted following Zhang's instigation, simply out of jealousy towards the sisters residing in favorable quarters. Reflecting on the situation, they understood it had little to do with them, and they feared the repercussions from the Marquis and his lady. Cui Tinger, suppressing her urge to speak, worried that doing so would invite Zhou Shujin's ridicule. The others were equally reluctant to voice their opinions, leaving only the old matriarch Gu, who, having nothing left to lose, decided to press on. Since you claim to want a discussion, let's do so. Return Tinger's quarters to her. Upon the old matriarch's words, not only did Zhou Shujin frown, but even Zhang's expression soured, for Cui Tinger had not previously communicated this to her. By what right? Before Gu Yuanzhou could respond, Zhou Shujin interjected. How could I allow those quarters, which I have so painstakingly transformed, to be reclaimed?
What do you mean by what right?
That was originally Tinger's chamber. She has resided there for many years. Oh, but that chamber is situated within the Marquis, and the deed is held by the Marquis. When did it become Chui Ting's? Even if she was a young lady of the Marquis, upon marriage, the quarters must revert to the family. I have never heard of chambers being retained for married daughters, especially since she is not even a true young lady of the Marquis, merely a distant relative of yours. She is married into the Marquis now. She is one of us, the old matriarch insisted. If she is indeed a member of the Marquis, should she not heed the arrangements of this Marquisite's lady? She lacks the qualifications to reside in that chamber. It is as simple as that. Zhou Shujin, do not go too far. What has Tinger done to deserve your disdain? I beg your pardon. She has provoked me in every way. Furthermore, as the head of this household, I cannot abide anyone taking advantage of the Marquis. If you do not wish for me to settle old scores, then cease provoking me. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. What more do you intend? Will you throw us out once more? Zhou Shujin shook her head innocently. What would be the point? It would not affect you at all. The old matriarch was infuriated. How could she claim that such an embarrassing incident had no impact? What do you truly desire? Zhou Shujin replied, nothing much. I merely wish to reclaim all that Chui Tinger has consumed and received during her years in the Marquis. Rest assured, I will meticulously account for every item. The accounts are clear, though it may take some effort to investigate. However, with a few more people assisting me, it should not take long. Simply wait patiently. Zhou Shujin, by what right do you demand repayment for past debts? These were agreements made by my son.
Gu Tinger, alarmed,
realized she could not possibly be made to repay. Look at yourself. Have you lost your wits? Did you not just say in your father-in-law's chamber that he has transferred authority to my husband, who in turn has entrusted that authority to me? Therefore, do I not possess the right? If you feel it is unfair, shall I also investigate your account? Hearing her repeatedly refer to him as my lord, Gu Yuanzhou felt a flicker of joy, though he concealed it, patiently observing how she would contend with his mother. Madame Gu, you have quite the audacity. I am the lady of the Marquis' household. Zhou Shujin, what a coincidence, so am I. Moreover, I am the current mistress of the house. The unspoken implications were clear to all present. Madame Gu Yuanzhou, will you just stand by and watch her bully your mother and cousin? Gu Yuanzhou, I see no bullying, she is merely discussing reason with you. Madame Gu, are you still my son? How have you become so unable to discern right from wrong? You were never like this. Is it her influence? She is nothing but a seductress, charming you to the point where you do not even recognize your own mother. The old lady gazed at her son with a heart full of pain, clutching her chest. Chui Tinger hurried over, gently patting her chest while comforting her. Aunt, do not be anxious. My cousin is just momentarily confused. He will realize that you love him the most. For now, he is merely bewitched. Madame Gu, Aunt is fine, do not worry. I am just heartbroken. My son, whom I carried for 10 months, is less understanding than one who has been nurtured for a few years. This Marquis' household will inevitably fall into ruin at the hands of this seductress. Infuriated by the constant references to seductress, Zhou Shujin retorted, since you hold me in such high regard, I have no qualms about playing along. My lord, listen to what your mother says. Am I truly a seductress? Am I not virtuous and gentle? Zhou Shujin's swift transformation startled everyone, especially Gu Yuanzhou, as she leaned into his embrace, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Fortunately, seated as he was, he remained upright, though her posture imbued the moment with an unmistakable allure. His hands instinctively wrapped around her waist, his demeanor calm as he seemed to inquire, how do you intend to perform? Su Mingyun was also taken aback, hearing Zhou Shujin's sweet, almost dripping voice for the first time. Zhou Shujin, my lord, why do you not speak? I have asked you a question. Am I a seductress? When he remained silent, she playfully pinched his waist, prompting Gu Yuanzhou to respond, albeit begrudgingly, no. Those 2 words were precisely what Zhou Shujin desired. She smiled at him, then nestled closer, defiantly gazing at the petrified Madame Gu and Chui Tinger below. Did you hear that? My lord says I am not a seductress. The 2 below were momentarily at a loss for words, with Chui Tinger halting her comforting gestures, staring blankly at the couple entwined above. The tenderness in Gu Yuanzhou's eyes was glaringly evident, making Chui Tinger feel a sting of jealousy. Chapter 88. Punishment. Madame Gu looked at Gu Yuanzhou, her heart heavy with sorrow. Zhouer, how have you changed? Displaying such intimacy with your wife in public, what a quorum is this? Her voice was filled with helplessness and disappointment, struggling to comprehend how her once obedient and understanding son had devolved into such a state. Gu Yuanzhou, unaffected by his mother's words, maintained his embrace. His gaze was resolute, as if to convey to her that he would not relinquish her for anyone's disapproval. Mother, I have long told you not to try to control my life. My wife is the one I have chosen. Regardless of her nature, I will cherish her and prioritize her. Madame Gu trembled with rage, pointing at Gu Yuanzhou as she scolded, "You unfilial son, forsaking your mother for a woman. How did I give birth to a son like you?" Gu Yuanzhou's countenance darkened, and his tone grew frigid. "Mother, you are my biological mother, and I respect you, granting you the dignity you deserve. However, my life belongs to me. I have the right to choose my own happiness. Please cease your attempts to control me. I have matured and possess my own thoughts and judgments." Madame Gu gazed at her son, now a stranger, her heart brimming with profound sadness and helplessness. She understood that she could no longer alter his mindset or govern his life as before. With a deep sigh, she turned and departed.
Kuiting, seeing this,
had no choice but to follow in indignation. Once they left, an awkward silence enveloped the remaining individuals, none daring to utter a word. With Madame Gu present, Zhang had spoken boldly. Now, stripped of her support, she hesitated to voice her opinions. "I remind you for the last time, recognize your positions within the Marquis' household. The lady's decisions are to be followed. She is not unreasonable. Any grievances may be addressed directly to her. Should you seek others to intervene next time, I will not overlook it." As Gu Yuanzhou spoke, he released Zhou Shujin, who settled herself comfortably, wholly devoid of her previous allure. "Zhou Shujin, there are still a few vacant courtyards in the Marquis' estate. If you wish to reside here, feel free to inform me. I will allocate as necessary. Once assigned, any objections must be tolerated." Upon hearing Gu Yuanzhou and Zhou Shujin's remarks, Zhang dared not breathe a word, having been the most vocal previously. And it was evident she sought to procure courtyards for her daughter, Gu Yuanzhou.
"We understand, Marquis, Madam."
Several concubines, seeing a way out, quickly rose to respond. "I hope you all remember that the old Marquis' health is quite delicate. Should I learn that you disturb his rest again, I will send you straight to the countryside. This is your first warning. Nothing has happened to the old Marquis this time. Should I catch you again, I will not let it slide." At Zhou Shujin's words, everyone nodded vigorously, having never intended to disturb the old Marquis. They were merely following Madame Gu's lead. Seeing their compliance, Gu Yuanzhou gestured for them to leave. Once they departed, he turned to Zhou Shujin, inquiring, "What is the matter with those three sisters? Your maid did not provide me with much clarity." Zhou Shujin, "Did you not send someone to investigate? It seems someone tampered with the courtyard. Whether it concerns food or utensils remains to be seen." Gu Yuanzhou, "I sent a Mohan. I do not know if he will uncover anything. We shall see how well they managed to conceal their traces." Zhou Shujin, "Are you not the Minister of Justice? Such matters should pose no challenge for you." Gu Yuanzhou's lips twitched slightly. After all, he was tasked with handling major cases for the emperor. Was it necessary for him to intervene in the petty schemes of his estate? Let a Mohan take a look first. Zhou Shujin rose. "Very well, I shall take my leave now. I am utterly exhausted after a day of activity." Gu Yuanzhou, "What have you been busy with?" Zhou Shujin, "Well, after parting from you in the afternoon, I took Yuling out for a stroll. Upon returning to the residence, I heard from my sister-in-law that your mother went to confront my father-in-law. I rushed over to rescue her, and only now have I found a moment's peace." As she spoke, Zhou Shujin glanced around, noticing Su Mengyun was absent. When had she disappeared? Had she not accompanied them to the main hall? In truth, Su Mengyun had received word that a sneaky maid had been apprehended, likely intending to target the three sisters again. Upon seeing Gu Yuanzhou had arrived, she thought Zhou Shujin had assistance, and thus left. Once in the courtyard, the maid initially refused to speak, but ultimately, under the stern questioning of Xia, she revealed that she was sent by Gu Yuanzhou. Su Mengyun promptly dispatched someone to inform Zhou Shujin and the others. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Shujin began to piece together the truth of the situation. Initially suspecting Zhang, she was surprised to find it was her own daughter who had acted foolishly. Gu Yuanzhou commanded his subordinates to bring Gu Yuanzhou over, along with his second uncle and aunt. Gu Yuanzhou remained silent throughout, her heart filled with unease, uncertain of what would transpire next. When the three of them were brought in, Each bore a contemplative expression, yet their thoughts diverged. Gu Tingju was perplexed, wondering why Gu Yuanzhou had summoned him. Could it be about the suggestion he made regarding sending the family as sons to the academy? But why bring his wife and daughter along? They were not privy to such matters. Gu Yuanzhou wore a face of panic. She was acutely aware of her actions and ideally, they should not have been discovered. Yet, why had they been brought here? She glanced pleadingly at her parents, only to find them equally helpless. At the head of the room sat Gu Yuanzhou, his gaze icy as he scrutinized them. He was engulfed in anger and disappointment, unable to fathom that Gu Yuanzhou could commit such a transgression. He turned to her and asked, Gu Yuanzhou, are you aware of your crime? Startled, Gu Yuanzhou trembled, tears spilling from her eyes as she cried, Second brother, I do not know what I did wrong. Why are you treating me this way? Gu Yuanzhou retorted, you are unaware of your wrongdoing? As a young lady of the Gu family, you disregarded your siblings and instigated harm against your sisters. What punishment do you believe you deserve? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanzhou's face strained of color and she fell silent, only able to weep. Zhang Shi, seeing her daughter so frightened, spoke tenderly, Yuanzhou, do not scare her. She is still young and naive. Please, forgive her. Gu Yuanzhou replied, naive? She is already 16, no longer a child. Her actions have tarnished the reputation of our family. How can I forgive her? Zhang Shi asked, what do you intend to do? Will you expel her from the Gu family? Gu Tingju was taken aback, shocked by Gu Yuanzhou's intentions. Yuanzhou, you cannot do this. She is my daughter. How can you cast her out? Gu Yuanzhou insisted. She has acted without regard for familial bonds. How should I handle this? Gu Yuanzhou stammered, I did not do anything. Second brother, you cannot believe just anyone's words and wrongfully accuse me. Gu Yuanzhou challenged her. Is that so? Have I wronged you? Look into my eyes and tell me that you are innocent. He then stood, directing his attention to Gu Yuanzhou, who was seated lower. Chapter 89. Punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. Gu Yuanzhou met Gu Yuanzhou's gaze, stuttering, unable to continue speaking. Overwhelmed by guilt and the imposing authority that radiated from him, Gu Yuanzhou pressed, what, unable to speak now? Do you wish to deny that you bribed the servants at Mingzhu Pavilion to tamper with the food of Yuanzhou and Yue? No, it was not me. Gu Yuanzhou stammered, trembling as she knelt, utterly unprepared for Gu Yuanzhou's swift investigation. It was not you? Then why the panic? Gu Yuanzhou's gaze was sharp, piercing into her very soul. Gu Yuanzhou's heart raced, her face flushed, yet she defiantly replied, I did not panic, I merely lost my footing. She struggled to maintain her composure, though her lips quivered uncontrollably. Gu Yuanzhou let out a cold laugh, fully aware of her deception. Having dealt with wrongdoers for long, he could easily discern truth from falsehood. Since they would not shed tears until they saw the coffin, he felt no need for further dialogue. He waved his hand, signaling for the maid to be brought forth. Gu Yuanzhou's complexion turned pale, her eyes darting nervously, as if fearing the worst. Zhang Shi, noticing her daughter's denial, pondered that perhaps she was indeed innocent, momentarily emboldened. She grasped Gu Yuanzhou's hand and said, Yuanzhou, while our Yuanzhou may be a bit willful, she is still young and would never commit such an act. She is your sister. You should trust her character. Gu Tingju also looked at Gu Yuanzhou, though silent. He too wished to believe that his daughter was not at fault. Gu Yuanzhou remained unmoved, his resolve unwavering. He understood that if he could not unearth the truth, Gu Yuanzhou and her sisters would continue to face unjust treatment. He had to seek justice for them. The maid was brought forward, her eyes averted, filled with trepidation. Gu Yuanzhou inquired, repeat what you did today. The maid, previously tortured by Xiaxia, bore wounds and, terrified, lowered her head, her voice trembling as she spoke. Miss Gu Yuanzhou's attendant, Xiaoqin, instructed me to place the drug in the young lady's food, claiming it would merely make them sleep for a while without harming them. Since Xiaoqin had previously assisted me, I felt compelled to comply. Gu Yuanzhou's complexion paled further, her lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Zhang Shi stared at her daughter, astonished, as if struggling to accept the reality. Gu Yuanzhou turned his gaze back to Gu Yuanzhou. What do you have to say for yourself? Tears streamed down Gu Yuanzhou's face as she cried, I am sorry, brother, I was wrong. I did not intend to cause harm. I was simply overwhelmed by jealousy. Gu Yuanzhou's expression grew more grave. Jealousy? What do you envy them for? They are your sisters, and you should cherish them, not harm them. Gu Yuanzhou lamented, "I only envied their ability to reside in such a grand and beautiful courtyard. They are of humble fate, confined to the old quarters. They do not deserve such a place." Hearing her obstinate views, Gu Yuanzhou shook his head. "Who told you they are of humble fate?
They,
like you, are young ladies of the Duke's residence, all sharing the same ancestry. In my eyes, there is no distinction between noble and humble. Do not presume that your status as your father's legitimate daughter grants you the right to belittle others." In the Duke's residence, Gu Yuanzhou made no distinctions among his siblings. To him, as long as one contributed to the family, they were all worthy descendants of the Gu family. Gu Yuanzhou retorted, "I am the legitimate daughter, inherently superior to them. This is what grandmother has always taught me." Gu Yuanzhou frowned, realizing the root of the problem lay in her upbringing, further solidifying his resolve to send the young men to the academy. Gu Yuanzhou stated, "Even if you are the legitimate daughter, does that justify being cruel to your own siblings? Who taught you this?" Gu Yuanzhou replied, "I only wish to send them back to their original quarters. I never intended to harm them." Gu Yuanzhou countered, "Intending no harm, yet you had someone drug their food? Is that not a form of injury?" Gu Yuanzhou defended, "The drug is not lethal, it merely causes temporary discomfort. They will recover swiftly." Upon hearing Gu Yuanzhou's nonchalant remarks, Zhou Shujin could no longer contain herself. "What if I had someone add a little something to your food, causing you discomfort? Would you not seek my life?" Gu Yuanzhou retorted, "Of course not. Why would you do that to me?" Zhou Shujin scoffed, "Yet you thought nothing of having your sisters drugged, and now you act as if this is all perfectly reasonable. This is the first time I have witnessed someone so brazenly justifying their misdeeds. It is truly enlightening. I am simply indignant. Why should they occupy my space?
and you,
Why should you allocate such a splendid courtyard to them?" Gu Yuanzhou, growing increasingly agitated, could no longer suppress her thoughts. Zhang Shi was taken aback by her daughter's outburst. Hastily grasping her hand to silence her, Zhou Shujin declared, "As the head matriarch of the Duke's residence, I am the rightful wife of your brother. My word is law. I shall decide who resides where, and no objections will alter that." Gu Yuanzhou, now exasperated, disregarded all caution. "Gu Yuanzhou, how dare you criticize me, second uncle? This is the daughter raised by your third branch, utterly disrespectful to her elders and devoid of sisterly affection. Such a person is unworthy to be a descendant of the Gu family." Gu Tingju remained silent, but upon hearing Gu Yuanzhou's words, he was astonished and lifted his head. Could it be that he truly intends to expel his daughter from the manor? "Gu Yuanzhou, I refuse to waste my breath on you. Your daughter is a product of your poor upbringing. This time, I will not expel her, but she shall be confined for a month, reflecting on her mistakes in the ancestral hall. Should she err again, I will not only banish her, but also both of you. Her faults ultimately stem from your negligence as parents, hence you too must bear responsibility." Gu Tingju felt as if his head would explode. Just as he believed his sons had a chance to excel and bring him pride in the Marquis household, his daughter's actions had led Gu Yuanzhou to immense disappointment. Realizing this, he shot a frustrated glance at Gu Yuanzhou. Clearly, she was also taken aback by Gu Yuanzhou's punishment. Kneeling in the ancestral hall was a severe transgression reserved for members of the family who had committed grave mistakes. Yet today, Gu Yuanzhou had ordered her to do just that. Even in her rebelliousness, she understood the significance of kneeling in the ancestral hall. If word got out that she had knelt there, she would be held in contempt by everyone in the Gu family. The news of Gu Yuanzhou's punishment quickly spread throughout the manor. Some relished in her misfortune, while others felt sympathy, yet none dared to plead on her behalf. Well aware that Gu Yuanzhou's word was final and unalterable. Chapter 90. Winter Solstice. During the winter solstice, in an effort to avoid dining with the other members of the Marquis household, Zhou Shujin summoned her sister-in-law and took the three sisters, Gu Yueling and her siblings, out of the manor for a day of leisure. To avoid any potential criticism, she had already taken them to her hot spring villa 2 days in advance. This villa was her own hot spring retreat, perfectly suited for the cold weather, allowing them to indulge in the warmth of the springs. Gu Yuanzhou and Gu Yuanhang were on duty and did not accompany them. However, on the day of the winter solstice, both men had the day off and intended to visit their wives. The night before, both had agreed to leave together in the morning. But Gu Yuanzhou felt a sense of unease and decided to set off that very night. He informed his elder brother, who said he would join him the morning after bringing his wife some pastries from Yupin's High. Thus, Gu Yuanzhou left alone, fortunate to have departed early. For the next morning, the old matriarch came personally to Liuli Pavilion, hoping to mend her relationship with Gu Yuanzhou while taking advantage of the holiday. To her dismay, she learned that the Marquis had already left the previous night. Furious, she stormed over to confront the old Marquis, only to encounter Gu Yuanhang, who was visiting his father. Despite his disdain for his stepmother, he maintained the necessary decorum and politely greeted her before attempting to leave. "Wait," she called out, puzzled by her normally aloof demeanor now softened towards him. "Mother, is there something you need?" he inquired. "Old matriarch, I just overheard you saying you were going to see your wife. Is she with your younger siblings at the villa?" Gu Yuanhang: "Yes. The younger sisters are unwell, and my sister-in-law took them to the hot springs for some recuperation." The old matriarch had little interest in others, only aware of Zhou Shujin's remarkable ability to win over most people in such a short time, including the eldest son and his wife, who seemed to hold her in high regard. "Old matriarch, which villa are they visiting?" Gu Yuanhang's heart sank. Her inquisitive nature suggested ulterior motives. Recognizing her cunning, he chose to deflect, responding awkwardly, "I'm not sure. I was supposed to go with Yuanzhou, but he left last night. I'll inquire later." Upon hearing that Gu Yuanzhou had sought out Zhou Shujin the previous night, the old matriarch's anger surged anew. Just as she planned to confront the old Marquis, she was halted by Uncle Zhong. "How dare you impede me?" she fumed. Uncle Zhong bowed respectfully before speaking. "Old matriarch, the old Marquis has retired for the evening. Please do not disturb him. I will notify you when he wishes to see you, if that is agreeable." "Old matriarch, who do you think you are to stop me? Move aside." "Mother, he is indeed resting. Your commotion will disturb his peace," Gu Yuanhang interjected, still present. "Old matriarch, humph. I am his wife. I will see him whenever I wish. I say for the last time, step aside." Uncle Zhong: "Old matriarch, if you continue to make such a scene, do not blame us for being impolite." "Old matriarch, how do you intend to be impolite? This is the Marquis household, and my son is the one in charge. Do you dare defy me?" "Old matriarch, it is the Marquis's command that the old Marquis is not to be disturbed while resting, including by you." At this, Uncle Zhong raised his hand, signaling several guards to enter and block the old matriarch and her entourage. The old matriarch had brought with her a few maids, while the guards were strong and capable, making the outcome evident. With no other option, she could only curse under her breath as she left, grasping a maid's arm for support. As she passed Gu Yuanhang, she shot him a furious glare, harboring a deep-seated resentment for him as a result of his association with Zhou Shujin. Once she departed, Gu Yuanhang felt a wave of relief and promptly made his way to Pinsai to fetch the peach blossom pastries that his wife adored. When Gu Yuanzhou arrived the previous night, it was already late, and Zhou Shujin had long since fallen into a deep slumber. Observing her serene sleeping face filled him with warmth and tenderness. Not wishing to disturb her, he gently laid down beside her, carefully tucking her loose hair behind her ear. He gazed at her quietly, his eyes brimming with affection. When Zhou Shujin awoke, she was startled to find someone lying beside her, initially fearing a thief had entered. Upon realizing it was Gu Yuanzhou, she sighed in relief and felt at ease. Puzzled, she looked at him, wanting to know why he was beside her. Gu Yuanzhou seemed to sense her gaze and slowly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and in that moment, time appeared to stand still as they silently absorbed each other as presence, as though wishing to imprint the moment in their hearts. After a while, Zhou Shujin broke the silence. "What brings you here?" she asked softly. Gu Yuanzhou smiled gently, replying, "I missed you, so I came to find you." Hearing this, Zhou Shujin was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with warmth. "When did you arrive?" she inquired. Gu Yuanzhou responded, "I came last night." Zhou Shujin was astonished. He was supposed to be on duty the day before. Did he really come overnight? "You came right after finishing your duty?" she asked, bewildered. "That shouldn't be the case. I went to bed quite late last night, so if you had come, you should have arrived before dark." Gu Yuanzhou gently embraced her. "Not exactly. I finished later than expected. I initially planned to come with my brother this morning, but I couldn't sleep and was worried. So I decided to come over." Zhou Shujin looked up at him. "What were you worried about?" "Of course, I was worried about you," he replied. "What do I have to worry about? I eat well, sleep well, and have fun here." Her carefree words made Gu Yuanzhou feel as though he had struck a soft pillow, and he pinched her cheek in playful discontent. "You are living your life luxuriously without a care, while I am left worrying in the manor." He sighed, holding her a little tighter, and continued. I often wonder how you are doing here alone, if you have faced any grievances, and if you miss me. I know you are clever and resourceful, and would not let yourself suffer, yet I cannot help but worry. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Shujin felt a warmth in her heart, accompanied by a touch of guilt. She gently grasped his hand. Gu Yuanzhou sensed her concern, his heart softening as he said, All right, let us not dwell on this. As long as you are safe and happy, I seek nothing more. The two embraced, cherishing the moment of tranquility and warmth. They remained oblivious to what the future might hold and the uncertainties that lay ahead. Chapter 91. Hot pot in the serene hot springs of Beeswing. Everyone had indulged in the soothing waters over the past few days. Upon Gu Yuanzhou's arrival, Zhou Shujin encouraged him to take a dip to ease his fatigue. Due to the chilly weather, they decided to prepare a hot pot for dinner. Fortunately, the crowd was small, allowing everyone to assist in the preparations. Initially, Gu Yuanzhou and his brother merely observed as the women busily worked. However, when he saw how poorly they were slicing meat, he could no longer refrain from stepping in to help. Gu Yuanzhou pondered why they insisted on undertaking such tasks themselves when it could easily be managed by servants. Zhou Shujin replied, You don't understand. When we prepare our own food, it tastes exceptionally delicious. Just wait and see if you don't end up eating more than usual. Gu Yuanzhou retorted, I'm not sure about that. But I do know that we could be enjoying a relaxing holiday instead of laboring away. But we don't feel it's laborious at all, do we? Zhou Shujin asked her companions. Gu Yuanzhou was the first to chime in. Not at all. It's quite enjoyable. Watching Gu Yuanzhou diligently tending to the fire, her face smudged with soot yet brightened by a smile, was a sight that brought joy to all. This is a novel experience for me. I never expected cooking to be so enjoyable, said Su Mengyun as she carefully picked vegetables. Though she was inexperienced, she approached the task with determination. Gu Yuanzhou and the others, accustomed to handling various chores, had no complaints, although they were less familiar with dealing with meat. As the dishes piled up, Zhou Shujin observed Gu Yuanzhou slicing the meat and remarked to him. Gu Yuanheng was also enlisted by Su Mengyun to help with the fish. The few fish freshly caught from the springs intimidated the women. Even Zhou Shujin, who had once taken lives on the battlefield, hesitated at the thought of gutting fish. Fortunately, Gu Yuanzhou was a dutiful husband. He complied with her requests, even if it meant learning on the spot. Calling a servant for guidance, he proceeded with confidence, swiftly transforming a lively fish into a dish, his movements graceful as if crafting a work of art. As Su Mengyun watched him, her heart swelled with emotion. Memories of their courtship flooded her mind, recalling the countless small gestures he had made for her. He had never denied her requests, he endeavored to fulfill her desires. She felt immensely fortunate to have such a good man by her side. Despite his imperfections, his love was sincere and selfless. She was willing to traverse life as every phase with him, facing each challenge together. Zhou Shujin watched nearby, her gaze filled with admiration. She recalled her own experiences on the battlefield, where she had been forced to commit acts of brutality for the sake of the nation and its people. Soon, with the help of the servants, plates of thinly sliced meat and fresh vegetables adorned the table, eagerly awaiting Gu Yuanzhou to finish preparing the fire. Zhou Shujin poured the broth she had prepared earlier into the bronze pot, and as it simmered, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, stirring everyone's appetite. The servants swiftly placed the meat and vegetables on the table, their movements light and graceful, akin to a beautifully choreographed dance. The meat was sliced to perfection, and the vegetables gleamed with freshness, enticing everyone. As the broth bubbled, Zhou Shujin called out, Everyone, please take your seats. The broth is ready. Just dip the meat in briefly, and it's ready to eat. Don't just wait. Cook what you want to eat. I won't be serving you, she added playfully. Gu Yuanzhou was always the first to support Zhou Shujin, promptly taking her chopsticks to add meat to the pot. Gu Yuanzhou, snapping back to reality, hurriedly followed suit, gently stirring the ingredients to absorb the broth's flavor. The servants had already prepared bowls and condiments, so everyone had what they needed. Before long, the pot was filled with fragrant aromas. Gu Yuanzhou eagerly placed a piece of beef in her mouth and smiled at Zhou Shujin. Sister-in-law, this is truly delicious. Zhou Shujin looked at her, warmth filling her eyes. If it's good, eat as much as you like. We've prepared plenty, and you, Yue, and Yueling should indulge. It's a rare occasion for hot pot. All right, sister-in-law. Su Mengyun observed the three sisters devouring their meal with gusto. reflecting that this might be their first experience with such a feast. Noticing Su Mengyun's hesitance with her chopsticks, Zhou Shujin asked, "Elder sister, don't you like hot pot? Would you prefer something else?" "No need, I don't dislike it, I was just lost in thought." "Please, enjoy your meal," she reassured, sensing no pretense in her words. Zhou Shujin resumed cooking, but after a while, noticing Gu Yuanzhou had barely touched his food, she asked, "What is wrong? Aren't you hungry?" Gu Yuanzhou, caught off guard by her observation, responded with a hint of annoyance, "Do I seem fitting to join them in fighting for food?" Zhou Shujin was about to argue that this was the very essence of hot pot, but upon glancing at Gu Yuanhang and Su Mengyun, she understood his point. Gu Yuanhang had been consistently adding ingredients to the pot without taking any cooked food, while Su Mengyun had been attentively serving him. Raising an eyebrow, she realized he was merely being shy. Considering he had helped with the meat, she decided to cater to him. She promptly used her chopsticks to serve him some cooked dishes, indicating that he should eat. Upon seeing her finally catch on, Gu Yuanzhou's mood visibly brightened as he began to eat, and Zhou Shujin couldn't help but feel exasperated. Such a trivial matter. Yet he could have simply stated it. Chapter 92. Conversations. As the hot pot simmered, they enjoyed their meal leisurely, and by the time they finished, it was quite late. Fortunately, the moonlight illuminated their surroundings. Otherwise, they might have needed to move indoors. After satisfying their appetites, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Last night, Gu Yuanzhou had entered Zhou Shujin's room, and no one found it odd, as outsiders had long assumed they were a typical married couple. Upon returning to her chamber, Zhou Shujin suddenly realized that there were no elders present and that they were not confined to a single room. Hence, there was no reason for them to share accommodation. This was her own estate, and the servants were her own, unlikely to gossip. "I think I should arrange another place for you to stay. I have plenty of rooms here," Gu Yuanzhou remarked as he stepped behind the screen, still clad in his clothes, when he heard Zhou Shujin's voice. He emerged directly, casting his gaze upon Zhou Shujin, who was seated at the table. "What do you mean?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply meant that I have numerous rooms. We could each sleep in our own, ensuring no disturbance to one another." Zhou Shujin responded, a hint of nervousness creeping into her demeanor. Gu Yuanzhou observed her. Her eyes flickered, avoiding direct contact. He understood her thoughts. Although they were wed, their marriage held no true intimacy. His purpose in coming to her was to engage in a sincere conversation, to resolve the issues that lay between them. "Jeaner, we cannot continue in this manner. We are husband and wife, yet we live like strangers. You know my thoughts. I think of you daily, concerned for your well-being, wondering if you think of me." His voice grew somber at this confession. Zhou Shujin lifted her head, meeting his gaze, feeling a pang of anxiety. "I too have wished for us to live harmoniously, but too many issues divide us. We cannot return to the past." She expressed her innermost feelings. Memories of their previous life haunted her. Though many circumstances had changed in this life, with her family surviving, an unease lingered within her heart. She feared to open herself to him again, afraid of the potential for renewed hurt. Gu Yuanzhou discerned her turmoil. He could not articulate to her that he would not repeat past mistakes. Yet, he was unwilling to surrender. He stepped closer, grasping her hand. "No, we can return to happiness. As long as we cherish one another in our hearts, we can surmount any obstacle. Jeaner, trust me, I will ensure your happiness, and I will make you the happiest woman in the world." His gaze was filled with unwavering resolve and tenderness, his fingers brushing gently against her cheek, as if wishing to impart all warmth unto her. Zhou Shujin recognized the sincerity in his words, yet she struggled to place her full trust in him. Her eyes reflected hesitation and confusion. She was uncertain whether she could believe his promises, or if they could indeed conquer the challenges before them. After a moment of uncertainty, she nodded lightly. "I do not know how to articulate this. I want to believe in you, but I cannot fully open my heart to you. I recognize this is my own struggle, but it is beyond my control. Do you understand?" Her voice was laced with helplessness and bewilderment, as she grappled with expressing her emotions and helping Gu Yuanzhou comprehend her inner conflict. Gu Yuanzhou regarded Zhou Shujin, his heart heavy with empathy and resignation. He was acutely aware of the profound hurt he had caused her in their past life, making it difficult for her to trust him fully now. However, he wished for her to know that his protection and dedication to her were genuine. He believed that one day she would comprehend his intentions and embrace his feelings.
Jeaner,
"I understand it is difficult for you to trust me completely at this moment, but please grant me the opportunity to prove myself. I will bring you happiness. I will ensure you are the happiest woman in the world." His voice resonated with steadfastness and warmth, his eyes shimmering with love and hope. Zhou Shujin was touched by Gu Yuanzhou's words, tears cascading down her cheeks unbidden. She acknowledged her lingering love for him and her inability to detach from him. Yet, she feared reliving the pain of their past, fearful that history might repeat itself, that her heart could once again be shattered. However, upon hearing Gu Yuanzhou's heartfelt declarations, her resolve began to waver. She commenced introspection, confronting her fears. She understood that she could no longer evade her emotions. A decision was imperative. "I want to believe in you, Gu Yuanzhou. I am willing to grant you a chance, as well as myself. Let us strive together to overcome every challenge." Her voice was imbued with determination and courage, her gaze radiant with affection and anticipation. She recognized this as the voice of her innermost self, her true desires. Gu Yuanzhou, witnessing Zhou Shujin's transformation, felt a surge of emotion and joy. He gently embraced her, whispering in her ear, "Thank you, Jiner. Thank you for choosing to believe in me." He sensed the change in her heart, her newfound strength and bravery. He knew he must not allow her to feel disappointment or pain again. He had to cherish this opportunity and demonstrate his love through actions. Zhou Shujin, moved by Gu Yuanzhou's declarations, found herself uncertain of the correctness of her decision, uncertain of what the future might hold. Yet, she embraced him in return, whispering, "I will cherish you too, Gu Yuanzhou." She recognized that this choice meant confronting all potential difficulties and risks. It also signified reopening her heart to accept Gu Yuanzhou once more. She was oblivious to what lay ahead, but she was willing to trust Gu Yuanzhou, to believe in their bond, and to strive for their future together. Gu Yuanzhou felt warmth surge through him upon hearing Zhou Shujin's words. He sensed her sincerity and determination, and he felt her love for him. He held her tightly, saying, "Thank you, Jiner. Thank you for believing in me, and thank you for granting me this opportunity. I will cherish you deeply, devoting my all to love you." Zhou Shujin, overwhelmed by Gu Yuanzhou's sentiments, felt tears streaming down her face. "I will also cherish you, Gu Yuanzhou. I am uncertain of what the future holds, but I am willing to face it with you, to share the burdens together." Gu Yuanzhou assured her, "Jiner, I will always be by your side, guarding and protecting you. You are my greatest love, my one and only." Zhou Shujin fell silent, merely tightening her embrace, expressing her sentiments through her actions. Chapter 93. Anomalies. After spending 2 days at the estate, the group prepared to return to the Marquis' residence. Upon entering the manor, Zhou Shujin headed straight for the Lioli Pavilion, seemingly in urgent need of rest after her restless days at the estate. Given her strained relationship with the matriarch, she felt no obligation to pay respects to her mother-in-law, which suited her just fine. The first night back at the mansion passed quietly. The matriarch did not seek to create discord, allowing everyone to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. However, by the following day, her antics resumed. Just as Gu Yuanzhou commenced his duties, she sent someone to summon Zhou Shujin under the pretext of fostering familial bonds with her daughter-in-law. She extended her invitation with elaborate etiquette, leaving Zhou Shujin little choice but to comply, particularly as she had just resolved to mend her relationship with Gu Yuanzhou, making it necessary to maintain a semblance of decorum with his mother. Upon arriving at Tyne Pavilion, she was surprised to find her sister-in-law present as well. Seizing the opportunity before the matriarch arrived, they began to exchange information. "What's going on? You were summoned too?" Su Mengyun initiated the conversation, having been rudely awakened early that morning by the matriarch's summons. What could possibly warrant a discussion this early? "I was in the midst of a delightful slumber when I was called here. It's quite absurd. Can she even converse with me amicably?" Zhou Shujin replied innocently, recalling their last encounter, which had descended into chaos. The sudden cordiality in her invitation raised suspicions about her true intentions. "Su Mengyun, although I have never quarreled with her, we haven't exchanged many words either, which leaves me feeling quite apprehensive." "Zhou Shujin, let's first see what she has to say. After all, we are united in purpose. So let her stir things up as she pleases." Su Mengyun nodded in agreement. After all, why should 2 young women fear an elderly matron? The 2 of them waited quietly, and before long, old Madame Gu approached. They stood up and offered a slight bow, to which the old lady graciously responded, indicating that they need not stand on ceremony. It was the first time she greeted them with a smile. And it was not just Zhou Shujin and Su Mengyun who felt uneasy. Even the old lady herself appeared somewhat ill at ease. Old Madame Gu, please sit down. I have called you here today to discuss a matter with you. Zhou Shujin and Su Mengyun exchanged glances before simultaneously taking their seats, turning their attention to the matriarch as they awaited her words. Old Madame Gu, I have recently reflected on the fact that since you both entered this household, I have not treated you as part of the family, and that is indeed wrong. A few days ago, when you were not in the residence, it suddenly dawned on me that since you are now my daughters-in-law, I must regard you as my own family moving forward. Zhou Shujin looked at Su Mengyun in shock. Had the old lady taken leave of her senses today? It was the first time she had spoken to them in such a manner, and it sent a chill down their spines. She was accustomed to tension upon their meetings. This sudden ceasefire left her feeling unsettled, as if the old lady were concealing some grand scheme. Old Madame Gu, what is it? Are you unwilling to reconcile with me? Noticing their silence, the old lady pressed further. Su Mengyun hesitated. Well, not exactly. We haven't had any real conflicts, have we? In truth, she had never clashed with the old lady. On her first day in the household, the matriarch had exempted her from the customary greetings, simply wishing to avoid her. She had relished the ease of her situation, where, as the legitimate daughter-in-law, she was not required to pay her respects. After more than a year of such comfort, did the matriarch now intend to change the status quo? Old Madame Gu, indeed, my eldest daughter-in-law has been in this household for over a year, and it is true that our encounters have been few. As a mother, I have not fulfilled my duties properly, so I must first apologize to you. As the old lady stood up, seemingly intending to offer her a formal apology, Su Mengyun quickly intervened. How could she allow her husband's mother to apologize to her? That would be utterly unreasonable. She still had her reputation to uphold.
Su Mengyun, madam.
You flatter me. I could not possibly accept such an apology. Old Madame Gu, let's put aside our past grievances today and start anew, shall we? The old lady's unexpected kindness left Su Mengyun at a loss for words. How could she refuse? No one could provide her with an answer. And with so many servants watching, the old lady herself was offering an apology. If she declined, it would likely spread that the eldest daughter-in-law of the Chongning Marquis was disrespectful to her mother-in-law. Zhou Shujin tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to agree for the time being. With so many witnesses present, it was essential to maintain appearances. The specifics of their future interactions could be addressed later. I understand, mother. How awkward it is to address her so, but if we are to reconcile, I suppose I must adhere to the customs. Old Madame Gu seemed genuinely pleased. Were it not for Zhou Shujin's understanding of her character, one might truly believe she had undergone a transformation. Yet, having witnessed her true nature in a previous life, it was impossible for Su Mengyun to alter her perception. Old Madame Gu, and what of you, Gina? Will you forgive your mother? I admit my previous words were somewhat excessive. Please do not hold them against me. I may have a sharp tongue, but my heart is soft. Once I speak, I tend to forget, so please do not dwell on it, all right? Zhou Shujin thought to herself, it is your tongue that is sharp and your heart that is hard. Yet, she maintained a facade of the dutiful daughter-in-law, smiling broadly. Mother, you speak too harshly. It is only right for you to reprimand your daughter-in-law. I am the one who has been ungrateful. From this day forward, let us forget the past and treat one another with kindness. Was it not merely a performance?
Who could not act?
In front of so many servants, she knew they could not afford to lose face. It was merely a verbal agreement, with no real loss to her, after all. They would be acting together in the future, and she would wait to see how long the charade could be maintained. Old Madame Gu, Gina is right. We must cultivate a harmonious atmosphere moving forward, striving to uphold the esteemed reputation of the Marquis household. Zhou Shujin, as you say, mother, we shall endeavor together. The two women clasped hands, their smiles appearing genuinely warm, leaving onlookers to believe they were a harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Only they knew the extent of sincerity behind their smiles. Su Mengyun surveyed the peculiar scene before her, feeling utterly bewildered. Old Madame Gu, in the future, when you have the time, do come visit me in my quarters to keep me company. It is my fault for not having treated you well in the past. Let us spend more time together, and I will treat you as my own daughters. The old lady spoke with utmost sincerity, and the two women reciprocated with equal earnestness. Mother, your words are truly valued by both me and my sister-in-law. We will regard you as our own mother in return. Zhou Shujin added, discreetly pinching Su Mengyun, who winced in response. Indeed, what my sister-in-law says is true. Old Madame Gu. Excellent. Our household is indeed fortunate to have two such wonderful daughters-in-law. The three women continued to converse for a while longer before Zhou Shujin and Su Mingyun took their leave.